Brogan nodded and smiled. Teacher, I promise it won't happen again. Hearing Brogan call him teacher, Ebenezer rolled his eyes and became even stricter. It better not. It took great effort to save you after that explosion back then, remember? Brogan nodded seriously. I understand. Seeing his compliance, Ebenezer couldn't continue scolding and only asked Brogan to take some antipyretics. When Brogan left the annex, he carried both a bag of traditional Chinese medicine and another of Western medicine. In the car, he cleverly switched the Western medicine prescribed by Ebenezer with the ones from the first hospital. He didn't want Selina to find out what medicines he was taking. In the afternoon, Selina decided to go home to check on Brogan. She returned home and quietly walked into the bedroom. Brogan opened his eyes when he heard the door opening. Selina had already walked to his bedside. He croaked, "Why are you back?" Selina picked up the ear thermometer on the bedside table and took his ear temperature. "I'm worried about you, so I came back to check." Brogan smiled. "It's just a common cold and fever. I've taken the antipyretics." Seeing the ear thermometer still indicated low-grade fever, Selina frowned. "You should rest more." She didn't plan to go to the company in the afternoon. Leaving the bedroom, she used her phone to inform Bill Assistant. "Bill Assistant, I won't be going to the company this afternoon. Call me if there's anything urgent, otherwise, we can discuss it tomorrow." Bill Assistant replied, "Okay." Selina hung up and changed into loungewear. After changing, she went downstairs to prepare lunch, a light yet nutritious porridge with several vegetable dishes. Once done, she ladled out a bowl of porridge and cooled it with a fan before bringing it to the bedroom. This time, Brogan hadn't woken up. The man lying in bed looked pale, slightly frowning as if in discomfort. Selina saw Mr. Devon looking unusually vulnerable for the first time. She gently placed the porridge on the bedside table, sat beside the bed, and touched his forehead. It still felt warm. Unwilling to wake him, she waited quietly. An hour later, she woke Brogan. Opening his eyes, Brogan seemed a little dazed but quickly saw Selina beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Devon, I've made you some porridge. Try eating some." "Okay." Brogan nodded, propped himself up. Selina helped him lean against the headboard and fed him the porridge with a spoon. Brogan ate a mouthful and joked, "Jamie, why have you suddenly become so virtuous?" Selina looked at him seriously and asked, "Is it really just a common cold and fever?" Mr. Devon didn't look like someone who had just caught a common cold or had a mild fever. Brogan's voice was hoarse, but comforting. "Jamie, I'm fine. Don't worry, I didn't lie to you." With a serious expression, he swore, "If I'm lying, GG will get shorter." Selina was speechless. Seeing him able to joke even now, it must mean he's okay. Selina continued feeding Brogan until he finished. Then, carrying the empty bowl downstairs, she joined him for lunch. After Brogan saw Selina leave the bedroom, he sighed, relieved that Jamie hadn't discovered the truth. She was too perceptive. Selina finished her lunch, washed the dishes, and then called Hector. Hector immediately answered. Through the phone, Selina's voice was gentle yet threatening. "Baird, has Mr. Devon had his health checkup this year?" Hector lied stiffly. "Yes, everything is normal." Selina asked again, "Do you have a report?" Hector replied, "No report. The boss has a specialized medical team." Selina hummed, half believing, and didn't pursue it further. Seeing the disconnected call, Hector immediately informed Brogan about Selina's suspicion. Brogan smiled upon receiving the message. For the next 2 days, Selina handled her work at home, closely monitoring Brogan until she was sure his fever had subsided. Brogan was forced to be idle for 2 days, which he found quite unbearable. On the evening of the second day, Brogan suggested, "Jamie, let's go for a walk. We can stretch our legs." Selina thought for a moment and agreed, "Sure." Moving the laptop from her lap, they changed clothes and stepped outside. Selina looped her arm through Brogan's, and they strolled slowly on the pedestrian path. Unexpectedly, they encountered Vivian and Utina. Utina and Corey's new home was nearby. They were surprised to see Selina and Brogan walking together. Especially Utina, her surprise was even greater. Had Selina and Brogan reconciled? Vivian greeted with a smile, "Little way." Selina, despite seeing Vivian, pretended not to notice, holding Brogan's hand tightly and walked past without acknowledging. Her indifference left Vivian visibly upset. Utina comforted her, "Auntie, don't be angry. Take deep breaths, stay calm." Vivian's expression dimmed. All her efforts over this period seemed futile. She had been sending food daily, hoping to win Selina's favor, but it seemed ineffective. Now, encountering Selina on the street, she wouldn't even nod hello, which made Vivian feel very uncomfortable. Vivian sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Seeing the situation, Utina gently said, "Auntie, don't be too upset. Take it slowly, cousin Selina will eventually understand your intentions one day." Vivian bitterly smiled and shook her head, "I hope so." In fact, for a moment, she suddenly didn't want to try to mend the mother-daughter relationship. Things were fine as they were between them. Yesterday, Summer had already returned to Haiju City. Now, there was no one nagging Vivian to repair her relationship with her daughter. Adly she, noticing Vivian becoming increasingly disappointed with Selina, secretly smiled. In the end, everything in the Zhong family would belong to her husband. She gently said, Auntie, don't be too upset, take it slowly, I'm sure your niece will understand your intentions one day. In fact, she suddenly had a moment where she didn't want to try and rebuild their mother-daughter relationship. Maintaining the current situation seemed just fine. Yesterday, Mrs. Guan had already returned to Haizhu City. Now, no one was nagging Vivian about improving the mother-daughter relationship anymore. Note, Ramen should be translated to Vivian to maintain consistency and accuracy in terminology. Seeing Vivian becoming increasingly disappointed with Selena, she secretly smiled. Vivian, with a bitter smile, shook her head, I hope so. In fact, for a moment, she suddenly didn't want to try to rebuild their mother-daughter relationship. Maintaining the current situation might be better. Summer had already returned to Haizhu City yesterday. Now, there was no one nagging at Vivian to improve her relationship with her daughter. She, noticing Vivian's growing disappointment with Selena, secretly smiled. Eventually, everything in the Zhong family would belong to her husband. Note, the last sentence seems out of context and might need more details or clarification from the original text for a fully accurate translation. Everything in the Zhong family would ultimately belong to her husband. Seeing the situation, Alice gently said, Auntie, don't be too upset. Take it slowly, cousin will eventually understand your intentions. Vivian smiled bitterly and shook her head. I hope so. In fact, she suddenly felt that for a moment, she didn't want to try to repair their mother-daughter relationship. Maintaining the current state between them seemed just fine. Summer had already returned to Haizhu City yesterday. Now, no one was urging Vivian to mend the relationship with her daughter. Alice noticed that Vivian was becoming increasingly disappointed with Selena, and she secretly smiled. Everything in the Zhong family would ultimately belong to her husband. Chapter 316 Only eyes for the porridge on the ground. These past couple of days, whenever Celia had time, she sat on a chair outside the hospital's main gate. Her gaze was fixed on the vehicles coming and going. She secretly hoped to see Brogan again. Grandpa Zhao's brain surgery was very successful, but she still had work and couldn't take too much leave. She would have to return to Mobi in 2 more days. A black sedan parked at the entrance of the hospital. Celia's heart raced, her eyes were locked onto the car with anticipation. However, when the door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out, her hope was instantly crushed. She disappointedly turned her gaze away. He won't come, she muttered to herself sadly. Kaylee came out looking for Celia. Seeing her friend's lost expression, she walked over worriedly and sat down, shouting, You haven't been right these past 2 days. Because grandfather's condition was stable now, Kaylee had some free time to talk to Celia. Celia looked down at the ground, pondering for a moment before asking, Ainsley, I've fallen for a man. Kaylee asked curiously, Who is it? Do I know him? Celia nodded, You know him too. I wanted to ask you something. Should I confess my feelings to him directly? What do you think? Upon hearing Celia's words, Kaylee wondered if it was one of their male colleagues from the company. In Kaylee's impression, Celia had always been cheerful and carefree, rarely appearing so preoccupied. Looking seriously at Celia, Kaylee asked, Tell me who this man is first. After hesitating, Celia finally decided to speak up, It's Mr. Devon. Kaylee's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected that the man Celia liked was Brogan. Instinctively, she said, No way. Celia lowered her head, her cheeks turning slightly red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why not? Boss Devon is single. Are you taking Lu Zong's side because he helped you? But they're divorced already, they're both free. Kaylee didn't know how to respond to her friend's question. She gently advised, shouting, I think Mr. Devon still has feelings for President Lu. If you really confess, it might put you in an awkward position. Celia lifted her head, I just want to give it a try. Even if I fail, at least I won't have any regrets. The two sat quietly for a while, silence enveloping them. Kaylee felt conflicted and whispered, shouting, Think it over carefully. I really don't think Boss Devon is suitable for you. Celia smiled helplessly, Ainsley, I know you mean well, but I still want to confess. Can you help me? Kaylee responded, How can I help? Celia didn't beat around the bush, Could you help me contact Baird? I want to see Mr. Devon. Kaylee pursed her lips. She didn't want to help with this. If she did, she would feel like betraying President Lu. Now, on one side was her friend, and on the other was Selena. Kaylee's hesitation greatly disappointed Celia. Celia spoke dispiritedly, Ainsley, you're unwilling to help me even with such a small request? I just want to see Mr. Devon once and say a few words. Seeing her friend's disappointed expression, Kaylee felt torn. Celia smiled helplessly, Forget it, if you're unwilling to help, then never mind. She only wanted to meet Mr. Devon and say a few words. Her friend wouldn't even help her because of President Lu. This made Celia realize that her place in Kaylee's heart wasn't as important as Selena's. By the way, I've decided to go back to work in Moban after tomorrow, Celia said. Yeah, okay, Kaylee replied. What was once a friendship filled with open conversations now seemed to carry a rift. Celia left the hospital and returned to her hotel. Meanwhile, Kaylee entered the hospital ward. She took out her phone and tapped on Hector's number. Her fingers hovered over the number. In the end, she didn't dial Hector. At that moment, in Lozi village. Kalebwa carried a bowl of meat porridge into the storeroom and placed it on the ground. Chiya, get up and eat, Kalebwa said coldly, her voice devoid of any warmth. After the fever incident involving Vonda, Meng family probably realized they shouldn't let her die. Kalebwa decided that once Vonda recovered, she would ensure 3 meals a day for her. However, she planned that once Vonda was better, she would make her do housework, since someone had to do it anyway. After all, doing chores wouldn't kill anyone. Vonda lay curled up on the mat, as quiet as a little kitten. She smelled the aroma of the meat porridge, and her stomach made faint gurgling sounds. She slowly crawled up. Vonda held the bowl with both hands, but due to her weakness, it almost slipped from her grasp. She could only put the bowl back on the ground and scoop up the porridge spoonful by spoonful with a small ladle. Remember to wash the bowl after you finish, Kalebwa said, seeing she could eat on her own, then turned and left the storeroom. Vonda licked the ladle, seemingly oblivious to Kalebwa's command. Her eyes were only on the porridge on the ground. Silence settled in the room once again, interrupted only by the soft sounds of Vonda eating. Until she grew up. Her room was always in the small storeroom. Sunlight filtered through a small window, falling on her body. An inconspicuous little girl, no one cared about her here. Hashtag chapter 317, I want her dead. Thompson too stared at his reflection in the mirror, inspecting the faint scratches on his face left by sharp nails. Although the marks were now barely visible, they still filled him with rage. The incident involving Tori during the family gathering had humiliated him beyond measure, especially given that it happened in front of everyone. Everyone saw how he was attacked and embarrassed by his wife's grandmother. Whenever Thompson too thought back to that day, a wave of anger surged through him. While he had already sent the old lady back to her hometown, it did little to quell his fury. He could not let this slide. Why did Tori insist that her grandson Halston was arrested because of his actions? There must be Selena's involvement behind this. She must have orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. At this moment, Thompson too despised Selena more than ever. Dustin Group's stock prices had been soaring recently. And since he and his siblings had sold all their shares, they were ridiculed by other members of the Mo family at the gathering. Now they were all mocked behind their backs. Xiang Divong silently entered the room and quietly closed the door. She knew Thompson too was still fuming, so she dared not upset him further. Thompson too glanced coldly at Xiang Divong and said, if it weren't for your foolish brother, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Xiang Divong bit her lip, feeling resentful. Why did they let her brother get involved in such a dangerous situation? Thompson too left the room. He had an appointment with Blaine and others at the club to discuss matters. They couldn't do anything to Selena now but watch Dustin Group flourish, which only made them feel worse. At the club, Blaine and the others were already waiting for Thompson too. Elliot asked irritably, why did you call us here today? Alfredo Shao glanced at Elliot but remained silent. They all followed Thompson too's instructions to sell their shares in the company, and now they were all feeling uneasy about it. Thompson too walked into the club and saw his cousins waiting for him. He sat down on the sofa and heard Elliot ask sarcastically, what do you need from us this time? Thompson too frowned, what kind of tone is that? Elliot sneered, a normal tone. Thompson too understood that Elliot and the others were upset about selling the shares. He gave Elliot a cold look and said, I'll be direct. I called you here to discuss revenge against Selena. Blaine raised an eyebrow, showing a glimmer of interest. Revenge against Selena? What do you plan to do? We've gained nothing from her before. Thompson too snorted, she's doing great, and Dustin Group's stock prices keep rising. This is too much for me to bear. Blaine responded with a nod, well, uncle, what's your plan? Thompson too smiled, his eyes flashing with malice. I want her dead. Blaine and the others exchanged glances. Blaine grinned, in that case, we need a solid plan. Blaine eagerly discussed how to make Selena's death happen with Thompson too. After some deliberation, they finalized a devious scheme. Elliot didn't participate, while Alfredo Shao occasionally offered suggestions. After the meeting, Elliot got into his car and immediately sent a message to Brendan. Assistant Xiao, I have important information to sell to Miss Selena concerning her life, worth 20 billion. The next morning, Selena read the message from Elliot that Brendan handed over to her. So my life is worth 20 billion, huh? How delightful, she smiled and looked up at Brendan. Assistant Xiao, well done. Why did Elliot reach out to you so quickly? Brendan chuckled, Elliot enjoys gambling and has almost lost all the money he got from selling the shares. Selena nodded. 20 billion. Agree to it. Brendan responded affirmatively and promptly arranged the transaction. Selena then returned to her work, unfazed by the threat to her life. Celia was flying back to Muaben the next day. She had almost given up hope of seeing Brogan before leaving Beijing. But fate had turned around unexpectedly. That afternoon, when Celia visited Dr. Shao at the hospital to say goodbye, she encountered Hector, who was visiting as well. Mr. Tim, thank you for coming to see my grandfather, Kaylee said politely. Hector smiled, the doctor assured me that Uriel is recovering well post-surgery. Noticing Kaylee's tired appearance, he added, Vikio, you might consider hiring a nurse to assist you. Kaylee was surprised by Hector's attentiveness and nodded, I was thinking about that. Thank you. Hector didn't stay long and soon excused himself. Celia followed him out of the ward. Kaylee watched her friend follow Hector, a frown creasing her brow, filled with worry. Celia hurried after Hector. Mr. Tim, could you spare me a few minutes? Hector paused, turning to look at her with a puzzled expression. Miss Lynn, what is it? Celia steeled herself and blurted out, I need your help with something. Hector listened patiently, nodding. Please continue. Celia nervously clutched her bag, her voice trembling slightly. I want to see the boss, if that's possible. Hector didn't answer right away. He scrutinized her and then smiled. May I ask why you wish to see the boss? Celia detected the polite evasion in his tone and pleaded, there are some things I need to say to the boss, either in person or even over the phone would be fine. Hector studied her for a moment, intrigued by her earnestness. Chapter 318, tugged at his clothes. Celia anxiously awaited Hector's reply. She continued, really, I just want to say a few words. Hector smiled and said, I'll call the boss first, but I can't guarantee that he will definitely meet you. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Celia's eyes. Thank you, Mr. Tim, I really appreciate it. They walked out of the hospital first, then Hector dialed Brogan's number outside. After Brogan answered, Hector reported, Boss, Miss Celia wants to see you. She says she has something to tell you. Celia felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She encouraged herself internally, I'm just declaring my feelings. It's not like I'm trying to be a third party. What's wrong with that? Brogan was massaging Selina's shoulders in Magnolia Group's office when he received Hector's call on speakerphone. Selina, lying on the sofa, raised an eyebrow. Brogan asked indifferently, what does she want? I'll let her speak directly. Hector handed the phone over to Celia. Celia took the phone nervously, taking a deep breath. Boss, I have something I want to say to you in person. Can I meet you? Brogan's voice on the other end was nonchalant. Miss Lynn, if it's important, you can say it over the phone. His hand continued to massage Selina's shoulders. Clutching the phone tightly, Celia blushed and mustered the courage. Boss, I like you. Ever since I first met you, I've harbored feelings for you. I know this might seem forward, but I don't want to leave anything unexpressed, so I've decided to confess. Hector, oh no, so it's a confession. On the other end, Brogan's face darkened upon hearing the sudden confession. Selina was surprised, turning to look at Brogan with a smirk. She tugged at his clothes slightly. She hadn't misjudged the situation. Good men attract confessions. As long as they hold themselves back, there's no need to worry about infidelity. Similarly, good women also attract attention from men. Seeing Selina teasing him, Brogan chuckled softly and gently lifted her head to kiss her lips. Selina couldn't take it and pulled away for a breath. Stop. Celia, still waiting for Brogan's response, heard a woman's breathless voice unexpectedly, plunging her already tense mood into despair. This blow was too swift and heavy. Celia didn't hang up immediately, stubbornly waiting for one word. But what she got was a hung-up call. Biting her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, Celia lowered her head and returned the phone to Hector. Thank you. Having said that, she prepared to leave quickly. Hector called after her, Miss Lynn, wait. Celia stopped in her tracks. Hector said softly, Miss Lynn, boss only has Miss Lou in his heart. Celia's retreating figure looked somewhat disheveled. Hector put the phone away and turned to Kaylee standing nearby. Kaylee was worried about Celia and had come out specially to check. Approaching Hector, she whispered, sorry to trouble you. Hector smiled slightly, no problem. He walked to where the driver was parked, opening the door and bending to sit inside. He made the call for Celia out of consideration for Kaylee. As the car drove off, he wondered whether boss would be upset. In the office. After hanging up with Celia, Brogan carried Selina to the resting room. Selina's playful gaze reminded Brogan of Brendan. That girl had once tried to poach him. Wait, we don't have a spare. Selina lay on the bed seductively, sighing. It wasn't clear whether this sigh was out of regret or schadenfreude. The two of them would only ever have one daughter, Vonda, and wouldn't have any more children. Brogan hovered over Selina, interlocking their fingers, and whispered hoarsely, I know, no worries. Outside. During lunch break, Selina started handling business an hour later than usual. When Brogan left the office, he carried a thermal container. Inside was a sheet that needed washing at home. Hector entered the living room to apologize for Celia's incident, acknowledging his mistake. Brogan's tone was calm yet stern, there shouldn't be a next time. Hector nodded quickly, understood, it won't happen again. That conversation ended, and they talked about expanding their search efforts. Continue recruiting people. While the newly formed missing persons company searches for Magnolia, it can help others who are lost as well. He hoped that through this expansion, they could find his daughter while helping more families in similar situations. Hector nodded, I understand. That evening, Selina returned home from work and saw Brogan sitting on the sofa reviewing documents. He chose to read documents on the sofa to wait conveniently for Selina. Selina approached, kissed him, sat down, and said softly, Mr. Devon, I have a business dinner tomorrow night. Brogan put down his documents, who's hosting it? I'll go with you. The Khalil family is hosting it, Selena lazily leaned against the sofa, turning to look at Brogan with a smile. I'll go by myself, make a quick appearance, and return soon. She didn't mention Adolfo and Blaine's plan to target her that night. If she told him, Brogan definitely wouldn't let her attend the dinner. Adolfo and Blaine wanting her life suited her fine too. The next night. The banquet hall was brightly lit. Guests dressed in elegant attire chatted in groups. Wearing a long dress, Selena's entrance attracted many admiring glances. She was now a frequent topic of discussion in Beijing circles. Gifted and beautiful, she garnered attention wherever she went. Selena greeted the host of the Khalil family before chatting with several partners of Magnolia Group. Adolfo and Blaine exchanged a glance from afar. A flash of satisfaction and cruelty passed through Adolfo's eyes. They hadn't expected Selena to come alone, providing them a perfect opportunity. Blaine whispered to Adolfo, a rare chance. Both silently nodded in agreement. Selena keenly sensed someone staring at her. Pretending it was accidental, she turned and met Adolfo's gaze. Adolfo smiled and raised his glass. Selena returned the gesture with a smirk and a toast. At that moment, a waiter passing by her spilled some wine on her dress accidentally. Selena was momentarily stunned, looking down at her stained dress, frowning slightly. Sorry. The waiter paled, hurriedly apologizing, clearly flustered. Selena smiled calmly. It's okay, be more careful. Relieved that Selena wasn't angry, the waiter apologized again and left. Adolfo and Blaine watched this scene from afar, grinning. Selena went to the restroom. Picking up a napkin, she dabbed at the stain on her dress. After checking for any abnormalities and finding none, she tidied herself up. Just then, a woman walked in, and suddenly, someone pressed a cloth over Selena's nose. Selena instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 319, Tyrannical to the Core. Selena was placed in the back seat, pretending to be unconscious. The car's destination remained a mystery. She listened intently to the conversation between the two occupants, her heart filled with contempt. Tonight went off without a hitch. I heard this woman is quite wealthy, a lecherous male voice said. It's a shame she has to die. The female voice issued a warning. Right now, the most important thing is to complete the task. Once we get the money, you can find as many women as you want, and I won't stop you. Sis, I know, the man replied obediently. The car continued driving for an unknown amount of time before it finally stopped. We're here, the woman said, get her out. Selena heard the car door open. The man helped her out of the vehicle. She was then pushed into a pre-dug pit by the man. Fortunately, the pit wasn't deep, otherwise, she would have been seriously hurt. Start filling the hole, the woman urged. So they were planning to bury her alive. The man nodded and began shoveling dirt into the pit. No moving. Suddenly, police officers surrounded the siblings from all sides. Brendan and Felix quickly jumped into the pit. Chairman. Boss. Selena opened her eyes. Brendan helped her up while Felix brushed the dirt off her clothes. They climbed out of the pit together. Selena's gaze fell upon the brother and sister who had tried to murder her. A police officer approached. Ms. Liu, we need your cooperation for a statement. Selena accepted the wet wipes offered by Brendan and cleaned the dirt off her face. With a serious expression, she told the officer, I suspect that the mastermind behind this wanted my wealth, probably targeting Magnolia Group. They headed to the police station. While Selena was recording her statement, Brogan, waiting at home for her return, called when she didn't come back. He grew concerned and dialed Selena's number. Brendan stared at the vibrating phone, checked the caller ID, and hurriedly handed it to Felix. Senior, you take it. Felix gave Brendan a cold glance. Lacking camaraderie, you answer it. He thrust the phone back to Brendan. Not daring to delay further, Brendan answered obediently. Hello, Mr. Devon. Upon hearing Brendan's voice, Brogan's eyes narrowed. His hand paused mid-stirring his coffee. Where's Little Wei? Brendan scratched the back of his head and fabricated a quick lie. At the banquet. Brogan frowned slightly. She said she would only make a brief appearance and then come back. Brendan hurriedly replied, the boss is discussing business with potential partners at the banquet. She will be back soon, don't worry. Brogan's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone turning cold. Brendan, are you sure everything's fine? Brendan silently screamed for help, unsure how he might have slipped up. Mr. Devon, everything's really okay. Brogan was silent for a moment but kept his calm. All right, I understand. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Brendan breathed a sigh of relief. Understood, Mr. Devon. After hanging up, Brogan tapped his finger on the coffee cup. He almost decided to call Hector to investigate but held back. Not long after, Selena finished her statement and walked out of the police station. Seeing Brendan and Felix's hesitating expressions, she furrowed her brows. What's going on? Brendan explained. Mr. Devon called. We told him you were at the banquet. Selena understood. All right, let's go back. Everyone quickly got into the car. On the ride, Selena instructed Brendan, Assistant Xiao, in 2 days, you can give the audio file of the planned murder to the police. Brendan nodded. Understood. When Selena returned home, she found Brogan waiting for her at the door. His gaze immediately fell on her disheveled dress. Are you injured anywhere? Selena shook her head. No. Brogan didn't rush to ask what happened but instead asked her to take a shower first. Selina thought the matter was over, assuming Mr. Devon wasn't angry. But unexpectedly, as she stepped out of the bathroom, Brogan pinched her ear. The man smiled grimly. Tell me, what happened? Knowing she couldn't escape, Selina stood straight and confessed, Thompson hired someone to harm me tonight, but thankfully the police arrived in time and arrested them. Brogan's grim smile didn't wane, but his tone grew colder. Someone wanted to harm you? Did you know this and use yourself as bait? Selina chuckled awkwardly, looking up at the ceiling which seemed too bright, then down at the floor. Seeing her guilt-ridden actions, Brogan knew exactly what had transpired. Well done. Selina quietly explained, I lured the snake out to catch it all at once. Brogan took a deep breath and smiled. Do you realize how dangerous that was? One misstep, and you could have been killed. Why did you hide this from me? Brogan didn't release her ear. Selina pretended to be in pain, covering her ears. Knew she was acting, Brogan released her ear but maintained his stern expression. Selina tugged at his clothes. Sorry, I didn't tell you right away because if you knew, you wouldn't have agreed to me using myself as bait. Mr. Devon, please don't be mad. Selina twisted anxiously, planning to pacify Brogan all night. On the other side, Thompson didn't receive a call from the siblings after leaving the banquet. He paced anxiously, growing more worried. Could something have gone wrong? Blaine also waited for news of Selina's demise, so he followed Thompson home after the banquet. He turned to look at the pacing man. What went wrong? The people I hired to kidnap Selina haven't called me yet. Thompson frowned. Maybe it's too late for them to call? Blaine guessed. Thompson shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. They should have called right after completing the task. Blaine frowned. Could they have failed? Thompson and his accomplices weren't worried about the siblings betraying them since they didn't know who specifically hired them. Thompson's gaze hardened. Let's wait. Hopefully, Selina is already buried alive. In the dazzling casino, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Even the air felt tense. Elliot stood with a pile of chips, eyes gleaming. Brendan observed from upstairs, watching Elliot's excitement with cold indifference. He arranged for a few seasoned gamblers to play with Elliot. Elliot immersed himself in gambling, his eyes bloodshot with excitement as his chips dwindled. Another round. Elliot gritted his teeth, throwing in his last chip. The seasoned gamblers exchanged glances, giving each other meaningful looks. The dice slowly came to a stop, and Elliot's face turned pale. He had lost everything for the night. Such bad luck, one of the seasoned players smirked. Let's exchange some more chips. Elliot angrily pounded the table. Give me more chips. Watching from upstairs, Brendan shook his head, smiling ruefully. People who lacked self-control were truly pitiful. Elliot rubbed his hands together eagerly. I refuse to lose today. Brendan smiled faintly. The lights of the casino cast Elliot's red eyes in an even harsher light. Addict. Brendan turned away from the scene. Knowing Elliot was now fully ensnared by gambling, a gentle push would plunge him deeper. He left the casino and called Selina. Boss, everything went according to plan. On the phone, Selina nodded lightly. Continue to keep an eye on him. Selina hung up and immediately took Brogan's hand, assertively pulling his arm around her waist. Mr. Devon, don't be angry. Look, I handled this matter quite well. Seeing that Brogan only lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Selina snuggled further into his embrace, whispering softly with tender affection, in the future, as long as it involves anything dangerous, I won't hide it from you anymore. Her words were meant to soothe him, but she remained nestled close, seeking his warmth and comfort. Chapter 320, Compliance. The next morning, Brogan's anger had subsided considerably. When Selina was about to leave for work, she smiled and walked up to Brogan, requesting a kiss. Brogan bent down, lowering his head to comply with her kiss. I'll bring you lunch at noon, he said. Selina nodded, waving as she got into the car. At 9:30 a.m., Selina was preparing to hold an important meeting in the conference room of her company. Before the meeting began, she dialed Thompson's number. Good morning, Mr. Thompson. Selina's voice was calm yet tinged with mockery. I wanted to specifically inform you that I'm fine and thank you for your care during this period. Thompson had been eagerly awaiting news from the brother-sister duo when he received Selina's call. His face immediately darkened. He laughed coldly. President Liu, how thoughtful of you to report your safety. I cherish this last opportunity to report my safety. Selina sighed with a light laugh. You seem to be doing wonderfully well, otherwise, you wouldn't be so active. As a junior, I sincerely wish you joy. Thompson gritted his teeth, saying, Selina, don't get too smug. There will come a day when you'll regret it. Their relationship had officially soured. You may very well regret it before me, Selina replied calmly. We'll see, Mr. Thompson. Have a pleasant day. After hanging up, Thompson was seething. Meanwhile, Selina walked out of the office with a smile, Felix quickly following with documents. They headed for the meeting room where the senior executives were already waiting. Selina stood by the conference table, surveying the room with a smile. Colleagues, our company has faced various trials over this period. I'm happy that we've united and overcome these challenges. Today, the company will distribute performance bonuses to all employees of Magnolia Group. The executives clapped happily. No one dislikes receiving bonuses. We must also discuss plans for the new quarter and ensure our products remain competitive, Selena stated calmly, looking around at the managers present. Everyone, feel free to offer suggestions. Meanwhile, after receiving Selena's call, Thompson grew angrier the more he thought about it. Frustrated, he smashed a teacup in his hand. His face turned pale, and he angrily cursed, I don't believe Selena is so resilient. Just then, Blaine came to see Thompson and saw him smash the cup. Did it fail? Blaine asked quietly, frowning. Yes, Thompson was really frustrated. We cannot let her continue being so arrogant. We must find her weakness. Blaine frowned, thinking. Her weakness? Besides the supposedly dead child, I don't see any other vulnerabilities. He paused, considering further. This plan seemed perfect, but how did Selena escape? Actually, I suspect she might have known our plans in advance. Thompson furrowed his brow, calculating. Do you think someone installed a bug in the private room? Blaine shook his head. Definitely not surveillance or listening devices. You know our routine, we always have bodyguards check the rooms beforehand. This time, Elliot's bodyguard checked first. I'll call Elliot, Thompson said, picking up his phone. Elliot had just returned from the casino half an hour ago, listless and sleeping deeply on his bed. His phone rang repeatedly until Elliot picked it up without checking the caller ID and yelled, What the hell are you calling for? Leave me alone. Upon hearing Elliot's angry response, Thompson's face darkened. Who are you cursing, Elliot? Realizing it was Thompson, Elliot regained some clarity. Sorry, Thompson, I didn't check the caller ID. He yawned repeatedly. At this hour, you're still sleeping? Without waiting for a response, Thompson asked directly, When we met at the club 2 nights ago, did your bodyguard notice anything unusual? This question startled Elliot awake. He laughed nervously. No, nothing out of the ordinary. I'm really tired. Let me sleep. Hanging up guiltily, Elliot left Thompson pondering. Thompson turned to Blaine, saying, Elliot's bodyguard checked the room and found nothing. Blaine sighed. Then I might have been wrong. Selena probably didn't know our plan in advance. It's such a pity, such a perfect plan and opportunity, and she's still alive. Xiang Divong stood outside the study with a tray, knocking and entering. She served coffee to Thompson and Blaine. Blaine thanked her, and Xiang Divong placed the second cup on Thompson's desk but hesitated, saying, Elliot's wife just called, crying about his recent gambling addiction. She has lost a lot of money and wants you both to persuade him. Blaine shrugged indifferently. Leave Elliot alone. He's always been a gambler. Xiang Divong hesitated again. But, I heard from his sister-in-law that he lost a considerable amount last night, at least 10 billion yuan. What? Blaine exclaimed. He usually only loses a few million. How did it reach billions? End of chapter 320. Chapter 321, Subtle Friction. Elder sister-in-law, are you sure? Blaine asked uncertainly. Elliot actually lost that much money? Xiang Divong nodded. Younger brother's wife said Elliot played big this time. Unable to sit still any longer, Blaine stood up and paced around with a grim face. This is impossible. What the hell is that fool Elliot up to? I'll go ask him. Blaine hurriedly left the study. Thompson Eyre had been silent all along, but a thought flashed across his mind. With a stern face, he immediately called one of his subordinates. Check how much Elliot has lost from gambling recently. Give me an answer as soon as possible. After hanging up, Thompson Eyre frowned deeply in thought. Blaine's suspicion from not long ago might very well be true. Their plan was supposed to be foolproof but had been foiled by Selena. Selena may have indeed learned about their plans to harm her through some means. Seeing Thompson Eyre's grave expression while he was deep in thought, Xiang Divong quietly left the study. Not long after, Thompson Eyre's subordinate called back. Hanley, we found out that Mr. Elliot lost 15 billion at the casino last night. He also lost a lot of money previously and has borrowed quite a bit from loan sharks. Thompson Eyre's expression darkened upon hearing this. He suddenly realized that Elliot might have leaked information about their plan to harm Selena. But he needed to investigate further before jumping to conclusions. Continue investigating. Find out who Elliot has been in contact with recently, Thompson Eyre ordered coldly. Thompson Eyre decided to go see Elliot to probe the situation. Blaine had just arrived at Elliot's place when Thompson Eyre got there too. Elliot, who had been sleeping, was woken up again by Blaine and was in an extremely irritable mood. Not daring to vent his anger on Blaine, he snapped at his own wife instead. You've always been a loudmouth. Elliot's wife looked equally upset. Being scolded like this in front of her brothers-in-law made her feel very humiliated. Seeing Thompson Eyre here too, Elliot could only run his fingers through his hair irritably. Could you wait until I've slept enough to talk to me? Not possible, Blaine harumphed, cutting straight to the point. I heard you lost over 10 billion at the casino. Elliot slumped into the sofa listlessly. Yeah. Elliot, were you not using your brain? Why did you play so big? Blaine sighed exasperatedly. Although it wasn't his money, given the years they knew each other, he felt he should give Elliot some advice. Elliot couldn't explain himself. He had gotten more and more engrossed in gambling until he realized the losses were massive. Thompson Eyre, who hadn't spoken yet, stared at Elliot and asked in a calm yet forceful tone, "Exactly how much did you lose?" Elliot hung his head, ambiguously replying, "About 10 billion or so." Thompson Eyre sneered, 10 billion? I already had someone check. You owe loan sharks, and it can't just be 10 billion, right? Hearing Thompson Eyre's words, Elliot's wife turned to look at her husband in shock. You also owe loan sharks. Elliot glared at her. Shut up and get out. Thompson Eyre's eyes turned cold. You should be the one shutting up. How much do you owe those loan sharks? Elliot suddenly turned towards Thompson Eyre and Blaine with a pleading tone. Can you lend me some money to pay off the loan sharks? It won't be much for you, only 25 billion. Both Thompson Eyre and Blaine's faces tightened. Blaine frowned. Elliot, 25 billion? Do you even know what you're saying? How could you possibly owe that much to loan sharks? Are you an idiot? Who would lend you so much? Elliot's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. I know I messed up, but I really don't have any other options. Help me this once, and I'll definitely repay you. I borrowed from loan sharks at the casino. Thompson Eyre didn't want to lend money because he might never get it back. But he couldn't say it directly, only trying to minimize the damage. You dug your own hole and now expect us to clean up. Try borrowing a bit from Di Shao and others. Elliot thought this idea was good. Borrowing small amounts from several people would add up. However, Thompson Eyre still felt suspicious. Were you set up? Otherwise, how could things spiral so far out of control? Elliot hesitated. Probably not. Could someone really have set him up? Thompson Eyre glanced at Elliot and stood up. I'll leave now. I'll look into it. Elliot nodded gratefully. Elder brother, thank you. Seeing Thompson Eyre leave, Blaine also followed suit, though he was in a terrible mood. After leaving Elliot's house and getting into his car, Thompson Eyre frowned deeply. He felt Elliot's situation was not simple. Just as he got home, he received a call from one of his subordinates. The subordinate spoke cautiously. We discovered something. Around this time, President Liu's assistant, Mr. Chiu, met with Mr. Elliot. We're not sure if it was a coincidence. Thompson Eyre furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with coldness. Assistant Chiu? He then chuckled coldly. Well, it looks like I may have been betrayed by my own people. After hanging up, he planned to test Elliot and see if he had indeed betrayed them. But he was already 90% certain that Elliot had done so. He immediately called Elliot. On the other end, Elliot answered the phone, puzzled as to why he was calling again so soon after leaving. Thompson Eyre spoke calmly and kindly. I can lend you 2 billion temporarily, he pretended to sigh. Tomorrow, I'm planning to send someone to wait downstairs at Magnolia Group and throw sulfuric acid on Selena. A woman disfigured must suffer greatly. When Elliot heard that Thompson Eyre could only lend him 2 billion, he felt somewhat unhappy. But when he heard the latter part of Thompson Eyre's statement, he became excited. Another opportunity to make money from Selena presented itself. Curious, Elliot asked, Brother, are you sending someone to throw disfiguring fluid on Selena tomorrow? Is the person reliable? Thompson Eyre narrowed his eyes and smirked. Very reliable. After ending the call with Thompson Eyre, Elliot immediately called Brendan. Brendan answered the phone and heard Elliot smile. Assistant Chiu, I have some information to trade with Selena. Brendan laughed similarly. Sure. Elliot told Brendan about Thompson Eyre's plan to have someone wait downstairs at the company tomorrow. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. After hanging up, Brendan went to knock on Selena's office door. Upon hearing the come in response, he entered the office and saw Brogan feeding Selena. Seeing this moment of sweetness, Brendan waited until Selena finished eating before speaking. Chairman, Elliot just called offering to sell information. He mentioned that Thompson Eyre has arranged for someone to wait downstairs at the company tomorrow. As Brendan spoke, Brogan pinched Selena's ear with a sardonic smile. Selena. Why did he pinch her ear again? Brendan tactfully turned to leave the office. After Brendan left, Selena hurriedly explained everything. Elliot owing loan sharks and meeting Brendan were things I intentionally let Thompson Eyre discover. He should now suspect Elliot of betrayal. Brogan released Selena's ear, lifted her chin, and smiled. Little Wei, are you planning to make them fight among themselves first? A cunning gleam flashed in Selena's eyes. Exactly. All I need to do now is push them slightly, and they'll turn against each other completely. Brogan chuckled softly, his fingertips gently caressing the corner of Selena's eye. Hashtag chapter 322, from now on. The next day, Thompson sent someone to throw something at Selena in the Magnolia Group. The object was water, not disfiguring sulfuric acid. His main goal this time was to test if Elliot had sold him out to Selena, hence the choice of water. If Selena had learned about the plan from Elliot, she would definitely have her people monitor suspicious individuals around her first. When Thompson received a call from his subordinate reporting that the person preparing to throw water at Selena had been caught in advance, he sneered. So that's how it is. Elliot dared to betray me. He thought for a moment and decided to play along. Since Selena dared to scheme against him, he would let her taste the consequences. Elliot received the message about Selena transferring money early in the morning. He was happy for only a short while before receiving a call from Thompson. On the other end, Thompson sighed. The attempt to throw something at Selena failed again. Elliot, I want to ask for your ideas. What can we do to get to Selena? Elliot chuckled guiltily. What can I do? Should we ask Blaine and Rudy? They're the smart ones. Thompson's eyes turned cold. I've already asked Blaine. He gave a suggestion. Elliot perked up, wondering if Blaine's idea could earn them more money from Selena. He hurriedly asked, what did Blaine suggest? Thompson smiled. Blaine suggested that I find someone to kidnap Selena's mother tomorrow and use her as leverage. Elliot was surprised. Kidnap Vivian? But isn't Selena on bad terms with her? Will kidnapping her even work? Thompson replied firmly, although they are on bad terms, they are still mother and daughter. Selena can't just stand by and do nothing, can she? Elliot nodded thoughtfully. True, no matter how strained their relationship, blood ties still exist. Thompson continued meaningfully, but this time, we need to be extra cautious. We cannot let Selena ruin our plans. Elliot desperately wanted to know the specifics of the plan, but unfortunately, Thompson wasn't planning to divulge too much. Thompson simply smiled. This time, Selena will surely learn her lesson. He hung up coldly on Elliot. If Elliot were to tell Selena this news, he could make Vivian despise Selena completely. Then he could watch the two women go head-to-head. Thompson considered his plan perfect. He was using Elliot to design a trap for Selena without realizing that there was another player watching from the shadows. Thompson thought that if Selena knew about the planned kidnapping, she would definitely warn Vivian. When Vivian realized she was kidnapped because of Selena, she wouldn't fail to hate her. And Elliot, having betrayed him, must face the consequences. Meanwhile, after receiving the message from Elliot again, Brendan immediately reported it to Selena. Selena's eyelids lifted slightly. It was finally time to close the net. She spoke coolly, we can hand over the audio recording of their discussions about their sinister plans to the police tomorrow. Brendan smiled and nodded in agreement. At 10 o'clock this morning, a serious multi-vehicle accident occurred on Maple Leaf Road involving a sports car that drove recklessly. By 10:30, all the MO family members knew that Elliot had caused a major accident with his sports car and died in the crash. Thompson saw the message in the family group chat and curled his lips into a sneer. This was the outcome of betraying him. Just then, the butler rushed into the living room. Sir, the police are here. Thompson paused, suspecting they might be asking about Elliot. He calmly said, let them in. Several police officers entered the living room. The lead officer, a middle-aged man, showed his badge. Hanley, we need your assistance in investigating a case. Please come with us. Thompson put on a sad expression. Is this regarding my cousin Elliot's accident? What was the cause? The officer remained expressionless. It's not about the accident. It's about a case involving fraud and attempted murder. We need you to assist with our investigation at the station. Thompson's sad expression froze, a flicker of unease passing through him. Still, he maintained composure. Fine, I will cooperate. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and left with the police, signaling Seong Devong to contact a lawyer quickly. She nodded lightly. After Thompson was taken away, Seong Devong hurriedly tried to contact a lawyer. However, before doing so, she received a call from Ismail Shu's ex-wife, Alexis. Seong Devong didn't understand why Alexis was calling her, especially considering she had essentially taken Alexis's husband. Alexis called as instructed by Selena. Seong Devong, if Ismail Shu stays in prison, all his assets will go to you and your child. Think carefully. She hung up after delivering the message, confident that Seong Devong would choose the wealth over her husband. Seong Devong was stunned upon hearing Alexis's words. They echoed in her mind, making her ponder deeply. Standing in the center of the living room, phone in hand, she furrowed her brow. Now she faced an enormous temptation, her husband's entire fortune. Seong Devong hesitated in the living room, torn between her loyalty and the allure of wealth. Selena received Alexis's update in her office. She nodded approvingly. Thank you. Alexis smiled. President Liu, I should be thanking you. She felt like she had avenged herself on Ismail Shu. Selena understood and thanked her before hanging up. Both Thompson and Blaine were arrested by the police. This news spread rapidly in the community. Seong Devong lay awake all night, weighing the pros and cons, recalling her brother in prison and Ismail Shu's difficult personality. She gradually made up her mind. She decided to turn him in to the police. As Ismail Shu's confidant, she knew a bit about his illegal activities. Seong Devong was clever and anonymously handed over evidence of Ismail Shu's crimes to the police. Instead of waiting for her to hire a lawyer, Ismail Shu found himself facing multiple charges, including fraud, attempted murder, and conspiracy. Selena listened to Brendan's report on Ismail Shu's charges and nodded calmly. She hadn't expected the anonymous tipster to be so thorough. She guessed it was Seong Devong. With these charges, Ismail Shu was likely facing the death penalty, while Blaine and others would be charged as accomplices with lighter sentences. Selena walked to the window, gazing outside, taking a deep breath. A heavy weight lifted slightly from her chest. Assistant Shio, thank you for your hard work during this period, Selena said gently, looking at Brendan. Brendan blushed and smiled. Chairman, it's my duty. Selena smiled. You may return to your duties now. She wouldn't have to worry about the MO family schemes anymore. The future of Magnolia Group would only get brighter. From now on, Selena truly controlled the MO Corporation and could rest assured that the MO family wouldn't interfere behind the scenes. Chapter 323 Ugly Girl, come over. Lefrazier, can you hear me? The sound of the sea waves was a bit loud, so Violet raised her voice a little. Selena, hearing Violet's voice, immediately sat up straight from Brogan's embrace. Where are you now? Violet was standing on the sand, drawing circles with her toes. She wore a loose dress. I'm in the little fish village on the west coast. Lefrazier, I'm fine here, don't worry about me. Selena frowned. How did she run so far? What happened between you and Eric? Violet lowered her head, a trace of bitter smile showing on her sweet face. His mother suddenly came to me with a knife, cutting her wrist. When Eric went to the hospital to see his mother, I ran away. Selena was speechless and couldn't help but shout, is she sick? It seemed like a serious illness. Thinking about Melissa coldly cutting her wrist at that moment still made Violet feel chilly inside. She sighed and whispered softly, Lefrazier, I want to live a simple life here in the future, listening to the sea every day. Oh, Lefrazier, I'm pregnant, but I don't know if I should keep the baby. This baby was unexpected. On the day when Eric had her pinned down, his mother suddenly appeared. That thing was accidentally left inside. After Melissa's wrist-cutting incident, Violet was too busy running away, and forgot to take medication amidst all the chaos. Selena was immediately lost for words. After a moment of silence, she said, Sherry, no matter what decision you make, Davon and I will support you. Listen, think carefully about whether or not you want the baby. Violet smiled. Okay. They chatted for a while, roughly talking about recent events before hanging up. After hanging up, Selena leaned back into Brogan's arms again, concern showing on her face. Brogan hugged her. Is Violet okay? Selena nodded then shook her head. She said she wants to live in the little fish village on the west coast. Eric's mother tried to commit suicide in front of her, and also, she's pregnant. She rubbed her forehead. Brogan frowned. I didn't expect Eric's mother to be so obsessive. I wouldn't advise her to keep the child, otherwise, it will only lead to endless complications. But this is something she has to decide herself. Sherry probably understands that. Selena thought about her own daughter, wondering what she would become after growing up, and what kind of man she would meet in the future. Her thoughts drifted far away. Jacqueline was at the hospital today for a kidney checkup. At the hospital, she met Madame Denny who was there for her routine medical checkup. Smiling, Madame Denny approached Jacqueline. Jacqueline, what a coincidence. Your daughter is truly outstanding. My husband always praises Selena whenever he mentions her. Madame Denny genuinely admired Selena's capabilities, having turned MO Group into her own Magnolia Group at such a young age. If her son could have half of Selena's abilities, both she and her husband would be delighted. Jacqueline gave an awkward smile. Thank you, Madame Denny. Madame Denny had naturally heard rumors that the relationship between Jacqueline and Selena wasn't very good. This was meant as a friendly compliment towards Selena in front of Jacqueline. How could one not dote on a long-lost daughter? Why would they argue? Madame Denny couldn't understand what Jacqueline was thinking. There was also another matter that everyone was curious about. How were the assets distributed after Leighton's death? No one in the Zhong family had mentioned anything about asset distribution, so they didn't know either. Curious, Madame Denny asked, will your daughter take over Zhong Corporation? Jacqueline's expression changed slightly. She replied indifferently, she's focused on her own business, concentrating all her efforts on Magnolia Group. Zhong Corporation has always been managed by Xin Yuan, and we trust him completely. Sensing Jacqueline's coolness, Madame Denny smiled and said, I'll take my leave now. Let's chat more next time. Jacqueline nodded. Sure. Watching Madame Denny walk away, Jacqueline felt a mix of emotions. Although she rarely went out, she always heard news about Selena through various channels. Some said Selena was ruthless, others praised her for being powerful. To Jacqueline, these comments just made her feel that Selena's heart was too hard. Her train of thought was interrupted by her phone ringing. She took out her phone and saw that the call was from Brian. Jacqueline answered the call. Auntie, where are you? I've arrived at the hospital. Brian knew Jacqueline had an appointment at the hospital this afternoon and had come from the company to accompany her. Hearing Brian's voice, Jacqueline felt better. I'm in room F112 of the nephrology department. At this moment, Vivian thought that since Selena already had Magnolia Group, it would be better for Brian to continue managing Zhong Corporation. Brian had always managed Zhong Corporation efficiently and orderly. At this moment, two men arrived at Little Fish Village. They got out of the car, wiped the sweat off their foreheads, and looked at this backward little village. After the car drove away, one of the men said, let's go find the village chief first. They had already visited several villages, but they couldn't find the girl the boss was looking for in the previous villages. They didn't know if they could find her in this village either. They didn't dare to openly ask the villagers if they had seen a strange girl. Every time they pretended to want to buy land for planting or building a factory to stay in the village and inquire about the situation. I hope we can find some clues this time. The man said, his voice tinged with fatigue. Yeah, another man replied. This village is really backward, the man murmured. I wonder if that little girl is here. They walked into the village. Excuse me, where is the village chief's house? One of the men took out a cigarette and handed it to an old man, asking. The old man took the cigarette, squinted his eyes to size them up, then lifted his hand and pointed. The village chief's house is over there, just follow this road, and when you see a big pagoda tree, you'll be there. Thank you, sir. The man nodded gratefully. The two followed the direction the old man pointed. Most houses in the village were adobe houses, appearing old and dilapidated. A few children were playing around, looking curiously and fearfully at these two strangers. After walking for a while, they saw the big pagoda tree, under which several villagers were cooling off. The village chief's house was right next to the tree, a slightly newer brick and tile house. Is the village chief at home? They called out as they approached the door. A middle-aged man wearing a sleeveless vest came out of the house, puzzled by the sight of these two strangers. He asked, "What do you need?" "Village chief, we'd like to check if the mountainous area here is suitable for farming. We plan to lease the mountain land," the man politely explained. The village chief's eyes lit up. This was good news. He smiled and said, "Sure, please come in and let's talk." Caleb happened to be cooling off under the big pagoda tree and naturally heard the conversation between the two strangers and the village chief. She hurried back home to tell Dario that someone wanted to lease the mountain land. Dario lounged comfortably on his rocking chair, listening to music. After hearing what Caleb said, he frowned. "Keep an eye on ugly girl, don't let her go out. You might as well tie her up temporarily with a rope inside the house." Caleb nodded. "I'll find a rope." She went to the storage room, found a rope, then walked outside and called out to Vonda, who was feeding the chickens. "Ugly girl, come here." Vonda raised her head, a hint of fear in her eyes, but she obediently put down the chicken feed and walked over to Caleb. "Come inside." Vonda followed Caleb into the storage room, where she slept. Caleb took out the rope and roughly tied it around Vonda's ankles. "Stay here and don't leave this room, understood?" Vonda looked at the rope around her ankles without making a sound. Caleb didn't expect her to respond. She grabbed a stool, stepped up, and tied the other end of the rope to a crossbeam. After tying it securely, she climbed down and left the storage room. The door closed. Vonda wiggled her feet. She tilted her head, tightly pinching the corners of her clothes with her small hands. Chapter 324, No Wife, Then Marry Her. The village chief's wife brought 2 cups of plain water to the guests. "Thank you," Hyman and his companion said politely as they accepted the water. "Where are the two of you from?" the village chief asked. "We are from Huisher City. We earned some money working and are planning to start a contract farming project," Hyman smiled. "And what do you plan to grow?" the village chief asked. "We want to plant fruits and also raise livestock. We have established sales channels, so we're not worried about selling the produce," Hyman replied. The village chief nodded. "Our village's hillside is suitable for fruit planting, but the road conditions aren't good for transportation." Hyman laughed. "Transportation isn't a concern for us. We'll use tractors to haul the goods to the main road before loading them onto larger vehicles." Since they weren't worried about transportation, the village chief didn't press the issue. "How much land are you thinking of leasing?" "We plan to stay in the village for 2 days first, observe the hillside, then decide." "Do you know where we could stay?" "We'll cover our own food expenses," Hyman asked. The village chief hesitated. It wasn't easy to arrange accommodations for strangers. Seeing the hesitation, Hyman added awkwardly, "We understand if it's troublesome to arrange a place for us, but making a trip here takes up a lot of time." The village chief thought for a moment and finally agreed, "You can stay at my house. However, the conditions are quite simple, so you'll need to make do." Hyman expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, village chief. Simple conditions are fine, we don't mind." That evening, they had dinner at the village chief's home. Afterward, they mentioned to the village chief that they planned to walk around the village for a bit. They hadn't come to inquire or find people just yet. Strolling casually, they eventually returned to the village chief's home. Meanwhile, at Dario's house, he had drinking buddies coming over for drinks tonight. Caleb temporarily released Vonda from the storage room to wash vegetables. Vonda was young, so she wasn't adept at cooking, but she could manage washing vegetables. Gay came home from school and tossed his backpack aside, shouting as he walked into the kitchen, "Mom, I'm so hungry." Caleb scolded with a smile, "Wait, dinner will be ready soon. Go do your homework in the meantime." "No, I want to eat first." Gay didn't like studying. There was no primary school in the village, so he and the other kids walked for an hour every day to attend school in another village. Caleb didn't scold Gay but yelled at Vonda, who was outside washing vegetables, "Ugly girl, go get a bowl and serve rice for Dayu. Washing vegetables so slowly, you idiot." Vonda heard Caleb and silently put down her vegetables. She went into the kitchen, fetched a bowl, filled it with rice for Gay, and placed it on the table in the main hall. Vonda gazed at the braised fish on the table, swallowing hard and sniffing the air. It smelled so good. Gay entered the main hall, shoved Vonda aside, sat down, and began eating. Pushed off balance, Vonda stumbled a few steps before quickly retreating to the kitchen to finish washing the vegetables. Carrying the washed basket of vegetables, Vonda returned to the kitchen. Caleb was busy at the stove and glanced at Vonda. Take these dishes out. Vonda carefully picked up a dish and walked cautiously toward the main hall, fearing she might spill it and face Caleb's wrath. Gay sat at the table, shoveling rice into his mouth. Dario's brothers started arriving one by one, making the main hall lively with conversation. As Vonda carried the last dish to the table, a mentally challenged boy suddenly ran towards her, babbling incomprehensibly. Vonda narrowly avoided him, relieved that she hadn't been bumped into and spilled the dish. The men were already deep into their drinking and eating, filling the main hall with the smell of alcohol. One of Dario's drinking buddies pointed at Vonda and asked, "Is this the child you picked up?" Vonda clutched her clothes tightly, her face wrapped in bandages, revealing only her large, fearful eyes as she looked at the strangers. The drinking buddy sized her up. Apart from her bandaged face, the skin on her exposed arms looked fine. Dario nodded and poured himself some wine. "Yes, that's her. Her face was disfigured, and her family abandoned her. We felt sorry for her, so we took her in." Caleb joined them for dinner and instructed Vonda to eat in the kitchen. Vonda left the main hall promptly. However, the boy who nearly collided with her earlier followed her to the kitchen. Another drinking buddy, the boy's father, sighed seeing his son follow Vonda. "I don't know what will become of my son." Their family had only one son, who was mentally challenged, and they were unsure if he'd ever find a wife. Dario, slightly tipsy after a few drinks, joked, "What's the problem? Let the ugly girl be your son's wife." Everyone knew that a man would come to take her away when she turned 18, so it was just a joke. The drinking buddy chuckled. Though his son was foolish, even he wouldn't agree to marrying someone disfigured. Still, he replied, "All right, if my son can't find a wife, he'll marry her." Chapter 325, she was so tired. Vonda, who had been chased to the kitchen by Caleb, sat eating a bowl of plain rice. She only had rice, no dishes, no fragrant braised fish. She really thought the fish smelled so good. A fool stood in front of Vonda, smiling dumbly and mumbling incoherently. Vonda looked up at him, feeling a bit afraid, and went to eat beside the chicken coop outside the kitchen. With chickens around, she wasn't scared of the fool. The fool followed her. He knocked over the bowl of rice in Vonda's hand and clapped happily. The bowl and the rice fell to the ground. Seeing her food overturned, Vonda pushed the fool angrily, causing him to fall and start crying. Caleb walked out of the hall, saw the fool crying on the ground while Vonda was picking up the rice from the ground, and without a word, she struck Vonda several times on the face and head. Vonda crouched on the ground, holding her head. The fool's father heard his son crying and irritably put down his wine cup to walk out of the hall. If not for needing to look after his son, he wouldn't have been drinking. Seeing Caleb beating Vonda, he didn't say anything but picked up his son and loudly scolded him, "Why are you crying?" Not expecting any response, he returned to the hall with the fool. Caleb remembered that Vonda's life was worth a lot of money, so she didn't beat her too hard. "Eat the rice on the ground, don't waste it," she said coldly. Vonda rubbed her head and silently picked up the rice from the ground, carefully putting it back into her bowl. Caleb watched her, snorted, and turned back inside. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Dario and his drinking buddies were almost finished. They left one by one. After they were gone, Vonda was ordered to help clear the table and wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, she had to clean the hall. In the main bedroom, the sound of Dario snoring after getting drunk was already coming through. Under Caleb's direction, Vonda worked until very late to finish all the chores. She dragged her exhausted body back to her small room and lay on the simple mat. She was so tired. Caleb yawned as she walked into the storage room, turning on the dim light and retying the rope around Vonda's ankle. After securing it, she turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Vonda curled up in her bed, sucking her finger like a baby, finding some semblance of safety in this act. Early in the morning, as the village roosters crowed, Gay reluctantly slung his school bag over his shoulder, grumbling as he slowly shuffled out the door. Vonda was let out by Caleb to start her day washing clothes by the well. At the village chief's yard, the Rita brothers, Wenjin, had already risen early and finished a simple breakfast. Their task for the day was to ask the village chief to show them the nearby mountain land. Walking along the village path, the village chief accompanied them to the mountainside. Hyman smiled and asked, "I heard that the children here have to hike to other villages for school?" The village chief nodded, sighing, "Yes, our village doesn't have a school. The children have to walk an hour each day to study in neighboring villages. The conditions are quite tough." Hyman pondered and asked, "How many children are there in the village? Any plans to build a school?" The village chief shook his head helplessly. "We've thought about building an elementary school for lower grades, but the economic conditions here are limited. Many things are beyond our reach. Plus, we only have about 30 children in total." Hyman laughed. "Honestly speaking, we know a boss who is always doing charity work. He might be willing to fund the construction of a primary school to make schooling more convenient for the children." The village chief's eyes lit up. "If that's true, that would be fantastic. The children wouldn't have to walk so far to school every day, and they'd have better learning conditions. What Hyman mentioned about building a school was genuine. When Brogan sent them to the countryside, he also wanted them to help improve the children's living conditions. Hyman continued, tomorrow is Saturday, and we plan to buy some gifts for the village children. We'll distribute them to all the kids. Chief, would that be convenient? The village chief smiled, you two are truly kind-hearted. The children will be so happy. I'll inform the parents to bring their kids tomorrow. Hyman nodded, all right, it's settled. The village chief agreed and continued the tour of the mountain land. Upon returning to the village at noon, he happily notified everyone to bring their children the next morning at 9 for gift distribution. Dario, are you home? I'm here, uncle. What's up? The village chief walked into the yard with a smile. Tomorrow, please send your child to my place to receive a gift. 2 businessmen from Huisher City want to give gifts to the children. Dario paused, muttering, rich people sure are fools, then said loudly, Uncle, I'll send Dayu over tomorrow. The village chief nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered Dario's couple had adopted a little girl. He turned around, Dario, let the little girl come get a gift too. Dario ignored the request, and the village chief moved on to notify the next household. Caleb was munching on pumpkin seeds when she saw Dario return to the hall. Master, are you really going to let that ugly girl get a gift? Dario scratched his belly and glared, are you stupid? Of course not. We can't let her go out. Caleb brought up another matter, now that we have money, should we send Dayu to study in town? Conditions here aren't good. Dario also yearned for a better life in town but considered Vonda. Caleb noticed his contemplative expression and quickly added, in town, we can lock the ugly girl at home, and no one will know. Once she's almost 18, we can return to the village and wait for that man. Master, do you really want to wait in this poor village for 13 years? Dario felt swayed. He didn't want to stay in this impoverished village for over a decade. Thinking of better living conditions in town, he hesitated for a moment before nodding, I'll check out houses in town tomorrow. Let's buy one. Caleb was elated, finally, they could leave this poverty-stricken place. I'll go with you tomorrow. No, you stay home and watch the ugly girl. Dario was firm, and Caleb, though unhappy, didn't argue for fear of being hit. Translation ends here. Please provide additional content if needed, ***. Hashtag chapter 326, searching for the daughter in person. The next morning. Children from the village gathered joyfully in front of the village chief's house, waiting to receive gifts. Boxes of gifts were stacked at the entrance. The gifts Hyman and his group brought for the children included toys, dolls, and stationery. Each child was overjoyed after receiving their gift. Parents also joined in on the festivities, making the scene lively and cheerful. Hyman smiled and asked the village chief, are all the children accounted for? We bought so many gifts, it looks like we'll have leftovers. The village chief glanced around and then remembered something. He pointed out, Riker's family has another little girl who hasn't come yet. Hyman maintained his smile, then let's call her as well, all the children should get a gift. The village chief nodded and shouted to Gay, who was opening a toy, Dayu, go home and bring your sister here to get a gift. Gay looked up, muttering unhappily, she's not my sister. The village chief frowned, Dayu, go now. Gay pouted but reluctantly stood up and ran home. Upon arriving, he shouted loudly, Mom, the village chief wants me to bring Chia to get a gift. Caleb came out of the main room and glared at Gay, what gift does she need? She doesn't. Eldest sister, wait, let Shillian go, a woman's voice called from inside. Another woman pulled her daughter, Sierra, out of the main room. This woman was Denny Xiaofeng, Caleb's younger sister, who had come to visit with her daughter today to borrow money. Seeing an opportunity, Caleb decided to take advantage of it. She told Gay to take Sierra to get a gift, Dayu, take your cousin to get a gift. Gay reluctantly agreed, alright, let's go. Denny Xiaofeng patted Sierra's shoulder, and the 2 children rushed out. When the village chief saw Gay return not with the little girl but with Caleb's relative, he felt speechless and embarrassed. He hesitated to explain the situation to the bosses honestly. Hyman exchanged a glance with his brother, slightly disappointed that this wasn't the girl they were looking for. Sierra received a gift happily and played with Gay as they headed back home. Inside the storage room, Vonda sat quietly, listening intently to the sounds of the children playing outside. Her eyes filled with envy as she fiddled with the rope tied around her ankle. Caleb had tied it tightly, causing discomfort. Hyman once again confirmed the number of children with the village chief. Realizing all the children had received gifts, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. It seemed there was still no progress in finding the boss's daughter. Disappointed, they decided to continue their search in the next village. They bade farewell to the village chief at noon. Hyman handed a cigarette to the village chief and said, we've contacted the boss about building a primary school here. He'll send someone to assess the situation before construction begins. As for leasing the land, we need to discuss it further with our families first. The village chief smiled, thank you. Building a primary school would be a great benefit for our village. As long as the children could complete 2nd grade here and then transfer to the neighboring village for 3rd grade, it would be helpful. With that, the Rita brothers left Lasizen regretfully. Brogan reviewed the latest reports on searching for his daughter every day. There were no useful leads today, and he rubbed his temples in frustration, sighing deeply. Closing his laptop, he decided to visit Hong Hwaxiong in the suburbs. Hong Hwaxiong's face changed slightly when he saw Brogan. He appeared thin and haggard, clearly under immense pressure. Despite this, he clenched his teeth and refused to divulge any information about Vonda. Brogan stared coldly at Hong Hwaxiong, his eyes flashing with disappointment and anger, but he didn't say much, turning to leave the small hut. Hobart followed behind, sighing inwardly. Finding someone in such a vast country was indeed challenging. Sitting in the car, Brogan instructed the driver to head to Magnolia Group and send a message to Felix. The car started, moving from the outskirts towards the bustling city center, while Brogan's thoughts raced. At Magnolia Group, Felix was already waiting downstairs for Brogan. Brogan entered the office and saw Selena on a phone call. He walked to the sofa and waited. After a long time together, Selena could instantly tell Brogan's mood was low. Selena hung up the call, telling Miguel she would contact him later. The call was about Bud. Their arranged man, Marty, had quickly gained Clara's affection. Surprised by how fast Clara changed her heart, Selena ended the call. Approaching Brogan with concern, she asked, "Mr. Devon?" Brogan gently pulled her into his embrace, holding her close. "I've invited a psychiatrist to the house. You only sleep 2 to 3 hours each night and wake up startled." Selena remained silent for a moment, then agreed, "All right." They hugged in silence for a while until Brogan softly said, "You can handle company matters first. We'll go home at 3. Selena nodded, lifting her gaze to Brogan. She caressed his white hair with gentle affection. "No news about our daughter today, right? My people haven't found her either." She added softly, "Mr. Devon, I plan to search for our daughter personally. I have a steady source of funds now to invest in extensive searches. I'll find someone to temporarily take over as chairman here." Brogan held Selena's slender fingers, pressing them to his lips reverently. He paused, his voice hoarse. "I'm working on shortening the restriction period. After it ends, I'll join you, and we'll search every place ourselves." Selena embraced Brogan tightly, blinking back tears. "All right, let's find our daughter together." The couple had always strived to do good deeds, hoping fortune would smile upon their daughter. Translation completed as requested. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or additional translations. Chapter 327, Unexpected Fall. In Shenzhen. Marty, who was mentioned by Miguel, bought a bouquet of roses to give to Clara. He wore a white shirt and casual pants, his tall figure exuding an air of coolness as he pressed his thin lips together. "I got paid today." Clara accepted the roses, her face warming up. She smiled at him. Since marrying Warren, she hadn't received any gifts from him. Regardless of whether a man is wealthy or not, sometimes just receiving a small gift can make a woman very happy. Clara looked at the man in front of her. He had saved her not long ago. Touched, she extended her hand and took Marty's arm. "Thank you." Marty looked down at his arm and felt delighted. He genuinely wanted to find a wealthy woman to support him, so he was earnestly treating Clara with care. "Do we want to watch a movie?" Marty asked hesitantly. "Sure," Clara nodded in agreement. Joy had just come out of the restaurant and saw her daughter-in-law walking arm in arm with a man, chatting and laughing intimately. Her heart sank instantly. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to follow them discreetly to see what was going on. Clara and that man went to the cinema, bought tickets, and lined up to enter the screening hall. Joy was shocked and almost laughed in anger. Was this woman cheating on her son? She quickly took out her phone and secretly snapped a photo of the couple, sending it to Warren. "Son, do you know where your wife is now? She's getting intimate with a man, preparing to watch a movie." After sending the photo and message to Warren, Joy grew angrier the more she thought about it. She then sent the photo to Danielle. "Mom, Clara is really restless. She's practically slapping Lycan in the face." At this time, Warren was dining with clients. He saw the photo and message Joy sent. His expression remained calm as he put away his phone. After dropping off his clients halfway back to E Corporation, he received a call from his grandmother, Danielle. Warren asked the driver to pull over and got out of the car to answer the call. "Laura." Danielle watched Sage practicing dance in the studio without changing her expression. She said to Warren on the other end, "Lycan, I saw the photo your mother sent. Your current plight is only temporary. She will regret one day. Our plan will succeed soon." Her nephew had once been such a proud person but now lived with the Yi family in humiliation. All this was because of Selena and Brogan. Warren's cold expression softened. "Laura, it's my fault for causing you worry." Danielle smiled. "Right, Teacher Larrig praised her for being smart. You should call her more often. Fathers and daughters need to stay in touch." Warren smiled faintly. "Laura, thank you. I'll remember to call Larrig." They ended the call. Warren sat back in the car, closed his eyes, and thought about the picture of Clara with that man, feeling intense disgust. After completing the last dance move, Sage happily bid goodbye to her teacher and ran out of the studio. Seeing Danielle, she excitedly ran to her side, cooing, "Grandma, is Grandpa coming soon?" Danielle immediately switched to a kind demeanor. She squatted down and gently wiped the sweat off Sage's face with a handkerchief. "Yes, Grandpa is coming soon. Alice, go take a shower first, then we'll all go to the airport to pick him up." Hearing this, Sage's little face lit up with joy. She held Danielle's hand. Okay, Alice misses Grandpa so much. Davon Dashyong flew to Wenli every month to spend time with Sage and Alger. Sage rushed to take a bath while Alger was already half asleep on the couch waiting for Sage. Due to his habit of playing games late into the night, he naturally lacked energy during the day. Seeing Alger sleeping, Danielle smiled coldly. Since bringing the twins to study abroad in Wenli, she had intentionally planned to weaken Alger and Sage. Once Sage finished her bath and changed into a pretty dress, Danielle woke Alger up and helped him get ready. They set out to welcome Davon Dashyong, while Gail was away participating in a mathematics competition. Upon exiting the airport, Davon Dashyong appeared spirited when he heard Sage's cheerful voice. Grandpa! Sage exclaimed, letting go of Danielle's hand and running towards him. Davon Dashyong opened his arms and caught his granddaughter. Holding her, he smiled lovingly. Why has our Alice become even cuter? Sage hugged her grandfather's neck and laughed. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Danielle brought Alger forward and complained playfully, Lord, these two knew you were coming yesterday and stayed up all night like they were on caffeine. Look at Jackson, his head is nodding off again. Davon Dashyong patted Alger's head affectionately, let's go home. That evening, after putting the twins to bed, Davon Dashyong leaned against the sofa, rubbing his temples. He was old and found it tiring to play with children all day. Ruajia, I can't deny I'm getting old, he sighed, accepting a cup of tea from Danielle. Danielle sat beside him, smiling. Lord, you must also rest more while working. Don't tire yourself too much. Davon Dashyong sipped the tea lightly. Jackson hasn't grown up yet, and I haven't seen him take over the company, so I dare not rest. Danielle noted that Davon Dashyong didn't mention Brogan and smiled. After a few sips of tea, Davon Dashyong felt dizzy, assuming it was from exhaustion. Danielle gripped his hand and said gently, Lord, you're tired too. Let's go back to the room and rest. As they ascended to the second floor, just before reaching the final step, Danielle let go of Davon Dashyong's hand. Dizzy, he stumbled backward, losing balance and falling down the stairs. He hit the ground with a loud thud. Lord! Danielle feigned panic and rushed downstairs. Inside, she was unfazed. Davon Dashyong lay motionless, blood trickling from his head. Danielle waited a moment, quickly called an ambulance, and knelt beside him, pretending to be anxious. Lord, everything will be fine. It will be okay. Having fallen from a high place, especially at his age, there was no way Davon Dashyong would be unharmed. Lord, the ambulance is coming, hold on, she comforted softly. Davon Dashyong breathed painfully, his consciousness fading, and eventually, he lost consciousness. Danielle cleaned up the teacup left on the coffee table and returned to wait for the ambulance with Davon Dashyong. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and emergency personnel quickly transported Davon Dashyong to the hospital. Danielle called a nanny to look after the twins and accompanied the ambulance. After the doctors declared Davon Dashyong dead from cardiac arrest, she hid her inner joy and pretended to be extremely sad. Danielle dialed Hilary Bilencheng, sobbing, Mr. Hilary, contact Brogan. Lord, he fell from the stairs unexpectedly and, he's gone. Hilary Bilencheng was stunned. The elderly Mr. Davon had passed away? He quickly regained his composure. All right, I'll contact young Master Davon right away. Danielle hung up the phone, collapsed into a chair, covered her face, and pretended to cry while coldly plotting her next move. Translation note, the original text contains complex and nuanced social dynamics, particularly involving manipulation and deceit. This translation aims to preserve those elements while ensuring clarity and readability in English. Chapter 328, Coming to Light. In the hospital room. Hannah silently watched as the nurse covered Davon Dashyong with a white sheet. Davon Dashyong had already made his will, leaving the Davon group and the family assets to Alger and Sage. Even if Brogan were here, he wouldn't inherit anything from the Davon family. Kai Rujiang scoffed inwardly. Moses rushed to the hospital, too busy even to notice that he had buttoned his shirt incorrectly. He had been trying to contact Brogan all along but couldn't get through. It wasn't until he reached the hospital that Brogan finally answered. Mr. Davon, sir, he just arrived in Wenli today. He fell down the stairs this evening. Despite our best efforts, he couldn't be saved. Upon hearing this news, Brogan's expression darkened. Send me the address. Is it definitely an accident? Have the bodyguards secure the scene. Moses nodded in agreement. After the call ended, Moses sent the address to Brogan. Brogan was currently in the country while Wenli is another Asian nation. He called Hector to immediately fly to Wenli. Selena also overheard Brogan's instructions. Davon Dashyong dead? This was quite sudden. Brogan was still under probation and couldn't leave the country. Selena frowned, Mr. Davon, I will go to Wenli with Hector. Brogan nodded weakly, Ainsley, thank you for your trouble. Selena gently held Brogan's hand, then let go to quickly pack their bags. Selena and Hector flew from Fraziering City to Wenli, arriving at the hospital around 3 in the early morning. Seeing Selena and Hector, Kai Rujiang frowned and asked in a hoarse voice, where's Brogan? His father has passed away, isn't he coming? Hector respectfully replied, boss is currently under probation and can't leave the country. Internally, Kai Rujiang felt delighted, but her face showed only sorrow. Selena and Hector entered the ward to see Devon Daxiong's body. After leaving the ward, Selena stayed at the hospital while Hector had Moses show him the accident site and dispatched people to question the doctors and nurses involved. Kai Rujiang heard about Hector's investigation but wasn't worried. She left no traces of her involvement. Selena and Kai Rujiang sat quietly on separate chairs outside the ward, maintaining complete silence without exchanging any words. Brogan had arranged for a plane to transport Devon Daxiong's body back to Fraziering City, now awaiting necessary procedures. Kai Rujiang returned to the ward to accompany Devon Daxiong's body. Standing by the bed, she coldly stared at the covered corpse. She lifted the sheet and looked into his pale face. Years ago, when she became Devon Daxiong's second wife, she once became pregnant but chose to have an abortion to gain his trust and prove she would not challenge Devon Anan or Brogan for inheritance. She never conceived again after that. Kai Rujiang glanced at Devon Daxiong's face, remembering a significant secret she had kept hidden. During Devon Anan's brief stay at home, Kai Rujiang suspected she might have been pregnant. However, due to her irregular menstrual cycle and difficulty conceiving, Devon Anan likely didn't know herself. Kai Rujiang didn't bother telling Devon Anan to check. But during her stay, Devon Anan suddenly suffered a cardiac arrest. Although revived, she needed an experimental surgery that Brogan conducted. Unaware she was pregnant, the operation led to her death on the operating table. Enraged by losing his beloved daughter, Devon Daxiong forbade Roman from seeing Devon Anan one last time and cremated her remains immediately. Kai Rujiang secretly sent Roman a message from an unknown number, blaming Brogan for performing the untested surgery and Devon Daxiong for preventing an investigation. Kai Rujiang covered the body again. May you rest in peace, old man. Devon Daxiong's body was flown back to Fraziering City. Hector stayed behind in Wenli to investigate further. On the day of the memorial service, solemnity filled the air as relatives and friends paid their respects. Brogan stood up front, flanked by Selena. Relatives glanced at Selena briefly, but no one dared speak out of place. Kai Rujiang stood nearby, tears in her eyes, appearing grief-stricken. Sage and Alger stood on either side of Kai Rujiang, twins experiencing such a somber event for the first time, too intimidated to cry or cause trouble. As the memorial service concluded and mourners started leaving, Sage turned a fearful glance toward Brogan before angrily glaring at Selena. Evil woman. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have left us, Sage accused loudly, her voice filled with grievance and anger. This halted those who were about to leave. All eyes turned to Selena and Brogan. Brogan's face instantly turned icy cold as he stared sternly at Sage. Sage trembled, nearly crying, tears welling up in her eyes. Kai Rujiang quickly embraced Sage, holding her tightly and apologized, Miss Liu, I'm sorry, the child is young and doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart. Selena cast a dispassionate glance at Kai Rujiang, then turned to Brogan, gently patting his hand. Today isn't the right time to be angry. Brogan nodded slightly, though the coldness in his eyes hadn't entirely disappeared. Kai Rujiang whispered comforting words to Sage and swiftly left the memorial hall. Witnessing this, the relatives exchanged silent thoughts but said nothing, gradually dispersing. From now on, Brogan would decide matters concerning the Devon family, making it unnecessary for others to comment. However, 2 days later, when they learned that Devon Daxiong had not left any part of his estate to Brogan, their expressions were varied and complex. The majority of the Devon family's estate, apart from funds and property given to Kai Rujiang, went to the twins. Chapter 329, I'll cheat on him too. Brogan sat in a chair in the study. He looked at the documents on the table with a blank expression, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Selena walked into the study and approached him, picking up the document on the table to read. When Devon Daxiong's body was transported back to Fraziering City, Brogan had quietly ordered it to be secretly examined at a hospital. The current document contained the examination results, which showed no abnormalities. Selena frowned, putting down the document and pulling a chair over to sit. There are only 2 possibilities for Uncle Devon's cause of death. One is that it was truly an accident, and the other is that it was deliberate. Mr. Devon, which do you think it is? Brogan turned to look at Selena. Seeing her in short sleeves, he adjusted the air conditioning with the remote control for fear she would feel cold. He still harbored suspicions about the old man's death. I asked Special Assistant Hillary, and he told me that the old man had just undergone a health check last month and was doing well. His hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and diabetes have always been well controlled. But Hector couldn't find any suspicious information from Wenli. Still, I will send someone to keep an eye on second madam. Regarding the fact that almost all the assets of the Devon family and Devon Corporation were left to the twins, Brogan thought this move was very much in the old man's style, and a faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. At this time, at the old Devon residence, Fiona personally put Sage to sleep before going next door to check on Alger. Seeing him playing games, she smiled and closed the door, letting him enjoy himself. Afterward, she went to the study to make a video call to Niall. Linchin, are you outside? Through the phone camera, Fiona saw Niall sitting at a bus stop. Deep City was experiencing heavy rain tonight. Niall, wearing Bluetooth earbuds and listening to the rain, replied, Grandma, I'm waiting for the bus at the bus stop. There's no one around here right now. Fiona's face instantly darkened upon realizing her grandson was waiting for a bus in the rain at night. Did Clara kick you out late at night? Hearing Clara, a flash of disgust crossed Niall's eyes. He chuckled and tried to reassure her, don't worry, Grandma. Actually, staying at a hotel will be more comfortable. Clara had completely humiliated him. Fiona took a deep breath. That woman isn't worth keeping. I've already prepared a new identity for you abroad. Once you can manage, leave the country and start anew. Niall nodded, thinking for a moment before saying, shouldn't my departure be postponed? I'm worried that Brogan might suspect something about Uncle Davon de Shion's death. You should take care of yourself, Grandma. Fiona smiled gently. No need to delay. Leave as soon as possible. Even if Brogan suspects something, there's no evidence proving I've done anything wrong. She continued, laughing coldly. Next week, I'll take the twins to Wenley and properly cultivate them. I don't believe Brogan will investigate me day after day for years. After 5 or 6 years, we can gradually transfer the Davon family's assets. As for Davon Corporation, by then Alger won't have the capability to manage it. Our Lara can take over. Brogan had made her grandson lose Fraser Corporation and forced him to live humbly for years. It was only fair to use everything from the Davon family to compensate. Niall felt gratitude and admiration towards his grandmother but was slightly concerned about something. What if Brogan takes the twins away to raise? If so, our plan will fail. Fiona smiled. That's impossible. Hasn't Selina come into play? He wouldn't allow Selina to suffer such humiliation. Hearing Selina's name, Niall lowered his gaze to hide his sudden confusion. Grandma, I understand. I'll arrange the trip abroad as soon as possible. Niall smiled coldly. There's one more thing we can utilize. Vonda didn't die, though she might be missing now. What? Fiona was shocked. Vonda didn't die? Yes, I saw her in Deep City recently, being taken away by an unfamiliar man, Niall suggested coldly. We can use Vonda's information to distract Selina and Brogan so they won't focus on us. Fiona nodded. I'll handle this. Lynchen, I trust you. You're our family's hope. Once you establish yourself, we won't need to fear Brogan anymore. Niall smiled wryly, never forgetting the humiliation Brogan had inflicted upon him. He nodded. Take care of yourself, Grandma. They ended the call. Niall boarded the bus to stay at a hotel for the night. Meanwhile, Clara felt gloomy after driving Niall out of the house. She found him increasingly unbearable. He wasn't considerate at all. Sitting on the sofa, she dialed Marty's number. Marty answered quickly. Callian. Hearing Marty's voice, Clara suddenly felt aggrieved. Marty, can you go out for drinks with me? Today was her birthday, yet Niall forgot. Marty hesitated, looking at the heavy rain outside. Why don't you come to my place for drinks? Don't worry, my sister will be home, so it won't just be the two of us. Clara considered it for a moment. Today was her birthday, and Niall not only forgot but also upset her. She finally agreed. Okay, I'll come to your place. Clara changed into a dress, applied makeup, grabbed her purse, and had her bodyguard drive her to Marty's residence. That night, she discovered that Marty could do many things, like cook delicious dishes, fold flowers, paint, and play guitar to entertain her. Covering her racing heart, Clara stayed overnight at Marty's place. Marty was very considerate and didn't touch her. The next morning, when Clara opened the door to leave Marty's house, the neighbor across the hall also opened their door. Joy was startled to see her daughter-in-law emerging from the new neighbor's place. Clara. She glared at the man behind Clara. Oh, so the philandering man lives here. Enticing a married woman, you ought to be ashamed. Clara's expression shifted but quickly returned to normal. Aunt, I'll file for divorce with Niall tomorrow. Now it was Fraser Ling who relied on the Yi family, not vice versa. Why should she worry? Clara nodded to Marty. I'll go now. Ignore the lady across the way if there's anything. Call me. Marty smiled faintly. Sure. Joy blocked Clara's path, feeling ignored. Did you spend the night here last night? Clara wasn't afraid of Joy. She raised her chin and sneered. Move aside. Where I spent the night is none of your business. Don't forget, your son works for Yi Corporation. Joy's face turned ugly. If Fraser Corporation still existed, no one would dare treat them like this. Clara, you aren't divorced from Nellie yet. What you're doing counts as cheating. Aren't you worried about your reputation? Clara laughed mockingly. Dare you tell everyone? That would embarrass Niall even more. Joy felt angry and helpless. Her son would be ridiculed too. With contempt in her eyes, Clara sneered before leaving. Didn't your son also cheat on Selina with Carly? How fair it is that I cheat on him too, right? Joy watched Clara strut away arrogantly, breathing heavily with anger and frustration. Marty gave Joy a faint nod before turning back into his house and closing the door. Yesterday, he had just moved here following Miguel's instructions, and he hadn't expected to witness such a scene so early in the morning. Chapter 330, Once Regretted. Joy spat in the direction of the opposite dog man's house, turned around angrily and went back inside. She immediately called Warren. After he picked up, she quickly informed him about Clara staying overnight at the dog man's place. Warren was planning to find an excuse of visiting clients abroad to go out of the country. Hearing his mother's angry voice, he indifferently said, "Mom, I'll handle the Clara issue, you don't need to intervene anymore." Joy felt furious when hearing her son's calm tone. "I meddled too much. If you like being betrayed, then continue being so. She even said she would divorce you tomorrow." Warren hung up after Joy vented her anger, frowning slightly. He couldn't divorce Clara now. He still needed the Yi family as a cover. Anyway, they couldn't divorce before he left the country. After returning home from Marty's place, Clara started contacting Warren, preparing to get divorced the next day. After several unanswered calls, her patience was running out. Why won't he pick up his phone? Deciding not to waste any more time, Clara contacted her father's secretary directly. "Dominic, please check if Warren is in the company. I urgently need to speak with him." Dominic smiled and replied, "Sure, I'll check right away." Clara waited for a few minutes until Dominic finally called back. "Miss Yi, Mr. Fraser is indeed in the office today, but he's currently in a meeting." Meanwhile, in the main manager's office, Warren was discussing overseas business with the manager. "If we can cooperate with Malaysia this time, it will open up new markets for Yes Tea," Warren calmly stated. The main manager nodded approvingly. "When do you plan to meet the client in Malaysia?" Warren, waiting on his grandmother's arrangements, thought for a moment. "I plan to leave next week." The main manager smiled. "Great, establishing new markets is your achievement." After confirming the details, Warren left the office with a faint smile. Seeing multiple missed calls from Clara on his phone, he frowned but dialed back. "I just finished a meeting and saw you've been calling. What's the matter?" Clara spoke bluntly, "We are getting divorce proceedings started tomorrow." Warren's eyes turned cold. "Not tomorrow. Let's wait a bit longer. I've been very busy lately." Clara sneered unhappily, "Divorce only takes an hour. What are you busy with? You also don't have to work for Yes after the divorce." Warren tightened his grip on his pen and responded calmly. "I'm going abroad for business talks which will benefit Yes Tea. We can discuss the divorce after I return." It seemed he needed to leave earlier than planned. "How long will you be gone?" asked Clara with a furrowed brow. "Around a week," replied Warren. Clara snorted and ended the call. After Clara hung up, Warren hurriedly messaged Hannah about leaving for Malaysia earlier. Hannah quickly replied, "All right, be careful abroad. Grandma will arrange everything for you, and there'll be someone to receive you there. I will divert Selena and Brogan's attention by arranging news about Vonda." Warren quickly deleted the messages and informed the main manager that he needed to meet clients in Malaysia earlier. The manager agreed, so Warren returned home to pack. As important documents were stored at his mother Joy's place, he went straight home to prepare for his trip. Seeing her son suddenly return, Joy assumed it was about Clara. "That man Clara cheated with lives right across from us." Warren paused mid-step upon entering his room. "He lives across from us? Was this mere coincidence?" "Yes, what rotten luck," Joy said, furrowing her brows angrily. Warren continued into the room. "Mom, I'm leaving for Malaysia tomorrow for a client meeting." He quickly packed his luggage. Season Min, hidden in her room, heard Warren's voice and walked out, cane in hand, her face dark. Her room walls were covered with photos of Selena and Brogan, annotated with numerous hateful curses. Warren pulled his suitcase out of the room, glanced at Season Min, and frowned. "You still have one good leg, don't stay holed up in the room all day. It's all your fault. If not for marrying that cheap woman Selena, our family wouldn't be so unlucky." Season Min accused venomously. Warren's gaze turned icy. "You broke your leg because you got duped by Ali and ran off to Beijing. How is it my fault?" Enraged by these words, Season Min grabbed a glass from the table and threw it on the ground. She stomped back into her room and slammed the door. Joy, seeing the shattered glass, shrieked. "Damn girl. Get out here and clean this up." Ignoring the noise at home, Warren opened the door and walked out. He once regretted. If he had cherished Selena from the start, maybe they wouldn't have ended up here. They might have had a child by now. She used to look at him adoringly, taking care of him tenderly after he returned from banquets intoxicated. Indeed, he had once deeply regretted it. Chapter 331, Tea Words and Phrases. Marty saw Bud pulling his suitcase out the door through the surveillance camera installed at the hallway entrance of his house. He first sent a message to Clara to inquire about the situation. "Callian, I saw your husband leaving with a suitcase. Did you two have an argument?" Using phrases like tea words and phrases came naturally to Marty, who aimed to find a wealthy woman to support him. Clara saw Marty's message and thought about the impending divorce. She immediately called Bud, "When are you coming back to the Yi family to move your things out?" Bud, sitting in the car, saw Clara's message but chose to ignore it and not reply. Clara then asked Dominic and found out from him that Bud was going on a business trip to Malaysia tomorrow. She snorted, thinking that he was still so active despite being on the verge of leaving the Yi Corporation. She suspected whether Bud was reluctant to leave Yi Corporation or if he didn't want to divorce after all. Clara replied to Marty, "He's going on a business trip to Malaysia. We will file for divorce when he returns. I had already called him to arrange the divorce for tomorrow, but but he insisted on going on this trip. I don't know what he's up to. Marty read Clara's reply, feeling pleased as he screenshot her message and forwarded it to Miguel. Seeing the screenshot from Marty, Miguel immediately arranged for someone to closely monitor Bud. At 7 in the evening, Selena learned about Bud's plans to go abroad from the screenshot forwarded by Miguel. Mr. Devon, do you have any connections in Malaysia? Bud is going on a business trip to Malaysia tomorrow, and I feel something is off. While feeding Brogan an apple, Selena analyzed with suspicion. After divorcing Clara, the Yi family wouldn't let him continue working at E Corporation. It's strange that he's still going on a business trip for them under these circumstances. Brogan accepted the apple bites from Selena, paused his work, and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it's peculiar for him to go to Malaysia under these conditions. Do you want someone to continue following him once he gets there? Or do you have other plans? I'm not sure, but I just feel this isn't simple. Selena took a bite of the apple herself, then said thoughtfully, let's have someone follow him and act accordingly if anything seems amiss. Brogan nodded and made a call to assign this task to his subordinate. After hanging up, Selena brought up another matter, regarding the new manager for Magnolia Group. I've already chosen someone. I believe he can handle the job well. Brogan smiled faintly. Felix? The two were very much in sync. Selena smiled and nodded, yes, him. After saying that, she fell silent for a moment. She put down the fruit plate, walked over to pull open a drawer, and took out a map of the country. Returning to sit beside Brogan, she unfolded the map. Mr. Devon, I don't know where to start looking for our daughter. I plan to search from south to north, starting from towns and villages, while leaving urban areas for later. She would dedicate the rest of her life to searching for her daughter. In reality, both Selena and Brogan were deeply anxious. If their daughter had grown up, her appearance would have changed. They didn't know what their young daughter, who had undergone plastic surgery, would look like now as an adult. Brogan held Selena's slightly cool hand. Where do you want to start? Selena had studied the map thoroughly and pointed to a place, the southernmost point, here. Brogan looked at where she was pointing and nodded. All right, we'll start here. Give me some time. Currently, my lawyer is handling the custody issue. Selena smiled, leaned her head on Brogan's shoulder, and sighed. Mr. Devon, I plan to start searching first. Meet up with me when you can. Brogan did not intend to stop Selena from going ahead. He respected her and softly said, okay. The next morning at Magnolia Group, Selena called Felix and Brendan into her office. Standing up from her chair, Selena walked to the sofa and gestured for Felix and Brendan to sit down. She personally poured tea for them. Placing the teapot down, she looked up at them. Thank you both for your help since I took over Magnolia Group. Such politeness from their boss made Felix and Brendan imagine various scenarios. Were they about to be fired? Unaware of their far-reaching thoughts, Selena continued, I will dedicate more time and energy to finding my daughter. I found a suitable person to take over the company. He has enough experience and capability. I believe he can lead Magnolia Group to greater success. Even though Magnolia Group was performing well, Selena was ready to step down without hesitation. Felix felt a bit regretful but still asked professionally, who will be the future chairman? Some chairmen preferred their own people, which could mean changes in their positions. Selena smiled at Felix, temporarily avoiding his question and turning to Brendan, Chio assistant, I plan to promote you to chief special assistant. Brendan was stunned and instinctively looked at Felix. What about Senior Bill? He had joked about taking over Brendan's position before, but it was just a joke. Selena chuckled teasingly, from now on, Felix will be your boss, and he is the future chairman. Brendan was momentarily speechless. Felix was also surprised but quickly recovered, seeing Brendan's deflated expression. He laughed, feeling sorry being under me. Brendan straightened up, grinning, Senior Bill, congratulations. My future raise depends on you. Felix patted Brendan's shoulder, don't worry, Xiao Qiu, as long as you work hard, a raise is guaranteed. Selena watched them banter amusingly and then began discussing the main matters. Knowing Selena valued efficiency, she discussed with Felix and promptly convened a shareholders meeting. Given that Selena held a significant portion of shares, and after Thompson and others' efforts, there were only a few remaining shareholders, her decision was swiftly approved. An official announcement regarding the change in management was released, causing quite a stir. The Public Relations Department immediately acted, declaring all operations were normal and reassuring that the management change would not affect the company's performance. Selena's swift action left the circles in Fraziering City baffled. Speculations arose. Is Selena preparing to return to Zhong Corporation to take over Zhong Group? Is she planning to compete with Carl? Zhong's matriarch had received several calls inquiring subtly about why Selena was no longer managing Magnolia Group. After hanging up again, she complained to Elisa, why do they ask me instead of directly asking her? Not to mention, Fitzroy is doing fine managing Zhong Corporation. Why would they let her come back? Translation completed while maintaining the original structure and style of the novel. Hashtag chapter 332, reunion with an ex-girlfriend. Taylor was overjoyed upon hearing what Jacqueline had said. Selena would definitely not be joining the Zhong family. Taylor looked at the pregnancy diagnosis results from the doctor, her face beaming with a radiant smile. She was pregnant. Hearing Jacqueline's complaints, she sweetly held onto Jacqueline's arm and said, Auntie, don't be upset. The baby in my belly wants you to help name him. Jacqueline couldn't help but laugh at Taylor's flattering words, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She thought to herself that marrying Cece was truly the right decision. She gently patted Taylor's hand and smiled. "You're such a little rascal. Naming should be done by Mom and Dad." Taylor shook her head, coquettishly saying, "No, I'm not good at naming, and the baby's father is even worse at it. Auntie, please, pretty please." Seeing Taylor's hopeful expression, Jacqueline's resolve softened. She pondered for a moment and softly replied, "All right, then I'll help the baby pick a name." Taylor smiled joyfully, gently shaking Jacqueline's arm. "Thank you, Auntie. I knew you'd be the best. Marrying Fitzroy and meeting you makes me so happy." Jacqueline chuckled indulgently. "You need to take good care of yourself during your pregnancy." Taylor nodded. "I promise I will, Auntie." Jacqueline was already thinking about what gifts she would give the child after it was born. With many properties under her name, she planned to gift a Seaview villa directly to Z. Ainsworth's son. Selina was unaware of the phone call Jacqueline received from someone in her circle. After finally finishing up all her work, it was already 10 o'clock at night. She walked out of her office, soft lighting casting a warm glow on her weary face. Seeing Brogan sitting on the sofa, she rubbed her temples and smiled. "Why didn't you come in and call me?" Brogan stood up and walked beside her. Noticing her exhaustion, he gently embraced her waist. "I was willing to wait for you." Selina smiled again. They took the elevator down together, while Felix and others didn't follow to intrude on their time alone. The cool night breeze brushed past them as Brogan guided Selina into the car. Inside, illuminated by the streetlights filtering through the windows, Brogan held Selina close and began relaying information about Malaysian subordinates. Fraser Lucan arrived today and checked into a hotel. All meals are delivered to his room. He hasn't gone out. Selina murmured with closed eyes. "I don't want him to return to China. Being abroad suits him well." Brogan understood Selina's implication. His eyes darkened, and he said gravely, "All right." Selina nodded slightly, confident that Brogan would handle everything. She lowered the car window. As the night breeze caressed her face, she leaned against Brogan, her voice hoarse. "Last night, I dreamt about our daughter. She was crying. Calling out, 'Mommy.'" Brogan tightened his embrace around Selina and sent a message to Malaysian subordinate using his phone. At the same time, Fraser Lucan was on a phone call with Hannah at his hotel room in Malaysia. The room was dimly lit as Fraser Lucan stood by the window, gazing at the cityscape outside. Hannah said over the phone, "Lucan, tomorrow my people will pick you up. Additionally, I've arranged false news to keep Selina busy searching for the daughter, ensuring they won't notice you." Fraser Lucan responded calmly, "Laura, I understand." His voice was serene, yet his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and soon he would rise again. He did not regret lying low for these years. After the call ended, Fraser Lucan set down his phone, knowing he would soon reclaim his place at the top. Later that night, everyone had fallen into deep sleep. Inside the quiet hotel room, there was only silence. The door lock clicked faintly, opening slowly. Two figures silently entered, blending into the darkness. They moved stealthily like shadows. Approaching the bed quietly, Fraser Lucan remained oblivious. They quickly carried away the unconscious Fraser Lucan. The next day, the sun rose brightly. In the last ward of the Shinshin Psychiatric Hospital, a female patient screamed incessantly. This room never saw sunlight, lit only by a dim light bulb. When the door opened, two men brought in a man and tied him to the hospital bed. The female patient shrieked in terror before crouching in fear and shouting curses. The men left, closing the door behind them. The deranged woman, leaning her head askew and biting her fingers, approached the bed and stared at the man bound to it. When Fraser Lucan woke up, he was met with a face looming over his own. Trying to pull back, he was helpless due to the restraints. "Who?" The female patient screeched loudly at his sudden shout. Ah. Recognizing the woman's face, Fraser Lucan froze. "Carly. It's you." He felt the reality of his situation, bound and unable to move. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, his eyes bloodshot. Brogan. Carly went wild at the sound of his laughter, screaming as she rushed to the bed and started hitting Fraser Lucan. Fraser Lucan continued laughing, transitioning between hatred and tears. Perfect, he could finally reunite lovingly with his ex-girlfriend. Carly clawed his face until it bled. Despite the pain, he still managed a cold, mocking smile. Back at the Devon family estate study, Hannah sat by the window, the morning sunlight streaming through and illuminating her stern face. Her brows furrowed with unease, sensing impending disaster. Suddenly, her phone rang, breaking the quiet. Glancing at the caller ID, she quickly answered. On the other end, a voice whispered, "Madam, the person we were supposed to meet isn't here." "He didn't come." Hannah's sense of dread intensified. "Check the hotel." "We've already checked the hotel, no one is there." Hannah staggered backward, gripping the table as her heart raced. Thoughts raced through her mind. Immediately check the hotel's security footage. There was a malfunction in the hotel surveillance system last night. Hannah hung up. Something terrible must have happened to her grandson. Brogan. Selina. She spat out the names with sheer malice. #### Chapter 333, We Too Shall Get Married. Just as Hannah was furious and suspected that Bud might be in trouble, the study door was pushed open without a knock. Sage stormed into the study like a cannonball, her petite face flushed with anger. "Grandma, brother broke my bracelet." Sage pouted and extended her small hand, revealing an exquisite bracelet in her palm. It wasn't actually broken, it was just dirty and could be cleaned. Her eyes glistened with tears. Hannah's eyes instantly flared with hatred toward Sage, but she quickly suppressed her anger. She forced a smile. "Alice, Grandma will take you to buy a new bracelet later, okay?" Sage still looked unhappy, she really liked the bracelet in her hand. Hannah squatted down and gently stroked Sage's hair. "Grandma will buy you an even prettier one, alright?" Sage nodded reluctantly. Although she was still somewhat upset, she agreed, "Alright. Go play with your brother, don't fight, Grandma is busy right now," Hannah said kindly. "I don't want to play with him anymore." Sage pouted and turned to run out of the study. Spoiled, temperamental, selfish, these were qualities Hannah deliberately cultivated in Sage. As she watched Sage run out of the room, Hannah slowly stood up. The kind expression on her face vanished, replaced by deep malevolence. She couldn't let Brogan suspect that she already knew her grandson was missing. Hannah's eyes seemed to exude venom. Roman was useless too, after all this time, he hadn't managed to finish Brogan off. She swiftly dialed Hillary Taz's number. "Assistant Hillary, please arrange for our flight tomorrow. I need to send Alice and the others to Wenley for school." In the future, she would nurture the twins into a sharp sword to pierce through Brogan and Selenaxon's hearts. At that moment, Selenaxon, who was feeding the ducklings, frowned at a sudden message on her phone. A stranger had sent her information claiming they saw her daughter in Yinsi town. Brogan walked into the backyard and saw Selenaxon squatting there, lost in thought while looking at her phone. He crouched beside her. "What's wrong?" Selenaxon blinked and handed over the phone. "Someone sent me information about where our daughter might be." Brogan took the phone and examined the message, his brow furrowing. "Yinsi town? The source of this information?" Selenaxon's expression remained calm. "No matter whether the information is true or false, I can't afford to miss any clue. I've decided to verify it, especially since I left the company specifically to search for our daughter." Brogan reached out, ruffling Selenaxon's hair. "If you want to go, then go." A gentle breeze blew, lifting Selenaxon's hair. She leaned closer, kissing him lightly on the lips. Brogan didn't move, allowing her actions. Selenaxon stood up, looking down at him. "Mr. Devon, I'll go pack my luggage." Brogan touched his thin lips, standing up and following Selenaxon back to the bedroom. As he watched her pack, he called Hector to arrange the plane trip. "Ainsley," Brogan said gently, "we don't know the source of this information, and I'm worried about your safety. Therefore, I've arranged for Hobart to accompany you." Hobart was skilled in martial arts. Selenaxon smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay." At that moment, Brogan's phone rang. The caller ID showed Oliver. It was obviously Eric calling. Right now, it was evening in Oliver. Eric spoke immediately upon connection. "Mr. Devon, can you tell me where Z Devon is?" Brogan's eyes grew cold. "I don't know where she is." "No, you must know," Eric's brows tightened further, anxiety evident in his voice. "I believe Z Devon would definitely contact you and Selenaxon." Brogan curved his lips in a faint smile. "Eric, if your mother really died, do you think Camille would continue living with you?" "She's doing fine, so leave her alone." Eric's face darkened at these words. Before he could respond, Brogan hung up the call. He stared at the disconnected call, biting his lip irritably. Cleveland knocked on the door and entered with a bowl of lean meat porridge. "Leave." Eric, not wanting to see anyone, coldly ordered her from behind. Cleveland gave a resigned laugh and continued inside. She placed the porridge on the table and walked to Eric's side. "You haven't eaten dinner. Have some porridge, it's late." "I said leave," Eric's voice was icy and impatient. Cleveland's face flashed with hurt but quickly returned to composure. She spoke softly, "I have a plan that could stop Mila from watching you and Miss He." Eric turned his head to look at Cleveland. After a few seconds, he eyed her curiously. "What plan?" Cleveland hesitated, turning to face Eric, and calmly said, "Jamil, let's get married." Eric's expression became even colder, ready to dismiss her. Cleveland held his gaze, continuing steadily, "This marriage would only be temporary. Once Mila sees you're married, she should be reassured. Then we can secretly divorce, and you can be free to find Miss He." Eric rejected the suggestion without hesitation. "I won't marry you, even if it's for a short time. Fake is fake, it can't be hidden forever." Cleveland smiled bitterly. "Then let's hide it forever. If I cooperate, Mila won't suspect anything. We can use the pretext of transferring to a branch to leave Oliver, allowing you and Miss He to live elsewhere. Jamil, I know you'll never love me in this lifetime, and I don't plan on forming a family with another man. Marry me first." Eric was silent for a moment, feeling conflicted. He knew Cleveland's proposal could solve the problem, but he didn't want to handle it this way. Just as Eric was about to reject Cleveland again, the subordinate he sent to find Camille called. Mr. Wei, we found Miss He. She's in West Coast, but she's pregnant and preparing to abort the baby. Eric's expression changed drastically. Zdi Vong is pregnant? The news hit him like a heavy blow. He urgently instructed the subordinate over the phone. Stop her immediately. I'm going to West Coast now. His voice trembled slightly. Though Cleveland couldn't hear the conversation, seeing Eric's anxious face told her it concerned Camille. Seeing how he trembled while speaking, her heart felt a piercing pain. Just before Eric rushed out of the study, he paused. Turning to look at Cleveland, his eyes deep and complex, he said, I agree to your suggestion. When I return, we too shall get married. Cleveland whispered hoarsely, okay. #### chapter 334, better if they can't be found. The next morning. Melissa got up early and didn't see Eric. She assumed he had gone to work early. Cleveland was sitting in the living room, waiting for Melissa to finish her breakfast so she could accompany her on a walk. Mila, I have some good news for you, Cleveland said, gently holding Melissa's arm as they strolled through the park downstairs. A gentle smile graced her face. It's really good news. Melissa managed a rare smile. The cloud of gloom from her Cold War with her son seemed to lift slightly. What good news? Jamil and I are getting married, Cleveland said with a smile. What? Melissa stopped walking, gripping Cleveland's arm tightly. Shocked yet delighted, she asked, really? Did Toby agree? Ignoring the pain in her arm, Cleveland nodded, her eyes softening. He agreed. Mila, you should know that Jamil has always been filial to you. He wants you to be happy too. Good, very good, Melissa stammered, overjoyed. Finally, her son wouldn't keep arguing about Violet. But she still had some doubts, which faded when she saw Cleveland smile. Xiao Yuan, you're such a good girl. I'm really happy that you're willing to be with Toby. Cleveland smiled. I'll find a good day right away. There's a lot to prepare for your wedding, Melissa said, pulling Cleveland back home eagerly. Cleveland held her back. Mila, don't worry. We can take our time finding the wedding date. Jamil will be on a business trip for a few days. Let's discuss this after he returns. Melissa frowned. Toby is on a business trip? Not going to look for Violet? He's on a business trip, Cleveland replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at a small fishing village by the West Coast. When Violet saw Eric appear at the door, she wasn't surprised at all. She had already scheduled an abortion yesterday but was stopped by two men. Deep down, she had expected Eric to chase after her. Eric entered the house, looking around at the decor filled with fish-related items, charming and cozy. The simple cottage, though modest, was full of life. A light sea breeze carried the salty scent from outside. Divangbeo, do you like living here? I'll move here to be with you and the baby, Eric said, perching on the sofa with his legs drawn up. Violet looked at him, her eyes complex. Don't come here with me. I'm afraid it might harm your mother again. The incident of his mother attempting suicide had been terrifying. Eric stood up and approached Violet, squatting down beside her and gently holding her hand. I was wrong. I never expected my mother to do something so drastic. It's all because I didn't handle things well, causing you so much distress. Rest assured, my mother won't cause trouble for you anymore. Violet looked at him in confusion. You, what do you mean? Did Mila agree for you to be with me? Eric chuckled softly and shook his head. She didn't agree. But we won't live in Ollie. As long as we stay out of her sight, she won't do anything drastic. He hadn't planned to tell Violet about his upcoming marriage to Cleveland yet. He would divorce Cleveland in just a few days after the marriage. Violet lowered her head, silent for a moment, feeling conflicted and struggling inside. She couldn't bear to part with the child in her belly. Eric didn't press Violet immediately. He reached out and gently touched her abdomen. Divangbeo, I'll go back to Ollie to arrange everything first, then come back to be with you and the baby. Don't run away again, okay? In China, Selena had just arrived at a small inn in Yinsi town when she received a call from Violet. Violet told her that Eric had found her and planned to live with her and the baby in the West Coast area. Davina, he found me and said he would stay here with me and the baby, Violet said. Selena got out of the car while talking on the phone. Sherry, how do you feel about it? Violet placed her hand on her belly, her eyes reflecting envy and longing. Her voice was calm. I want my child to grow up in a complete family. If possible, she wanted to keep the baby. Selena understood Violet's sentiments and smiled warmly. All right, we'll all support you. Violet nodded. After a brief conversation, they hung up. Selena put her phone in her bag and glanced around. Yinsi town was remote, and the inn's facilities were rather old-fashioned. The innkeeper, a middle-aged woman in her 50s with a kind face, looked curiously at Selena and the three men behind her. 4 rooms. I'll show you upstairs. Are you tourists? Thank you. We're here to find someone, Selena replied politely. The innkeeper nodded, not wanting to pry further. Leading them upstairs, the small inn had no elevator. Although the rooms were simple, they were clean and tidy. Selena didn't plan to stay here for just a few days. If not for concerns that searching openly might alert potential bad actors, they wouldn't be proceeding so cautiously. After the innkeeper left, Hobart closed the door and approached Selena. Selina opened a map of Yunsi town. This town has a population of 80,000 and covers an area of 200 square kilometers. It has 8 communities and 15 administrative villages. We'll start with the 8 communities. More people will arrive tomorrow. We 4 will cover Khalil community tomorrow, then assign others to other communities once they arrive. Hobart acknowledged. Should we go explore now? Selina checked the time and nodded. Sure. Since we'll be staying here for a while, let's find a place to rent. Staying in a hotel isn't convenient for our operations. One of the bodyguards nodded and left to look for a rental property. As Hannah boarded a plane with her twins bound for Wenli, she glanced at a message from the private detective. Miss Liu went to Yunsi town. Hannah deleted the message with a sneer. Go ahead. Selina won't find anyone anyway. After all, it was false information. Sitting beside her, Sage adjusted her diamond hair clip in a small mirror, while Alger kept his head down playing games. Hannah watched the 2 children, putting on sunglasses with a cold gaze. Fortunately, she still had her intelligent granddaughter, Laura. And Selina and Brogan's daughter was still missing, perhaps never to be found. Better if they can't be found. It would be justice for her granddaughter. On the western side of Yunsi town lay Tajiang town, surrounded by mountains. Luzikan was one of its villages. Tajiang town was impoverished and underdeveloped, with residents having a lower standard of living than those in Yunsi town. Dario bought a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in Tajiang town, which was fully furnished. Dario's family moved into their new home today. Chapter 335, Oh My. Dario, with an honest demeanor, delivered bamboo shoots from Lozi village to the 2 neighboring households on their floor. These are bamboo shoots we grew in our village. Not really anything valuable, just thought you might like to try them, he said with a hearty smile. Seeing his honest appearance and noticing how fresh the bamboo shoots were, indeed not very expensive, the neighbors accepted them gratefully. Thank you, so thoughtful of you, one neighbor smiled as they took the bamboo shoots. We actually love eating bamboo shoots. After delivering the bamboo shoots, Dario returned home. Caleb noticed Dario's beaming face and couldn't help but ask, did you go give things away? Why would you give them to people we barely know? Dario snorted coldly, you wouldn't understand. Hurry up and pack what we need. What's still missing? We'll buy it later. Caleb turned to look at Vonda and snapped coldly, ugly girl, hurry up and finish organizing these things. Vonda was a young girl, how fast could she possibly organize? Meanwhile, Gay excitedly explored every corner of the new house. With his stomach rumbling, he called out, Dad, can we go eat beef noodles? Dario also felt hungry. Let's go. In town, getting food was convenient. Caleb joined in, I'll come too, we can shop at the supermarket afterward. If you go, who will watch her? Dario pointed at Vonda. Since Vonda had work to do, her ankle wasn't tied with a rope. Caleb crossed her arms and huffed, I'll lock her in our bedroom and make her start organizing it first. She didn't believe Vonda could unlock a deadbolt. Dario didn't object, as long as she couldn't escape. Caleb dragged Vonda into the bedroom, warning her before locking the door, clean this place up well. If it's not done when we get back, I'll beat you. Vonda kept her head down and remained silent. Caleb locked the door, put the key in her pocket, and left with Dario and Gay. The bedroom fell quiet. Feeling scared and anxious, Vonda, a young girl, looked around, unsure of how to tidy up. 3 hours later, after Caleb's family had eaten and shopped, they returned home loaded with packages. Caleb fished the bedroom key out of her pocket, unlocked the door, and stomped in. Seeing the mess on the floor, she became furious. What did you do, ugly girl? She stepped forward and slapped Vonda several times. Facing Caleb's insults and slaps, Vonda stood silently, trembling with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks, but dared not resist. You useless fool, can't even handle a simple task. Dario, sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard the scolding and frowned, stop hitting her. Finish cleaning the room. I want to sleep. This is wasting time. Caleb reluctantly agreed, all right. She glared at Vonda, pointing at the clothes on the floor, put these clothes in the closet. Selina had been in Yunsi town for 6 months, still no news of her daughter. Wearing plain clothes and holding a popsicle, she stood by the roadside, watching passers-by. Hobart stood half a step behind her, checking his watch and whispering, Miss Liu, boss should be here soon. Selina nodded and turned, her gaze sharp, let's go. Brogan waited downstairs for Selina. Upon seeing her, he approached quickly. He pulled her into a tight embrace, kissed her forehead, and whispered, I'm sorry I'm late. Buried in Brogan's chest, Selina murmured, no sign of my daughter in Yunsi town. They needed to search elsewhere. Brogan held Selina's hand as they went upstairs into the room. He opened his laptop and reviewed the personnel who had previously searched Tajiang town. He embraced her again as she sat beside him, studying the map. The next morning, they packed and set off for Tajiang town. The car bumped along the mountain roads. Hyman and Rita Wang had received a call the previous night and prepared accommodations accordingly. They waited at the building entrance early in the morning. Hyman whispered anxiously, boss is coming personally. Is he dissatisfied with us? Don't overthink it, Rita Wang replied calmly. There weren't enough people here, so boss brought more this time. Brogan's car finally arrived at Tajiang town. Recognizing Hyman and Rita Wong from their photos and profiles, Brogan acknowledged them. It was the first time Hyman and Rita Wong saw their boss, a powerful man with streaks of gray hair that only added to his grace and dignity. He walked steadily, hand in hand with a woman. Hobart reminded them, boss has arrived. Hyman bowed slightly, boss, we have arranged your accommodation. Please follow us. Back in the community, Caleb returned from grocery shopping and saw a group of people enter the building. Curious, she peeked at them. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my, could such a big boss have come to this remote area? Recognizing Hyman and Rita Wong, Caleb was even more surprised. These two were the brothers who came to Lozi village looking to lease land for farming. Why would they bring such a distinguished boss here? Curiosity piqued, she followed them and found they entered the building next door. Excited, Caleb rushed home to share the news with Dario, head of the household. Remember those brothers who came to Lozi village a few months ago about leasing land? I saw them again today. Their entire party looks like they're from a big city. If they buy our land, we'd be rich. Imagining selling their land made Caleb giddy. Dario, watching TV, looked up, eyes flashing with surprise. Really? I'll call the village chief. However, it had been months since the visit. Maybe they wouldn't be interested in their village's land anymore. Dario grabbed his new phone and dialed the village chief immediately. Chapter 336, How did he get rich? When the village head answered the phone, Dario eagerly asked, Village head, I saw those two people who came to our village and talked about leasing our mountain land have returned. They even brought a big boss with them. Do you know anything about this? Upon hearing the news, the village head felt an excitement stir within him. They haven't contacted us for so long, it seemed that the land lease might not go through. Let me call and inquire about the school construction in our village later. Hearing about the school, Dario pouted and hung up the phone. His son would be attending school in town from then on. At the same time, Hyman was explaining Tajiang town's regions and villages to Brogan and Selena. From town to village, almost all routes require winding mountain roads. Many places are inaccessible by four-wheel vehicles. This is information from the villages we've already visited. We haven't found the community in Tajiang town yet. Hyman handed a file to Brogan, who passed it to Selena. Just then, Hyman's phone rang. He nervously wanted to turn off the incoming call, but when Selena looked up at him, she said calmly, It's fine, you can answer the call. She then lowered her head and continued reviewing the documents. Hyman, unaware of the relationship between Selena and Brogan, saw how the boss treated Selena and no longer worried about being reprimanded. He answered the call. The caller ID displayed Dario, the village head of Lozi village. Hello, village head Meng, what's the matter? Hyman asked. Village head Meng called to ask about the school matters. With a bit of shameless persistence for the children, he asked, Mr. Rita, I just wanted to inquire about your mention of finding someone to help consider building an elementary school in our Lozi village. Hyman smiled, I'll check on the progress. Someone should visit the village to assess the situation in due time. Rest assured, village head. Village head Meng thanked him again. Instead of asking about the mountain lease, he prioritized the school issue, proving to be a good village head. After hanging up, Hyman turned to Brogan and Selena, explaining, that was village head Meng from Lozi village. He was inquiring about the school establishment project we mentioned. I've already written a report and submitted it to the relevant department in the company for evaluation. Selena directly flipped to Lozi village's information. Though Hyman had been there before, she originally planned to visit other unexplored areas first. But after hearing it was for building a school for the children, she thought for a moment and decided, let's visit Lozi village tomorrow. Brogan nodded, sure, whatever you say. Hyman marveled internally at the gentle treatment the boss showed this woman. Could she be the boss's wife? After finishing their briefing, they left the room. I want to take a walk, Selena put down her documents, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Brogan nodded and naturally accompanied Selena out of the building. The current residential complex where they lived was quite new. Walking downstairs, they encountered few people, possibly because it was during working hours. Meanwhile, upstairs in one of the rooms, Vonda was kneeling on a chair, peering out the window at the scene below. When she spotted her parents, her eyes lit up with surprise. She wanted to shout but was suddenly grabbed by the ear by Kalebwa. Didn't you hear me tell you to wash the vegetables? Kalebwa's voice was stern as she tightened her grip. Vonda endured the pain, nodding silently. Downstairs, Selena glanced up at the tall building and then quickly diverted her gaze. The next day, Selena and the team headed to Lozi village. The Rita brothers were guiding the way. Upon entering the village, they walked straight to the village head's house. Under the large locust tree in front of the village head's house, several women were chatting loudly. Selena and the others could overhear their conversation even before approaching. How did Dario get rich? He actually bought a house in town. It's strange, especially considering that Kalebwa acted so haughty during the wedding feast the other day, one woman remarked curiously. I'm also puzzled. Where did these lazy bums get the money? Did they do something wrong? Another woman chimed in, her tone laced with sarcasm. You didn't see Deni Xiaohua, no, Kalebwa. She boasted that changing her name brought good fortune. Dawawa means she has lots of money to spend, said another enviously. Should I change my name too? At this point, a woman who didn't like Kalebwa interjected mockingly, could that money come from the little girl's family? I never believed that Dario and Kalebwa were kind enough to adopt a child out of the blue. They must have gotten something in return. Who would be kind enough to take in a disfigured little girl? Other women listened and agreed it made sense. Selena squeezed Brogan's hand tightly, filled with anticipation. Brogan gave a nod to Hyman, signaling him to inquire. Hyman felt a jolt inside. There was more to the story than he expected. He approached the group and asked politely, "Excuse me, aunties, could you tell me about the disfigured little girl you mentioned?" Looking at the women, he added, "My boss here specializes in charity work and might be able to help the little girl." The women recognized Hyman from when he distributed gifts to the village children. The boss is here? Are you planning to lease the mountain land? Only then did they notice Selena and the others, immediately lowering their voices. Hyman smiled, "Auntie, please tell me about the disfigured little girl. Maybe I can help raise funds for her surgery." An older-looking woman spoke up, "If you can really help, that would be wonderful. That little girl was picked up by Dario's couple a few months ago. Her face was covered in bandages, apparently from burns." Selena almost couldn't resist questioning them personally but restrained herself to avoid raising suspicion. Brogan gently held her shoulders, offering silent support. Hyman asked further, "How old is the little girl?" The woman guessed, probably around 4 or 5 years old. Hyman silently cursed himself, realizing they might have missed something. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Where does Dario live?" "I'll go talk to him later." Another woman replied, "They moved to town. We don't know their exact address, but you can ask the village head or call Dario directly." Hyman nodded, "Thank you for the information. I will contact Dario when I have the chance." Despite their anxiety, Selena and Brogan proceeded into the village head's house. The village head warmly received them. Hyman first inquired about the little girl Dario had adopted and where Dario resided now. "I don't know his new address, but I can call and ask." The village head offered to call Dario but was stopped by Hyman. Hyman smiled, "Village head, I can contact Dario later. Can you give me his phone number first?" Chapter 337, Everything About Him. The establishment of the school in Luzi village had been finalized. The village chief happily saw Selena and his companions off. They returned to Tajiang town. Hyman, seeking to atone for his past mistakes, quickly called Dario, "Mr. Meng, this is Rita. I visited Luzi village a few months ago. I would like to discuss the price for leasing the mountain land. Are you available?" Dario sat up straight upon hearing this, turning off the TV. "Yes, I'm available." Hyman asked, "I heard you've moved to town. Where do you live? We can meet somewhere." Dario smiled, "I live on Central Road Segment 2, in Xianghua Manuan." Hyman was pleasantly surprised, what a coincidence. "I also live in Xianghua Manuan, Building 6. And you?" Dario laughed, "Ha ha ha, that's quite the coincidence. I live in Building 5. "That's great. If it's convenient for you now, can I come over to talk?" Hyman asked with a smile. Dario didn't immediately agree, considering that Vonda was still at home. But it wasn't a big problem, so he nodded and said, "All right, room 801, 8th floor." They hung up the call. Dario walked over to Vonda, who was kneeling on the ground cleaning, grabbed her by the arm, and lifted her up. Startled by Dario's sudden action, Vonda bit her lip and remained silent as she was lifted off the ground. "Big Flower, get the rope quickly. Someone important will be here soon," Dario shouted into the bedroom, sounding impatient. Kalebwa, deeply asleep, gave no response from inside the room. Dario took Vonda into the bedroom, shaking Kalebwa awake. "Wake up. You're sleeping like a dead pig." Kalebwa woke up groggily and immediately became alert when she saw Dario holding Vonda by the arm. She sat up from the bed. "Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me." "Don't argue. Get the rope. There's an important client coming to discuss leasing the mountain land. We can't have this little girl causing trouble." Dario frowned. Vonda winced as her arm was being held tightly but dared not make a sound. Kalebwa got out of bed, found a rope in the box, and handed it to Dario. "Really about leasing the land?" "Yes, get some tape too." Dario tied Vonda's hands together and led her to a corner, warning coldly, "Stay here quietly. Don't make any noise, understood?" Kalebwa handed over the tape, and Dario sealed Vonda's mouth. He looked at her scarred face and frowned. Unexpectedly, after the bandages were removed, she was so ugly. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Dario adjusted his clothes and went to open the door. Kalebwa hurriedly changed and followed him out, closing the bedroom door behind her. Hyman and Rita Wang stood at the door, each holding a basket of fruit and a bouquet of flowers. Dario welcomed them in happily. Hyman politely said, "Sorry for disturbing you." Dario shook his head, "No problem, gentlemen, please come in." Kalebwa came out of the bedroom and cheerfully served them water. Hyman and Rita Wang exchanged a quick glance, knowing now how many people were inside the house. Kalebwa took the bouquet awkwardly while Dario also received one. Hyman smiled. Look at these fresh, beautiful flowers. My brother and I plan to lease the mountain land to grow these. As they smelled the flowers, both Dario and Calebwa lost consciousness. Hyman stood up and opened the door. Brogan entered, holding Selena's hand, followed by Hobart and others. Selena looked at Brogan expectantly and anxiously. Rita Wong opened another room door first and saw Gay playing games with headphones on. It was easy to deal with a young boy. Hyman went into another room, while Brogan pushed open a third door. Seeing the bound and gagged little girl, tears welled up in Brogan's eyes instantly. Selena saw her daughter and felt her heart breaking. Though her face was scarred, she recognized her immediately. Tears streamed down Selena's face as she rushed forward to untie the ropes. Brogan held Selena's trembling hands gently, his voice choked. Let me do it. Selena nodded, letting Brogan untie the ropes while she carefully peeled off the tape covering her daughter's mouth. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Mommy finally found you. Vonda cried loudly. Brogan, with red eyes, felt deep anger at seeing his daughter like this. Selena couldn't bear to hold Vonda tightly for fear of hurting her. Brogan patted Selena's shoulder. Little Wei, let me carry our daughter. Let's go to the hospital first. Yes, yes, to the hospital. Selena let Brogan pick up their daughter, her own body trembling with emotions. Hyman and the others watched this scene, feeling heavy-hearted. Hobart contacted the hospital. Although the medical facilities weren't the best, basic checkups could be done. Brogan carried Vonda out of the room with Selena clutching his shirt closely. Remember, after giving them a lesson, call the police and arrange for a helicopter. They would return to Fraziering City afterward for better medical care. Brogan covered his daughter with a blanket Hobart provided, casting a cold look at the unconscious Meng couple before leaving. Hobart immediately arranged for the helicopter. They quickly left Dario's home, heading for the nearest hospital. On the way, Brogan called the hospital director, hoping to personally examine his daughter. He didn't want her dark experiences to be publicized. Selena kept touching her daughter, pressing her forehead. We're going home, sweetheart. We're going home. Vonda, exhausted from crying, snuggled into her mother's embrace. Upon arriving at the hospital, Brogan used the hospital's equipment to perform a preliminary checkup on Vonda. Selena waited anxiously, filled with worry. Brogan almost tearfully checked every result. He found bruises and healed wounds on his daughter, along with signs of malnutrition. Superficial injuries, poor nutrition, we need a psychologist, and most importantly, long-term reconstructive surgery for her face. This is just a preliminary checkup. We'll do blood tests once we get back to Fraziering City. Selena hugged Brogan tightly, suppressing sobs as she let out all her pent-up anxiety and worry. The helicopter flew through the sky, bringing them closer to home. Selena gently held her daughter, while Brogan tenderly embraced both mother and child. Thinking of Hong Huaxiong locked away, a cold smile played on his lips. These two women were everything to him. Hashtag chapter 338, 4-year-old Arn. 15 years later. Beijing Airport. 4-year-old Arn stood among the crowd, his chubby hands holding a bread bun as he munched on it. The way he ate his bread was different from others. He would first lick it, squint in enjoyment, and then take a big bite with a delighted ah woof. Arn, male, is 4 years old this year. He was born when Selena got drunk on their wedding anniversary and forcefully had his way with Brogan, resulting in this new life. As for why he was named Arn, it's because his sister is called Vonda, and together, their names sound like kangaroo in Chinese. Brogan looked down at his son, Arn, who kept munching on the bread, and couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. How did he end up with such a little foodie for a son? Arn was very perceptive. He lifted his head and saw his father's death glare, flashing a smile that showed his small teeth and crumbs around his mouth. He could sense the dissatisfaction from his dad, standing tall with long legs and a broad shoulder span. Ah, saliva is dripping. Arn wiped away his drool boldly, feeling accomplished. It doesn't matter if dad is displeased with him, mom matters more, and so does his sister. Seeing his son's silly expression, Brogan took a deep breath. He helplessly shook his head, bent down, and pulled out a small towel Selena had prepared to wipe his son's mouth. Remember not to tell mom that I gave you bread, okay? Brogan threatened lightly with a stern look. Recently, Selena had been controlling how many snacks Arn could have. Today, after they went out, Brogan had used a piece of bread to make a deal with Arn. This mustn't be known by Selena. Arn nodded his little head, earnestly saying, Dad, Camillo promised, I won't tell mommy. But he could tell his sister right after. Unaware of his son's thoughts, Brogan was satisfied with Arnie's cooperation. He patted his son's head and put the towel back in his pocket. Sister. Arn waved his little hand energetically, calling out, Sister, Camillo is here. Vonda, pushing her luggage out of the arrival hall, heard the call of a young boy. She looked over and saw her dad and brother. She smiled and hurriedly walked towards them. That fatty should walk slower, she might bump into someone, a slender woman muttered under her breath as she watched the hefty figure pass by her. Vonda paused briefly but quickly regained her composure and continued walking towards Brogan. She had long gotten used to such comments and knew how to avoid letting them affect her. Throughout her life, she spent much time restoring her face to a normal appearance. Due to her health issues, she needed medication, which made her weight soar to 260 pounds. Yes, she was overweight. But she had a family who loved her. Her voice was delicate and gentle, contrasting with her appearance. Dad, why did you come? You just got out of the hospital, take care of yourself. The 46-year-old Brogan always softened when talking to his daughter, just wanted to stretch my legs. Noticing that his sister didn't immediately notice him, Arn blinked his eyes. Little him sighed, blaming his short stature. He needed to eat more and grow taller. His sigh was hard to ignore. Vonda lowered her gaze to her brother and picked him up, smiling. Ainsworth's son Camillo, what are you sighing about? Not happy to see your sister? Happy. Camillo loves sister the most. Arnie's bright eyes sparkled as he showered her with sweet words. Brogan snorted coldly. This morning you said you loved Mom the most. I'll tell her you're lying. Arn shot an accusing glance at his unfeeling dad. Dad, Camillo didn't lie. I love Mom and sister the most. Two people he loved the most. Security escorted Brogan and his family out of the airport. Vonda listened to the bickering between her dad and brother with a smile. Brogan reached out to take Arn from her, noting his weight. Let me hold him, don't strain yourself. I can carry him, Dad, Vonda gently insisted. Arn proudly glanced at Brogan, clearly stating, sister is carrying me. Camillo can walk himself, sister. Arn still cared for his sister. Magnolia, let him walk, he needs exercise, Brogan added. Understanding her dad's concern, Vonda complied, setting Arn down and taking his hand while hooking her arm around Brogan's. They left the airport. At the same moment, the other side of the arrival hall erupted in deafening screams. Someone in the crowd shouted, Alisong, I love you. Tall and curvaceous Sejong heard her fans' cries, removed her sunglasses, and waved at them. Sejong was a revered designer in the fashion world. Though arrogant, she had unique taste and high-profile status as the heiress of the Davon group, making her widely admired. In heels and surrounded by security, Sejong exited the airport. Opening the car door, she entered and noticed a beautiful, serene woman inside. Instantly removing her sunglasses, Sejong embraced the woman. Big sister, you're so busy, yet you came to pick me up? Gale smiled warmly. No matter how busy, we must welcome our princess home. Leaning against Gale's shoulder, Sejong cooed, Big sister, you're the best. By the way, where's my brother? A fleeting sadness flashed in Gale's eyes, unnoticed by Sejong. Your brother is busy. We've already planned a party to celebrate your win at the international fashion competition. Kicking off irritably, Sejong huffed, Big sister, stop covering for him. He's probably fooling around with some woman. The Davon group was now managed by Gale, while Alger spent his days in debauchery. Gale forced a smile, still gentle. Alisong, I have a gift for you. Open it and see if you like it. Handing over a box, Sejong opened it and was slightly disappointed. I don't really like this necklace style. Big sister, keep it for yourself. Shaking her head, Gale laughed, taking back the gift. Fine, our fashion master has a refined taste beyond us mere mortals. Their interaction was friendly. Suddenly, Gale's phone rang. It was a call from her new assistant informing her of urgent company matters. Elsewhere. Brogan's car stopped in front of their house. Before getting out, Vonda saw her mother, Selena, waiting in casual clothes at the door. At 45, Selena still maintained her good figure. Seeing her daughter, Selena's face lit up as she hugged her. My precious is finally back. Vonda smiled, Mom. Brogan and Arn stood aside, watching the reunion between mother and daughter. Ainsworth's son, haven't you been resting well? Look at these dark circles, Selena fretted, blaming Brogan for sending their daughter so far to study. Brogan stared, bewildered, ? Seeing her mother's worried eyes, Vonda felt warmth but reassured her, Mom, it wasn't that hard. Truly, I miss your cooking. Last year, Brogan suddenly collapsed, signaling health concerns. To shorten her graduation timeline, Vonda chose to accelerate her studies. She had graduated early this year solely to return home and stay by her parents' side. Chapter 339, Got a Boyfriend. At the dining table, the family of 4 was having dinner. Brogan and Selena had gotten used to eating vegetarian food, so they consistently kept up with their plant-based diet. However, they did not impose this on their 2 children. Today, Selena specially prepared a feast for her daughter, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Vonda looked at the abundant dishes on the table and said gratefully, Mom, thank you, you've worked hard. Prepared for you, it wasn't hard work. Magnolia, here's your favorite braised fish. Selena used the communal chopsticks to pick out a piece of fish for Vonda and placed it in her bowl, ensuring there were no bones. Vonda smiled at the love-filled meal in her bowl and replied warmly, Mom, take care of yourself too. You don't need to always look after me. She also picked some food for Selena. Selena smiled gently, okay. Brogan was calmly enjoying his meal. Arn felt quite pitiful because no one picked chicken legs for him. He dug a spoonful of rice into his mouth while his big round eyes stared longingly at the meat dishes on the table. Mom's cooking was so delicious, but such yummy food wasn't meant for Ainsworth's son Camillo. Arn sniffed a bit. Brogan, who was sitting next to him, heard the sniffing sound, glanced down at him, and said nothing. Smelling the aroma made him even hungrier. Lately, Selena had strictly demanded that Arn eat more vegetables and less meat. The little boy was seriously picky, loving sweets and meat but hating vegetables. Arn couldn't resist the temptation anymore and looked at Selena with innocent eyes. Mom, there's too much food, we can't finish it all. It's such a waste. Selena nodded, realizing she had cooked too much due to her excitement over her daughter coming back home. Arn showed a toothy grin, blinking his eyes. Mom, baby's stomach can hold a boat. Brogan really wanted to cover his face. They never deprived Arn of food at home. Selena looked at her son's pitiful expression and gave a gentle smile. So, what do you think we should do with all these dishes? Arnie's eyes lit up, raising his hand. Mom, can baby help eat some meat? Selena picked up the chopsticks, grabbed the red carrot, which her son hated the most, and put it in his bowl. Ainsworth's stomach is amazing, surely it can hold carrots too. Go ahead. Arn stared blankly at the extra carrots, but he clearly asked for meat. He looked up at his sister, whose bowl still had crispy and fragrant chicken wings. He sent an SOS to her. Vonda, who was eating the love-filled braised fish her mother had chosen, pretended not to see her brother's pleading gaze. Though she loved her brother, she didn't dare defy her mother. Selena wanted to slap her son's bottom but pretended to be strict. Arn. Eat properly. Seeing his mother's angry face, Arn immediately straightened up. At home, he got slapped by Mother Lou the most. Selena, after scolding her son, turned around happily and added fried eggs to her daughter's bowl. After the family finished their meal, Selena let Arn play on his own while the three sat in the living room to chat. Magnolia, what do you plan to do in the future? Selena respected her daughter's decisions. Whether she would take over the company or pursue her own interests, she had no objections. Brogan couldn't bear seeing his daughter work herself to death. He lazily said, just eating and drinking every day is great. Our Magnolia doesn't need to work, Mom and Dad will provide for you, and all the money will be yours. It seemed he thought his daughter could just stay home and relax. The forgotten Arn was searching for a ball, his sharp ears picking up on the words eating and drinking. His eyes instantly brightened like light bulbs. He turned to his father. Ainsworth's son loves eating and drinking. Vonda couldn't help but laugh at her father's darkening face and looked away. Brogan smiled strangely. Eating and drinking requires money. You can only eat and drink after you earn money working outside. Arn opened his black eyes wide. But Mom and Dad have money. Brogan, looking helpless and somewhat bitter, asked, Camillo, do you notice that Mom and Dad eat vegetables for lunch and dinner? Arn tilted his head, nodding. Yes, vegetables are not tasty. Arn doesn't like vegetables. Brogan smiled. Mom and Dad don't have enough money to buy meat, so we can only eat vegetables. Arn suddenly understood. Our family has no money. Then Camillo will earn money when he grows up, Brogan smiled approvingly. Good boy. Selena. Vonda looked up at the ceiling, just the crystal chandelier alone was worth a lot. The topic had wandered far off. Vonda coughed lightly and began discussing her work plans. Mom, I plan to become Uncle Bill's assistant to learn more about the company. Selena smiled. Okay. Regardless of whether her daughter would manage the company in the future, Selena hoped she wouldn't be easily fooled. Although Brogan didn't want his daughter to work in the company, he knew it was part of growing up. He sighed, Magnolia, since you've decided, Dad supports you, but don't overwork yourself. Tell us if anything happens. Vonda looked gratefully at her parents. Thanks, Dad. Her daughter had grown up, Selena silently lamented. Honey, go rest now. We can talk further tomorrow if there's anything else. Vonda had traveled by plane and car today, so it was best she rested first. Vonda nodded, but before resting, she had something else to say. Dad, Mom, there's something I'd like to tell you both. After saying this, she chuckled embarrassedly. Seeing her daughter's bashful expression, Selena raised an eyebrow while Brogan's expression turned stern. Vonda blushed slightly and continued. I've started dating someone at school. He helped organize my documents when I skipped grades, and gradually we became familiar. She carefully watched her parents' reactions. Selena encouraged her, as long as you like him, your mom and dad won't oppose. She nudged Brogan, who had a serious expression, wondering why he looked so serious about her daughter dating. Stepped on by his wife, Brogan immediately lifted the corners of his mouth with a smile. Vonda wasn't shy, continuing, he was originally my senior, but after I skipped grades, we're now in the same year and major. He returned to China last month and now works in Fraziering City. Selena nodded. Where does he work, and what's his name? Vonda paused. Mom, his name is Bennett. Last week, he joined the Devon group as a special assistant. Vonda knew the current relationship between the Devon family and her father. Initially, Vonda was unaware that Bennett had applied to work at the Devon group. Her boyfriend shared this good news with her after receiving the offer. Upon hearing this, Brogan frowned. Selena noticed her daughter's tense expression and laughed softly, pinching her face. Don't worry, we're not mad. Bennett doesn't know about our family's connection with the present Devon family. These past years, we've hidden your identity to protect you, honey. Sorry. Since her kidnapping when she was young, Selena and Brogan guarded her secret fiercely. Vonda shook her head at her mother's apology, smiling and holding onto Selena's arm. Mom, I know it's for my own good. Fraser Ruin always thought my father was a manager at some company and my mother a housewife. He's truly outstanding. Due to her appearance and figure, Vonda had never been pursued throughout her life. Note, translated Chinese names directly to English as requested, keeping the story coherent and fluent. Please review and confirm if everything meets your expectations. She was very insecure at first but later managed to open up herself. But she didn't expect that in her final year of university, she would meet a boy who was willing to date her. Hashtag chapter 340, a little stirring of the elephant leg. At night, the entire house grew quiet. Selena nestled against Brogan's body. Magnolia has really grown up, with her own thoughts and goals, Selena said softly, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and concern. Brogan gently stroked Selena's hair, his expression gentle. Are you worried she might get hurt in matters of the heart? Selena nodded and sighed. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. We won't know what kind of person Bennett is until we meet him. Brogan understood her concerns and spoke softly, I am worried too, but we must trust Magnolia. Our daughter is smart and strong. Selena recalled a time when she surprised her daughter by secretly visiting her school. She had overheard her classmates laughing at Magnolia for being overweight. As a mother, those mocking words had pained her deeply. How many men nowadays care more about looks than character? Selena whispered coldly, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Brogan chuckled, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Our daughter's value isn't measured by her appearance. She won't let herself fall into a troubled relationship. Besides, one man alone doesn't matter much. Magnolia can support as many men as she wants in the future. Selena considered Mr. Davin's words and agreed. Yes, that made sense. And she trusted her daughter. Mrs. Davon, the night is short. Brogan's hand grazed the woman's waist, hinting, shall I serve you? Selena twisted her body, wrapping her slender, fair arms around his neck, and lightly nibbled on his Adam's apple. Okay. Her gaze landed on the tablet screen propped up on the cabinet. Just as Brogan reached to touch her waist, he was stopped. Selena held back his hand and raised an eyebrow lazily. Look at what your son is doing. Brogan turned to see their son, Arn, who was supposed to be asleep, crawling off the bed. The 4-year-old boy knelt on the floor, half of his body disappearing under the bed. Soon, he emerged holding a watercolor box. Opening it, he found not only paints but also 2 candies. Arn counted them with his chubby fingers, 2 candies, tonight I'll eat one first. He seemed quite happy with himself. Selena couldn't help but laugh despite her frustration. I didn't give him any candy, Brogan swore. Neither did I. I've put away all the candies at home, Selena added. So where did Arn get his candy from? Arn tore open the candy wrapper and counted aloud, today I ate a piece of bread and 1 candy. Brogan frowned sharply upon hearing the word bread and quickly pulled the blanket over the woman. Antheasy, wait while I take him to brush his teeth as punishment. Let's handle our business first. The next day. After resting well overnight, Vonda felt refreshed. After breakfast, she went for a walk with her parents. Upon returning home, she went back to her room and called Bennett, saying, guess where I am right now? Bennett was buying breakfast for Chairman Fraser Lara. Hearing his girlfriend's soft voice, he smiled. And, did you return to the country? You're right. You're so smart. Vonda's eyes sparkled with joy. She moved her legs a little and continued exercising. When will you finish work? Bennett told her to wait as he placed an order with the Bowsy seller. Boss, a box of Bowsy and a cup of unsweetened soy milk, please. He explained after receiving the breakfast and paying, I'm getting breakfast for my boss. Tall and handsome, with a warm demeanor, Bennett always handled tasks calmly and reliably. Vonda, though already having eaten breakfast, could still flirt sweetly with her boyfriend. I haven't eaten breakfast either. If someone saw Vonda acting coquettish, they might find it strange given her looks or even think it revolting. On the other end, Bennett responded warmly, send me your address, and I'll order some food for you. Okay, Vonda hadn't yet revealed her true identity to her boyfriend, so she sent the address that her fake parents had provided. Bennett had to rush to work, so they ended the call. Before hanging up, they agreed to meet later that evening. Fraser Lara massaged her temples in the car. Last night, Alger had returned home drunk, and she had been busy taking care of him. Now, she felt rather exhausted. Casually looking out the window, she spotted a familiar figure. Preston, stop the car. The car halted, and Fraser Lara lowered the window. Mr. Dew. Bennett was waiting for the bus. Hearing his name, he turned and saw the chairman, walking over. Chairman, good morning. Fraser Lara smiled faintly. Get in. Thank you, Bennett nodded, walked around to the other side, opened the door, and sat down. Fastening his seatbelt, he handed over the breakfast. This is for you. Fraser Lara accepted it and thanked him. Thank you. Have you prepared the meeting materials? Bennett nodded. Yes, I've sent them to your email. Fraser Lara approved of his attention to detail. She took a bite of the Bowsy and after finishing 2, drinking some soy milk, she turned to Bennett. Is everything going smoothly with the handover from Assistant Hillary? If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask him, he is very competent. Bennett nodded with a warm smile. Assistant Hillary has been thorough during the handover. Fraser Lara nodded again and fell silent. She had intentionally transferred Hillary Billenchang to manage the branch company. After all, he had been an assistant since the time of Alger's grandfather, thoroughly knowledgeable about the company's operations. Keeping him around would interfere with her plans. Thinking of her grandmother's schemes, Fraser Lara pursed her lips and frowned slightly. Chapter 341, You Can't Afford to Compensate. Vonda asked the bodyguard to go to the house at Gangsheng Garden and bring back the takeaway Bennett had ordered for her. Selena's lips curled slightly as she heard her daughter's instructions, inwardly thinking that this Bennett was considerate enough to order takeaway for her daughter. Brogan, on the other hand, silently snorted. After asking the bodyguard to fetch the takeaway, Vonda opened her laptop and slightly turned the screen toward Selena. Mom, this is the travel itinerary I've planned. Take a look, okay? She definitely wanted to accompany her parents on a trip before going back to work. Selena carefully examined the travel plan her daughter had made. When she saw that the distance to the nearest hospital was noted for each stop, she felt warm-hearted. They were all worried about Brogan collapsing suddenly again. Selena smiled and nodded in agreement. Let's follow this itinerary. We can even travel in a recreational vehicle. Brogan peeled apples for them while staying silent throughout the discussion. After all, it was the women who made decisions in the family, not him. Once Vonda finalized the travel plan, she mentioned her evening plans to meet Bennett. Just as Selena was about to nod, Brogan interjected, Don't stay out overnight. Be home by 11 p.m. Selena, she couldn't help but wonder when Mr. Devon became so controlling. Vonda replied with a smile, Sure, Dad. I'll be home on time. Soon, the bodyguard returned with the takeaway. Vonda opened the container to find the black rice porridge Bennett had specially ordered for her, which warmed her heart. She had already eaten breakfast and intended to save this for lunch. Selena glanced at the bowl of porridge, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Let's move into the house at Gangsheng Garden temporarily after we return from the trip. Vonda was surprised but quickly understood her mother's concern. Mom, there's no need to worry. I'll talk to Fraser Ruin when the opportunity arises. Selena smiled, admiring her daughter's wisdom. Your dad and I also want to evaluate Bennett. Vonda nodded. With Arn sent off to kindergarten, only the 3 adults remained at home. The whole day, they gathered around a mahjong table. As 4 o'clock approached, Vonda began to get ready for her outing, applying makeup and changing clothes. As she descended the stairs dressed and prepared, Brogan cautioned her, Magnolia, be careful. Call us if anything happens, and remember to come home early. Vonda nodded obediently. Got it, Dad, Mom. I'm leaving now. She intended to wait for Bennett after he finished work at Devon Corporation. Located in Fraserung City's bustling commercial district, where Kitchen Group was also situated, Devon Corporation once represented the city's commercial strength. However, after Devon Daxiong's death, the company gradually declined. According to current rankings, Kitchen Group was now the leading business entity, followed by Zhong Corporation, U Corporation, with Devon Corporation slipping to 4th place. Now, Kitchen Group symbolized Fraserung City's economic prowess, with its new headquarters becoming one of the city's landmarks. Vonda had studied the development history of Kitchen Group and genuinely admired her mother's strategic acumen. She got out of the car and dismissed the driver. Checking the time, she realized it was still half an hour until Bennett's shift ended. She looked up at Devon Corporation and headed to the nearby cafe to wait for him. Laverne was carrying several boxes and, while glancing down at the ground, inadvertently bumped into someone, causing the boxes to scatter. Dresses and shoes fell out onto the ground. Laverne's face paled as she realized the disaster. Vonda hadn't expected someone to suddenly bump into her from behind. Startled, she turned to see the dresses and shoes sprawled on the floor. Seeing Vonda's imposing figure and noticing her plain clothes, Laverne instantly tried to shift the blame. Miss, you're blocking the way. These dresses and shoes are high-end. Can you afford to compensate for them? Vonda calmly looked at Laverne and scanned the dresses on the ground. Miss, you're the one who bumped into me. I wasn't blocking the way. You should apologize to me. Laverne persisted. You were blocking the way. These high-end items are now dirty. You must pay compensation. Raising an eyebrow, Vonda retorted. Are you trying to extort me? Just then, a red sports car stopped at the entrance of Devon Corporation. The chauffeur opened the door for a striking young woman who exited the car. Sage spotted her assistant Laverne and the scattered dresses and shoes on the ground. Her expression turned cold instantly. Seeing Sage, Laverne hurried over, bowing apologetically. Boss, she bumped into me and overturned the boxes. Sorry. Sage glanced at Vonda, revealing a disdainful look. As a designer, she preferred beauty, and Vonda's appearance clearly didn't meet her standards. Contact someone immediately to send new dresses and shoes. Have her compensate for the loss of the ones on the ground. Recognizing Sage upon her arrival, Vonda knew it was a member of the Devon family. Despite never participating in Fraserung City's social circles, Selena and Brogan always kept her informed about people and events within these circles. Thus, Vonda recognized Sage, though Sage had no idea who she was. Smiling, Vonda responded, It was your assistant who bumped into me. I was just standing here. If anyone should be talking about compensation, it's me. Casting a cold look at Vonda, Sage remarked, I doubt you can afford to compensate and are trying to shirk responsibility. Are you an employee of Devon Corporation? If so, you won't need to come back. Note, for continuity, I have maintained references and character names like Sage and Arn based on previous content, assuming these translations align with the earlier parts. Chapter 342, To Accompany the Boss. At this moment, in the chairman's office of Devon Corporation, Gail read the message sent by Sage. She pressed the intercom, Do Tezu, go downstairs and escort Miss Sage up. Bennett complied and hung up the phone, then took the direct elevator downstairs. He had just walked out of the building when he first saw Millicent. Her girlfriend seemed to be having an argument with someone. And that someone was none other than Devon Corporation's princess, Sage. Bennett quickened his pace slightly and approached. He first glanced at Millicent, noting she was fine, then turned to Sage with a warm smile. Miss Devon, what happened? The chairman asked me to escort you upstairs. Hearing Bennett's words, Sage's expression softened somewhat. Impatiently, she said, this woman knocked over the dress and shoes I was going to give my sister-in-law. You came just in time. Deal with her and make her compensate. She thought it too undignified to argue with a fat woman here. Bennett smiled faintly. Miss Devon, the chairman is waiting for you. You can go upstairs first, leave this matter to me. Sage cast a cold glance at Millicent, then strutted into Devon Corporation proudly, while Laverne hurriedly picked up the clothes and shoes and followed behind. After Sage left, Bennett turned to Millicent with a smile. Devon, what happened? Millicent snorted. Miss Devon's assistant ran into me and tried to blame me for spilling the box. I've never seen such a shameless person. Bennett raised an eyebrow and nodded. I'll handle this, don't worry, you won't be wronged. Wait for me at the cafe. Millicent was satisfied with Bennett's response. Her previously cold expression relaxed into a smile. All right. Millicent went to the cafe, ordered a coffee, and sat down by the window. Thinking of how Sage had sized her up disdainfully, Millicent wanted to roll her eyes secretly. She might be overweight, but her brain functioned perfectly, and she was very happy. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office. Seeing Sage enter the office, Gail stopped working and greeted her warmly. Alice, thank you. Sage sat on the sofa and grinned. Sister-in-law, rest assured, you will look stunning at tonight's banquet. Gail was supposed to attend Zhong family's birthday party that night. Although she had already arranged for a makeup team, Sage insisted on helping design her outfit. Smiling, Gail nodded. Alice, I trust your taste, and I'm looking forward to your design. A flash of confidence crossed Sage's eyes. Leave it to me, sister-in-law. You'll be the most dazzling presence at the banquet tonight. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Bennett entered. Chairman, Miss Devon, I have handled the incident downstairs. Confused, Gail asked, what happened? Coldly, Sage replied, encountered a woman who bumped into Laverne, knocking over the gown and shoes you were to wear tonight. When I asked her to apologize and compensate, she tried to deny it. Bennett's smile faded. Gail looked at Bennett. How did you handle it? An apology would suffice, no need for compensation. Bennett opened a video on his tablet and handed it over to Sage. Miss Devon, the company in trance has surveillance. Here's the footage from earlier. Sage glanced at Bennett and smiled. Is this the video where she apologizes? Just use the mobile recording next time. She tapped open the video. Gail turned to watch as well. Laverne stood nervously beside them, biting her lip. Bennett turned and gave Laverne a faint smile. After watching the video, Sage looked angrily at Laverne. Go. You don't need to work in the fashion industry anymore. Daring to deceive her. The video clearly showed Laverne carrying the boxes bumping into someone. Realizing she could no longer work in the design industry, Laverne paled. I'm sorry, Sage, being so proud, wouldn't listen to any excuses. Get out. Panic-stricken, Laverne quickly left. Sage tossed the tablet on the table with disgust. So fat and still blocking the way, serves her right for getting knocked over. Bennett inwardly cursed but remained silent. Checking the time, Gail changed the topic. Alice, let's start getting ready. Okay, Sage agreed, nodding. Then she tilted her chin at Bennett. Sister-in-law, who is he? Gail introduced him with a light smile. My newly hired special assistant, Mr. Du. Seeing no further task, Bennett left the office and returned to his desk, swiftly handling his work. By the time the workday ended, he finished his tasks and called his boss. Since Gail was getting ready in the office, he called instead. Answering the call, Gail asked, Mr. Du, anything else? Bennett replied respectfully. Chairman, if there are no other arrangements, I'll be leaving now. Gail gently said, Mr. Du, accompany me to the Zhong family's banquet tonight. Her tone wasn't a question but a statement. She had just received a message from her husband, Alger, saying he couldn't attend the Zhong family's banquet tonight. So, she chose Bennett. As a highly paid special assistant, occasionally attending functions with the boss was part of the job. Bennett frowned, aware that rejecting this request would imply poor work attitude. Yet, he thought of Millicent waiting for him at the cafe and hesitated. Sensing his hesitation, Gail added apologetically, Mr. Dew, sorry. If you have something, you don't need to come. Sighing, Bennett responded, I haven't prepared formal attire for the event. Gail laughed softly. Don't worry about the clothing. They hung up, and Bennett reluctantly headed to the cafe next to the company. her1, do you want Western or Chinese cuisine? Millicent put her phone down as he approached and waited for him to sit. Sitting down, Bennett spoke apologetically. Devong, I can't have dinner with you tonight. Chairwoman Fraser requested me to accompany her to the Zhong family's banquet. Sorry. Millicent felt a bit disappointed but understood the nature of his job. I see. Let's meet another time. Bennett held her hand and said warmly, I'm really sorry. The couple next to them saw this gesture. Shocked, the woman wondered why such a handsome man had chosen an overweight girlfriend. She glanced at her ordinary-looking boyfriend. How could she lose to an overweight woman? Embarrassed, Millicent tried to pull her hand back but failed. Fine, go ahead. I'll head home. Ignoring everyone's gazes in the cafe, they walked out holding hands. Millicent teased herself softly. Everyone says beauty matches beast, mine is a handsome man with a beast. Disliking this self-deprecation, Bennett smiled, in my eyes, you're beautiful. Speechless, Millicent had often questioned her boyfriend's aesthetic standards. Yet, the benefit was hers. Calling a taxi, Bennett helped Millicent in and then returned to the company. Translation provided based on given instructions, Selena wasn't enjoying her meal with Brogan because their daughter wasn't at home. Davon Gwilym, on the other hand, was eating heartily and had already finished his second small bowl of rice. He had played tirelessly at kindergarten all day, so naturally, he could eat 2 bowls of rice for dinner. Seeing his son eating so heartily made Brogan feel a bit uncomfortable. In an attempt to show paternal love, he placed some celery on his son's plate. Gwilym, eat more vegetables. Davon Gwilym saw the celery he detested most in the small bowl and felt so wrong that he nearly cried. Gwilym is already full. Selena added a little more pressure, we can't waste food in our bowls. Just then, Vonda came back home and changed her shoes. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hearing her daughter's voice, Selena quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and walked out of the dining room. She asked curiously, your date ended this quickly? Vonda waved her hand dismissively, it didn't happen. her1 has to accompany his boss to the Zhong family's banquet. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 343, Guess Right, Win a Prize. Selena thought of Vivian's birthday party when Vonda mentioned the Zhong family banquet. Brogan walked out of the restaurant and also overheard his daughter say she hadn't successfully made a date. He casually suggested, Magnolia, should you consider changing your boyfriend to someone who isn't an assistant? Vonda blushed at her father's words. Dad, boyfriends aren't something you just swap out like that. Besides, I'm going to be Uncle Bill's assistant soon. Should he change girlfriends too? Selena gave Mr. Davon a look, don't meddle. In the brief moment they were talking in the living room. Arn was dining in the restaurant and secretly put the celery from his small bowl back onto the plate, pretending he had eaten it, and smiled happily. Arn also wanted to go speak with his sister but dared not unbuckle himself from his high chair without Mommy's permission. He was such a well-behaved baby. Outside the living room, Selena told Vonda to freshen up and change clothes first. Go wash up, I'll cook you 3 dishes. Thank you, Mom. Vonda grinned and went upstairs. Once their daughter was upstairs, Brogan remarked to Selena, Bennett accompanied Bud's daughter to the banquet tonight. Thankfully, she is already married, otherwise, I wouldn't approve of him dating our daughter. Selena didn't object to what he said. Relationships must be decided by their daughter herself, and as parents, they can only offer guidance. We shouldn't overthink this. Bennett doesn't even know about the entanglements between our generations. Meanwhile, Bennett, whom Brogan mentioned, was accompanying Fraser Xiaoya to the Zhong family residence. This was Gail's first party since returning home, normally she should have been accompanied by Alger. Tonight was Viviana's birthday party. For Gail's generation, Viviana could be called Old Jacqueline. Old Jacqueline warmly chatted with guests, the atmosphere was lively. Gail entered the hall, elegantly dressed in a formal gown, looking both noble and gentle. Bennett stood beside her at a respectful distance. Gail approached Old Jacqueline and greeted her warmly, Happy birthday, Old Jacqueline. Wishing you good health and happiness. Seeing Gail, Old Jacqueline's smile turned slightly perplexed. From which family are you? Gail smiled politely, I am married into the Davon family, Alger's wife. Upon hearing Alger's name, Old Jacqueline's smile faded. She once had a good relationship with the twins and couldn't help thinking of Allie and Selena. Her smile became even fainter. Gail stepped back nonchalantly, allowing other guests to congratulate Old Jacqueline. She didn't know why Old Jacqueline seemed displeased with her. Continuing through the party, Gail met many business elites. This was a perfect opportunity for social networking. She gracefully conversed with them, showcasing her excellent social skills. Occasionally, Bennett needed to refuse drinks on her behalf, but to show sincerity, Gail mostly drank on her own. Midway through the banquet, Old Jacqueline, assisted by Clifford, took the stage. Clifford, son of Brian and Elisa, was 14 this year, named by Viviana herself. Viviana addressed all the guests, "Thank you for attending my birthday celebration tonight. On this joyous occasion, I have an announcement to make." Elisa quietly asked Brian, "What is she announcing?" Brian shook his head, "I don't know." Viviana continued, "I hereby announce that I will gift 20% of Jean Corporation shares to my nephew, Brian." Brian looked shocked at Viviana. Elisa nearly screamed in excitement. The guests below envied Brian while others recalled the true power behind Light Dust Corporation, Selena. Selena, being Viviana and Leighton's biological daughter, had no connection to Jean Corporation now. Viviana, seeing Brian's stunned face lacking excessive surprise, nodded approvingly. She believed her decision was right. Her health had always been poor, and it was this couple who had cared for her over the years. As for her biological daughter Selena, Viviana treated her as dead. Viviana turned to her grandson Clifford and said affectionately, "Today, I also wish to gift 5% of Jean Corporation shares to my grandson, Clifford." Hearing this, Elisa almost fainted from sheer joy. Her son got shares too. All these years of patiently caring for Jacqueline finally paid off. No longer did she fear that upon Jacqueline's death, her property would fall into Selena's hands as a direct relative. After the party, Gail and Bennett left the venue. Bennett opened the car door for Gail. "Chairman, I'll take a taxi home." Gail nodded and got in the car. Watching the car drive away, Bennett removed his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt before calling Vonda. Vonda was playing cards with Arn when she answered. "Esmond, is the banquet over?" Bennett, walking on the sidewalk, smiled gently. "Yes, it's over. What are you doing now?" Vonda glanced at Arn trying to escape her grip and chuckled. "Playing with my brother." "Was the party fun?" Bennett hesitated. "Not really. Do you know Jean Corporation?" Vonda knew Jean Corporation well. "What happened?" Bennett recounted the event. Old Jacqueline announced she would gift 20% of Jean Corporation shares to Brian and 5% to Brian's son. Hearing this, Vonda instantly felt sympathy for her mother. Although her mom didn't care about the Jean family assets, it was still disheartening to hear such news. But Vonda understood her mother didn't want to involve herself in the Jean family affairs. "Sister, are you done gossiping?" "I need to use the bathroom," Arn exclaimed sincerely. "Oh, our Camillo knows how to gossip." Vonda released him. "Go ahead." In the next moment, she watched Arn speed towards the finish line with his toy car. Kuan Camillo grinned foolishly. "Sister, it's called deception." He proudly raised his head. Vonda was speechless. At the same time, Selena and Brogan were discussing the evening's announcement in their bedroom. Selena, applying cream, said indifferently, "It doesn't surprise me at all. Guess why I chose to give up inheriting Jean Corporation shares?" Having finished her routine, she sat on the sofa next to Brogan and tapped his thigh with her finger. "Guess right, win a prize." Chapter 344, Ainsworth's son is so great. Brogan cast a deep glance at the slender fingers tapping on his thigh. "Guessing right comes with a prize?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Yeah, I won't lie to you," Selena assured him with a smile. Brogan raised an eyebrow. "You didn't want to inherit the Jean Corporation." Firstly, given Vivian's personality, if you really took over Jean Corporation's shares, she would probably keep urging you to hand it over to Brian for management. Secondly, the shareholders of Jean Corporation aren't like those of MO Corporation in the past. They wouldn't allow you to radically reorganize the company and hold decision-making power. Thirdly, at that time, you didn't want to expend energy dealing with Vivian or taking over Jean Corporation. He chuckled as he gently scooped up Selena, placing her on his lap. "In short, you found it troublesome, . Since it was troublesome, why bother getting involved?" Just like when Devon Dahome died, Brogan only then discovered that the old man had left him nothing. Thinking of this, he chuckled softly. Honestly, he wasn't angry, he just thought the old man was foolish. If the old man were aware in his grave, he'd likely deeply regret his estate distribution decisions. Both historically and in modern management, attempting to support a young child managing a group invariably leads to power being divided or falling into others' hands. The declining Devon Corporation now seemed merely like a small branch office to him. After the couple lightly brushed over this topic, they began discussing their son's education. To them, their children needed the most investment of energy at this moment. Thinking about Arnie's education made Selena's head ache. That night, Arn had secretly placed the celery he disliked back onto the plate. Little Z's kid even boasted, "Ainsworth's son finished eating. Ainsworth's son is so great. Ainsworth's son is so brave." Selena sighed internally. Who gave him the courage to fool them like this? At the old Devon residence, Gail returned from the party and went straight to the study after bathing, dialing a video call. Soon, the call connected, revealing an elder with entirely white hair in the frame. Gail sat up straight, calling out, "Great-grandmother." Fiona put on her reading glasses and looked sharply at Gail, her voice aged yet stern. "Larrig, I've told you before, you are married to Jackson now. Call me grandmother, like he does." Gail lowered her gaze in acknowledgement. "Sorry, grandmother. I understand." Fiona observed her for a while before sighing. You've been managing the Davon Corporation for some time. How's it going? Managing the Davon Corporation was challenging for Gail. There were numerous issues within the company. But she couldn't tell her grandmother this and replied, "It's okay, grandmother. I've reassigned Special Assistant Hillary." Fiona nodded. That was the right move. Gail recounted what happened at the Zhong family dinner party earlier that night, mentioning how the elderly Vivian transferred Zhong Corporation shares to her son Brian. Upon hearing this, Fiona laughed heartily, coughing a few times afterwards to catch her breath. Very good, absolutely splendid. Selena ended up with nothing, just like Brogan. Gail lowered her eyes. Her thoughts diverged from her great-grandmother's. She believed that Zhong Corporation might be insignificant to the legendary Lu president. Under Selena's control, Magnolia Corporation already ranked among the top 50 internationally. Fiona reined in her laughter, addressing another matter. You and Jackson should have an heir soon. Where is Jackson? Gail felt somewhat flustered by this question, responding with a laugh. Laura, we just got married. Jackson doesn't want a child so young. Plus, managing Davon Corporation leaves me no energy. Fiona frowned. Larag, no matter how busy you are, ensure you make time for Jackson before our plans are completed. Understood. Gail managed a weak smile. Yes, grandmother, I understand. Slightly satisfied, Fiona nodded. Rest well. Contact me if there's anything urgent. After ending the call, Gail's mood turned complex. Leaving the study, she walked back to her bedroom, finding Alger already returned. Checking the time, Alger rarely came home before midnight. As she approached, he pulled her into his arms, smiling. Sis Larag, you smell wonderful from your bath. Gail shot him a look. You reek of powder and perfume. Why did you come back so early tonight? Alger chuckled lightly. I didn't go with you to the party, so I wanted to come back early to be with you. Gail felt mixed emotions toward Alger. Since childhood, whenever she struggled and was scolded by her great-grandmother, he was always there to comfort her. There was still a spark between them. But Alger was too fickle, too emotional. Gail blushed and looked down, revealing a glimpse of her white neck. Alger traced his finger along her neck, pulling her closer. Sis Larag, I'm going to shower first. Night fell quietly at the old Davon residence. Moonlight filtered through the windows, casting a soft glow in the master bedroom. Alger cuddled with Gail after 2 rounds and prepared to sleep. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Gail furrowed her brow, moving his arm from around her waist. I'll shower first. Without opening his eyes, Alger murmured in agreement. Gail got up gently, grabbed a bathrobe, and entered the bathroom. After her shower, she felt much more comfortable. She tiptoed back to the bedroom, seeing Alger sound asleep. She lay back down softly. Gail couldn't sleep easily. Since she was young, her great-grandmother told her stories about how Brogan and Selena were responsible for her parents' deaths and the bankruptcy of the Fraser Family Corporation. She should have been pampered as the Fraser family heiress. Over the past months, she hadn't seen Brogan or Selena at any public event. They seemed too distant from her reach. Could she really seek revenge? Gail shifted slightly, staring at Alger's profile. Remembering the scent of women's perfume on his clothes today, she frowned, forcing herself to close her eyes and sleep. Chapter 345, Sorry, what's the use? The next day, Gail woke up feeling mentally and physically exhausted. She had gone to sleep very late last night. When she got up, Alger was still asleep. Gail didn't wake him and went straight to the company without having breakfast. Bennett, who had arrived early at the office, was sending a list of travel necessities to Vonda. Just as he finished sending the message, he heard the sound of high heels. Turning his head, he saw Gail walking over. Special Assistant Du, please prepare me a cup of black coffee, no sugar, thank you, Gail said as she paused by Bennett's desk. She felt a headache coupled with exhaustion and relied on coffee to adjust her state. Sure, Bennett replied. His phone was lying on the table, showing a heart icon from Vonda's reply which Gail happened to see. She smiled softly, girlfriend? Bennett nodded, smiling warmly, yes, she's traveling with her family these days, so I just helped her check some items she needs. Gail walked into her office with a smile. Bennett had caught many eyes upon joining the company, especially among the single female employees. As the handsome chairman's special assistant, several female employees tried to learn more about him. Despite this attention, Bennett kept polite distances and announced he had a girlfriend. Even so, some female employees believed it was just an excuse. Entering her office, Gail had just sat down when her phone vibrated. Opening it, she saw pictures sent by the private detective. The images depicted Alger hugging 2 women, an extremely unseemly sight. Gail took a deep breath to calm herself. Last night, Alger had professed his love, yet here he was. She reminded herself that her goal was revenge, not love. Gail placed her phone on the desk, seeing too many such photos had numbed her. If not for tracking Alger's daily activities and interactions, she wouldn't want to see these unsettling images each morning. At this moment, Bennett knocked and entered with the coffee. Chairman, your coffee. Placing the coffee on the desk, he began reporting today's schedule. After finishing, Gail thought for a moment before asking, Special Assistant Du, what kind of messages make men happy? Caught off guard, Bennett hesitated but then answered responsibly, Chairman, generally, men like caring and considerate messages, such as greetings, encouragement, or expressions of affection. Seeing Gail's puzzled expression, he added, for example, tired today? Remember to rest, missing you, or you can do it. Gail nodded, thinking deeply. I understand. Thank you, Special Assistant Do. Growing up, she only knew studying. Her grandmother arranged numerous classes for her. Her messages with Alger were usually official, never personal. Gail wouldn't let Alger slip out of her control. She envied Bennett's girlfriend a little. Nothing else, you may go, Gail said, starting to handle paperwork. Thank you. Do you need breakfast? Bennett asked. Please get me a light breakfast, Gail replied, appreciating Bennett's attentiveness. Leaving the room, Bennett ordered breakfast for Gail and Vonda, messaging Vonda, Vong, I've ordered your breakfast. Don't forget to eat. Vonda, already lazily lying back in bed, hadn't seen the message yet. Waking up at 9, Vonda retrieved the breakfast from security. Yawning, she descended the stairs to see Mama chasing Arn with a soft fur whip. Vonda paused mid-step. Arn ran swiftly, crying, Mama, Camillo was wrong, I won't do it again. Selena, holding the whip, though angry, looked helpless. You dared to say you were wrong. You ate candies again. Your teeth are ruined. Boo-hoo, won't do it again. No, it's wrong, then stop running. I won't run if you don't hit Ainsworth's son. Brogan. Vonda, isn't this pouring oil on the fire? Still, he bargains. Laughing, Brogan caught Arn, handing him to Selena. Way, don't be angry early in the morning. A mother disciplining her son is loving education. It wasn't him getting hit anyway. Unhurried, Arn looked up adoringly at Selena. Mama, Camillo promises not to eat candies secretly again. Selena frowned. Where did the candies come from? A classmate gave them to me because I played with her. Arn confessed, emphasizing how hard it was for a boy to play with a girl. No one wants to play with Kirsten, but I did. His purpose all along was for the candy. Selena could only say helplessly, from now on, hand over any candy you receive. I'll bake you small cakes every other day. Homemade cakes controlled sugar content and included fruits, perfect for Arn. With large eyes, Arn embraced his mother's leg. Mama, punish Camillo for being naughty. Seeing this, Selena genuinely tapped him a few times. Finally, seeing the end of the family squabble, Vonda descended. Suddenly, Arnie's childish complaint echoed, Mama, Daddy also misbehaved. I heard him telling Uncle Tim to hide reports from Mama. Brogan inwardly cursed, he'd used bread to bribe the kid for secrecy days ago. Father and son betrayed each other skillfully. Selena glared at Brogan, ordering him to wait. Turning to Vonda standing at the stairs, Selena smiled. Magnolia, have breakfast, we leave at 10:30. Descending, Vonda smiled obediently, okay, and carried Arn to the kitchen, leaving Mama and Papa to talk. Selena waited until they were gone. Come upstairs. Following nervously, Brogan cursed inwardly as they headed for the study. Selena sat on the sofa, examining Brogan from head to toe. Her gaze made Brogan's smile gradually freeze. Finally, with a blank expression, she said, Mr. Devon, bring me the medical report to look at. Brogan wanted to put up one last fight, but he also knew he couldn't keep hiding it any longer. He could only go to the bookshelf, pull out a book, and hand over the health checkup report hidden inside to Selena. Selena opened the report. Instantly, she saw rows of red text, and her eyes welled up. Almost failing. She tried hard to control her emotions, but her voice still trembled slightly. Brogan, I don't want there to be a next time. Brogan sighed. He sat down beside Selena and held her slightly cold fingers. I'm sorry. Selena glared at him fiercely. Sorry, what's the use? Do you think this way you won't make me worry? Translated while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring the English is natural and fluent. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Chapter 346, Latoya Lynn, why did you come? At 10:30. Selena's family set off on their trip. The two adults didn't show any signs of disappointment in front of the children, trying to keep the atmosphere as cheerful as possible. Vonda, though she had her suspicions, kept them quietly to herself. She took out a camera and said with a smile, Dad, Mommy, let me take a picture for you. I'm really good at taking photos. Brogan and Selena exchanged glances, smiling and nodding. In the car, they had no particular backdrop. Brogan patted his thigh, signaling Selena to sit down. Upon seeing this, Vonda instantly felt like she was intruding on a sweet moment. Selena, however, was mindful of the children and did not sit on Mr. Davon's lap but instead picked up Arn and placed him on Brogan's lap. Brogan frowned, he can just stand. Arn responded with a frown, I want Mommy to hold me. The father and son shared identical expressions of reluctance. Selena had already positioned herself perfectly for the photo, disregarding their interactions entirely. Photos had to be perfect, after all. Vonda adjusted the camera's angle, okay, ready. Smile. As she spoke, she pressed the shutter button. Arn quickly struck a pose he thought looked cool. Sister, take it. Vonda chuckled and snapped several pictures quickly. Done. Next, let's take one of all of us together. She handed the camera to the bodyguard, walked over, and stood behind Selena and Brogan, making a heart sign above their heads. 3, 2, 1, say cheese. The meticulous bodyguard pressed the shutter. Bennett finally received a photo from Vonda when he got home at 10 p.m. It was of a sky blue sky. He messaged Vonda, looks like you're having fun. Followed by, finally remembered me. After sending the messages, Bennett went to shower, slipping into a bathrobe halfway through when he heard his phone ring. Thinking it might be Vonda, he quickly rinsed off, wrapped himself in the robe, and stepped out of the bathroom. His abs were visibly toned. Checking his phone, he found the call wasn't from Vonda but from Fraser Lara. Bennett mentally sighed, reciting the mantra of a hard-working soul, before answering, Chairman? Alright, I'll head over now. He hung up, changed quickly, grabbed his keys and phone, and rushed out to drive to the company. About half an hour later, he arrived at the building where Fraser Lara was waiting at the entrance. She got into the car, leaned back against the seat, and rubbed her temples, softly saying, Mr. Dew, we're going to the 9 Club. Preston is sick, so I sent him to the hospital. Preston was Fraser Lara's driver. Bennett responded affirmatively, not knowing where 9 Club was and using navigation to guide him. When they reached the destination, Bennett realized that 9 Club was an upscale entertainment venue. Chairman, we've arrived, Bennett announced as he parked. Fraser Lara nodded, turning to look outside, her expression serene. Let's get out. Bennett opened the door for her, and the doorman took the keys away respectfully. Inside, the lavish environment of 9 Club struck Bennett. The place was decorated opulently, adorned with gold and luxury. At the reception, Fraser Lara asked the manager directly, where is Alger? Pausing briefly, she added, I'm his wife. The manager, feeling immense pressure, believed they wouldn't dare cause a scene at 9 Club. He smiled faintly, Mrs. Devon, Mr. Devon is in the VIP room. I'll escort you there. Fraser Lara thanked him politely. Bennett followed her through the hallways, which occasionally echoed with laughter and music from the private rooms. At the VIP room door, the manager knocked lightly, and a waiter opened it, revealing a room filled with jovial sounds. Fraser Lara stepped inside, her gaze falling on Alger, seated on a sofa surrounded by several flamboyantly dressed women. Holding a wine glass, his eyes seemed unfocused, indicating he'd had quite a lot to drink. A strikingly beautiful woman appearing at the entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. Seeing Fraser Lara, Alger looked surprised. Latoya Lynn, why did you come? Fraser Lara noticed the lipstick marks on his face, visible evidence of his indulgence. Her visit, however, was not about his infidelity but about resolving another matter. Chapter 347, Unwavering Hatred. Alger watched as Gale approached and sat up straight. He let go of the 2 women leaning against him and motioned for the women around him and the people in the private room to leave. You all go out first, I need to talk to my wife. The people in the private room quickly left. Gale turned to Bennett, do special assistant, wait for me at the door. Bennett nodded and stepped out, carefully closing the door behind him. Alger stood up and walked over to Gale, his voice casual yet gentle, Larig's sister, if you have something urgent next time, just call me, I'll come home immediately. This unexpected tenderness from the man left Gale unsure of what to say. It seemed he was both affectionate and indifferent. Gale looked directly at Alger and asked, did you fight with Eldon tonight? Alger paused, then chuckled lightly, his smile charming, Larig's sister, don't worry, he's no match for me. Gale gazed at him with a soft expression, Jackson, tomorrow, I'll go with you to apologize to Eldon, okay? Alger raised an eyebrow, why should I apologize to him? He provoked me first. Do you know what he said about us? He gently held Gale's hand, his expression inscrutable, Larig's sister, he mocked Jackson and Lee, saying we were illegitimate children with unknown fathers. What do you think, he deserved it, right? Hearing this, Gale's soft demeanor faded, but her voice remained calm, Jackson, I understand your anger, but fighting won't solve anything, it will only complicate matters further. Our company is currently engaged in an important collaboration with the Tong family. Alger scoffed, why should our Devon group be afraid of the Tong group? Gale whispered, Jackson, it's not about being afraid or not, it's about avoiding conflicts at this critical juncture. Eldon is favored in the Tong family. We're just making an appearance by apologizing. Alger softened, not wanting to put Gale in an awkward position. Impatiently pacing back and forth a few steps, he sighed, Larig's sister, for your sake, I can apologize to him. Gale breathed a sigh of relief, stepping forward to hold Alger's hand, thank you, Jackson. Are you coming home with me now, or staying to play longer? Alger embraced Gale, let's go home. As the private room door opened, Alger escorted Gale out, glancing at Bennett standing by the door. Seeing this, Gale introduced him, this is Dew's special assistant, who has taken Hillary's special assistant's place. Alger's eyes landed on Bennett's handsome face, frowning, Larig's sister, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to have a female assistant? Gale smiled, I couldn't find a suitable female assistant. Dew's special assistant is quite capable. Bennett drove Gale and Alger back to the Devon family mansion. Once away from the Devon residence, he finally checked his phone and saw a message from Vonda. Considering the late hour, he hesitated to call her for fear of disturbing her sleep. Vonda had been waiting for Bennett's call, but she had eventually fallen asleep, exhausted from their day together. The next morning, lying in a hospital bed, Eldon received a call while crossing his legs. Alger wants to come and apologize to me? All right, grandfather, I understand, he grinned arrogantly. Don't worry, grandfather, as long as he apologizes, I won't be petty. He hung up the call and immediately pressed the nurse button. When the nurse entered, Eldon pointed to the minor scrape on his hand. Make it look really, really serious. The nurse, though surprised by the young master's request, reluctantly fetched bandages to wrap his hand tightly. After several rounds, his hand appeared very severe. Eldon inspected his exaggeratedly wrapped hand, smiling smugly, proud of his cleverness. He took a selfie of his bandaged hand and sent it to Vonda, feigning victimhood. Magnolia, that bastard Alger hit me, wah. Eldon knew Vonda was alive because he had met her a few years ago when he was robbed abroad. She had helped him then, and he kept her secret. Vonda saw the photo and asked curiously, how did you two get into a fight? Eldon replied, men sometimes act on impulse. Around 10 o'clock, Gail accompanied Alger to the hospital. Standing at the doorway, Alger showed some reluctance but still followed Gail into the ward. Eldon, lying in bed, smirked smugly as they entered. Well, what wind brought you here, young Master Devon? Suppressing his annoyance, Alger replied coolly, Eldon, I'm sorry for last night. Of course, Eldon noticed Alger's dissatisfaction. Lifting his heavily bandaged hand, he remarked sarcastically, is an apology enough? Or shall I break your hand too and say sorry? Glancing at Eldon's bandaged hand, Alger frowned. Was it really that bad? Stepping forward, Gail blocked Alger and bowed slightly, speaking softly, young Master Tong, I apologize on behalf of my husband. Jackson was drunk last night. I'm very sorry. Eldon hadn't expected Gail to bow and apologize on Alger's behalf. Though he disliked inconveniencing women, he grumbled, all right, let's put it behind us. Gail smiled gently, warmly thanking him, thank you. Alger hadn't expected Gail to bow either. Disliking the feeling, he frowned, somewhat angry, Larig's sister, let's go. Just as Alger was about to pull Gail out of the ward, he suddenly stopped and turned to Eldon, coldly stating, we are not bastards, nor do we have unknown fathers. It was Selina who interfered with someone else's marriage. Eldon, momentarily stunned, defended his friend Vonda, exclaiming angrily, oh, please. The news clarified all those years ago, it's still available online. Alger didn't argue further with Eldon. They were grown-ups now, past the age where they needed a father. Grandma Hannah had shown them a video of their 100th day celebration during their childhood, featuring their father holding them beside their mother. And the desperate farewell messages their mother had left for them. In those videos, their mother told them their father loved Selina, that she lost the battle completely, and that they should live as if they had no father once they grew up, always listening to their grandfather. Thinking of these contents, Alger didn't say anything more, leading Gail out of the ward. Unlike his sister Lee, who clung to hatred towards Selina and Brogan, Alger harbored less intense resentment. Chapter 348, she burst in directly. Eldon called Vonda and told her what Alger had said. Mistress number 3? After hearing what Eldon had to say, Vonda raised her eyes and looked towards her parents sitting under a nearby sun umbrella. She smiled faintly. Her father would not be the type to seduce and then abandon someone. And her mother would never become a mistress for anyone else. As for what Alger had said, she felt repulsed just thinking about it. Vonda thanked Eldon on the phone for standing up for her. Thank you for speaking up for me. Eldon's tone was casual at the other end of the line. Magnolia, there's no need to thank me. At this moment, under the sun umbrella, Selina handed Brogan a bottle of sunscreen. Help me put some on my back, I don't want to get sunburnt. Brogan took the sunscreen and was more than willing to help. The family's itinerary for the day was to spend time by the sea, and they planned to go fishing at sea the next day. Little Arn was very happy. He was wearing a tiny swimming trunks and followed the bodyguards into the water with his short legs. Vonda helped build castles in the sand for Arn. She didn't know how to swim, it felt as though her weight made it too inconvenient to get into the water. Most importantly, there was still a lingering fear deep down inside her whenever she faced the sea. As for why she added coming to the seaside in their travel plans, it was also to reassure her parents that as long as she didn't get into the water, she wouldn't be afraid of the sea. That night, Selina rearranged their accommodation for the night. She decided to share a room with Vonda and let Brogan and Arn stay in another room. When Arn heard this news, he became very sad. Mommy, Camillo wants to sleep with you too. He definitely did not want to sleep with Dad. Brogan wouldn't let Arn get his wish. Camillo, tonight Daddy will tell you a bedtime story. Arn didn't believe his father could tell stories. No, I want to hear a story from Big Sister. Listening to a story from Big Sister sounded much better. Without any hesitation, Brogan carried Arn into their bedroom and closed the door. Arn felt utterly hopeless when he was placed on the bed. He jumped up onto all fours, hands on his waist, eyes wide open. Dad, when Camillo grows up, I'll definitely be stronger than you. Brogan saw his son's determined little expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Okay, when Camillo grows up and becomes stronger than Dad, protect Mommy and Big Sister well, okay? He hid the deep regret in his heart, eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. He might not see his son grow up. Arn pouted and lay down on the bed, sprawled out haphazardly. What story are you going to tell me today, Dad? Brogan wouldn't really tell him a story. He fobbed him off with a few words, then said, after the trip ends, Daddy will take you jogging every morning. Arn nearly cried, no story, just an extra morning exercise regime instead. He only wanted to eat and sleep. Daddy, I'm still a baby. Babies only needed to eat, drink, and sleep. On the other side, Selena was chatting with Vonda in their room. Selena dried her daughter's hair gently and asked, Magnolia, do you have something to tell Mommy? Vonda hadn't expected her mother to notice that she had something to ask. Mommy, you're so perceptive, no wonder Daddy was driven away. She truly loved her mommy. After drying her hair, the mother and daughter leaned on the sofa each holding an ice lolly. They could secretly eat ice lollies only when Mr. Devon wasn't around. Vonda started talking about what Eldon had told her over the phone today. Upon mentioning Eldon, Selena recalled the wedding ceremony years ago where Eldon served as a flower girl. You and Eldon seem to have quite the bond, Selena smiled. I didn't expect that after meeting at kindergarten, you two would meet again after growing up. Vonda nodded and chuckled along. Yes, we indeed have a strong connection. Selena licked her ice lolly and told Vonda about Alger and Sage. The twins are your uncle's siblings and Garrett's children. Vonda paused in her eating of the ice lolly. Isn't their mother named Allie? How can they be Aunt's children? If that were the case, the Devon family would never let everyone know such a scandal. Selena reminded Vonda, your ice lolly is melting. Vonda hurriedly finished the ice lolly and waited for Selena to continue. Selena continued, Allie fell in love with your father. Some people may do incomprehensible things out of love. The twins were indeed born from Allie's womb, but the genetic parents are your aunt and another man. In simple terms, Allie was a surrogate mother. Vonda was silent after hearing her mother's explanation. Mommy, rest assured. I won't make my love turn into such a tragic situation. If I don't like someone, I'll just let go. Isn't that better? Her looks made her always optimistic about love. If it came, she'd engage, if not, she wouldn't stress over it. Selena was glad her daughter was open-minded. Just then, they heard a gentle knock on the bedroom door. Usually, only one person would knock at this time. Oh no, Dad's here. Oh no, your dad's here. Mother and daughter looked at their ice lollies, quickly put on slippers, ran to the bathroom, and threw the lollies into the trash can. Safe. Selena went back to sit on the sofa after leaving the bathroom. Vonda opened the door after coming out. Dad. Vonda greeted with a smile as she opened the door. Brogan noticed the bright smile on his daughter's face. He raised an eyebrow. Your brother has already fallen asleep. Go sleep with him. Your mom can't sleep without Daddy around. Vonda saluted playfully and left quickly, unwilling to be the third wheel. Who couldn't sleep without whom? Selena sat on the sofa as Brogan entered, smiling knowingly. She knew Mr. Devon would return. Brogan leaned over, one hand supporting him on the sofa while the other lifted her chin, his lips landing on hers. Strawberry-flavored ice lolly in your mouth. Did you sneak one? Right? The final right almost came out muffled in the kiss. Miss Devon, the chairman is seeing guests right now. Miss Devon, please wait here. Bennett stopped Sage, who was ready to barge into the chairman's office. Sage couldn't believe someone dared to stop her. She glanced coldly at Bennett. Do you know who I am? My brother and I are major shareholders in the Devon Group. Do you understand? Move aside. Bennett maintained his smile, remaining polite. Miss Devon, the chairman is busy with guests and cannot be disturbed. Sage crossed her arms and stared at Bennett. You dare stop me? Watch me make you pack your bags and leave right now. Bennett's smile remained unchanged. His voice was mild. Miss Devon, I believe you. But please wait until the chairman finishes his meeting. Sage laughed scornfully. She stormed forward, not believing Bennett would dare touch her. Chapter 349. Of course, I thought of you. Just as Devon Adley was about to throw herself into Bennett's arms, he quickly dodged. Devon Adley snorted coldly at the man. A good dog doesn't block the way. Next time, be smarter, she spat before moving on. Bennett sighed softly. This job really wasn't for humans. But he had tried his best to intercept her. Anything that happened after that wasn't his responsibility. Devon Adley pushed open the office door and walked straight in, immediately interrupting Gail's conversation with the general manager from Tong's company who was there to discuss a partnership. Gail quickly responded, asking in a gentle voice, Adley, is something urgent? Seeing the visitor, Devon Adley calmed down. She immediately controlled her angry expression. Sister-in-law, you have guests. Sorry for the interruption. I'll wait for you in the lounge. She rushed to the company to find Gail because not long ago, she heard that her sister-in-law had taken her brother to apologize to Eldon. After calling her brother to learn the reason, Devon Adley felt that this approach by her sister-in-law was entirely wrong. Clearly, it was Eldon's fault. Why did her brother have to apologize? Once Devon Adley entered the lounge, Gail sincerely apologized to the general manager from the Tong family's company. I'm sorry for the interruption. Let's continue our discussion. The general manager smiled, indicating understanding. No problem, Miss Fraser. Did we need to revise any part of our cooperation terms? They continued talking for about half an hour before concluding. Gail personally escorted the general manager out of the office. After seeing off the guest, Bennett approached Gail. Chairman, I apologize for failing to stop Miss Davon. It was my duty. Gail knew Davon Adley's character well and didn't question Bennett. I understand. She returned to the office and went to the lounge to find Davon Adley. In the lounge, Gail sat beside Davon Adley, gently asking, Adley, can you tell me what's so urgent now? Davon Adley looked at Gail with a hint of displeasure and confusion. Laura, I heard you took brother to apologize to Eldon. Is this true? Gail nodded with a faint smile. Yes, that's true. Why? Davon Adley asked angrily. It was clearly Eldon's fault. Why should brother apologize? Do you know what people are saying about us now? They say we're cowards. Gail explained gently, Adley, we are in a business partnership with the Tong family. We need to look at the bigger picture. Although Eldon was wrong, your brother was also at fault. For the company's smooth operation, we must make some compromises. Despite this, Davon Adley still didn't fully understand these compromises. Doesn't this make us seem easy to bully? Gail shook her head. This isn't about being weak. We must know when to compromise and when to stand firm. This compromise is for a greater benefit. Davon Adley still couldn't grasp it. Eldon had insulted them all as illegitimate children, yet they were making concessions and apologizing? Gail comforted Davon Adley for a long time. When Davon Adley finally reluctantly put it aside, Gail apologized. Adley, I owe you an apology. The company really needs to seize this opportunity to cooperate with the Tong family. Davon Adley nodded. I understand, sister-in-law. Managing the company is tough work. As she left, she considered mentioning Bennett's dismissal but decided against it for the moment. Davon Adley walked out of the office, giving Bennett a scornful glance as she passed by his desk. Bennett didn't care much about Davon Adley's resentment since his current boss was Gail. Worst case scenario, he could find another job. What he cared about most was counting the days his girlfriend had been traveling. Selena and his family finally returned home after a week-long vacation. The moment they arrived, the entire family flopped onto the sofa together. Fun, but exhausting, Selena remarked. Vonda nodded in agreement, very tiring. Arn lay sprawled on the sofa, his feet resting on Brogan's stomach, wiggling his toes. Mommy, what shall we eat? Only Arn could think of food right then. Brogan pushed away Arnie's foot disdainfully. Arn. Your feet smell. Arn picked up his foot and sniffed it. Daddy, they don't stink. Brogan was momentarily speechless. His son actually smelled his own feet. Selena said exasperatedly, Arn, go wash your hands. Arn cheerfully complied and ran off to wash his hands. Watching his little brother's joyful figure, Vonda asked curiously, Brother, why are you so happy? Brogan chuckled. He thinks washing hands means preparing to eat. Vonda blinked. Apparently, washing hands equaled eating in his mind. Even Vonda doubted his father's assessment until Arn returned, standing in front of Mommy, blinking innocently. Mommy, Ainsworth's son washed his hands. Can we eat now? Vonda was speechless. Their trip brought back lots of snacks ready to be eaten. Selena instructed Arn to organize and categorize the souvenirs first. Magnolia, give some souvenirs to your boyfriend and bring some to work tomorrow for Uncle Bill and Uncle Cho. Sure, thanks, Mommy. Selena added, we'll move to Harbor Garden tonight. The three obediently agreed, okay. Later that night, Vonda called Bennett on video chat. The moment the call connected, 8-pack abs greeted her eyes. Bennett had just finished working out and was sweating slightly. Vonda stared wide-eyed at her boyfriend's physique. Today, she hadn't exercised, and seeing how fit he remained even after working out made her feel guilty for slacking off. Bennett drank some water to quench his thirst before asking, Xiao Divong, did you enjoy your trip? His voice was deep and tender. Vonda nodded, smiling brightly. I had a great time. Being with family made everywhere enjoyable. She continued, I'll visit you tomorrow and bring back some souvenirs from our trip. Bennett smiled broadly, teasing, it's rare for you to think of bringing me souvenirs while traveling. Vonda grinned, of course I thought of you when I found something good. Bennett's smile deepened. I'll wait for your souvenirs. Suddenly, he leaned closer to the camera. His face was impeccable from every angle. Xiao Divong, why are you pulling the camera so far away? I can't see you. From the other end came Vonda's strained voice, I'm doing yoga. Having seen Bennett's physique seconds earlier, she was remotivated to exercise. Bennett raised an eyebrow, grabbed a shirt from the sofa, and quickly put it on before returning to the camera. I'll send you the address of my current rental. Come to Davon Corporation tomorrow to get the spare key I prepared for you. Chapter 350, Studying made him silly. When Vonda heard that her boyfriend was going to give her a key, she stretched her body with effort. Okay. After they agreed on the time to meet tomorrow, Vonda suddenly remembered that she had to start working at Magnolia Group. Talking about this topic made the identity-concealing Vonda feel somewhat guilty. She leaned into the camera and said, I'm going to report to work at Magnolia Group in a couple of days as the chairman's assistant. Congratulations, Bennett sincerely wished Vonda well. I also wanted to apply at Magnolia Group before, but there were no vacancies. I didn't expect you to find one by coincidence. Vonda smiled guiltily. She got the job through connections. Very lucky indeed. Bennett thought about the internal struggles happening at Davon Corporation now and frowned slightly. It's fortunate you're not coming to Davon Corporation. Otherwise, he would have been worried. Vonda asked curiously, how is it working at Davon Corporation? Is your boss easy to get along with? Bennett laughed. The current workload is manageable. Chairman Fraser is a rather capable woman, but Davon Corporation has long-standing internal problems. Solving them requires both managerial skills and time. Vonda nodded. Her parents had already analyzed the issues at Davon Corporation for her. After chatting for about an hour, both parties hung up the phone contentedly. As soon as Bennett hung up, he received a call from his mother. He picked up the phone gently. Mom, what's wrong? His mother's voice came from the other end of the line. Fraser her1, I heard from the housekeeper that you haven't moved in over there. Do you dislike it? If you don't like it, we can buy another house for you. You child, after graduating, you didn't return to Haiju City but went to Fraser City instead. Bennett chuckled. Mom, you don't need to worry. Everything here is fine. No need to buy another house, I've rented one outside. Xandra retorted, we've already bought a house for you in Fraser City. Instead of moving in, you chose to rent? Son, did studying make you silly? Bennett, who was accused of becoming silly from studying, twitched the corner of his mouth. Not silly. There are reasons for renting, Mom. It's quite late now, you should go to bed and get your beauty sleep. Xandra grumbled, give me a reason. Why did you go to Fraser City for work and insisted on renting a place? Bennett smiled warmly. Mom, take care of yourself and Dad, rest early. Good night. After hanging up, Bennett sighed in relief. When he met Vonda at school, he knew her family conditions were average. To avoid putting too much pressure on her temporarily, he chose to keep his family background a secret. Their relationship seemed relatively stable so far. If it remains stable after they both start working, then he can confess everything. Meanwhile, Du's mother frowned as she looked at the phone call that had just ended. Something was definitely off with her son. Early in the morning, the Liu family moved into Gangcheng Garden. In the morning, the whole family sorted their belongings themselves without hiring any servants or managers. Even Arn had to tidy up his own room. Compared to his previous room, it was much smaller, but Arn didn't mind. Vonda knocked on the door. Hearing her brother inviting her in, she pushed open the door. Camillo, let me help you clean up. Arn felt incredibly grateful for his sister. Sister dear, thank you. In this family, Ainsworth's son referred to Camillo, while Treasure referred to Magnolia. Of course, at Brogan's home, there was another treasure called Weibao. At noon, Vonda brought some specialties to Magnolia Group. She didn't ask Brendan to come down because she wanted to maintain a low profile during her initial period as a regular assistant. Brendan had already notified the front desk staff. After registering at the security desk, Vonda entered the building and approached the receptionist. Hello, I'm Xiaoqing, here to deliver something to Assistant Manager Chiu. She always used Xiaoqing when outside. The receptionist assumed from the sound of her voice that Xiaoqing was a delicate lady. Upon seeing Vonda's build, she silently corrected herself but remained professional. Vicky Oking, Assistant Manager Chiu, is on the 30th floor. Vonda thanked her and waited for the elevator. It was lunchtime, so many people were going out to buy coffee and food, making the queue for the elevator longer than usual. Vonda carried a large bag of specialties and was almost last to enter the elevator, followed by a young woman. Just as the young woman stepped inside, the elevator beeped due to overload. Feeling embarrassed, she turned to Vonda and smiled. Miss, the elevator is overloaded. Would you wait for the next one? In her heart, the young woman sneered at how clumsy Vonda seemed, clearly causing the overload. Vonda raised an eyebrow and glanced quickly at the nameplate hanging around the young woman's neck. As a new employee, the young woman appeared calm. You were the last to enter. Logically, you should wait for the next one. The young woman's face changed slightly, showing some discomfort. The elevator kept beeping. Just as Vonda prepared to step out, 3 men in suits exited the elevator ahead of her. Immediately, the overload warning stopped. Curious, Vonda briefly observed the man who had first stepped out. He was extremely tall, probably around 6 feet 3 inches. As the elevator doors closed, Vonda noticed the man had piercing eyes and a cold expression. The elevator doors shut, but through the mirrored surface, she saw the young woman blushing. Clearly, the young woman believed the man left to help her out of the situation. As the elevator reached various floors, employees gradually disembarked. Finally, reaching the 30th floor, Vonda saw Brendan waiting outside. Xiaoqing, why did you bring so many things? Brendan hurriedly took the items from Vonda. Had I known, I would have come down to pick you up. Not heavy, just looks a lot. Vonda laughed. Uncle Chiu, I'll be going now. She only came today to drop off the specialties. Brendan nodded. All right. Just then, another elevator opened, and the same 3 men from earlier stepped out. Vonda heard Brendan respectfully address one of the men as Ephraim. Little did Vonda realize then that she would cross paths again with this nearly 6'3" Ephraim. Chapter 351, We Aren't Compatible. Vonda left Magnolia Group and went to wait for her boyfriend downstairs at Davon Corporation to get the keys. Bennett handed over the keys to Vonda and, after saying 2 sentences, hurried off to a meeting. Vonda took the keys to Bennett's rented apartment. She was quite curious about what the inside of a man's rented house would look like. Using the key, she opened the door and stepped inside with a bag of local specialties, only to be stunned by the sight before her. Did I come to the wrong place? She muttered to herself as she checked the key. It was correct. In Marigold's living room were several large pink plush dolls, and the entire room was decorated in shades of pastel pink. Vonda stood in silence for a moment, then closed the door and texted her boyfriend, "Dear classmate, I really didn't expect you to have a thing for pastel pink." A few minutes later, Bennett sent Vonda a voice message. His voice carried a mix of amusement and helplessness. "Xiao Divong, didn't you once say you loved big plush toys and liked decorating rooms in pastel colors?" Vonda paused, wondering when she had ever said that. She quickly negated it. "Impossible, I grew out of liking such decorations." How childish. Bennett was probably busy and didn't reply immediately. Vonda placed the bag of local specialties on the table and glanced several times at the pastel decorations. To her surprise, she actually quite liked this style. She reached out to touch one of the plush dolls. It was soft and inviting. Holding it was surprisingly comforting. The inner girlishness within Vonda began to stir. Back in high school, she had hung her favorite small pink dolls on her backpack, only to be mocked by a few classmates. Meanwhile, Bennett, who was still working at Davon Corporation, had no time to check his phone. The situation in the meeting room was chaotic. Gail seized the opportunity during a discussion about some financial issues to propose firing the chief accountant. This position had been recommended by an old shareholder and held for over a decade. The chief accountant slammed his hands on the table and loudly exclaimed, "Chairman Fraser, new broom sweeps clean, but are you really sweeping your fire here? Have Alger talk to me directly. I've been here for over 10 years, and now just because of these minor issues, you want to fire me?" Gail looked calmly at the chief accountant and replied in a composed tone, "These financial discrepancies are not minor and someone must take responsibility. You need to be accountable to all shareholders and stockholders. As the chairman, I have the authority to make personnel decisions." The chief accountant turned pale, clearly dissatisfied. "I've been dedicated to this company for many years, and these issues aren't solely my fault. Several employees from the finance department were inserted by various shareholders, and they maintained a delicate balance. Now Gail wanted to break this balance, clear out other people's placements, and install her own." Seeing the chief accountant's anger, Gail smiled slightly and continued, "The company does not belong to any single person. Let's end the meeting." Losing this position meant losing a source of income. He currently owed money and planned to use company funds to tide over. Due to Gail's sudden dismissal, he was ruined. As Gail prepared to leave the meeting room, the chief accountant abruptly pulled his chair back and, with a hateful look, threw a cup at her. "Ah!" Everyone in the meeting room screamed upon seeing this. Facing away from the chief accountant, Gail didn't notice the cup coming towards her. Bennett, acting as her special assistant, pulled her into his arms, shielding her with his back. The cup struck him forcefully, shattering, scattering water in shards on the floor. With a muffled groan, Bennett protected Gail. "Chairman, let's leave here." People in the meeting room gasped, others called the police or restrained the chief accountant. Gail's fingers trembled slightly. She pressed her lips together, forcing herself to stay calm as she left the room. Bennett contacted security on his phone while following her out. Once in the office, Bennett said, "Chairman, I need to tend to my back." His back was stinging with pain. Gail recalled how Bennett had shielded her and felt both grateful and guilty. "I'm sorry, let me take you to the hospital." Bennett gave a faint smile. "This is part of my duty. I can go myself, it's not too serious." Gail shook her head firmly. "No, I must take you myself. You were injured protecting me. I can't let you go alone." Realizing it was futile to argue further, Bennett relented. Gail personally drove them to the nearest hospital. It took only about 10 minutes to arrive. The doctor asked him to remove his shirt. Bennett looked at Gail. "Chairman, please excuse yourself." Gail hesitated but understood it was inappropriate to watch an employee undress. She turned away. The doctor quickly examined Bennett, confirming a laceration and swelling where the glass cup hit. After prescribing medication and giving instructions on avoiding water, they left the hospital. Gail dropped Bennett off at home before returning to the office. Knowing Vonda should be there, Bennett quietly put his suit jacket back on to hide his injury. Vonda, while stroking the plush toy, heard the door open and quickly returned the doll to its original spot, sitting down pretending to check her phone. "Xiao Divong, I'm back." Bennett entered, looking warmly at Vonda before bending down to change into slippers. Vonda smiled, checking the time. "It isn't even quitting time yet. Why did you come back early?" Bennett walked over, sitting beside her and smiling. "Isn't it nice to come home early? We can go out for dinner." Vonda thought he might have ended work early because she visited today. "We haven't eaten together in a long time." Bennett nodded, patting her head. "Let me change clothes first, then we'll go." Since his car was at the company, they had to take a taxi. Due to his injured back, Bennett avoided leaning against the seat, trying to appear natural. Seeing the straight posture, Vonda wondered, her1, is something wrong? Bennett gave a gentle smile. What do you mean? Vonda frowned. You're sitting so stiffly. Is something bothering you? Bennett chuckled. Not really, just feels better sitting up straight. Vonda studied him for a few seconds but couldn't see anything obvious. If you feel unwell, tell me. We can eat another day. Bennett nodded. Okay, I will. They went to a budget-friendly restaurant, ordering a few favorite dishes, talking as they ate. After dinner, they walked along the sidewalk to digest their meal. Bennett's wound started to throb. He was a man and could endure this pain. Hand in hand, they walked down the street. Passers-by occasionally gave surprised looks at the mismatched pair, the handsome man and the heavier woman. Bennett glanced down at Vonda, pinching her plump hand gently. Vonda looked up puzzled. Why are you squeezing my hand? Bennett smiled, soft and nice to touch. Vonda responded, oh. His girlfriend was so adorable. They just didn't know how to appreciate it. Unconsciously, they arrived at a park. Vonda spotted Ephraim, who was almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, and instinctively turned Bennett around to avoid him. Unfortunately, it was too late. She heard a girl's voice, firm and resolute, saying, Ephraim, our personalities aren't compatible. I detest your controlling nature. I like men who can respect me as an equal. I will not marry you. We aren't compatible. After uttering these words, the girl ran off, passing by where Vonda and Bennett stood. Vonda moved closer to Bennett to avoid blocking the girl's path, mindful that her fuller figure might obstruct her. The girl was very pretty and pure-looking, with a perfect figure. Hashtag chapter 352, he shouldn't have friends and spoiled. Encountering such a scenario where someone's marriage proposal is rejected was awkward, but the awkwardness belonged to others. Millicent didn't cast a curious glance toward Ephraim. She and Bennett walked down another path. Vinny casually glanced at Millicent and Bennett as they changed their route. His eyes settled on the spot where their hands were intertwined. What exactly does suitable mean? These two clearly had mismatched appearances, yet they were together. Vinny recalled Marina's firm statement of, we two are not suitable, and he coldly curled his lips. Assistant Fu Frazier respectfully approached the man Miss Wang left in a male colleague's car. Vinny said indifferently, the Tang Corporation will cease all business dealings with the Wang family from now on. To say we're unsuitable at this point is really giving her too much face. 2 years ago, the Wang family company was on the brink of bankruptcy, and Marina's mother couldn't withstand the stress, entering intensive care. Marina wanted to earn money as quickly as possible and considered selling herself to save her mother. In desperation, she encountered Vinny. Marina's appearance suited Vinny's tastes, so he came to their aid. Over these 2 years, Vinny hadn't touched Marina. He respected her suggestion to date first. But now it seemed like he was disrespecting her. She was truly ungrateful for the favor shown. Assistant Fu also felt that Marina was ungrateful after receiving benefits. 2 years ago, she eagerly sought help, yet now it seemed as if his boss was forcing her into something. Vinny was a cold and meticulous man who set plans for each year and strictly followed them. For instance, this year, he had planned to get married. Now, unexpectedly, the bride-to-be was backing out. Since she reneged, it would be difficult for her to continue benefiting from him. Millicent returned home at 10 o'clock that evening. Her father and mother were in the living room, seemingly waiting for her return. Selena subtly tilted his chin towards Brogan, teasing, your dad, being old-fashioned, insisted on waiting for you. As a father, he worried about his daughter on her date. Brogan smiled faintly, I'm just concerned about my daughter. They're not married yet. Millicent didn't think her father was overstepping, instead, she felt warmth. Dad, you're the best, she said with a smile. She sat down and accepted the water cup her mother handed her, taking a sip. Thanks, Mom. Was Bennett seriously injured? Brogan asked quietly. Millicent froze. Injured? Is her1 hurt? Selena raised an eyebrow seeing her puzzled expression. You didn't know? Brogan smirked. Today, during a meeting, Gail fired the finance director publicly, and that director threw a cup at her. Assistant Du, being an outstanding employee, stepped forward to protect Gail. Selena noticed the sarcasm in her husband's tone and gave him a look to tone it down. Brogan harumphed. He had already restrained himself. Millicent frowned. No wonder Bennett sat stiffly all night without leaning back. He must have been hurt somewhere. However, she didn't immediately call him to check on him. Since he was alive and well, what was the rush? She wasn't anxious. Dad, you're amazing. You know everything so clearly. Millicent began praising her father. Of course. Brogan was pleased by his daughter's compliment. Although he no longer managed the Devon group, he still had people planted within the company. Selena chuckled. If your dad were attacked, Frederick would step forward too, unless he's looking for a new job. That was the nature of a personal assistant or special assistant. If they saw danger to their boss and did nothing, they'd be waiting to be fired. Millicent nodded with a smile. Mom, don't worry. This won't affect my relationship with her1. After returning to her room, Millicent leisurely took a shower before calling Bennett. Bennett answered the call with a gentle voice. Xiaoqing, I'm home. Oh, you're home. Let's video chat then, Millicent responded softly. I missed you right after we parted. She innocently expressed her longing for her boyfriend. Bennett laughed. All right. When the video connected, Millicent saw Bennett sitting on the sofa with a gentle smile. Smiling back, she said, I watched a short video earlier. A man could do 50 push-ups with one hand within a minute. her1, how many can you do? Let me time you, okay? Under normal circumstances, Bennett would nod instantly. Push-ups were easy for him. It would show his strength as a man. But now, since he was injured, Xiaoqing, can we do this another day? Millicent sized him up, asking soulfully, are you incapable? If you can't, I won't laugh at you. A man shouldn't admit incapability. But Bennett started scrutinizing Millicent. Did she know about his injury? He doubted it, considering he hadn't revealed anything. As Millicent maintained her innocent, cheerful demeanor, she thought, I know nothing. Little boy, trying to lie to me again. Millicent continued smiling, if you don't want to do push-ups, fine. My dad is amazing. Even though he's in his 40s, he's still exceptional. Mentioning her dad, Millicent instantly turned into a die-hard fan. her1, I'm going to sleep. Good night. She hung up promptly, inwardly scoffing. He's injured, afraid to do push-ups. Serving as a hero got him hurt, deserved it. Men shouldn't be spoiled. Chapter 353, humoring him by saying it tastes good. Gail returned to the Devon family home around 11 at night, utterly exhausted. Devon Yeshi was out attending a party, and Alger was probably lying on some woman's bed. She felt an eerie emptiness in the house. Today, she had almost been attacked by the finance director at work. Now, feeling this emptiness back home, she felt oddly uncomfortable. However, it was only a slight discomfort. After washing up, Gail lay in bed, reflecting on today's small but significant step, promoting her ally in the finance department. This was an important starting point in her internal struggle for power within the company. Supporting herself with one arm, she opened a drawer and took out a financial magazine from several years ago, which featured Selena on its cover from over a decade ago. She flipped through the pages with a determined look. The article described how Selena entered the MO Corporation as an outsider and gradually took control of the entire group despite initial doubts. Gail always believed that if Selena could take over the MO Corporation using her identity as Roman's wife, then so could she. If Selena could eventually rename the company Magnolia Group and firmly hold onto it, why couldn't she do the same? Raised under elite management, she thought she far surpassed someone who only had a diploma like Selena. Taking down the finance director today was just the beginning. Gail closed the magazine and placed it back into the drawer. Once she controlled the Devon Corporation, she would have the opportunity to tackle the Magnolia Group step by step and avenge her parents. Just as Gail was about to go to sleep, the bedroom door opened quietly, and Alger stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. He turned and saw Gail awake, his face showing a hint of apology, toiling, I'm sorry for waking you. Alger walked over to the sofa and sat down, leaning against it while rubbing his forehead. I heard you fired the finance director. They called me about it. Gail got up and came to Alger, bending down to help him unbutton his shirt. The finance director was someone old shareholders pushed into the company. He has been embezzling money and falsifying accounts. Go take a shower first, we can talk later. Will this provoke a backlash? Those shareholders aren't easy to deal with. Alger's voice, thick with drink, carried a trace of concern. Gail gently caressed his face. Jackson, I know this is risky, but the company can't keep such people if it is to thrive in the future. I must do this. Recalling how Selena once cleaned house by removing all the MO family members from the company. Alger held her hand, pressing his lips lightly against her fingers. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, toiling, I trust your ability. Don't worry, those calls to me are all forgotten right after they come in. Gail smiled softly. Alger stood up and headed towards the bathroom, looking back with a grin, you go to sleep, I'll go shower. Gail nodded and lay back down, closing her eyes. Soon after, the other side of the bed sank as Alger returned from the shower. He wrapped his arms around her, his voice filled with affection, toiling. Leaning against him, Gail thought about being assaulted by the finance director earlier. She had no desire for intimacy tonight. Jackson, I'm very tired. Alger hummed in response, go to sleep, I won't disturb you. At that moment, his phone on the bedside table buzzed several times because he forgot to turn it to silent mode. Gail frowned, and Alger grumbled as he reached for the phone. Lazily silencing the ringer, he checked the messages. A new acquaintance from tonight's club sent several provocative selfies. Gail opened her eyes briefly, seeing the explicit photos on Alger's phone before closing them again and turning away to sleep. Alger blocked the girl and tossed the phone back on the table, wrapping his arms around Gail again. He disliked girls without propriety. Assistant did you apply medicine on your wound? Gail paused her work, looking up. Bennett stood before her desk, holding several files which he placed down. Yes, thank you, Chairman. These documents are urgent. For Sierra Ling nodded, picking up a file to review. Bennett left the office. Last night, he didn't do push-ups as promised, upsetting his girlfriend. His messages to Xiaoqing were unanswered. Bennett worked while thinking of ways to soothe Vonda. Meanwhile, Vonda sighed wryly as she carried her father's loving breakfast on her way to work at Magnolia Group. It was her first day at work, and Brogan, brimming with paternal love, let Selena sleep while he volunteered to prepare breakfast for his daughter, and son too. Arn watched enviously as his sister left. He raised his hand. Dad, I want breakfast to bring to school too. Despite never improving in the kitchen, Brogan said carelessly, of course, not. No one brings breakfast to school. Eat quickly, I'll drop you off soon. Arn poked the pasta with his fork, muttering, even rats wouldn't eat Dad's food. Pouting, he refused to eat. Why can sister bring it, but I can't? Brogan's paternal glow dimmed. He knew his son found his cooking terrible. Inwardly cursing his disobedient child, he missed the heartfelt gratitude his daughter showed him when she said, Dad, you've worked hard. Arn rubbed his sore bottom as he climbed into the car. Not only did he have to eat that pasta, but also endure punishment. Being a kid was so hard. When he grew up, he'd return the favor. Thankfully, Brogan remained unaware of his son's rebellious thoughts. On the other side, Vonda's car was nearing the company when she received a message from Selena, who was lounging in bed with long legs resting on the covers. Sweetie, good luck at work. I had the bodyguards buy another breakfast for you. Pretend your dad's food tastes great. Thinking of appeasing her dad, Vonda chuckled at her mother's message, replying, Mommy, I understand. Men wanting to show fatherly love was hard to discourage, even if it meant their children had to suffer through their bad cooking. Chapter 354, Supporting Gale. Millicent ate the breakfast bought by the bodyguard in the car and then got out with the love breakfast of Italian pasta cooked by her father. She planned to heat up the Italian pasta for lunch. The not-so-tasty part was kept for later. As she exited the car, she met Brendan, greeted him, and he directly led Millicent to complete the onboarding procedures. It would take some time before the official employee badge could be made, so Millicent temporarily wore a temporary staff card. Millicent came here to work, not to enjoy. Brendan first called Millicent into the meeting room and handed over the tasks to her. Little Devong, if you don't understand anything, just come and ask me. Millicent nodded. Thank you, Uncle Chiu. She smiled. In the company, I should call you Special Assistant Chiu. Brendan laughed. Without realizing it, the boss's daughter had grown up. They walked out of the meeting room. Brendan took Millicent to meet the other two assistants, Amaryllis, Van. Hello, I'm Little Devong, the new assistant. Millicent politely introduced herself. Both colleagues greeted her with smiling faces. Little Devong, this is your desk. When you have time, look through the documents on it, Brendan said. Seeing nothing else needed, he temporarily left to work. Millicent planned to get familiar with her tasks first. While she was focusing on her work, Felix brought Vinny past the assistants' desks and saw Millicent. Little Devong, bring 2 cups of coffee into the office. Felix smiled warmly and winked stealthily. Millicent blinked back, answered yes, and as she turned around, she unintentionally saw the cold face of Vinny. Instantly, she thought about the scene where Mr. 190 was rejected by that girl. She quickly went to the tea room, skillfully ground the coffee, and entered the chairman's office with 2 cups of coffee. Millicent walked in and placed the coffee in front of them. Vinny and Felix were discussing something. Vinny looked up at her, eyes cold and scrutinizing. Thank you, Vinny spoke briefly, his voice deep and magnetic. Millicent smiled slightly, nodded politely, and quickly left the office, returning to her seat. Amaryllis glanced at Millicent and sent a private message to Van. Does Little Devong know the chairman? Van replied only with, let's just focus on our work, less gossip. Amaryllis rolled her eyes discreetly. At noon. Amaryllis warmly invited Millicent to have lunch at the company cafeteria. Millicent smiled, holding up her lunchbox. Thank you, but I brought it from home. Although Dad's Italian pasta was not tasty, she did not want to throw it away. Unpalatable or not, she just had to eat it today. Then, Millicent found she underestimated the situation. For the next 2 days, Brogan insisted on preparing breakfast for Millicent. Arn also enjoyed the father's loving breakfast for 2 days, going to school each morning with a sullen little face. Selena let Brogan indulge in his fatherly love for a few days. On the 4th day, she didn't allow him to make breakfast for the children anymore. This morning in the kitchen, Selena was frying eggs while turning to look at Brogan, who was pretending to be aggrieved. With your devilish cooking skills, you still have the nerve to harm the kids. She ruthlessly mocked him. Hearing this, Brogan, unconvinced, turned to shout outside the kitchen, Arn, does Dad's breakfast taste good? Knowing that Mommy had prepared breakfast today, Arn had already obediently taken a spoon and sat at the dining table waiting. Hearing his dad's question, he answered boldly without hesitation, it's not good. Selena couldn't help but laugh, turning to continue frying her eggs. See? Even Camillo says so, you shouldn't trouble them anymore. Brogan huffed, shutting the kitchen door to prevent the 2 children from disturbing them. Seeing the man close the door, Selena raised an eyebrow. Why are you closing the door? In broad daylight. He couldn't do anything. Standing behind Selena, Brogan wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered, I don't want you to wake up early to prepare breakfast for the kids. We can buy the house next door and hire a chef there to cook all 3 meals daily, then deliver them here. The house at Gangsing Garden was too small. Selena turned off the stove, turned around, stood on tiptoe, and kissed the corner of the man's lips. Okay. Outside the kitchen at the dining table, Millicent saw the closed kitchen door and couldn't help but smile. Mommy, Ainsworth's son Camillo is hungry. Arnie's shout interrupted the two inside the kitchen. Brogan frowned. Was his son born specifically to oppose him? Millicent wanted to cover her brother's mouth but was too late. She looked at her happily waiting brother. Camillo was still a baby. Dad probably wouldn't blame him. Brogan opened the kitchen door and walked to the refrigerator, taking out a bag of whole oatmeal bread, and went to the dining table. Whole oatmeal bread was nutritious but actually unappetizing. Brogan felt it suited Arn well, nutritious and healthy. He put a small piece of bread on a plate and placed it in front of Arn. Camillo, have breakfast. Arn shook his head vigorously. Don't want to eat this. It's not tasty. Brogan smiled. There aren't enough eggs at home. Dad will eat bread with you, letting Mommy and sister have fried eggs, okay? Seeing Dad eating whole oatmeal bread, Arn looked at his same bread. Dad, really no more eggs? He was close to tears. Yep, not enough, Brogan said seriously. We'll go buy eggs tonight. Reluctantly, Arn started nibbling on the bread. Seeing his son eating grudgingly, a hint of affection flashed in Brogan's deep eyes. Millicent held back her laughter, retrieving the warmed-up sheep's milk from the microwave, poured 4 cups, and returned to the dining table. Selena had made steamed egg for Arn, so he didn't get fried eggs. And Brogan gave Arn just a small piece of bread and a bowl of steamed egg, a suitable amount for a child's breakfast. When Arn finished his bread and saw the fragrant and sweet steamed egg Selena had prepared for him, he exclaimed, Camillo loves Mommy. Dad tricked Camillo. I never tricked you, you don't have fried eggs. Selena glared at both of them. Eat properly and don't talk. Both instantly quieted down. After days of Brogan's breakfast, the two children finally ate normal human food and felt extremely happy. Millicent finished breakfast and went to work, while Arn prepared to go to kindergarten. Goodbye, Daddy, Mommy, Camillo. Millicent got into the car, which drove for about 20 minutes and passed by the Devon Corporation building, noticing an ambulance parked outside. She also saw Bennett. Millicent immediately felt anxious, immediately telling the driver, pull over. The driver stopped the car by the roadside. Through the window, Millicent saw Bennett supporting Gail's arm among the crowd. Chapter 355, He Must Consider For You. Bennett could still stand and help someone, proving that he was fine. But who would tell her whether she should act like a virtuous girlfriend or a hot-tempered one at such a time? Her boyfriend happened to be supporting his boss, the very same person whom he had previously rescued in an act of bravery. Logically, his actions were right. However, if she got upset about these incidents, it might make her appear petty and unreasonable. This made Vonda feel troubled. After quickly considering the matter, she grabbed a refreshing drink from the fridge and gulped it down in one go, feeling relieved. This drink must have been hidden there by Mommy. Usually, Daddy wouldn't allow Mommy to drink this kind of beverage. After drinking the refreshing beverage, she managed to suppress her jealousy slightly and then took out her phone to call her father. She wasn't an expert on love. Perhaps Daddy could offer some advice. Brogan had just returned home after taking Arn to school when he received his daughter's call. He thought something might be wrong and answered promptly, Magnolia, what's the matter? Vonda asked obediently first, Daddy, are you free now? I need to ask you a question. Sure. Brogan relaxed upon realizing his daughter called for advice. Daddy, Uncle Bill used to be Mommy's special assistant. If Uncle Bill saved Mommy or supported her arm, would you get jealous? It seems I'm not standing in the right position. This question should probably be asked to Uncle Bill's girlfriend. But until now, Uncle Bill remains single, Vonda asked with hesitation. Brogan raised his eyebrows and glanced around to ensure Anthea wasn't nearby. He then sat on the sofa, stretched his long legs lazily, and cheerfully replied, if Felix saves your mommy or supports her due to necessity, I'd be glad for his help. However, Felix's family would definitely be unhappy. We all understand this. Vonda nodded, agreeing. Brogan smiled and started reassuring, your mommy loves Daddy. Her eyes only see Daddy, and she won't fall for anyone else. Vonda blinked, unsure of what to think. What I mean is, as long as Daddy stays faithful, Mommy won't change her mind, Brogan stated proudly. Vonda agreed. Suddenly, Brogan asked, how deep is your relationship with Bennett? This caught Vonda off guard. Daddy, how do I know if it's deep? Sure, if I left him, I'd be sad but not desperate. I guess he feels the same way. Love so intense it drives you crazy was improbable. There was a brief silence between father and daughter. Vonda was being realistic. Brogan tried to hold back his laughter and lightly coughed, continuing his guidance. Because your mommy loves Daddy so much, I don't worry about her being lured away. But even so, seeing another man close to Mommy makes me jealous. As a man, I can't just throw tantrums out of jealousy. But you're a woman, and expressing feelings within limits is acceptable. Oh wow, Dad wants me to express my jealousy. Selena leaned against the balcony railing, hearing Mr. Devon emphasize, she loves him, multiple times, finding it amusing yet helpless. When she heard him advising her daughter to vent, a smile flickered in her eyes. Sometimes women being overly compliant isn't good, men tend to take it for granted. Brogan sipped some water, those with weak wills easily succumb to temptations. If Bennett were one of those, you wouldn't need to be sad even if things ended. Your mommy once called such people trash. Just like Bud was labeled by Anthea. Having complimented his wife, Brogan continued smiling. Magnolia, all this boils down to one thing. Vonda straightened up. Daddy, please continue. Brogan said calmly, feel angry if you want to, express your emotions. There's no need to be virtuous to retain a man. If it bothers you, let him switch jobs. He needs to consider you, not vice versa. Vonda rubbed her chin, pondering over Dad's words. Yes, why should she consider him? She didn't like him interacting with Fraser Zile too much. Why should she act virtuous and say it was part of his job? Dad is right. He needs to consider her, not the other way round. Vonda nodded. Daddy, I understand. I know how to handle it. Daddy, I'll hang up now. Brogan watched his daughter hang up, feeling strangely worried. Did his precious daughter really know what to do? Selena entered the living room after hearing their conversation end. She walked toward Brogan, who patted his leg. Sit here, Xiao Wei, did you hear what I told our daughter? Yes, it was pretty good advice, Selena approved. With their kids away, there was no problem for Selena and Brogan to cozy up during the day. Meanwhile, Vonda arrived at Magnolia Group. As she got out of the car, she dialed Bennett's number. The phone connected quickly, followed by a gentle voice. Xiaoqing, you haven't spoken to me for days. Vonda gave an opening remark. I've been super busy starting my new job. I've worked myself into a skeleton. Bennett responded, are you under too much work pressure, Xiaoqing? Clearly, she couldn't turn into a waif overnight. Vonda snorted and marched into the office, whispering, yes, immense pressure, making me slender and frail, requiring someone to support me. At this moment, Vinny happened to be walking behind Vonda. Hearing her words, his cold expression remained unchanged, but his assistant beside him chuckled involuntarily. Slim beauty? Didn't see it. Waist like willow? Nope. Sickly beauty? Not visible either. Vinny turned to Fu Frasierngua, warning him with a cold stare. His assistant instantly hid his smile. Their boss was always so strict, almost rigid. On the phone, Bennett was heading to the restroom but stopped upon hearing Vonda's unusual words. Xiaoqing, where are you? I'll come find you. Now? Aren't you working? Vonda asked while pressing the elevator button. Yes, I'm coming right over. Bennett felt something was off. Upon hearing this, Vonda reverted to a normal tone. You don't need to come. Just work well. That was just an impromptu performance of a frail lady needing support. Bennett wasn't stupid. Recalling that his girlfriend worked at Magnolia Group, and the route to it passed by Davon Group. His eyes narrowed as realization dawned. Xiaoqing, you saw me supporting Chairman Fraser, didn't you? Vonda fell silent, confirming Bennett's suspicions. His girlfriend had come full circle just for this. Bennett no longer rushed to find her. He smiled and lowered his voice. I'll explain tonight and promise you there was nothing improper. Feeling embarrassed, Vonda whispered back, you can explain later, but I want you to quit your current job. I don't like you having too much contact with her. Fraser Ruin, is this request too much? T-language, Vonda squinted with a smile. Bennett, momentarily speechless, could only nod silently. How did the topic escalate to quitting his job? The elevator arrived, and Vonda walked into it. She turned around and was suddenly faced with Vinny and Fu Tezu also entering. Vonda? Did these two big men walk in without making any sound? However, this being the company, Vonda didn't plan to continue discussing this topic deeply with Bennett. She told the man on the phone, we'll talk about it when we meet tonight. Then she hung up. Bennett looked at the ended call, both amused and exasperated. Just as Bennett was pondering over what Vonda had said, his assistant hurried over. Special Assistant Du, there you are, the chairman is looking for you. Alright, give me a moment. Bennett put away his phone. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Vonda stood silently, pondering the situation. The presence of Vinny and Fu Frasierngua made her feel uneasy, though she tried not to show it. She figured that delving deeper into the conversation with Bennett would have to wait until they were alone later. The day's events had left her with a lot to think about. But for now, work awaited, and she needed to focus. As the elevator doors slid open, she took a deep breath and stepped out, ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 356, Accompanying to a Dinner Party. In the elevator, Vonda, Vinny, and Assistant Fu were all silent. The atmosphere wasn't awkward, they were all mature adults who understood the situation. Vonda's plump figure stood stably beside Vinny, while Vinny, tall and slender, exuded an air of unapproachable coldness. Fu Frasierngua glanced at this short and tall duo, inexplicably finding it amusing. The elevator arrived at the 30th floor. As a junior assistant, Vonda respectfully allowed Vinny, the distinguished guest, to step out first. Vinny strode out with long legs. Assistant Fu nodded thanks to Vonda. Lately, Vonda had been blending into her work at the company like a fish in water, handling tasks efficiently. In the evening, after work, Bennett Bennett came to pick her up at Magnolia Group. They decided to buy fast food and head straight back to Bennett's rented place for dinner as they had things to discuss. In the living room, Bennett gently peeled off the chicken leg skin and ate it himself before passing the chicken leg over to Vonda. She didn't like eating the skin. He looked at Vonda and spoke softly, "Devonking, are you serious about what you mentioned on the phone? Do you really want me to quit?" Vonda took the chicken leg and nodded. "her1, I really don't like you interacting too much with her. Do you think my request is unreasonable? But getting jealous means I love you." Bennett. Vonda blinked. For a few seconds, they silently stared at each other. Bennett reached out, his long fingers pressing on Vonda's hand that was about to grab a cola. "You can't drink this, drink plain water." He took away the cola bottle and handed her a glass of plain water, his handsome face gentle. "Chairman Fraser is already married." Vonda nodded. "I know she's married, but I still don't want you to interact with her. She's beautiful, and I feel inferior, which makes me think too much." Of course, she wasn't genuinely feeling inferior. Bennett raised an eyebrow. He knew Vonda's optimistic and easygoing nature and laughed lightly. "All right, I'll quit." Vonda emphasized, "I'm not being unreasonable, I'm discussing this properly with you." Bennett nodded in agreement. "You only get jealous because you love me." "I'm happy." Vonda smiled. "her1, you're so nice." After having dinner, they watched a romantic movie at home. Vonda checked the time, it was past 9. "I need to go home now." Bennett thought to himself, am I this unattractive? He even loosened his collar to expose his sexy clavicle, showing off a bit like a peacock spreading its feathers. With a bittersweet smile, he said, "Okay, I'll take you home." Vonda had lustful thoughts but no courage to act on them. She was worried about boldly tackling her boyfriend, so she hurriedly packed up and went home, locking herself in. Bennett drove Vonda to Gangshin Garden and escorted her all the way to the elevator and then to her doorstep, only leaving once he saw her enter her home. Back home, Vonda saw her parents turn their heads to look at her simultaneously. "Mommy, why are you both looking at me like that?" Vonda looked down at herself, wondering what was wrong. Selena pretended everything was fine and smiled. "You're back." Vonda cooperatively replied, "Yes, I'm back." Sitting next to Selena, she smiled warmly. "Daddy, what you said makes sense. I've already asked her1 to quit, and he agreed." Brogan nodded lightly. It seemed Bennett was temporarily acceptable for now. Selena raised an eyebrow but did not point out Mr. Davin's lingering concerns about his daughter's handling of the matter. As parents, they would always worry if their daughter had found a man truly worthy of entrusting her life to. The next day, Bennett brought documents into the chairman's office and mentioned his intention to resign. Fraser Lara paused her work, surprised, and asked curiously, "Assistant Du, can you tell me why?" She definitely appreciated Bennett's capabilities and hoped to keep him. Bennett smiled faintly. "I want a job that will reassure my girlfriend." Fraser Lara instantly understood. She was shocked by Bennett's answer. "You can tell her I'm already married." Married and still not reassured? Fraser Lara wasn't sure whether to sympathize with Bennett for having such a possessive girlfriend or to envy him. Bennett simply smiled without responding. Fraser Lara knew his decision was firm. She needed time to find a new assistant and ensure a smooth transition. She discussed with Bennett, "Can you stay for another month? We need time to find someone and hand over duties." Bennett knew leaving abruptly wouldn't be ethical. He considered it. 1 month should be okay for Devonking. "Sure." Fraser Lara breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you." This matter settled, Fraser Lara moved on to another topic. "Can you accompany me to Chairman Denny's dinner party tonight?" Chapter 357, Abandoning Husband and Son. The dinner banquet hosted by Mr. Denny for Gail tonight was not a pleasant one. Yesterday, outside the Devon Corporation building, just as Gail's car had stopped, it was rear-ended by another vehicle from behind. Thinking back to yesterday's accident, Gail still felt lingering fear. The deliberate culprit was none other than the dismissed finance director Molly. Molly was recommended into the company by Mr. Denny. Tonight's dinner was supposedly organized to apologize on behalf of Molly to Gail. Gail knew very well that this dinner would not be a simple apology. But she had to go, otherwise, it would seem like she was backing down. As a special assistant, Bennett's duty was to accompany his superior to various events. After leaving the chairman's office, he immediately reported the matter to Vonda. "Devonking, I've resigned but will stay for a month to hand over my duties. I have to attend a dinner with my boss tonight." Vonda was busy working when her phone buzzed. She opened the message and read it. "A month? All right." Her fingers quickly typed out a reply, "If it's a month, then so be it. I know you have to attend the dinner tonight. I also have to go with my boss to entertain clients." Bennett replied, "Devonking, take care. Contact me if anything happens." Vonda smiled and replied factually, "Don't worry, my presence is always safe." Bennett couldn't help but chuckle at the message. They didn't continue chatting and resumed their work. During lunch break, Vonda sent a message to Selena informing him she wouldn't be home for dinner due to the banquet. Upon receiving her message, Selena turned to Brogan and announced, Mr. Devon, I'm going for a spa this afternoon. You and the son can enjoy dinner together tonight. Brogan, who was mopping the floor, heard this, abandoning husband and son, remark and objected, no way, I'll accompany you. Let the bodyguards pick up the son today. What kind of look is that? Why does it seem like she's about to cause chaos? You can't come. It makes me feel pressured having you wait there while I do the spa. Actually, besides the spa, she wanted to buy a birthday gift from Mr. Devon, which she obviously couldn't let Brogan know. Men are just too clingy. Brogan furrowed his brows, really can't follow? I won't rush you. Why would you feel pressured? I'm willing to wait however long it takes. Caught off guard by this sudden declaration of love, Selena's beautiful face blushed. She glanced at him with annoyance. The couple exchanged glances without feeling the least bit uncomfortable. Just as Brogan thought Selena would definitely be moved by his words and invite him along, she said coldly, no. Alright, it would be just him and Arn for dinner tonight. At 4 in the afternoon, Brogan reluctantly saw Selena off first before going to pick up Arn from kindergarten. Inside the school, Arn was idly playing with a Rubik's Cube, waiting for his father to take him home for dinner. Little Kirsten took out a candy from her pocket and offered it to Arn. Camillo, here you go, it's yummy. Chien Camillo instantly put the Rubik's Cube in his bag and accepted the candy. Nothing was more important than food, Xiao-Shi, thank you. Kirsten smiled demurely. When she wasn't crying, the girl looked gentle and obedient. I'll bring more candy tomorrow. Arn nodded, I'll play with you again tomorrow. The teacher calls out, Arn, your father is here. Lao Devon is here, goodbye Xiao-Shi. Arn picked up his backpack. Who is Lao Devon? Kirsten blinked, missing Camillo already. Lao Devon is my dad. You silly. In a hurry to go home, Arn bid farewell to Kirsten and a few classmates he played with. He followed the teacher out to say goodbye again. Brogan waited by the car door for Arn. Arn saw his dad right away after walking out the gate. With a smile, he ran over with short strides. Dad, let's go home. He hopped into the car and placed his backpack down. Once Brogan got in the car, Arn asked, Dad, what's for dinner tonight? Brogan gave a charming smile, guess. Arnie's eyes sparkled, and he started counting on his fingers, chicken legs. Fried shrimp balls. Chicken wings. Curry rice. Dessert pudding. His expectations weren't high. Brogan nodded, yeah, all of those are included. Oh my god. Arn broke into a broad grin. Back home, Arn chirped happily, Mommy, Camillo is back. He called out a few times but got no response. A bad premonition loomed. Brogan placed Arnie's backpack on the sofa and informed him kindly, your mommy went for a spa, and your sister isn't coming home for dinner. So, it's just us two for dinner tonight. Arn felt like bursting into tears. Whenever mommy wasn't home, he had to eat vegetarian food with dad. What happened to chicken legs, chicken wings, curry rice, and pudding? Dad, you lied again. Well, who asked you to believe it? Brogan responded boldly. Arn silently turned around, facing his buttocks towards Brogan. He decided to temporarily not talk to his dad. Without the lady of the house, neither Brogan nor Arn felt any appetite. Arn found vegetables tasteless, while Brogan missed Selena's cooking. Dad, when is mommy coming back? Want to call her? Brogan handed his phone over generously. Arn wasn't fooled, you call, Dad. Brogan hesitated, his son didn't fall for the trick. Father and son sighed simultaneously. At 6 in the evening. Vonda and Felix arrived at Ligy restaurant for tonight's dinner banquet. Felix explained to Vinny the origin of the restaurant's name, Ligy being a combination of the owners' names. Vinny nodded, and Vonda followed suit. Her father knew how to please mommy. Seeing Vonda nodding cheerfully, Brendan's lips curled slightly, eyes filled with amusement. As they entered the restaurant, Vinny scanned the interior environment. The restaurant was elegantly decorated with soft lighting, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and upscale. The manager guided them to a private room. Passing by another room, Vonda spotted Bennett. How coincidental. Bennett also noticed Vonda walking past. Both of them were attending dinners at Ligy restaurant, just in different rooms. Chapter 358. At this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat delicate. Chairman Denny was short in stature and seemed easy to bully, but that was only superficial. He smiled as he stood up to pour himself and Gail some wine. This wine was highly concentrated baijiu. After just a few cups, those with a poor tolerance would feel its effects. Chairman Denny spoke earnestly, Chairman Fraser, I'll toast you 3 times first. Uncle Denny had poor judgment in the past, mistakenly allowing someone like Leonard into the company. That was my mistake. He raised his glass and drank down 3 cups one after another. Gail also stood up, lifting her glass of baijiu with a faint smile. Uncle Denny couldn't have foreseen that Leonard would turn out to be such a muddled person. Here's to you. She sipped a small mouthful of the baijiu, its sharpness sliding down her throat causing her to frown slightly. She wasn't much of a drinker and didn't have much tolerance for alcohol. Chairman Denny nodded approvingly, refilled both their glasses, and said, Chairman Fraser is truly straightforward and decisive. The company will surely thrive under your leadership. Gail only intended to clink glasses without actually drinking. When Chairman Denny noticed she hadn't drunk, he smiled casually and asked, "Are you still upset with me, Chairman Fraser?" Gail maintained her light smile. "I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I will toast you with tea instead, Uncle Denny." She took the tea Bennett handed her, lifted it in a salute to Chairman Denny, and drank it all in one go. A flicker crossed Chairman Denny's eyes. Everyone knew that her claim of not feeling well was an excuse. But he wouldn't let Gail off so easily. "Can you manage another couple of cups? Or are you still very upset with me?" he persisted unreasonably. Gail's smile faltered slightly, feeling somewhat annoyed. What a stubborn old man. Bennett saw the situation and immediately stepped forward, speaking calmly. "Chairman Denny, our chairman hasn't been feeling well these past few days. As her special assistant, I'll toast you on her behalf." Chairman Denny narrowed his eyes, glancing between Bennett and Gail before laughing. "Assistant Du, you are indeed responsible. Very well, then you shall drink on behalf of Chairman Fraser." Bennett drank several cups of baijiu without changing expression. Thinking about Vonda, who was also dining in the restaurant, he felt a bit worried. Was little Devon drinking too? Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, there were no bottles of wine on the table, only beverages. Vinny didn't drink. Felix and the others also had no intention of letting Vonda touch any alcohol. Mr. Devon had specifically instructed them not to let Vonda drink. Given the current status of Devonjan Group and Perwell Group, once Vonda took over management of the company in the future, no one would dare force her to drink during social gatherings. Vonda listened attentively to Felix and Vinny's conversation, which revolved around business matters. She made notes of their discussions and planned to ask Mama when she got home about anything she didn't understand. Brendan saw Vonda listening intently, so he picked up the communal chopsticks, served her some food, and whispered, "Eat while you listen, don't starve yourself." Vonda nodded with a smile, "Thank you." Fu Fraserngua glanced at Brendan and Vonda, feeling a little curious. Was the CEO's special assistant personally serving a new junior assistant? It seemed they might know each other well, Fu Fraserngua guessed. The atmosphere at Vonda's table was harmonious, while next door, things were tense. Chairman Denny brought along a capable drinking assistant. He stopped drinking and had the assistant drink on his behalf while constantly pouring drinks for Bennett. Chairman Fraser, Assistant Du's capacity for drinking is quite impressive. Let them drink, and we can guess who has the better alcohol tolerance. Chairman Denny smiled, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Gail smiled lightly. That's enough for tonight. Thank you for your hospitality, Chairman Denny. We should leave now. Chairman Denny's face turned cold. Leaving already, Chairman Fraser? Why not stay a little longer? Gail stood up. She had come today to show these shareholders that she wasn't afraid of them. She wasn't so easy to push around either. As Gail and Bennett were about to leave the private room, Chairman Denny suddenly smiled. How about we collaborate, Chairman Fraser? Gail paused, smiling faintly. Agreed. Chairman Denny gestured for them to sit down again. Gail complied. Bennett and Chairman Denny's assistant left the room first, as sometimes they weren't supposed to hear the boss's conversations. Bennett, having drunk numerous cups of high-proof baijiu, had a slight flush on his face but remained mentally clear. He went to the restroom to wash his face to further sober up. When Vonda went to the restroom, she saw Bennett sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. She tiptoed closer, intending to surprise him, but he opened his eyes suddenly. Trying to scare me? Bennett's voice was hoarse from the alcohol. His features were warm and handsome. Vonda stared at him for a few moments. His voice was especially charming, and his face was attractive too. Frankly, she wondered why he chose her as his girlfriend. Bennett stood up, bending slightly to check if she had drunk any alcohol. You didn't drink? No smell of alcohol emanated from her. Vonda shook her head. No one ordered any alcohol tonight. She detected the alcohol on him. How much did you drink? You really stink. Stinky? My head feels a bit dizzy. Bennett rubbed his temples, looking uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Concerned, Vonda watched him. Can you leave now? I'll take you home. Bennett enjoyed his girlfriend's concern but replied, not yet. Vonda nodded. Then I'll go to the restroom first. After returning from the restroom, she found Bennett had gone back to the private room via her phone messages. At 7 o'clock, Gail bid farewell to Chairman Denny, though she too had consumed several cups of baijiu. Feeling slightly dizzy despite her poor tolerance, she managed not to show any discomfort in front of him. Bennett noticed Gail's unsteadiness. Due to Vonda's previous jealousy, he hesitated to support her. When the elevator doors opened, Gail couldn't resist covering her mouth as she dry heaved. The strong liquor was taking effect. Upon reaching the ground floor, Bennett furrowed his brow and hurriedly helped Gail out of the elevator. Fate was unpredictable. As he supported Gail outside, he saw his girlfriend standing nearby, watching him with a smile. Bennett quickly released her. Gail, genuinely intoxicated, stumbled, nearly falling. He couldn't stand by and watch her fall embarrassingly in public. So, he had no choice but to catch her again. Nearby, Vonda laughed, bent into the car, shut the door, and told the driver to start driving. Translation done. Maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 359, The Best Mom in the World. Selina woke up in the night to find the man beside her gone. She yawned, pulled back the covers, and walked out of the bedroom. After searching for a while, she found Brogan in the study. "Darling, why aren't you sleeping this late at night?" Selina approached the desk, stood beside Brogan, and rested her hand on his shoulder. She bent down slightly to look at the photos on his computer screen. "Do Fraser-Ewan and Gail's pictures? You had someone watch him?" she asked with confusion. Brogan noticed that Selina was wearing a revealing nightgown and adjusted the air conditioning before pulling her into his arms. He rested his chin on her shoulder. I didn't know what kind of person he is, so I had someone observe him." Selina understood Brogan's intentions. He wanted to ensure their daughter was well cared for. However, she worried about the potential impact on the young couple if Do Fraser-Ewan found out about this surveillance. Brogan knew his time was short, so he wanted to thoroughly assess Do Fraser-Ewan before their daughter got married. Understanding Selina's concerns, he explained with a smile, "Ainsley, don't worry. I only had people observe how he conducts himself normally. For private matters or family background, I'll check after discussing it with our daughter first." Selina nodded and asked tenderly, "How's this boy, Do Fraser-Ewan?" Brogan glanced at the pictures on the screen and tapped his finger on the desk. "He looks good and seems to handle situations well. It appears he genuinely cares for our daughter." Selina raised an eyebrow. "If he's doing well in all these areas, why do you still look so serious? Is it because he helped Gail?" The picture clearly showed Gail seemed to be a little drunk. After pondering for a moment, Brogan replied, "Let's see more. In principle, his actions are correct and very gentlemanlike. Had he known his girlfriend disliked that woman, he definitely wouldn't have helped her." Selina cupped Brogan's handsome face with both hands, tracing his brow bone with her finger. "Darling, nobody's perfect. As long as he hasn't done anything truly wrong to our daughter, we should let the young couple handle their relationship themselves. We shouldn't interfere too much." She leaned against him, placing her hands on his shoulders. "I'm sleepy." Realizing he was worrying too much, Brogan closed his laptop and carried Selina back to bed. When they arrived at the bedroom, they found Arn sprawled out on their bed. Why was Arn sleeping on their bed? Brogan sighed inwardly. "I'll carry Camillo back to his room. This kid sure knew how to make trouble late at night." Selina stopped him and shook her head. "Forget it, let him sleep here tonight." Since his wife had spoken, Brogan could only let Arn stay in between them like a third wheel. When Arn woke up the next morning, he turned to see his father, but wasn't particularly thrilled. Turning his head further, he saw Mommy. Seeing Mommy made him happy. Just as Arn was about to inch closer to Selina, a large hand blocked him. Brogan gave him a stern look, warning him not to disturb Selina. Getting up, Brogan picked up Arn with one arm and took his pillow with the other, walking out of the bedroom. At the door, he set Arn down and handed him the pillow. "Camillo, go brush your teeth and get ready for exercise." The exercise Brogan mentioned involved taking Arn out for cycling. Arn watched as his father returned to the bedroom and closed the door, leaving him standing outside alone, feeling quite lonely. Arn blinked, knowing that Dad was jealous. And besides, he didn't want to exercise. Cycling was fun but tiring, and he didn't feel like it. Arn went back to his room, climbed into bed, placed the pillow down, stretched out, scratched his face, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. Later, when Brogan came to Arnie's room and found him sound asleep again, he merely said from the side of the bed, "Arn, wake up for cake." A few seconds later, Arnie's eyes snapped open. "Cake? Camillo wants to eat." He quickly got out of bed and rushed to brush his teeth. Brogan didn't lie, there were small cakes prepared for breakfast. Vonda was already sitting at the dining table waiting for Brogan and Arn. From this morning onward, the three of them would start their daily routine of exercising together. They ate a light breakfast and then quietly left home. By the riverside park, there were designated bike lanes. 3 figures appeared on the path. Arn pedaled hard on his little bicycle, struggling to keep up with his sister, while Brogan leisurely cycled behind him. Vonda's custom-built bicycle suited her body type and weight. Additionally, it had been modified to make cycling more challenging for her. "Hurry up, Camillo baby." Vonda, though tempted to cry, pedaled harder to set a good example for her brother. "Who designed such a strenuous bike?" "Wait for me, sister." "Dad, catch up." Arn shouted back to Brogan, who was behind him. Brogan lazily responded, "Sure, catching up." He considered running instead of cycling to keep up with the two ahead. Do Fraser-Ewan specially came to Harbor Khalil Garden to pick up Vonda for work this morning. Although he felt he did nothing wrong last night by helping Gail, he thought it was best to explain things to Anne. Checking his watch, he figured Anne should be waking up soon. He dialed her number, but it kept ringing without an answer. As he was about to try again, he spotted a familiar figure riding towards him on a bicycle. Vonda also saw Do Fraser-Ewan, as did Brogan. Arn saw him too but didn't recognize him. Vonda stopped her bicycle and introduced Do Fraser-Ewan to her father with a smile. "Dad, this is Do Fraser-Ewan, my boyfriend." Brogan nodded, giving Do Fraser-Ewan a brief yet authoritative glance that instantly exerted pressure on him. When Do Fraser-Ewan heard Vonda call the man Dad, he straightened up, unexpectedly encountering his girlfriend's father. He felt nervous under his scrutiny. Her father indeed looked commanding. Do Fraser-Ewan bowed respectfully. "Uncle, hello." Brogan acknowledged him with a nod, though his expression remained indifferent. Seeing her1-425.I remain calm and composed, he was impressed. He turned to Vonda, I'll take your brother home first. They left the bicycles downstairs, and a security guard would take care of putting them away. Vonda nodded, watching her father and brother leave. She turned to her1-425.I with a smile, you came to pick me up for work? She didn't mention last night, as she believed some things didn't need to be brought up explicitly to maintain decorum. Selena, finding no trace of the three, deduced they had gone for exercise. Checking the time, she expected them to return soon. Just as she thought this, she heard the door open. Arn returned home, proudly boasting about how well he cycled that day. Mommy, can I have another piece of cake after exercise? I'm tired. Selena nodded affirmatively, good job, baby. Mommy will reward you with another piece of cake. The best mommy in the world. Arn made a big heart shape with his hands. Selena smiled, where's your sister? Brogan answered, she's downstairs with her1-425.I. Translation complete. Chapter 360, Short-Lived Daughter. Vonda asked Bennett to wait for her while she went upstairs to take a quick shower and get ready. After tidying herself up, she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she fist-bumped with her brother. Camillo darling. Today is another day to work hard. Sister darling. Today is another day to work hard. The siblings fist-bumped, both tearing up as they cheered each other on for waking up early to exercise. Selena's lips twitched slightly. Both of them had a habit of sleeping in, so getting up to exercise in the morning was indeed quite remarkable. Mommy, I won't eat breakfast at home, I'll buy some buns on the way, Vonda said as she put on her shoes. I'm off to work now. Go ahead, Selena watched Vonda leave, then turned to see Arn already eating his cake. She glanced at Brogan, who had just finished his shower. Mr. Devon, when you pick Camillo up from school this afternoon, take him to get a haircut. Brogan nodded, all right. While Arn was engrossed in his cake, Brogan cupped Selena's head gently. They shared a quick kiss and parted. Meanwhile, downstairs, Vonda sat in Bennett's car. Bennett handed over the breakfast he had bought to Vonda, Xiaoqing, I got you breakfast. Vonda took the breakfast, opened it, and started eating. Thank you. Bennett started the car and drove smoothly away. President Fraser drank very strong liquor last night, which is why I had to support her. Xiaoqing, in about a month, I'll be leaving Devon Corporation, the man explained slowly. He wasn't acting on impulse or because his girlfriend wanted him to quit. He felt that staying at Devon Corporation no longer made sense for him. Hearing Bennett's explanation, Vonda was in a good mood. His willingness to explain showed that he cared about her. It was a positive attitude, one that appreciated communication. She nodded while eating her breakfast. I understand. When you have time, I want to introduce you to my parents. Bennett smiled. Any time is fine for me. Which day would be more convenient for you? Vonda thought for a moment. Let me check my parents' schedule for the coming days to see when it's convenient for them. Have you had your breakfast? Vonda, having finished hers, turned to ask her boyfriend. She knew he must have eaten already. I've already had it, Bennett, who usually woke up early, replied. Xiaoqing, do your parents have any taboos? We should bring gifts when visiting. Vonda laughed. We aren't married yet, so who are you calling parents? My parents don't have many taboos, but they are vegetarians. My parents are also your parents, Bennett said boldly. After dropping Vonda off at Magnolia Group, Bennett returned to Devon Corporation. The distance between the two companies only took about 10 minutes by car. Bennett parked the car and went up to his office. Lou assistant saw him come in and seemed relieved. He lowered his voice. Mr. Du, Miss Devon has arrived. Since Devon Lee had stormed into the company the last time, Lou assistant had been wary of this young lady. He admired Mr. Du's courage in daring to stop her. Bennett thanked Lou assistant. If Miss Devon came for business and not trouble, it was manageable. Inside the office. Devon Lee took out a photo from her bag, her expression dark. She placed it on the desk, clearly in a bad mood. Xiling, one of my fans took this photo when they went to the airport to welcome me recently, Devon Lee said, her voice tinged with anger and unease. This fan was one of her top supporters, and they exchanged contact information. Accidentally, this fan sent her this photo too. Fraser Xiling noticed Devon Lee's unusual demeanor and carefully examined the photo. The photo only captured the backs of a man and a child. She looked up at Devon Lee, asking, who are they? Devon Lee clenched her fists, her voice laced with resentment. If I'm not mistaken, that man is Brogan, and that child. I'm not sure, but I have a bad feeling. Fraser Xiling studied the photo again in surprise. Lee, are you certain it's him? Devon Lee scrutinized the photo closely. Even though it only showed the back, the man's build and aura gave her a strong sense of familiarity. I think it's him. I've watched the footage of my 100-day banquet with my brother countless times and compared it with photos from over a decade ago. Xiling, could the boy next to him be? Devon Lee hesitated, her eyes filled with hatred. Could he be their child? Fraser Xiling pondered over the photo, her mind swirling with possibilities. I'll find someone to investigate first. For now, I'll keep this photo. Disdainfully nodded. All right. Over the past years, Brogan and Selena had maintained a low profile. They rarely appeared at social events. It might not be easy for Fraser Xilang to uncover anything through an investigation. Disdainfully, still in a foul mood, prepared to leave the office. Just as she opened the door and walked out, she collided with Bennett, who was about to knock. Ah. Don't you watch where you're going? Disdainfully, seeing she had bumped into someone, did not apologize but instead scolded, move aside. Bennett calmly stepped back, silently cursing his bad luck. Sorry. Recognizing Bennett, Disdainfully glared at him without a hint of pleasure, then quickly left. Bennett knocked on the door and entered the office. Fraser Xilang sat at her desk, holding the photo, lost in thought. Upon seeing Bennett, she put the photo away in a drawer. Chairwoman, the meeting will start soon, Bennett reported. Fraser Xilang nodded, stood up, closed her laptop, and picked it up. Let's go. After the meeting, Fraser Xilang began arranging for someone to investigate Brogan and Selena. She called a private investigator. I need information on Selena, the mastermind behind Magnolia Group, and Brogan from the Devon family. Specifically, I need to know if they have a son. Be extremely careful during your investigation and avoid being discovered. The private investigator on the other end assured her that they wouldn't be caught. Fraser Xilang hung up and once again took out the photo from the drawer, her cold gaze settling on the little boy. She wondered if this little boy was truly their child. All these years, they had always believed Brogan and Selena only had a short-lived daughter who had passed away. To be continued. Hashtag chapter 361, disgusted with him. The moment Gale hired a private detective to investigate Brogan and the others, Brogan knew about it the very next second. Due to Lu Devonshing's disappearance when he was young, Brogan realized his inadequacies in gathering information. Almost all the private detectives in Frasierng City were under Brogan's control. Jamie, Gale hired a detective to investigate whether we had a little boy together. Brogan sneered as he crushed the grapes in his hand. It was clear that he was angry. Selena looked at Mr. Devon disdainfully. Grapes are meant to be eaten, not wasted. You don't need to feed me anymore, I can eat by myself. Brogan accused softly, I knew it, you no longer love me. Just because of a grape, she was disgusted with him. He wiped his hands with a tissue, then washed them again before returning to sit beside Selena. Selena continued eating the grapes and said, since she wants to know, let her find out that Devonshing is still alive, but don't tell Camillo yet. He's still too young. Brogan frowned, Selena stuffed a grape into Brogan's mouth gently but firmly, don't talk for now, just listen to me. Devonshing has grown up, and if she's going to take over the company, she will need to appear in public view. She needs to have strategy and methods, or it would be easy for her to be toyed around. Gale and the rest are perfect for her to handle. Brogan still didn't agree, frowning deeply. Selena glanced at Brogan sternly but softly, Mr. Devon, I understand your worries, but we must let our daughter grow independently. To manage the company in the future, she must learn how to face various complex situations. In this family, if anyone spoilt their daughter, it was Brogan. While Selena loved her child dearly, she knew when to discipline. Mr. Devon, I want to see if our daughter can handle these challenges and whether she is suitable for managing the company. Brogan heard Selena's determination and sighed lightly. Must everything be left for Devonshing to deal with? Selena nodded, determined to be tough and let go. She wanted her daughter to strive on her own. Don't you want to see how far our daughter can go? Ultimately, Brogan nodded, I'll follow your advice. He messaged his subordinates accordingly. Curious, Selena asked about Hector. Did Baird go to Mobin to look for Kaylee? After sending the message, Brogan placed his phone on the table. Yes, Jamie, your husband wants some more grapes. Amused, Selena fed him another grape. About 10 years ago, when Hector and Kaylee announced they were dating, Selena and Brogan were quite surprised. After finishing the grapes and washing her hands, Selena checked her phone messages. In the group chat named, Three Beauties, Violet and Kaylee had already sent over 99 plus messages. Selena joined the chat, are you two free today? Violet replied, Davina, Brother Davin's birthday is coming up, I'll come back. Selena raised an eyebrow, coming back alone, or dragging the whole family? Violet responded playfully, of course I'm coming back alone. Bringing that father-son duo would be so annoying. Seeing Violet's message, Selena smiled and turned to Brogan, Sherry is planning to return to celebrate your birthday. Brogan instantly showed his disgust, tell her not to come back. I only want to celebrate my birthday with you. I don't want a bunch of third wheels around. If she comes back, I'll suffer because I won't see my wife for days. Selena ignored Brogan's protest. Every time Violet came back, the two of them would go out, leaving the men grumpy at home. Brogan, seeing Selena ignoring him, decided to take a different approach and texted Eric, hide Violet's passport. Eric, far away in the west coast, rolled his eyes and replied, Mr. Devon, do you think I have the ability to hide passports? I'm actually trying to figure out how to go back with Sherry. Brogan cursed, useless man. Eric snorted, sure, I'm useless. Half a catty, 8 tails, who's laughing at whom? Unlike the confrontational men, the women got along harmoniously and affectionately. Kaylee, seeing Violet returning, also decided to join, Davina, I'll come back too. Selena teased, wasn't Hector just in Mobin looking for you? Kaylee calmly replied, I'll book another ticket for him, we'll return together. At least she was conscientious enough to bring Hector along. 3 women made their decision. When Brogan found out Kaylee was also coming back, he began to wonder if this was really his birthday celebration. Why wasn't his wish for peace being respected? With 3 women in the house, they would be out playing day and night. 4:30 p.m., kindergarten dismissal time. Arn strutted out of the school gates confidently, pockets stuffed with snacks from a new friend. He felt incredibly proud. This great news had to be told to Mama when he got home. Brogan saw his son's confident demeanor and planned to take him for a haircut. When they arrived at the salon, he whispered to the barber, give him a shaved head, please. Arn didn't realize what was happening. Shaving a head was a quick process. Minutes later, Arn touched his shiny bald head and felt sad. Wah, Daddy, where's Camillo's hair? Once in the car, the little guy couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Without hair, he thought he was ugly. Brogan, feeling guilty, coughed softly and patted his son's head gently. Our Camillo looks cool and cute like this. Wait until Mama and sister see you, they will love you even more. Tears clung to Arnie's long, curled eyelashes. Really? Mama and sister will love me? Brogan nodded, of course they will. Arn stopped crying and asked, will Mama and sister like Camillo more than Dad? Brogan, you wish. He wiped his son's tears with a tissue. Since 4-year-old Arn was learning to wash his hair, Brogan decided to shave his head to make things easier. That night, Selena heard Arn calling for her and came out of the bedroom. The first thing she saw was her son's shiny bald head. She instinctively looked at Brogan. She was furious. Her son became a little baldy. Brogan smiled weakly at Selena. Jamie, we're back. Selena shot him a look. Duh, I can see that. Later that evening, when Lou Devonshing returned from work and saw her watermelon-like brother as a little baldy, she kissed his head. Wow. My little brother is so cute. Kissing her baby brother made Arn blush, confirming that sister indeed liked his bald head. He silently decided to always keep his head shaved. Neither the adults noticed the thoughts running through the little kid's mind. During dinner, Lou Devonshing mentioned to Selena that she planned to bring Bennett home for a visit. Brogan smiled. Devonshing, have you met his family? Both sides' parents' opinions are important. Your mother and I won't object as long as you're happy. Lou Devonshing poured tea for Brogan. Dad, does that mean I should meet his family first? Brogan nodded, yes. Selena looked at her daughter warmly. Your dad means it. As long as you're happy, we won't stop you. Go ahead and meet his family first. Hashtag chapter 362, falling for a plus-size girl. The person you asked us to investigate, we found out a little bit about them, but not much, the detective on the other end of the phone said with a hint of frustration. Fraser Lara sat in her office. Hearing this, she felt a bit disappointed. What did you find out then? The detective continued, we only managed to find out that they have a daughter. Fraser Lara frowned, a bit annoyed. Brogan and Selena having a daughter was something they already knew. It was old news considering the girl had been presumed dead for a long time. I already know they have a daughter. The detective chuckled and went on, we discovered that their daughter returned to the country not long ago. What? Fraser Lara sat up straight in shock. What did you say? Vonda, wasn't she already dead? She's not dead, the detective replied. Vonda was actually alive. Fraser Lara knitted her brows. Can you find more specific information about her? Where is she now? The detective responded, we can continue investigating, but there's no guarantee we'll find more. Fraser Lara calmed down. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. After hanging up, Fraser Lara leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. Brogan and Selena's daughter was actually alive, and she had returned to the country. She picked up her phone and dialed Hannah. Shortly after, an elderly woman with gray hair appeared on the screen. Grandma, their daughter Vonda is still alive. She returned not long ago, but I haven't found much information yet. Hannah's eyebrows furrowed slightly, surprise flickering across her face. Vonda is still alive? Are you sure? How could she still be alive? Brogan and Selena should have had no descendants left. She stroked the cat in her arms, her eyes filled with hatred. Lara, arrange for people to continue investigating Vonda. Fraser Lara nodded. Yes, Grandma. I will continue to arrange the investigation and inform you as soon as I have any news. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Vonda walked out of the company building. Bennett saw his girlfriend emerge and got out of the car to open the door for her. Thank you, Vonda smiled as she got into the car. Fraser Lara, take me to Global Mall. I need to buy my dad a birthday gift. Bennett glanced at the time. Do you want to have dinner first? When is your father's birthday? Let's go eat beef noodles, she smiled. My dad's birthday is next Friday. Bennett considered this in his mind, planning to buy a birthday gift for Vonda's father as a gesture of goodwill. Vonda turned to look at Bennett, bringing up the conversation from last night about meeting her parents. Would you like to introduce me to your family first? My parents won't object to me dating anyone, so I thought maybe we could visit your family first. What do you think? Bennett thought of the circumstances he had kept hidden from her and coughed lightly. Sure, but you should know that my family lives in Haiju City. When would you like to go back with me? Vonda didn't notice the brief awkwardness in her boyfriend's demeanor. She thought for a moment. This Saturday or Sunday would work. You can ask your family if it's convenient. Bennett nodded. Okay. They went to a well-known beef noodle restaurant, where the noodles were renowned for their chewiness and rice fragrance. Bennett attentively poured tea for Vonda. As she enjoyed her fragrant beef noodles, Vonda chatted about potential birthday gifts and asked Bennett about his parents' preferences. What kind of gifts do your parents like? Vonda asked, feeling a bit perplexed about what to give. Bennett looked at Vonda, his eyes smiling. Why don't we get them a fruit basket? That would be nice. He knew his mother preferred jewelry, but such items were expensive, and he didn't want to burden Vonda. Vonda nodded, realizing she couldn't just settle for a fruit basket for her first visit. She decided to ask her mother's opinion once she got home. After finishing their meal, they headed to the mall. Vonda intended to buy a piece of clothing for her father as a birthday gift. her1-, turn around and pretend to be a model. Her boyfriend's build was similar to her father's. Bennett obediently turned his back to her while Vonda held several shirts against him to gauge the shoulder width. After some time, Vonda chose a high-quality shirt. Satisfied, she told Bennett, okay, I've made my choice. Just as Vonda finished speaking, an astonished voice came from beside them. Oh, isn't this assistant manager due? Vonda and Bennett turned to see Sage dressed in a fashionable dress, looking at them with a mocking expression. Sage approached, sizing up Vonda and Bennett with disdain. I never expected you two to know each other. No wonder assistant manager Du went through so much trouble to retrieve those video recordings. Bennett frowned slightly, ignoring Sage's sarcastic remarks. He turned to Vonda, Devonking, let's go. Vonda nodded, she disliked Sage's haughty demeanor. As they prepared to leave, Sage blocked Vonda's path, tilting her head to scrutinize her. Fatty, are you related to assistant manager Du? Vonda felt a twinge of displeasure but remained calm, replying with a polite smile. Miss, who are you? Why should I answer your question? If you're mentally ill, you should see a doctor. Sage froze, then scoffed. You think I won't have assistant manager Du kicked out of the company tomorrow? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Bennett wrapped his arm around Vonda's shoulders, giving Sage a cool look. Miss Devon, I've already submitted my resignation. Devonking, let's go. Sage noticed Bennett's hand on Vonda's shoulder and her face flashed with shock and confusion. Could she be your girlfriend? Bennett didn't bother answering, they weren't even acquaintances. As they prepared to leave, they heard Sage cover her mouth and laugh softly. Oh my, assistant manager Du, you have quite peculiar tastes. Choosing someone like a fatty. In the aftermath of Sage's comment, Vonda felt a pang of unease, but she stayed composed. Bennett, sensing her discomfort, tightened his hold on her reassuringly. They exited the store, leaving behind the unpleasant encounter. Back in the car, Vonda sighed. Ignore her. People like her aren't worth our attention. Bennett nodded, agreeing silently. He focused on driving while Vonda's thoughts drifted to her plan for the upcoming weekend. Despite the unexpected run-in, she felt content knowing that she had someone who supported her unconditionally. Chapter 363, He Really Has Issues. Devon Lexi cast a mocking gaze upon Kia. I really admire your courage. Kia was slightly stunned but quickly regained her composure. She responded gracefully, I also admire my own courage. However, this proves that my inner qualities are better than your outer appearance. She smiled faintly. Devon Lexi laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She glanced at Kia's cheap clothes and scoffed, poor girl, you think your inner qualities are better than my appearance? You? Are you here to make a fool of yourself? Bennett's expression turned chilly. He looked at Devon Lexi with an icy tone, Miss Devon, you're the one making a fool of yourself, showing such a lack of manners by insulting strangers. Devon Lexi was startled by his cold gaze but still tried to retaliate. Unfortunately, Bennett and Kia didn't feel like arguing with someone who clearly had issues over something trivial. Kia paid for her clothes, and the two left the store. On their way back, every time the car stopped at a red light, Bennett would turn to look at Kia. Kia looked at him helplessly, I'm not angry. Their mockery is just envy. Someone like me can find such a handsome and intelligent boyfriend, it's natural they'd be envious. Inside, she felt elated but made sure Bennett didn't notice her mood. Sometimes, she found some amusement in teasing him subtly. Bennett dropped Kia off at Gangshin Garden and accompanied her upstairs before silently leaving. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was call his mother. Alia was playing mahjong with 3 other ladies when she received her son's call. This was unusual, so she put on her Bluetooth headset. Hello, her1. Is there something specific you're calling about? Bennett spoke gently, Mom, I'll be bringing my girlfriend home this Saturday to meet you all. Alia paused mid-game, Son, wait a moment. She excused herself from the game and went to a guest room. her1, you mean you're bringing your girlfriend home this Saturday? Yes, Mom. I think it's time for you all to meet her, Bennett replied. Alia couldn't help but smile, feeling excited. That's wonderful news. How did you two meet? Where is she from? Bennett answered, we started dating in university. We have a stable relationship. Ching is from Frasier City, and she's easy to get along with. Alia sensed the joy in her son's voice and felt reassured. If she was his university classmate, she must be an outstanding girl. Great, we will prepare for your return. After hanging up, Alia walked out of the guest room, returned to the living room, and rejoined the mahjong game. Sorry for the wait. Let's play another round. The three ladies noticed her happiness and asked curiously, Alia, is there good news? With a big smile, Alia said, my son is bringing his girlfriend to meet us. They all congratulated her. One of them, Madame Fraserong, secretly regretted missing an opportunity since she had hoped Bennett could marry into her family. Pretending to be curious, she asked, whose daughter is Fraser-Ewan's girlfriend? Alia laughed, it doesn't matter whose daughter she is. Our family values character, and she's Fraser-Ewan's university classmate. Everyone knew how selective the entrance exams were for Bennett's university, only the brightest students could get in. Back at the living room, Kia told Selena about her plans for this Saturday. While wearing a face mask, Kia asked, Mommy, what should I give as a gift to Fraser-Ewan's mom? Selena, also wearing a face mask, suggested, a necklace. The one you bought from an auction recently can be given to Fraser-Ewan's mom. Kia nodded. Sitting beside her was Devon Shirtian, who was also wearing a face mask out of curiosity. Feeling thirsty, Devon Shirtian called out, Old Devon, your baby is thirsty. As the only person not wearing a mask, Devon ignored his son's plea. Noticing his father's indifference, Devon Shirtian grumbled, when you grow old, I won't bring you water either. Kia subtly moved away from her little brother, who liked challenging their father's authority. Devon carried Devon Shirtian away to wash his face and let him get his own water. Daddy, my mask isn't done yet. Daddy, don't hit my bottom. I'll tell Mommy. Telling Mommy won't help. Selena sighed. Elsewhere, Devon Lexi returned home with a grudge and heard even more distressing news, which only made her angrier. She paced around while holding her head, Xiling, are you saying Kia didn't die? Are you sure? Fraser Xiling nodded, Lexi, please sit down. Devon Lexi sat down but her emotions were still unstable, where is she now? Fraser Xiling shook her head, we don't know yet, still investigating. At that moment, Devon Qinglin whistled into the living room, raising an eyebrow upon seeing everyone present. Xiling, why did you call me back? Before Fraser Xiling could answer, Devon Lexi burst out, brother, can you stop being so careless all the time? Can you try to be more responsible? Kia didn't die, did you hear me? Devon Qinglin frowned and looked at Fraser Xiling, who confirmed it. So, where is she? Fraser Xiling calmly replied, we don't know yet, still investigating. Devon Qinglin nodded and checked his phone. He had been invited to drink. Standing up, he said, if there's nothing else, I'm going out to drink. Won't be coming back tonight. Xiling, don't wait for me. Fuming, Devon Lexi stomped her foot as Devon Qinglin left again. Why is he like this? Fraser Xiling sighed, pulling Devon Lexi back down. Lexi, your brother has his own thoughts. Devon Lexi pouted, Xiling, you always defend him. Look at him, he spends all day playing and never thinks about avenging our mother. Everyone in the circle mocks us behind our backs. Fraser Xiling patted her hand, speaking softly, don't get angry. You've known your brother for years. Devon Lexi calmed herself and nodded. I know. Oh, I met Du's assistant today at the mall. Guess what I saw? Fraser Xiling smiled faintly, what did you see? Devon Lexi sneered, he was with his girlfriend. His taste is quite special, he chose a very fat girl, probably weighing around 400 pounds. Fraser Xiling was also shocked. Given Bennett's height and good looks, it was surprising he would choose such a girlfriend. Are you sure? 400 pounds? Devon Lexi nodded mockingly, absolutely. They admitted it themselves. Fraser Xiling was intrigued. From Du's attitude towards his girlfriend, it seemed he genuinely liked her. Fraser Xiling sighed, he even resigned to avoid making his girlfriend jealous. Devon Lexi hadn't expected Bennett's resignation and the reason behind it. Dismissive and scornful, she muttered, he really has issues. End of chapter 363. Chapter 364, Brogan faints. The city of Frasier had been hit by torrential rains for 2 consecutive days. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Vonda, after finishing work, frowned as she watched the relentless downpour that showed no signs of stopping. She wondered if Bennett would be able to return tomorrow. They were supposed to head to Haizhu City the day after, and it would be problematic if he didn't make it back on time. Bennett had traveled to Shenzhen with Gail for a business trip yesterday. The weather in Shenzhen was also experiencing heavy rainfall. Sitting in her car halfway through her journey, Vonda received a call from Bennett. Rubbing his temples and looking out at the rain, Bennett asked, Xiao Divong, are you off work? Vonda smiled, yes, I'm off work. How's it going there? Bennett sighed, the flight has been delayed. There's more heavy rain forecasted for tomorrow, so we won't be able to go to Haizhu City this week. Can we reschedule for next Saturday? A loud clap of thunder echoed outside, startling Vonda. With this bad weather, the flight delay is understandable. We can't visit your parents this week. What should we do about them? Bennett said gently, I'll explain the situation to them. Vonda nodded, all right, we'll go next Saturday then. After exchanging a few more words of concern, they hung up. On the other end, Bennett called home and explained the flight delay due to the severe weather. Although Du's mother felt disappointed, she prioritized her son's safety. Okay, safety first. You come back next Saturday. Bennett smiled, thank you for understanding, Mom. We'll definitely be back next Saturday. Just then, he heard a knock at the door. Mom, someone's knocking, I'll hang up. He opened the door to see Gail standing there. Chairman Fraser? Gail's face was pale, and her usually sharp features now looked fragile. Holding her forehead, she weakly said, please help me call a cab. I need to go to the hospital. I'll call an ambulance. Bennett quickly picked up his phone. Wait, no need for an ambulance. I think it's just a fever. Gail stopped him, not wanting to overreact to what seemed like a simple fever-induced dizziness. Seeing her reluctance, Bennett arranged for a car instead. He fetched some essentials from inside before stepping out again to assist her. Let me take you to the hospital. Gail managed a faint smile. Thank you, Special Assistant Du. A car was waiting at the hotel entrance. Bennett helped Gail into the car and followed in after her. At the hospital, Gail was diagnosed with dizziness caused by a fever. After receiving treatment and medication, the doctor advised her to rest. Relieved, Bennett helped Gail out of the examination room. Chairman Fraser, please sit here for a moment while I get your medication. Gail nodded, sitting down to rest against the chair. Bennett returned quickly with the medication. They went back to the hotel, where Bennett handed her the prescription bag. Remember to take the medication on time, Chairman Fraser. Gail accepted the bag with a weak smile. Thank you, Special Assistant Du. Bennett formally replied, it's my duty. If you need anything, call me. Then he returned to his room. Back in her room, Gail took the medication and lay down. When she woke up, it was dark outside, and the rain continued to pour. Her dizziness had lessened, but she still felt weak. Opening the bedside lamp, she sat up and sent a message to Bennett, I'm awake. Could you prepare some congee for me? Thank you. Soon, she heard a knock on the door. Wearing a jacket, she opened it to find Bennett holding a bowl of warm congee. You look better than earlier, Bennett remarked. Gail took the bowl softly, thank you. She closed the door and returned to her room to eat. Midway through, her phone buzzed. It was from the detective agency, sending photos of Alger embracing different women at a villa. Gail frowned, feeling a mix of disappointment and helplessness. She lost her appetite and put down the spoon. Later that night, Gail sat on the sofa, repeatedly vomiting into a trash bin. Tears welled up in her eyes when the vomiting finally ceased. Picking up her phone, she dialed Bennett. Soon, his voice came through the receiver, hoarse and low, Chairman Fraser. Gail, eyes closed and voice weak, said, I don't feel well. Please take me to the emergency room. Bennett immediately responded, sure, please wait, I'm coming right now. He placed his phone on the nightstand, hastily dressed, grabbed his wallet, and rushed out of the room. Just as he left, his phone screen lit up with a call from Xiao Divong, but it soon dimmed without being answered. Meanwhile, in the castle in Fraziering City. Vonda bit her lip, trembling fingers placing her phone on the sofa. It was late, and Bennett should have been asleep. Holding Arn tightly, her whole body shook. Sis, what's wrong with Dad? Arn asked, fear evident in his voice. The child sensed something was amiss. It's nothing, nothing. Dad will wake up tomorrow, Vonda comforted her brother, though she couldn't stop trembling. Earlier that night, Brogan had woken up feeling unwell. Just as he reached for his phone to contact his bodyguards, he collapsed before making the call. Selena, who had woken up simultaneously, saw the entire scene. Somehow, she managed to remain calm enough to call for help and send Mr. Devon to the castle for emergency care. Chapter 365, 2 to 3 months of life. Time seemed to drag on slowly. Reese emerged from the emergency room, removing his mask, revealing a face etched with fatigue. Brogan is temporarily out of immediate danger, but... Reese looked at the woman trying hard to stay composed in front of him and continued, Mrs. Devon, you need to be prepared, his condition is very poor. He probably has only 2 or 3 months left. 2 or 3 months. Selena's mind buzzed as she blinked her slightly red eyes and asked calmly, is there really nothing else you can do? As Vonda was carrying Arn towards them, she overheard Reese's words. Her complexion instantly turned deathly pale, and her footsteps faltered. Arn also sensed his sister's unease. He held onto Vonda's neck without saying a word. Selena turned to see the 2 children and forced a smile. Magnolia, take Camillo to rest first. Mummy needs to talk to Reese for a bit. Vonda's eyes welled up with tears, but she knew now wasn't the time to cry. She nodded and carried Arn away. After they left, Selena turned back to Reese and asked, is there really no other way? Reese sighed. His current situation is not optimistic. We've done everything we can. Selena took a deep breath, wiping away the tears that had slipped down her cheeks unnoticed. She steadied herself. I understand. Thank you. After Reese left, Selena stood in place for a while before slowly walking towards the ward. She changed into sterile clothes and entered the room. Mr. Devon lay on the bed, unconscious and unaware. The next noon, heavy rain continued to pour in Beijing. Selina had lunch with the two children. During the meal, all three were lost in their thoughts, even Arn, who usually enjoyed his food, sat dejectedly. Selina put down her chopsticks. Vonda followed suit when she saw this. Arn paused mid-bite upon noticing his sister. Magnolia, I'll give you 2 months to familiarize yourself with everything at the company. After that, Magnolia Group will be under your management. We'll announce your identity publicly, and your father would be at peace, Selina said. Understood, Mummy, Vonda nodded calmly. Selina turned to Arn. The boy was young, but he would eventually take over Brogan's company. Some things needed to be nurtured early on. She planned to discuss finding a tutor for Arn with Brogan once he woke up. Selina went to the study and called Felix to arrange matters for Vonda. After finishing the call, she returned to the ward to be with Brogan. He still hadn't woken up, but Reese said he might wake up in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Vonda received a callback from Bennett. Last night, Bennett had taken Gail to the hospital and didn't return to the hotel until noon today. Seeing the missed call, he quickly dialed Vonda back. Xiao Divong, I'm sorry I missed your call last night. What's wrong? I'll tell you when you get back, Vonda replied, still focused on handling business matters. The call was made unconsciously last night due to her worry. Bennett detected weariness in her voice and felt uneasy but did not press further. Instead, he gently said, all right, I'll return as soon as possible. Call me anytime if anything happens. Vonda nodded. Okay, I know. After hanging up, Vonda took a deep breath and continued working. She needed to suppress all emotions for now. Back in Shenzhen, Bennett hung up the phone and quickly showered before ordering suitable meals for a patient to bring to the hospital. Gail had a fever-induced discomfort last night and was expected to stay in the hospital in Shenzhen for about 3 days. On his way to the hospital, Bennett couldn't shake off the odd tone in Vonda's voice. He checked flight schedules and booked a ticket for the next afternoon without hesitation. Arriving at the hospital, Bennett knocked on the ward door and pushed it open, seeing Gail along with another middle-aged woman inside. The woman glanced at Bennett disapprovingly before turning to Gail. Larag, your aunt will leave now. Remember to transfer the money. This woman was Harris. She slowly prepared to leave the ward with a cane. Aunt, wait. Let me call a car for you, Gail said, then looked at Bennett. Assistant Do, please call a car for my aunt. Bennett put down the meal and called for a cab. When the car arrived, Harris left the ward. Due to lingering discomfort, Gail barely ate a few bites. Bennett cleaned up the leftovers and told her he had matters to attend to in Beijing the next day. I'll arrange someone to look after you. If not necessary, don't bother arranging anyone. I'll return tomorrow, Gail considered and replied. You might have a fever again soon, Bennett pointed out. Perhaps you should stay a couple more days. No worries, I'll visit a hospital in Beijing when I get there, Gail smiled faintly. Bennett nodded. Let me check with the doctor. If he thinks it's okay, I'll book the flight. By evening, Brogan finally regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Arn staring at him intently. Upon seeing his father awake, Arn beamed. His dad was awake. Daddy, you slept for so long, Arn whispered softly, not wanting to disturb Mummy who was asleep beside the bed. Brogan managed a faint smile. Do you want some water? I can get it for you, Arn asked quietly. Not necessary, Brogan hesitated, unsure whether the water was hot or lukewarm. Selina stirred and opened her eyes, noticing Brogan was awake. Joy flickered in her eyes. Mr. Devon. Brogan smiled weakly and raised his hand, which Selina immediately grasped. Sorry for worrying you. Selina shook her head and fetched a glass of water, helping Brogan drink as he leaned against her. Arn hopped off his chair and ran out of the ward. Selina glanced at her son, reassured that he wouldn't wander off. Arn thought of calling instead of running to the main building. He slapped his forehead. Camillo, you're such a fool. He got a phone from the guard at the door and dialed Vonda's number. Sister, Daddy woke up. Arn exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. Vonda paused her work, filled with joy. I'll come right over. Reese entered the ward, checked on Brogan, confirming his condition was stable. Brogan, keep fighting. Thank you, teacher, Brogan replied with a gentle smile. Reese exited with a slight flush in his eyes. Vonda and Arn met Reese at the ward door and bowed respectfully. Grandpa Lou. Grandpa Lou. Reese patted Arnie's small bald head kindly. Go in, your father is awake. Brogan was the most resilient patient Reese had ever seen, enduring much longer than anyone else could. Chapter 366, yes, very good. After several days of torrential rain, it had turned into a drizzle today. Vonda and Arn got up, had breakfast, and silently went to the hospital ward. They sat inside the ward, trying not to disturb Brogan too much. Brogan, who was leaning against the head of the bed, smiled when he saw the obedient children. Magnolia, your mom said you've started handling company matters. Go take care of your work. And Camillo, I've hired a teacher for you. Vonda nodded, okay, Dad. She held Arnie's hand to leave the ward. Arn looked at Brogan with reluctance. Dad, rest well. Camillo will come over after class. Once the two children left, Brogan's gaze fell on Selena's weary face. Ainsley, would you like to sleep for a bit? Selena nodded, took off her shoes, and lay down next to Brogan, resting her head on his shoulder. I've seen how Magnolia handles business affairs. She's quite impressive but still lacks some strictness. Brogan chuckled softly, stroking Selena's hair. She's still young, some things need time. For her to earn such an evaluation from you already means she's done well. The aspect of strictness can be cultivated gradually. Selena nodded slightly and murmured, Mr. Devon, is there anything else you wish to do? Wish to do? Brogan smiled faintly. Ainsley, the only thing I wish for is to be with all of you. I won't get to see my daughter getting married in the future, and Camillo, who eats so much, might grow up to be quite something. It will be hard on you in the future. Selena nestled in Brogan's arms, suppressing her sobs. Standing at the ward door, Vonda listened to her father's words, lowering her eyes to hide her sorrow as she silently turned to leave. Her father wanted to see her wedding day. She also wished he could walk her down the aisle. Bennett had just landed and, after sending Gail off, immediately called Vonda. Xiao-Qin, I'm back. I'll come find you at Harbor Khalil Garden. Bennett stopped a taxi, placed his luggage in the trunk, and got in. Driver, Harbor Khalil Garden. Vonda pinched the bridge of her nose and saved the new project plan. Her1, I'm not at Harbor Khalil Garden right now. You should come. Sister, Mom's calling you. Arn poked his head into the study. Vonda covered the phone and said to Arn, okay, I'll be there right away. She let go of the phone. Her1, I have something now. We'll talk later. Bennett, hearing her response, softly said, all right, then you go ahead and finish. He asked the driver to take him to his rented place instead. After hanging up, Vonda carried her laptop out of the study, holding her brother's hand. Where's Mom? Arn looked up at his sister, with Dad. They almost ran to the ward. Arn stood on tiptoe beside Brogan's bed, looking at his dad. Vonda checked Brogan's condition before sitting next to Selena. Mom. Selena had called Vonda over to discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Tomorrow, before you go to work, take Camillo to kindergarten first. They tried not to rely solely on security for childcare duties. Brogan had always personally taken care of Arn. Since Arnie's birth, child-related matters were mostly handled by Brogan. Brogan had truly raised Arn meticulously. Selena glanced towards Brogan's bedside where Arn was whispering to his father, smiling warmly. Vonda agreed and also turned to look at Brogan's bedside, smiling. She opened her laptop and discussed the project plan with Selena. Kneeling on his feet, Arn secretly shared today's good deeds with his dad. Dad, wait, Camillo has something for you. Arn ran out of the ward. Before long, he returned carrying a bouquet of poorly wrapped peonies. Arn presented the flowers to Brogan. Dad, here are some flowers. Seeing the flowers in his son's hands, Brogan nearly jumped out of bed in frustration. His son actually ruined the rare breed of peony he had gotten with great difficulty. He originally intended to give those peonies to Selena. Looking at his son's beaming face offering him the flowers, Brogan restrained himself. Unaware of his father's inner turmoil, Arn eagerly awaited praise. Yes, very good. Brogan wore a mystifying smile. Camillo thinks he did a great job. Arn grinned happily. Father and son gazed at each other, displaying their paternal kindness and filial piety. At 9 p.m., after putting Arn to bed, Vonda finally had a moment to call Bennett. Her1, I'm done with work. Vonda heard noise on the other end and asked curiously, where are you now? Bennett refused the glass of wine offered by Trenton and said into the phone, I ran into Trenton and got dragged to a bar. Trenton was someone Vonda knew but wasn't close with. They were from the same university. Trenton and Bennett had been dorm mates during college. Vonda nodded upon hearing Bennett's explanation. Oh, I see. Talk away then. Don't drink too much and rest early. Bennett smiled warmly at her concern. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning. Vonda agreed, and they hung up. Bennett once again refused the glass of wine offered by Trenton. Trenton, let's stop for today. I really don't want to drink. Unless required for work, he preferred to drink minimally. Trenton patted him on the shoulder and laughed. All right, old dude, you're still as disciplined. Let's chat. How did you end up in Frasier City? If not for meeting you today, I wouldn't know you're here and didn't contact me. Bennett raised an eyebrow. Contact you? Weren't you traveling recently? Trenton laughed aloud. I came back to work last week. I joined Magnolia Group. Magnolia Group? What a coincidence. Xiao-Qin works at Magnolia Group too, as the chairman's assistant. Bennett said proudly. Chairman's assistant? Trenton was surprised. The chairman picked an assistant based on ability, not looks. He didn't mean to belittle anyone, just found it astonishing. Just as Trenton took a sip of wine, it dawned on him, wait, you're still together with her? Aren't you? Chapter 367. Trenton's smile vanished when he saw Bennett suddenly becoming serious. He slapped his mouth and said, sorry. He shouldn't have brought that up. What's done is done. Trenton changed the subject. After graduation, I thought we would all go our separate ways. Who would have thought you, old do, are still with Anne? Bennett smiled faintly. Yeah, probably before long, you might get an invitation to Shaoqing and my wedding banquet. Hearing this, Trenton's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, okay, I'll be waiting for your wedding invitation. You wouldn't come to Frazier City just for a girlfriend, would you? That was just a joke. Bennett nodded ambiguously. Trenton admired him and gave a thumbs up. Actually, he thought it unnecessary for old dude to sacrifice his lifelong happiness. He should marry a beautiful lady. At that moment, Trenton saw a beauty being harassed by someone. Frazier, look over there, a beauty. Bennett had no interest, but he seemed to recognize a mocking voice. Following Trenton's direction, he glanced indifferently and saw Sage. He turned back as if it was none of his business. He really didn't like her. Sage came to the bar to find Alger but instead got herself harassed by a drunkard. Her temper couldn't tolerate such annoyance. She slapped the drunkard hard and yelled, "Get lost, you bum." Enraged from being struck, the drunkard intended to teach her a lesson. Before he could lay a hand on her, 2 bodyguards dragged him out. Sage looked rather upset. She prepared to call Alger but saw Bennett turning around. She paused, then approached, arms crossed, coldly questioning, "Do assistant, my sister-in-law developed a high fever right after she got home. How do you serve as an assistant? You're not responsible even when traveling with the boss?" Bennett nodded calmly, "I understand my irresponsibility. That's why I can't be an assistant." Listening from the side, Trenton felt the atmosphere become awkward. Bennett stood up, "Trenton, I'm leaving first. Let's chat some other time." Trenton nodded, standing up, "Let me go with you." Beautiful though she was, Sage's temper was too strong. Completely ignored, Sage felt both embarrassed and angry. Glancing at Bennett, she left without another word. After she walked away, Trenton patted Bennett's shoulder, "Old do, you're tough. So now you work as an assistant for which company? Seems like you're under great pressure." Bennett smiled, "At Davon Corporation. Already handed in my resignation." The two left the bar. Since they were going different ways, they each took separate cabs. Back home, Bennett leaned tiredly against the sofa. What Trenton nearly mentioned today brought back unpleasant memories. Bennett picked up his phone and sent a message to Vonda, "Shaoqing, I'm back from the bar. Only drank half a cup of wine." Vonda was drying her hair when she received the message from her boyfriend. She replied, "Okay, good night. By the way, you don't need to pick me up tomorrow morning. I have to drop off my brother at kindergarten." Bennett replied, "Got it." In the morning, Vonda quickly dressed and went to wake up Arn. This was her first time waking him up. Just once made her appreciate how patient her father must have been. Vonda carried Arn, who refused to open his eyes, into the bathroom, helped him stand steady, and said, "Camillo, brush your teeth." She squeezed the toothpaste onto his toothbrush. With his eyes closed, Arn mumbled, "Thank you, big sister," and continued brushing his teeth. Impressed, Vonda said, "Arn, open your eyes to brush your teeth." Arn kept brushing with his eyes closed, trying to gain more sleeping time. Seeing that he could actually brush his teeth with his eyes closed, Vonda stopped helping him. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, she took him to change clothes. Feeling shy, Arn asked her to wait outside, holding up 4 little fingers, "Big sister, I'm 4 years old already." Acknowledging his modesty, Vonda went outside to wait. After Arn was dressed, they had breakfast and visited their parents in the annex building before heading to school and work. It wasn't raining in Frazier City today, so they drove smoothly to the kindergarten. "Goodbye, big sister." Arn waved goodbye to Vonda with his backpack and walked confidently into the kindergarten. He planned to bring something yummy back for Lao Davon. Vonda returned to the car once she could no longer see her brother. Today, she had a negotiation meeting. This was the first step towards taking over the management of the company, as per her mother's request. Felix was waiting in the office for Vonda. Seeing her enter, he asked, "Magnolia, are you ready?" Nodding, Vonda sat down. Felix calmly stated, "Vinny excels at aggressive negotiations where opponents cannot resist." Recalling Vinny's overwhelming presence, Vonda nodded. "Yes, I know." They discussed business while waiting for Vinny. Vinny is punctual and principled, but today he didn't arrive on time at Magnolia Corporation. Remaining calm, Vonda waited. Noticing her lack of anxiety or confusion, Felix slightly smiled. Nice, keeping her composure. Meanwhile, Vinny, who couldn't arrive on time, was stopped in the hotel lobby. Dressed neatly in business attire, Gail stood calmly in front of Vinny. Handing over a proposal, she introduced herself, "Ephraim, I am Gail, CEO of Davon Corporation. Here is our proposal. We hope to secure full agency rights for your company's drugs in Asia. This proposal will satisfy you." Before approaching Vinny directly, she learned about his personality from others, cold and meticulous. But opportunities always favor those who dare to fight. Smiling, Gail added firmly, "Ephraim, Davon Corporation values the pharmaceutical business greatly. We can provide excellent promotion and sales services for your drugs. We only ask for 1% profit." Vinny raised an eyebrow. "As far as I know, Davon Corporation mainly deals with electronics. Gail nodded. Indeed. We are developing new businesses this year, including pharmaceuticals. I'll await your response. Without replying, Vinny continued walking out of the hotel. Fu Frasingwa laughed and followed closely. After Vinny left, Gail coughed, putting on a mask. Whispering, she said, "Assistant Du, take me back to the hospital." She had rushed here directly from the hospital, feeling exhausted from recurring fevers these past few days. Assistant Du, what do you think Ephraim will decide regarding Devon Corporation? Gail was confident in their proposal, offering significant profits. Bennett had read the proposal by Gail and thought, it's a good proposal. Devon Corporation has a 90% chance of securing the full agency rights. However, he also pointed out, was it appropriate to intercept Ephraim in the hotel? Gail coughed again. No choice. Today, Ephraim is negotiating with Magnolia Corporation about the drug agency. I had to act first and will send an apology later. Hashtag chapter 368, the egg is broken. Vinny walked into the chairman's office of Magnolia Group and calmly apologized, sorry, I'm 10 minutes late. Felix stood up, and Vonda also rose to her feet. Felix smiled, Chairman Tang, please take a seat. They had been discussing other collaboration matters during this period, so they were already acquainted. However, business was business, and today's negotiation was about something different. Brendan brought in coffee for everyone. Regarding the Asian region's pharmaceutical distribution rights, Vonda will be discussing this with you today. She is our group's next successor, Felix formally introduced. Vinny was somewhat surprised but did not show it on her face. Her eyes remained cold. I didn't expect your company to be interested in this sector. Vonda replied with a faint smile, Chairman Tang, over the past decade, Magnolia Group has been dedicated to medical advancements. The pharmaceutical market is a crucial strategic direction for us. Collaborating with your esteemed company to develop this market would be a win-win situation. Originally, the main focus of Magnolia Group had been online shopping, logistics, and cloud services. However, due to Selenai's continuous need for cosmetic surgery and medical treatments for Vonda since childhood, she had invested in healthcare domestically. Vinny spoke in a calm tone, if that's the case, let's hear your proposal first. Vonda handed a proposal to Vinny and met his cold gaze head-on, whether it's market promotion, sales channels, or after-sales service, we at Magnolia Group have an advantage. Our sales channels can cover major markets across the entire Asia region, and with our robust logistics system, we can ensure timely delivery of medicines. Vinny was already aware of Magnolia Group's capabilities. The most critical aspect now was negotiating prices and profits. After laying out the basics, Vonda knew that the most important part was the profit distribution, a 70-30 split, with Magnolia taking 70% and Tang Corporation 30%. Vinny leaned back in his sofa, relaxed. Miss Liu, not long ago, Chairman Fraser from Devon Group also approached me regarding distribution rights. They only required 10% of the profit, whereas you are asking for 70%. Vonda suddenly understood, Devon Group also had plans to expand into this area. Felix remained seated on the side without interfering. He wanted to see how Vonda would handle the situation, whether she would reduce the profit share or stick to the original plan. Vonda smiled, her demeanor seemingly very composed. My stance remains the same, a 70-30 split, with Magnolia Group taking 70%. Vinny stated the facts in a cold manner, given that, I might consider Devon Group instead of Magnolia for the pharmaceutical distribution rights. Vonda kept her expression unchanged, that would be regrettable. The negotiation could not proceed any further. Vinny stood up to say goodbye to Felix. Once the imposing man left, Vonda's posture, which had been confident, deflated. Uncle Bill, it's all over. My first negotiation failed. Felix smiled calmly and poured tea for Vonda. You have your reasons for not conceding on the profit split. Can you explain them? Vonda nodded and shared her thoughts with Felix. They discussed for nearly an hour. When they finished talking, Vonda mentioned Devon Group. It's surprising that Devon Group also intends to expand into the pharmaceutical business, that's quite a leap. Felix agreed, their company is on a downward slope. They must be looking for new opportunities, though Fraser Lara's decision-making here is indeed bold. Managing Devon Group wouldn't be easy now. Vonda chuckled lightly. At noon, Bennett called Vonda, Devon King, shall we have lunch together? Since the two companies were close by, having lunch together worked perfectly with their schedules. Vonda agreed readily. However, before going for lunch, she called her father first. Upon receiving his daughter's call, Brogan's eyes lit up with joy, Magnolia, Dad is fine. Hearing this, Vonda felt relieved and went to have lunch. Not only did Vonda think of Brogan, but even little Arn thought of his dad while eating lunch at the kindergarten. Today, Arnie's lunch included chicken legs and eggs, highly nutritious. Taking advantage of the teacher's distraction, he quickly slipped the egg into his backpack. Eggs for Dad. Few people dared to snatch food from a mouse. Now Brogan had this rare honor. Arn was smart and knew that Dad was sick, so he wanted to save the good stuff for him. After the kids finished their lunch, it was time to brush their teeth and nap. While brushing, Kirsten stared at Arnie's bald head and asked the question she had been holding back, Camillo, where's your hair? Arn touched his smooth scalp, it's shaved off. He looked at Kirsten's long braided hair and suggested, "Want to shave yours too? My mom and sister really like it when I look like this. Even old Davon does." Kirsten's eyes widened in surprise. Will mom like it? Did her mother dislike her because of her hair? She decided to ask her father about shaving her hair when she got home. After sharing his hairstyle insights with Kirsten, Arn hurriedly brushed his teeth and went to sleep. In the afternoon, Vonda declined her boyfriend's invitation for dinner and left early to pick up her brother. As Brogan and Selena were about to kiss, they heard Arn calling out as he came home. Why did school end so early? Brogan glanced at the wall clock. Many parents wondered why school ended so soon for their children. Selena laughed at the man's regret for being too slow earlier and whispered, "I'll make it up to you tonight." Tonight, they wouldn't do much anyway, just some kissing at most. Both kids greeted their parents upon returning home. Selena told them to wash their hands and change clothes. Vonda went upstairs to change into casual clothes and then came down to discuss the unsuccessful negotiation with Vinny, along with the fact that Davon Group had also approached Vinny. Mother and daughter were discussing business matters, while Brogan sat beside them listening. Meanwhile, Arn changed into a t-shirt and shorts and immediately checked his backpack with a pouting bottom. He was shocked to see the flattened egg inside. Egg. Egg. His egg. Wah. Dad, the egg is broken. My egg is broken. Dad, your egg is broken. Wah. Heart-wrenching cries filled the room. Brogan, Selena, and Vonda turned to look at Arn. Arn held the smashed egg in his chubby hands and sobbed loudly. To be continued. Chapter 369, A Bad Piece of News. Brogan sat cross-legged beside Arn. "Camillo, you're a boy, and boys don't cry." "Dad," Arn sobbed softly. Brogan chuckled softly at the sight of his son's tears hanging on his eyelashes, his pitiful little face. "Did Camillo bring an egg specially for Dad to eat?" Brogan rummaged through the school bag, pulling out books and toys. "Yes, Dad is sick, so he needs to eat it." But the egg got squished. Arn stopped crying, lowering his head. "I'm sorry, Dad." Brogan felt delighted. This little pup of his had grown enough to care for others. He took out the half-crushed yolk from the bag and put it in his mouth, tasting it seriously. "Oh wow, this egg is really good. Would Camillo bring one for Dad next time?" "What? Next time?" Arn looked reluctant. Brogan, seeing his son's expression, knew the little guy was back to being possessive. Brogan inwardly sneered, "Dad is still sick." "Okay." Arn blinked his bright eyes and patted his chest. "Next time, I'll protect the egg better." After soothing Arn, Brogan took him to wash his hands before going to class. They already had a tutor come to their home. Soon after that, Arn had forgotten about his earlier bout of crying. His main concern now was attending classes. Vonda secretly snapped a photo of her father and brother with her phone, then turned to Selena. "Mom, I think it's entirely reasonable for me not to offer any concessions to Vinny for the drug agency rights." Seeing that her daughter hadn't wavered despite her objections, Selena smiled in satisfaction. "It's good that you have your own thoughts. I look forward to seeing the results you deliver." Vonda nodded seriously. "I understand, Mom. I believe our company's advantages are sufficient to attract Vinny without having to give up anything for cooperation." Meanwhile, Vinny walked over to the table after coming out of the shower, fastening his pajama buttons carefully. He picked up 2 proposals from the table, one from Davon Corporation and one from Magnolia Group. He had read both of them thoroughly. Putting aside the Magnolia Group proposal, he gazed at it with a cold expression. After pondering for a moment, he dialed Fu Frazier-Nguyen's number. Once connected, his voice was icy. "Contact General Manager Frazier from Davon Corporation and arrange a meeting." Vinny stared at the Davon Corporation proposal in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Fu Frazier-Nguyen responded affirmatively. After they hung up, Fu Frazier-Nguyen felt slightly surprised. He didn't expect Magnolia Group to miss out on the pharmaceutical agency rights. Picking up the business card from Bennett's apology gift box, he dialed Bennett's mobile number as listed. Bennett was in the hospital ward waiting for Frazier Lara to finish processing 2 urgent documents when his phone rang. Seeing an unknown caller ID, he answered politely, "Hello." Fu Frazier-Nguyen chuckled lightly. "Mr. Du, this is Fu Frazier-Nguyen. Our chairman has decided to meet with General Manager Frazier." Bennett replied courteously, "Please hold on for a moment." Lowering his voice, he informed Frazier Lara about Vinny wanting a meeting. Hearing this good news, Frazier Lara smiled. Her new strategy had taken its first step. "I'll be waiting for Chairman Tang at the company at 9 tomorrow." Bennett nodded and replied into the phone, "Mr. Fu, the chairman will be expecting Chairman Tang at the company at 9 tomorrow." They agreed on the time and hung up. Frazier Lara was delighted, her eyes full of confidence. "Assistant Du, prepare for receiving Chairman Tang tomorrow and get all related materials ready." "I understand, everything will be prepared," Bennett nodded. He left the hospital with the 2 processed documents and returned to the office to wrap up the day's work. By the time he finished, it was already 8 in the evening. He stopped at a convenience store to buy some bread to tide his hunger over. Instead of driving straight home, he headed to Harbor City Garden. When Vonda received Bennett's call, she was busy reviewing various department statuses. "Frazier-Nguyen?" Hearing his girlfriend's soft voice, Bennett's eyes softened. "I'm downstairs." Can you come down? Since none of her family was at Harbor City Garden, Vonda found a reason to decline. I'm still busy with company matters. Bennett stepped out of the car, puzzled as he leaned against the door, looking up at the Harbor City Garden building. Is the assistant of Magnolia Group always this busy? Yes, very busy, Vonda hesitated. She couldn't hide her true identity from her boyfriend forever and had planned to reveal everything when they met his parents. her1, there's something I want to tell you when we meet your parents. Bennett laughed, his voice low. All right, I also have something to tell you on that day. Both had surprises to share. Vonda responded with a good, then said quietly, there's one more important thing. My father is ill, and I want him to see me get married. Her mood dampened talking about it. Bennett deduced why his girlfriend had been acting oddly these past few days. It seemed like her father was seriously ill. Xiaoqing, can you tell me what illness your dad has? Is it incurable? If you need money, I can provide it. After a few seconds, he heard her low voice, thank you, her1, but I won't need your money. Bennett frowned slightly, unsure how to console her, and said gently, let's meet my parents this Saturday, and after we return from Haiju City, it'll be my turn to meet yours. This morning, Vonda intended to wake her brother up for school but saw her neatly dressed father standing outside his room instead. Brogan smiled affectionately, Magnolia, go have breakfast. I'll wake up your brother. I'll be taking him to school today. Vonda opened her lips, intending to advise her father to rest, but seeing his loving smile, she knew persuasion was futile. She nodded and went to the dining area. Mom, good morning. Good morning. Selena smiled. Mother and daughter waited for the father-son duo to come downstairs. Dad, are you taking me to school today? Arn asked as he held his father's hand walking downstairs. Yeah. Brogan lazily replied. Is Dad better now? Arn tilted his head. Yep, all better. Arnie's face lit up upon hearing his father was better. A child's happiness was infectious. The next second. Camillo can have eggs now. Seemed like the little pup still remembered the boiled eggs at school. Brogan was speechless. Father and son went downstairs to the dining area. The family enjoyed a warm breakfast together. Afterwards, Vonda went to work, Brogan took Arn to school, and Selena stayed home to binge-watch TV shows until Brogan returned. Just as Vonda arrived at the company and before she could sit down, Felix called her into his office. Knocking on the door, she entered, Uncle Bill. Felix gestured for Vonda to sit, then calmly said, I just heard some bad news. Vonda listened intently. Please continue. Felix cut straight to the chase. Chairman Tang has arranged a meeting with Davon Corporation's Fraser Lara today. You can probably guess what they're discussing, right? Translation completed, ensuring all guidelines were adhered to. Chapter 370, Wife in Someone Else's Arms. Vonda furrowed her brow slightly. Felix tapped on the proposal document on the table. Regarding the drug agency rights, we thought everything was under control, but now that Vinny has chosen to meet with President Fraser of Davon Corporation, it's very disadvantageous for us. While they were originally planning to take 70% profit, the 30% going to Tang Corporation would still be significant. But what about Davon Corporation's proposal appealed so much to Vinny? Vonda remained calm. Uncle Bill, I'd like to schedule a meeting with President Tang. Felix nodded and found Vinny's contact number on his phone. He handed his phone over to Vonda. Use my phone to call him. Vonda took the phone, but instead of dialing immediately, she tried to gauge Vinny's intentions first. Any negotiation required understanding the other party's motives. At that moment, Vinny, who was in the car en route to Davon Corporation, received a call from Felix. Vinny wasn't surprised. Answering the call calmly, he said, President Bill, is there something? Vonda spoke succinctly. President Tang, this is Vonda. Could you spare me some time for a meeting? Hearing a soft female voice unexpectedly, Vinny paused briefly. Leaning against the seat, his eyes serene, he replied, Hello, Miss Liu. No need for a meeting, I'm heading to Haiju City tomorrow. Vinny's maternal family was from Haiju City, though the Tang family resided overseas in Moben. This time back in the country, besides business talks, he also planned to visit his elderly relatives in Haiju City. Vonda smiled faintly, not showing any disappointment on her face. President Tang, could you tell me your flight time to Haiju City tomorrow? With a calm gaze, Vinny casually answered, it's at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Vonda smiled again. Thank you, President Tang. I'll meet you at the airport and hope you can give me 5 minutes before boarding. They ended the call. On the other side, as soon as Vinny hung up, the car arrived at Davon Corporation. Fu Fraserngua got out of the car to open the door. Bennett greeted Vinny respectfully and led him into the company. The trio entered the elevator, only 3 people, Bennett, Fu Fraserngua, and Vinny. Vinny glanced at Bennett. An heir of the Du family from Haiju City is working as an assistant in Davon Corporation? Bennett maintained his respectful demeanor and smiled faintly. I'm honored you recognized me. The Du family in Haiju City was only halfway into being a top-tier clan. Vinny recalled seeing Bennett and Vonda holding hands in the park. He gave Bennett a meaningful look. One concealed their identity as an assistant in Magnolia Group, the other as a special assistant in Davon Corporation. Whether this couple knew each other's true identities remained a mystery. But it didn't concern him. The elevator grew silent until the ding announced their arrival at the top floor office. President Tang, please come in. Gale saw Vinny enter and stood up to welcome him with a polite smile. President Tang, thank you for giving Davon Corporation this opportunity. Since Gale occasionally coughed, negotiations on the proposal were mainly handled by Bennett and Vinny. Gale occasionally chimed in with decisions. Despite appearing cold and strict, Vinny sometimes showed curiosity, especially when comparing how Bennett and Gale worked together during negotiations to Vonda's efforts in securing the agency rights for Magnolia Group yesterday. These two seemed to be standing on opposite sides now. Vinny sipped his tea, soothing his throat. Davon Corporation's sales channels are actually quite weak. Gale nodded in agreement. President Tang, this is temporary. We will develop our channels vigorously, and taking just 1/3 of the profits this time is to secure an opportunity. Bennett placed the development plan before Vinny. President Tang, Davon Corporation will invest heavily in sales channels and market promotion. After about 2 hours of discussion, Vinny understood Davon Corporation's potential benefits for him. Once the negotiation concluded, Vinny stood up to leave after tidying his clothes. Gale invited him to lunch, but Vinny declined due to prior commitments. Bennett escorted Vinny downstairs. Upon returning upstairs to the CEO's office, he saw Gale looking a bit concerned. Gale looked at Bennett. Special Assistant Du, what do you think? He hasn't mentioned the signing yet. Considering Vinny's business acumen, Bennett replied, we can only wait and see. Gale knew they had no choice but to wait. Massaging her temples, she felt dizzy from recent fever and lack of appetite while focusing on the proposal. Just as she lost her balance, she grabbed Bennett's arm. Instinctively, Bennett caught her. Suddenly, the door swung open without a knock. Alger stormed in, furious to see his wife being held by someone else. Knowing from his sister that his wife was sick, he came to check on her and have lunch together. Unexpectedly, he saw his wife in someone else's arms. Without thinking, Alger walked over and punched Bennett in the face. Caught off guard, Bennett let go of Gale, who swayed unsteadily and sat back down, pale. Jackson, stop. Gale held her dizzy head, unable to believe Alger had struck someone. Alger glared fiercely at Bennett. What are you two doing in here, embracing? Wiping blood from his lip, Bennett explained calmly, President Fraser almost lost her balance, I merely supported her. Noticing Gale's pale and uncomfortable expression, Alger's anger dissipated instantly. Rushing to her side, he squatted down. Sis Larrig, I'll take you to the hospital. Gale, weak and pale, nodded. Yes. Alger carried Gale out of the office, giving Bennett a stern glance. Bennett massaged his jaw, frowned deeply, and took a deep breath. Chapter 371, You actually got into a fight. Vonda returned home from work, her bottom barely settling on the sofa when her father handed her a bag. Brogan smiled, take this bag of big apples to Bennett, they are very tasty. Vonda gave her dad a puzzled look, rubbing her hungry stomach. Dad, let me eat first. I'll take it over after I finish eating. It was odd that her father had voluntarily asked her to deliver something to her boyfriend. How peculiar, how peculiar. Just as Vonda prepared to put down the bag of fruit and go change clothes before dinner, her father said, I've prepared sandwiches for you. You can have them in the car to fill your stomach. Deliver the fruit first, but remember to come back early, okay? Brogan did not wait for Vonda to question him. He turned and shouted at Arn, who was lounging on the sofa, Camillo, get some sandwiches for your sister from the dining table. Arn was touching his rumbling belly, waiting for dinner, when he heard his father's request. He didn't move, staying still like a turtle flipped on its back. Brogan was itching to spank him for being so lazy. He went to the dining table himself, fetched the sandwich, and handed it to Vonda, urging her, go quickly, and come back quickly. Vonda originally intended to secretly ask her mother about the situation. Her father seemed a little off tonight, had something happened? However, she could only comply reluctantly under his urging. Alright, first things first, deliver the apples to her boyfriend. After Vonda left, Selena glanced at Brogan, I told you not to meddle in their affairs. Brogan walked to the sofa, picked up Arn, who was behaving like a turtle, and gently replied to Selena, I didn't meddle. I kindly let Magnolia take a bag of apples to her boyfriend. He coldly snorted, one could visit a sick person with a bag of apples. Bennett had been beaten, and he was just in need of some comfort. This morning, Alger had beaten Bennett for hugging Gale, and Brogan received the news by noon. If the door hadn't been open when Alger barged in to hit him, Brogan wouldn't have known about this incident. Arn, when I called you just now, you pretended not to hear? No meat for you tonight. Brogan took Arn to have a vegetarian meal. Selena shook her head and followed them into the dining room. Meanwhile, Vonda, already seated in the car, tore open the sandwich while wondering why her father suddenly asked her to deliver fruit to her boyfriend. Forget it, since Dad wouldn't harm her. With these thoughts pushed aside, she began munching on the sandwich while thinking about work matters. The car drove for half an hour before arriving at Bennett's rental place. Bennett opened the door after getting off work, and seeing the female shoes on the shoe rack, knew his girlfriend had arrived. It was too late for him to avoid her now. Vonda turned her head upon hearing the door open, looking at Bennett standing at the entrance. her1, why are you standing there dazed? She had brought the bag of apples over while Bennett was still at work. Luckily, she had the key. Bennett changed his shoes helplessly and walked towards her. Standing under the light, the handsome man revealed an unharmonious bruise. Why is your mouth like this? Vonda stood up, examining Bennett's swollen lip, shocked. You actually got into a fight? Bennett had been caught off guard today by Alger's punch, bleeding slightly from his nose, nearly losing a tooth. Fortunately, it was just a bruise. Seeing how he looked, Vonda saw no point in hiding anything anymore. He laughed helplessly. Not a fight, I was mistaken and punched. Who mistook you? Vonda asked angrily. How could someone mistake you, a gentle person? Bennett gently stroked her hair, comforting her. Mrs. Fraser has been ill lately and almost fainted today. She grabbed my arm, and instinctively, I helped her, which Alger witnessed. He honestly recounted the incident. Vonda frowned, not particularly worried about her boyfriend getting beaten, but simply said, you two really have an edge. You keep helping her again and again. Finishing this sentence, Vonda rolled her eyes. Bennett also laughed helplessly. I called HR today. There's a new recruit coming, and I can leave by the end of this month. Vonda hummed twice, pointing at the bag of big apples on the dining table. My dad made me bring these apples for you. I'll leave them there. Bennett held on to Vonda's hand, pulling her closer. Stay, let's chat for a while. Knowing her father wasn't well, he didn't plan to keep her for too long. This wasn't a suitable moment for intimate moments. While Vonda was considering whether to stay and chat with her boyfriend a bit longer, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from home, she quickly answered. Sis, when are you coming back? Camillo is waiting for you to tell stories. Arn was enjoying a foot massage from Dad. Brogan thought better of calling Vonda directly and sent Arn to do the job. Hearing her brother's cute voice, Vonda smiled. Sis will be right back. Arn beamed. Sis, Camillo waits for you. Getting to hear Sis tell a story tonight was indeed great. Seeing his son had called back his daughter, Brogan stopped massaging the short legs and hurried to his wife's side. Vonda ended the call and smiled at Bennett. her1, I have to go home. Camillo is waiting for me to tell him stories. Bennett didn't expect such a third wheel in the form of a younger brother but nodded with a smile. All right, I'll drive you. Vonda didn't let him send her off, poking his injured lip. Bennett endured the pain. Serves you right, I'm leaving. Vonda placed her hands behind her back and walked away. Although Bennett heard his girlfriend say not to see her off, he still grabbed his car keys and followed her out. I'll drive you. This time, Vonda nodded. Driving to Gangshan Gardens building. Vonda unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to exit the car when Bennett called her to wait. Xiao Divong, don't get out yet. Bennett finished speaking and got out of the car first, walking around to the rear passenger side, opening the door, and bending down. A kiss landed on Vonda's brow. Vonda touched her brow. Was that why he wanted her to wait? Though they were in a relationship, they never crossed boundaries. Bennett then let Vonda out of the car and escorted her to her front door. Good night. Good night, I want to watch you walk away this time, Vonda said earnestly. Bennett smiled warmly. Okay. Vonda waited until Bennett had left for 10 minutes or so, then headed downstairs again. Her car was already waiting downstairs. Back at the castle, she entered the living room. Mom was watching TV, Dad accompanying her, while Arn rolled around on a mat on the floor. I'm back. Vonda sat beside Brogan on the sofa, turning to look at her calm-faced father. Dad, do you have something to tell me? Brogan raised an eyebrow. No. Vonda chuckled. Dad, tell your daughter. Did you know her1 got beaten? So, you asked me to take the apples to see him? Selena sighed at her daughter's laugh. Sometimes, the three of them had quite playful personalities. Chapter 372, Deserves to be Hit. Tonight, Vonda saw Bennett with an injured corner of his mouth. Though she felt a little bit of heartache, the moment she thought he was hurt because of another woman, she no longer felt bad for him. He deserved to be hit. Daddy, can you just tell me? Did you arrange someone inside Devon Corporation? Vonda rubbed her hands together and speculated. Brogan saw the hopeful look in his daughter's eyes and simply gave her a look that said, you are indeed very clever. After understanding, Vonda gave a thumbs up and did not continue asking. She brought up another troublesome man. Mommy, I'm going to meet Vinny at the airport tomorrow. Just in case, I also booked a flight to Haizhu City. Selena instructed her daughter to be careful. On the other side, at the hospital. Alger planned to stay at the hospital tonight to accompany Gail. His phone had been pinging non-stop with messages since evening. They were all invitations to go out. With his legs on the table, he leisurely replied to his buddies. Gail, leaning against the headboard, looked at Alger sitting on the sofa. Jackson, if you have something to do, just go. There's no need for you to stay here. Alger shook his head and replied while still typing. Since you're sick, how could I possibly go out to play? No way. I'll stay here with you tonight. Gail paused and gently said, I know you care about me, but Jackson, you should apologize to Mr. Du for hitting him today. Alger's brows instantly shot up. Putting down his phone, he replied displeased, impossible. Apologize to an assistant? That's out of the question. Hearing this, Gail did not get angry as she understood Alger's character. She smiled warmly. Jackson, I'm happy that you care enough to be jealous, but Mr. Du only helped me by offering his hand, yet you misunderstood and even hit him. You were wrong from the start. Alger sneered disdainfully. Latoiling, what can he do if I don't apologize? Seeing Gail frown, he sighed helplessly and softened his tone. Okay, stop frowning. It wasn't intentional, I just felt uncomfortable seeing him hugging you. Should I send an apology message? Is that okay? Gail unwrinkled her brow, revealing a smile which made Alger feel much better. There's one more thing. Du assistant is leaving the company by the end of the month, so please don't get jealous without reason in the future, alright? Alger nodded, feeling rather good. Alright, now I know he's resigning. Give me his phone number, and I'll send the apology message right away. Seeing Alger willing to compromise, Gail felt more relaxed. She smiled and recited Bennett's phone number to Alger. Send an apology message, and we'll consider it settled. I'm not the type of woman who would chase after new men. You have many women around you, and I haven't even tried to harm them. Intentionally, she made the last sentence sound extremely jealous. Alger quickly typed a message to Bennett. Then he stood up from the sofa and walked over to the bedside. With both hands braced on the bed, he leaned down and kissed Gail, whispering softly, those women are just for fun. Latoiling, I haven't actually slept with any of them. Gail's pale face blushed slightly, seemingly believing him, though deep down, she doubted it. The next morning, Vonda and Arn shook hands, showing mutual respect before they went to exercise. After exercising, they had breakfast and left separately. Vonda, carrying a backpack, headed straight to the airport instead of the company. She arrived an hour early. She was mentally preparing what she would say next. Dressed neatly in a business suit with a composed demeanor, Vinny walked into the VIP lounge and immediately saw Vonda approaching with a smile. President Tang, hello, she greeted cheerfully. Vinny stopped and nodded slightly, then they both sat down. Vonda's lips curved into a smile, her tone sincere. President Tang, thank you for giving me the time to discuss the drug distribution rights. Our Magnolia Group sincerely hopes to collaborate. Vinny raised an eyebrow. Since Miss Liu is so sincere, I'll listen. Vonda smiled calmly. Regarding the profit distribution, our company initially proposed 70-30. We'll keep this unchanged. A hint of surprise flickered in Vinny's eyes. He expected Magnolia Group to offer a more favorable deal, but he guessed wrong. His expression turned colder. If so, there isn't much to discuss about the drug cooperation. Vonda spoke frankly. Although our profit share is higher, the returns we can provide far exceed those of other companies. Moreover, the entire Magnolia Group is united and executes orders much better than Davon Corporation. A deeper intent flashed in Vinny's eyes as he coldly stated, 50-50 profit split. Vonda shook her head with a smile. The two reached a stalemate again. Fu Fraserngua opened 2 bottles of water, handing one to their boss and another to Vonda. Vonda thanked him and took small sips. Vinny opened his laptop to start working. Vonda used her phone to send work-related messages to Felix. Vinny couldn't quite read Vonda's intentions. A newly graduated young lady hadn't really started running a company. How crafty could she be? Their auras subtly clashed, seeing who would yield first. Until it was time to board the plane, Vinny closed his laptop. Fu Fraserngua took it, and the two left the lounge for the boarding gate. Vonda smiled, putting her phone in her pocket and heading to the boarding gate as well. Vinny saw chubby Vonda stroll leisurely onto the plane, raising an eyebrow in surprise before regaining his composure. Vonda plopped down beside Vinny, lifting her plump hand with a smile. President Tang, what a coincidence. It seems we have another hour to talk. Vinny gazed deeply at Vonda. Miss Liu, your persistence is commendable, but I no longer wish to discuss. Vonda put her backpack away and then turned to face the cold-faced Vinny. But I do want to discuss. Your intended partner has always been our Magnolia Group, correct? Fu Fraserngua, sitting behind Vinny, glanced at Vonda, inwardly impressed. Sharp instincts indeed. Chapter 373, Suspected by a Man. Vinny listened to Vonda's analysis. His gaze flickered slightly before returning to calmness. He calmly looked at Vonda, his voice still maintaining its usual deep and indifferent tone. Miss Liu, your intuition is indeed sharp. I do want to cooperate with the Magnolia Group, but as you said, it's just want. That word means there's room for change. A cunning and deceitful man. This was Vonda's evaluation of Vinny. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. Ephraim, you should know that in terms of resources, market expansion, and brand influence, the Magnolia Group has an advantage over Davon Corporation. In the long run, we can be your most stable partner in the Asian market. Please don't act on impulse. Act on impulse? Vinny repeated the phrase, the coldness between his brows slightly diminishing. You're wrong, this isn't acting on impulse. It's a strategy to maximize profit. Unfortunately, you haven't fallen into the trap yet. The plane ascended into the sky, white clouds and blue skies outside. A flash of emotion passed through Vonda's eyes. The Magnolia Group looks forward to this cooperation with the Tang family, she said. Their conversation came to a halt, tacitly understood between them. An hour later, the plane landed in Haiju City. Fu Frazier smiled and asked, Miss Liu, where are you heading? Need a ride? Since he asked this, it meant Vinny had instructed him. Vonda nodded without hesitation, unfamiliar with the place. Just drop me off at any hotel. Thank you. Fu Frazier opened the car door, and Vonda bent down to enter, looking up at Vinny with a smile. Ephraim, thank you for the trouble. Vinny gave a slight nod. The car drove out of the airport. Vonda admired the scenery outside. Surprisingly, they were driving alongside the sea on this highway. Fu Frazier turned around and briefly introduced, Miss Liu, if you have time, you can visit the seaside here. The highway hotel overlooks the sea. Would you like to book it? Vonda shook her head. No, I don't want one by the sea. Thank you. By the sea, she couldn't sleep. Fu Frazier nodded and booked a hotel in the city center for Vonda. Upon arrival at the hotel, Vonda thanked Vinny and Fu Frazier, then got out of the car. After checking into the hotel, she first called her parents to report her safety and then sent a message to Bennett. Her1, I have good news, I'm in Haiju City. Bennett saw this message at around noon. He hurried to a meeting room to call Vonda. The phone was quickly answered, and Vonda's voice came through, light and cheerful. Her1, I've checked into a hotel in Haiju City. Bennett asked with a smile, why did you suddenly come to Haiju City? For work? Yes, some work matters need handling, Vonda replied casually, but I'll return to Frazier City tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is my father's birthday. Bennett chuckled, his tone warm. All right, take care of yourself. What time is your flight tomorrow? I'll pick you up, remember to send me the flight number. Okay. They exchanged a few more words, but since Bennett was still working, they ended the call. Haiju City was rich in seafood, with bustling and prosperous streets. Vonda changed into casual clothes and went out to explore, mainly to buy gifts for her family. On both sides of the street, various shops lined up, selling local specialties, handicrafts, and unique restaurants. Vonda leisurely strolled, occasionally stopping to look at items, eventually buying many seashell crafts. Stopping at a square, she watched several elderly ladies dancing. Finding it amusing, she put down her things and stood beside an overweight lady, following along. The Hannah glanced at Vonda, saying, You're waving randomly. Vonda moved her hands, feet, and twisted her waist, turning to the lady with a grin, Isn't everyone waving randomly? Both of them danced haphazardly at the back of the group. The Hannah, hearing this, became upset. I'm warming up. Young people just don't know how to dance. Though her tone carried some dissatisfaction, Vonda laughed softly. She slowed down and imitated the Hannah's gestures, whispering, Let me warm up with you, and follow you later. Is that okay? Seeing her courteous attitude, the Hannah reluctantly nodded. All right, follow my warm-up first, then try to learn slowly. When the Hannah finished warming up and began dancing, Vonda carefully followed her movements. Gradually, the Hannah no longer criticized her and occasionally guided her on how to wave and turn. Vonda found the Hannah endearing, stubborn even when she wasn't a great dancer herself. While dancing, the Hannah asked, Young girl, you don't sound like you're from Haiju City. Are you here for tourism or work? I'm here on business, Vonda smiled. When Vinny came to the square to pick up his grandmother, he saw two similarly sized figures dancing haphazardly at the back. Fu Frazier whispered in surprise, Why is Miss Liu with those elderly ladies? Watching their dance moves, resembling penguins, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems Miss Liu is quite interesting in both work and life. Vinny's expression remained neutral. After the two finished dancing, they walked over. The Hannah saw Vinny and, with a stern face but smiling eyes, said, Yun, why are you back? Grandma, I came to see you. Vinny's usually cold voice softened. Vonda was surprised to see Vinny here. When she heard the Hannah call him Yun and Vinny address her as Grandma, everything clicked. Vonda greeted with a smile, Ephraim, what a coincidence. The Hannah, surprised they knew each other, asked, You know each other? Vinny explained simply, We have business interactions. Grandma, let's go home. The chance encounter with his grandmother on the square seemed too coincidental. As a seasoned businessman, he instinctively viewed such coincidences with suspicion. His gaze swept over Vonda. Vonda's eyes met Vinny's. It seemed she was being suspected by this man. Chapter 374, Not His Type. Liu Devonshing noticed the fleeting doubtful gaze from Vinny. She maintained her smile. Vinny's grandmother laughed when she heard that the two were acquainted. You're quite interesting, and you have a nice face too. Next time we'll dance together. Liu Devonshing almost couldn't hold her smile when the Hannah complimented her looks. Even her parents didn't feel comfortable complimenting her looks. The elderly woman's build was similar to hers, perhaps for this reason they felt a mutual understanding, which is why the elderly woman found her good-looking. Liu Devonshing bashfully returned the compliment, You look well too. Fu Frazier stifled a laugh, while Vinny seemed not to hear their awkward conversation. Grandma, I'm leaving first. Liu Devonshing smiled, waving as she prepared to leave. Wait, don't call me Grandma. You can follow Yun and call me grandmother since everyone knows each other. How about having dinner at our place? The elderly woman, though seemingly stern, pulled Liu Devonshing's hand warmly. Young lady, what's your name? Lu Devanching was surprised by the enthusiasm of Vinny's grandmother inviting her home for dinner. She laughed, initially intending to politely decline but remembering Vinny's suspicious eyes, she glanced at him hesitantly, then looked at the elderly woman. You're too kind. Perhaps another time I will visit. I'm called Lu Devanching. The elderly woman raised her head and scolded her grandson, why do you keep that sour face? You've scared the young girl. If you were like this, how did you not scare off that girl from the Wang family? The elderly woman was unaware that Marina had already been scared away. Vinny replied calmly, Laura, please don't trouble Miss Lu, she still has things to take care of. If there were indeed matters to handle, the elderly woman couldn't persist unreasonably. She said regretfully, Devanching, if there's an opportunity in the future, we can dance again. Lu Devanching couldn't help but smile inwardly. All right. She picked up her belongings, waved goodbye, and left. Only after Lu Devanching left did the elderly woman turn coldly to Vinny, putting her hands behind her back and walking forward. That young girl wasn't trying to approach me deliberately. Do you think I'm senile? Senility was mentioned. Vinny helplessly followed. Laura, sorry, I was wrong. The elderly woman glanced at him sideways. Keep that apology for the young lady. Your mother says you're preparing to marry that girl from the Wang family? When? The elderly woman had met Marina twice but actually didn't like her personality very much. It wasn't endearing. However, since her grandson liked her, she wouldn't oppose. Vinny responded coolly, we're not getting married anymore. She thinks I manage her too much. The elderly woman immediately stopped and angrily shouted, what did you say? What nerve does the Wang family have? Saying you manage too much. Aren't you the one always busy? How did you manage her? She dislikes my restrictions on her social freedom. Vinny continued calmly, Laura, it's unnecessary to get angry over this. If she finds it unsuitable, there's no need to force it. The Wang family won't need our assistance anymore. The elderly woman huffed in dissatisfaction, not getting married then don't marry, it's better not to have them around. Putting on airs all day, it's just annoying. She cursed non-stop, the Wang family is shameless. Since it's going to be a breakup, why did they send gifts to us elders just the other day, pretending our families are still close? Vinny raised an eyebrow, guessing Marina had probably hidden their separation from the Wang family. He didn't explain on behalf of the Wang family, no point. The elderly woman snorted, no way, after I finish eating, I'll go spread the news that you two have broken up and returned their gifts. Elders protect their own. A fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Vinny's lips, good, thanks, Grandma. As soon as the elderly woman got into the car, she suddenly asked, is that girl named Devanching married or does she have a boyfriend? Vinny. Fu Freizhengua, sitting in the passenger seat, upon hearing the elder's question, wished he could give his boss a sympathetic glance. The elderly woman frowned, are you deaf? I'm asking you. Vinny sighed inwardly but kept his expression neutral, she has a boyfriend. Fortunately, Lu Devanching had a boyfriend. Given what he knew of his grandmother's character, he guessed the intention behind her question. Honestly speaking, he didn't like girls with Lu Devanching's appearance. Although he didn't overly value physical attractiveness or desire. He simply couldn't accept someone with such a physique. He'd rather choose someone visually compatible. The elderly woman muttered regrettably, what a pity, good girls are always others. Vinny, you've just met her, how do you know she's a good girl? People's intentions can be hard to see. The elderly woman glared at Vinny, she's so much like me, she must be excellent. It's unfortunate there's no fate between you two. Vinny fell silent, arguing about this with the elderly woman would get him nowhere. Anyway, she wasn't his type. The next day, Lu Devanching packed her backpack and picked up the gifts she bought for her family to check out. As soon as she walked out of the hotel, she encountered Fu Freizhengua. Fu Freizhengua smiled, Miss Lu, Ephraim instructed me to drive you to the airport. Lu Devanching raised her eyebrows and sat in the car without another word. Upon reaching the airport, Lu Devanching got out of the car and turned to smile sweetly at Fu Freizhengua. I received Ephraim's apology. I'm not petty, just tell him not to overthink next time. With that, she couldn't help but smirk slightly before turning to walk into the airport. Fu Freizhengua was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. He admired the insight of Lu Devanching, who would inherit Light Dust Group. He hadn't even said anything, yet she had figured out boss's meaning. Yesterday, Vinny suspected Lu Devanching was intentionally getting close to his grandmother. Today, he specifically instructed Fu Freizhengua to send her to the airport as an act of apology. Fu Freizhengua returned to Li family old house from the airport, where Vinny's grandmother lived under the surname Li. Xiaohua, come here and sit with Grandma to watch TV, the elderly woman beckoned. Fu Freizhengua smiled, sure, this show is great. The elderly woman was surprised, oh, I didn't expect you to watch this kind of drama unlike Yun, who shows disdain all over his face. Vinny watched the TV emotionlessly, enduring the silly plot. After accompanying the elderly woman to watch an idle drama for a while, seeing Vinny's disdainful expression, she urged him to leave. Walking into the yard, Vinny followed Fu Freizhengua out. Miss Lu said she received your apology and isn't petty. Tell her not to overthink next time. Fu Freizhengua repeated Lu Devanching's words verbatim to Vinny. Chapter 375, A Very Unpleasant Sight. After hearing Fu Frazier relay Millicent's message, Vinny pondered for a moment and then said, "Call President Frazier of Davon Corporation and reject their offer to cooperate." Fu Frazier wasn't surprised at all. He merely replied affirmatively. When Frazier received the call from Fu Frazier, she was preparing to leave the hospital. Upon hearing that Vinny refused to cooperate with Davon Corporation, her heart sank. Yet, she maintained her calm and polite demeanor as she gently asked, "Mr. Fu, may I ask what the reason is?" On the other end of the line, Fu Frazier's tone was gentle as he replied, "President Frazier, Chairman Tang has taken multiple factors into account before making this decision. In the end, only Magnolia Group met our expectations for the current cooperation terms." Upon hearing Magnolia Group, Frazier silently reminded herself to stay calm. She had specifically planned to lure Tang Corporation into a partnership by using high profits because of Magnolia Group. But despite her efforts, she failed. She forced a smile and said, "Mr. Fu, Davon Corporation would only take one level of profit and can make up for any temporary deficiencies in sales and other areas. Could I speak directly with President Tang?" Fu Frazier politely replied, "Chairman Tang is in Haizhu City recently, so it's inconvenient for him to meet." Frazier gave a light laugh. "I understand. Thank you for considering us. If there's another opportunity in the future, we still hope to collaborate." After hanging up the phone, Frazier fell into deep thought. This failure might be because it was Davon Corporation's first venture into this new pharmaceutical domain. Turning to Alger, she said, "Jackson, I'll go back to the company first." She didn't explain the issue to Alger because it wouldn't help. Concerned about her health, Alger clearly disagreed with her going back to work right after leaving the hospital. "You just got out of the hospital. You should rest at home. Are the people in the company all useless?" Frazier smiled lightly and replied, "Some things need me to handle them personally." Unable to dissuade Frazier Alger personally drove her to the company. Stopping at the entrance of Davon Corporation's building, Alger kissed Frazier on the cheek and said softly, "I won't be coming home tonight. Go to bed early." Frazier nodded with a light smile. Getting out of the car, she entered the company and took the elevator straight to the top floor. Passing Bennett's desk, she called him into her office. "President Tang's assistant called me. He chose to partner with Magnolia Group," Frazier said, rubbing her forehead. This cross-industry venture was an important decision. If unsuccessful, the board of directors would doubt her abilities. Bennett remained expressionless upon hearing the news. Entering a new industry always carries risks. Perhaps President Tang chose Magnolia Group due to their experience in this field. Frazier smiled bitterly. "This is my first major decision as chairman that has failed. There will be much discussion in the boardroom. Call a meeting of the relevant departments. We need to present an alternative plan." Checking the time, Bennett had originally planned to take leave to pick up his girlfriend that afternoon. With the meeting, he couldn't do that. "Chairman, I have plans this afternoon and will take leave. I'll arrange for my assistant to attend the meeting." Frazier nodded. "All right. Do Special Assistant, please also look into the drug agency rights and find out how much profit Magnolia Group offered Tang Corporation." She suspected they might have split it 50-50, otherwise, Davon Corporation wouldn't have lost to Magnolia Group. The plane landed at the airport in Frazier City. Millicent exited the arrival hall and spotted Bennett. Dressed in a white shirt and suit pants, the man was tall and attractive. Seeing her, he smiled warmly and walked over with gentle eyes. Millicent couldn't help but think, "My boyfriend is really handsome." Bennett approached, taking the items from her hands and her backpack from behind. "Are you hungry? Want to grab some food first?" Millicent nodded. "Sure, let's eat first." Driving smoothly, Bennett asked, "How did your trip to Haizhu go?" They worked in different companies, so they couldn't discuss specific work details with each other. Millicent considered, it went pretty smoothly. Just 1% uncertainty left. She couldn't guarantee that President Tang wouldn't change his mind suddenly. Bennett casually asked about her thoughts on Haizhu City. "What do you think of the environment there? After we get married, could we live in Haizhu City?" He couldn't stay indefinitely in Frazier City. His father was urging him to return to take over the company. Millicent had to manage Magnolia Group and couldn't live in Haizhu City after marriage. She suggested with a smile, "Can't you stay in Frazier City to develop?" Pausing, Bennett sighed, "Little Devon, I don't want to lie to you, it might not be possible." Arriving at the restaurant, Millicent said, "Then we can only be long-distance lovers, meeting periodically. This would be challenging for their relationship. Long-term separation between spouses obviously wouldn't work." Bennett didn't intend to convince Millicent now. They could discuss this later. At the restaurant, as Millicent flipped through the menu, Bennett's phone rang. It was Frazier calling about some documents. "I'll send it to you shortly," Bennett said and hung up, sending the required documents via email. Millicent heard part of the conversation and called the waiter to order. Bennett looked at her smilingly. "What are you up to?" After exchanging glances, they shared a knowing smile. Bennett poured water for Millicent and asked, "Going home to rest or staying at my place?" Millicent teased, blinking her eyes, "Let's go to your place first." Bennett nodded happily, "Sure." After finishing their meal, an elderly woman and a young boy entering the restaurant caught Millicent's attention. The older lady was Mrs. Viviana, while the younger one was Clifford, son of Brian. Bennett noticed Millicent's gaze and saw the pair too. He asked quietly, "Do you know them?" Millicent chuckled, "Sort of, but we don't interact much." Seeing Viviana looking critically at the restaurant, she turned to Clifford, "Shout-out, this place doesn't look very good. Let's go somewhere else." Clifford reluctantly agreed since he was hungry. "Grandma, this place is okay. Let's try it." Viviana reluctantly consented. The waiter led them to sit at a table next to Millicent's. Millicent put down her chopsticks and placed some mustard greens in Bennett's bowl. "These are your favorites." Bennett obediently ate what she put on his plate and fed her in return. Viviana happened to catch Bennett feeding Millicent. Frowning, she found the scene unpleasant to watch and quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere. The translation preserves the original tone, structure, and storyline, ensuring fluency and accuracy. Chapter 376, For a Mouthful of Food. Vonda and Bennett had their meal and then returned to Bennett's house for a rest. She hadn't had the chance to explore the place thoroughly before, so today, she took her time to have a good look around. In the living room were displayed dolls she liked. Bennett went to prepare some fruit juice, telling Vonda to take her time exploring. "Can I go into the bedroom?" Vonda called out from the kitchen. "Yes," Bennett replied with a smile. Vonda opened the bedroom door with a sweet smile on her face. The room was clean and tidy, with no extra decorations, nothing much to see. After closing the door, she moved to the balcony. Raising her head, she happened to see a pair of men's boxers hanging there. Vonda quietly turned away, her face slightly flushed. She quickly left the balcony and headed towards the guest room. Apart from a bed, there wasn't much else in there. Just as she was about to close the door, she heard something fall. There seemed to be something behind the door. Vonda stepped inside and found a hiking stick lying on the floor behind the door. She bent down to pick it up and carried it to the kitchen, asking Bennett curiously, "her1, where did you go hiking? Did you need this stick?" Bennett's gentle smile faded when he saw the hiking stick in Vonda's hand. He gently took it from her and responded warmly, "I don't like hiking. This is someone else's stick. Let me put it away first. The fruit juice is ready. Would you like to try it?" Vonda looked at the freshly squeezed juice and nodded. "What fruits did you use?" "It looks beautiful." "A mix of several fruits," Bennett said, taking the hiking stick and walking back into the guest room. He lowered his gaze and placed the stick into an empty wardrobe after a few seconds. "Hold on to it," a voice echoed in Bennett's mind. Bennett rubbed his temples, trying to dispel the lingering voice. Tomorrow, he would get rid of it. Vonda stayed at Bennett's place until early afternoon when he drove her home. "Have him deliver this birthday gift to your father tomorrow," Bennett handed the gift to Vonda. "Thanks," Vonda leaned over and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "I'm leaving now." Bennett touched his cheek, lowered his eyes, and smiled silently. By the time Vonda got back home via Gangsheng Garden, it was nearly 5 o'clock. "Franz, beep beep, I'm back," she shouted as she walked through the door. "Welcome back, how was everything?" Selena turned to look at her daughter upon hearing her voice. "It went all right. Where are Dad and little brother?" Vonda, not hearing Arn or her father, placed the gift on the table. "Your father was called to the school by Arnie's teacher." Selena chuckled at the thought of Brogan's reaction when receiving the call. Seeing her mother relaxed on the sofa, enjoying the misfortune of others, Vonda couldn't help but laugh along. "What did Camillo do?" Selena grinned. "I don't know yet. We'll find out when they come back." Meanwhile, at the kindergarten. Brogan stood in the teacher's office, looking stern, while Arn blinked innocently, touching his shaved head. The teacher patiently explained and tried to ease the tense atmosphere. Both fathers were giving off a formidable aura. Mr. Devon, Kermit, Arnie's suggestion for Kirsten to shave her head was unintentional. Both children are immature, so we parents need to communicate and guide them properly. The teachers dared not say, "Don't fight," out loud, fearing the intensity between the two fathers. Seeing Kirsten's hair chopped unevenly, Brogan took a deep breath, looking down at his bald son who almost caused trouble. Who would have thought that Arn suggesting Kirsten shave her head would be taken seriously? Kirsten came home wanting to shave her head, which her father naturally refused. Determined, she grabbed scissors and cut her own hair. Her father almost fainted seeing her doing this. Upon learning the reason, he rushed to the school. Kirsten's father remarked angrily, "Mr. Devon, fortunately, nothing happened to my daughter. I know it's not right to blame children for their innocent ideas, but as parents, we must teach them right from wrong." Brogan laughed derisively. "You left scissors within reach of a child. You're the one who failed in that regard. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself." This left Kirsten's father speechless and flushed, unable to refute. Brogan smirked lazily. "Children can be innocent, sometimes surprising us. But I don't think my son was wrong. He merely suggested shaving her head, and she believed him." He squatted down, gently stroking his son's head. "Camillo, are you hungry? Let's go home and eat." Arn nodded, feeling protective. He knew that Kirsten's father had come to blame him. Playfully fierce, he swore, "I won't play with Kirsten anymore." Improving this. He seemed to realize that Kirsten's father had come to blame him. In a playfully fierce manner, he swore, "I won't play with Kirsten anymore." Kirsten's eyes welled up in tears at this declaration. Arn pulled Brogan's hand confidently. "Dad, let's go." Brogan left the teacher's office with his assertive little son. Kirsten's father comforted his crying daughter. "Ainsworth's son, don't cry. If he doesn't play with you, you can play with other kids." The teacher hesitated, adding diplomatically, "Kirsten tends to cry a lot, and only Arn plays with her in class." Because Arn wanted the candy Kirsten had, so he played with her. Teachers knew Arn did things for a mouthful of food, but she wouldn't intervene too much in the children's interactions. Thinking of Arnie's actions for food made her chuckle inwardly. Kirsten's father was speechless. Chapter 377, Indulgence and Recklessness. Brogan brought Arn back home from the kindergarten. Arn first pestered Selena, running excitedly around her in circles when he saw his sister coming down the stairs. Selena waited until Arn had finished, then asked Brogan why the teacher had called the parents this time. "Trouble caused by the bald head," Brogan replied. Selena looked puzzled, ? Only after hearing the whole story did she realize she didn't quite know how to react. She beckoned Arn over and stroked his small bald head. The little guy grinned broadly at his mother's touch. The little rascal squeezed himself between Selena and Brogan, using his bottom to nudge Brogan away. "Mommy, give baby another pat on the head, baby will be so happy." Selena couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Brogan, who was unceremoniously nudged aside by his son, was silent. "Heh, I'm not happy." Every time Arn got into trouble at school, it was always him who had to deal with it. Now back home, the brat even tried to take his wife from him. The weather in Frasierung City today was bright and pleasant. Violet started calling out as soon as she approached the living room, "Pear sister, I'm back." Eric and Aaron, father and son, silently carried gifts and followed Violet into the living room. Aaron, the son of Eric and Violet, bore a striking resemblance to his mother in appearance and inherited his father's personality. Violet hadn't wanted them to come along, but these two secretly boarded the plane and met up at the airport in Frasierung City. Upon hearing Violet's voice, Brogan glanced at the clock. Why would they come so early? Inappropriate time for a birthday celebration, he remarked coldly, having been painting Selena's nails just moments before. Violet's return disrupted their intimate moment. Ignoring Brogan's comment, Keen sat next to Selena and motioned for the father and son to bring forward the gifts. "Give the presents to Pear sister." She instructed the boys to open the gifts. Aaron set the gift down politely and greeted everyone, auntie and uncle. Selena put aside her nail polish temporarily, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Little Lon has grown taller. Hearing the arrival of their relatives, Vonda quickly brought Arn out from the kitchen, both children addressing their aunt and uncle. The kids began decorating the living room while the adults settled down for conversation. Soon, Hector and Kaylee arrived as well. The three men quietly drank tea on one side of the sofa, while the women chatted animatedly on the other. Meanwhile, Vonda led Aaron and Arn to inflate balloons and decorate. Arn, having inflated a heart-shaped balloon, waddled proudly to present it to Brogan. "Daddy, Camillo loves you." Brogan, prepared to accept the balloon graciously, watched as Arn suddenly ran to Selena instead. "Mommy, I love you. Here's your gift." Eric laughed aloud at the situation. Brogan gave a cold smirk and whispered, "Does your son ever say that to you?" Indeed, Arn knew how to express his love. Eric's laughter ceased instantly, reminded of the lingering distance between him and his son due to Cleveland's incident years ago. "Mom, where are you now?" Bennett was busy handling official business when he received a call from his mother. Checking the documents in hand, he massaged his temples while listening to what Alien had to say. Victoria, pulling a small suitcase, walked out of the airport. "Your dad and I have just arrived in Frasierung City. Send us the address of your rented place, and we'll go straight there. You don't need to pick us up." "All right," Bennett responded, unable to speak for long. "I'll send the keys later." He had planned to introduce his girlfriend to his parents tomorrow, but unexpectedly, they arrived in Frasierung City today. "Luo Zhu, if we show up suddenly in Frasierung City, will our son and his girlfriend be upset?" Rice asked as he dragged his luggage beside his wife, feeling a bit helpless. They had already agreed for their son to visit them in Haizhu City tomorrow. Alien, named Victoria, a name filled with poetic charm, replied, "You don't understand. Go call a cab. Our son is filial and won't be angry. Besides, we also want to meet his fiancée and her family." Initially, she had planned to wait in Haizhu City for her son to bring his girlfriend home. However, last night during mahjong with the Frasierung family, they discussed someone else's situation. It turned out that a man married a girl from a modest background, and her family was insistent on financial support, behaving like leeches. This left Victoria feeling anxious. After hearing such gossip, she recalled her son's comments about his girlfriend's modest background. Her father worked in management and her mother was a homemaker. If true, she could tolerate it. Yet, character mattered. After hanging up, Bennett felt puzzled about his parents' sudden trip to Frasierung City but promptly messaged his girlfriend. Such things required advance notice. He swiftly handled his work and prepared to head home. Seeing his parents at the door, Bennett opened it and let them in. "Mom, Dad, why are you here so suddenly? Is something wrong?" Alien inspected the rental flat critically, clearly displeased. "What kind of place is this? So small, why not move into the house we bought?" Bennett chuckled, shaking his head. Mom, it's close to my workplace. Busy schedules make it more convenient. I still need to go back to the office, so I'll be back early. Mr. Dew remained calm. Go on. We can handle ourselves. Don't worry about us. Once Bennett left, Alien remarked, proximity to work, I doubt it. Mr. Dew sighed inwardly, knowing he had neglected many duties at work just to accompany his wife. On the other end, Vonda saw the message from Bennett. Since his parents were already in Frazier City, there was no need to travel to Haiju City tomorrow. She placed her phone on the table, prioritizing today's celebration for her father's birthday above everything else. Aaron, please take Arn to my father, Vonda asked, seeing Arn messing with the decorations again. Yes, Aaron responded, carrying the small boy away. Big brother, let me go. No way, sister will be angry. Aaron carried the little rascal to the sofa and pushed him into his father Eric's arms. Dad, play with Camillo. Eric, caught off guard by his son, was speechless. Later, Selena personally cooked longevity noodles for Brogan. This year, everyone gathered for his birthday. To your health, boss. Happy birthday. To Davon, brother. Happy birthday and all the best. To Dad, may your days be filled with joy and happiness. Arn, not wanting to be left behind, held his juice cup high. Dad, cheers. Happy birthday. With a warm smile, Brogan nodded. All right, cheers. The lively family gathering lasted until 11 at night, finally concluding as everyone dispersed at it was too late tonight, so Brogan quickly helped Arn bathe and sent his son off to bed. By the time he finished handling Arnie's bedtime routine and returned to the bedroom, all the lights were already off. The bedroom door suddenly closed. Selena pinned Brogan against the door and whispered softly, Honey, happy birthday. Brogan leaned back against the door, allowing Selena her liberties. Translation notes. I have maintained the paragraph structure as per your request. The translation reflects the tone and style of the original text. Names are transliterated accurately using pinyin. The content is translated naturally and fluently in English while preserving the storyline and logic consistent with the previous context. Chapter 378, A Great Difference. Tonight, Bennett took his parents out to dinner after work. After the meal, they returned home. Noelle looked at her excellent son and spoke about their purpose for this visit. Apart from meeting your girlfriend, if possible, we also want to meet our future in-laws. Bennett nodded. I'll contact Davon King tonight. Tomorrow, I'll bring her to meet you. Noelle's expression eased when she saw how readily her son agreed. Bennett returned to his room, and soon received a message from his girlfriend. The message he sent at 7 in the evening only received a reply past 11. Esmond, I know. You can book the restaurant first. We'll meet there tomorrow. Though it seemed like Vonda was calm on the surface, she was actually quite nervous inside about meeting the parents. When Bennett saw Vonda's reply, he felt a bit relieved as well. He first messaged Vonda asking if she was free now. Seeing that she was free, he immediately called her on video. The call connected. Davon King, are you nervous? No. Actually, she was dying of nervousness. Bennett instantly detected her nervousness from her quick response. Don't worry, I'm here. Vonda rubbed her face. I'm not worried. Bennett. Tonight, will you have trouble sleeping? No. Do you want me to keep you company for a while? Upon hearing this from her boyfriend, Vonda directly ended the video call. Bennett smiled wryly at the disconnected screen. The next day, Vonda changed several outfits before sighing upon seeing her chubby figure in the mirror. Forget it, she thought. I'll just wear what's comfortable like usual. Selena knew her daughter was meeting her boyfriend's parents today. She went to the storage room to fetch the necklace she bought at an auction. This necklace is for your boyfriend's mom. Vonda accepted the box, leaning against Selena's shoulder with a childish tone. Mommy, thank you. Selena stroked her daughter's hair, feeling a mixture of emotions. Her daughter had grown up, had a boyfriend, and would be married soon. That morning, Brogan heard his daughter was going to meet her boyfriend's parents. His feelings were indescribable, a mix of all kinds of emotions. He sighed deeply watching his daughter leave. Our little green vegetable is about to belong to another family, he thought. Arn mimicked Brogan, crossing his little legs, imitating the big boss pose, and sighed alongside him. Father and son shared the same pose. Selena. She admired the father-son duo. Bennett deliberately chose an elegant restaurant with dishes that suited everyone's tastes. Seeing from Vonda's message that she was approaching the restaurant, he waited at the door of the private room for her. Sage came to the restaurant to have dinner with her superficial sisters. Seeing Bennett standing outside the private room, she couldn't help but walk faster towards him to tease him. Special assistant do, she sized up Bennett, waiting for your heavenly beauty of a girlfriend? Bennett's gaze turned cold, his tone indifferent. Miss Davon, even good dogs don't bark indiscriminately. He usually maintained gentlemanly manners, but this young lady truly tested human limits. You. Sage, insulted by being compared to a dog, fiercely lifted her hand to slap Bennett's face. However, her wrist was caught by him. Bennett shrugged off Sage's hand, causing her to stagger 2 steps back. At this moment, the door opened, and Noelle walked out, seeing her son standing beside a young woman. This woman had an excellent appearance and figure, especially the dress and jewelry she wore showed great taste. Noel smiled. Esmond, is this your girlfriend? Seeing his mother misunderstand, Bennett hurriedly explained, Mom, she's not. Before he could finish, Sage raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of mischief. She cut in ahead of him, addressing Noel, Aunt, hello. I'm Sage. Upon Sage's proactive greeting, Noel assumed she was the future daughter-in-law and smiled warmly, so you're Esmond's girlfriend? What a beautiful girl. Bennett frowned, Mom, she's not my girlfriend. Noel was taken aback, surprised as she alternated her gaze between Bennett and Sage, finally realizing her misunderstanding. But she was also slightly embarrassed, unsure of what to say. Seeing the situation, Sage smiled apologetically, Aunt, sorry for the misunderstanding. I am Dew's special assistant sister-in-law's assistant. He has been praised for his excellent capabilities by her. As Vonda arrived, she saw Bennett, Sage, and a graceful-looking older lady standing by the private room's entrance. Sage spotted Vonda first and smirked. Pointing in Vonda's direction, she said, Aunt, that's the real girlfriend of Dew's special assistant. Hearing Sage, Noel instinctively turned her head towards the direction Sage pointed. Seeing Vonda, Noel was momentarily stunned. Vonda had a full figure, though her warm smile was pleasant. However, she differed greatly from the image Noel had imagined for her future daughter-in-law. Chapter 379, No Family Background. Impossible? The shock was significant for Noel. Her son, who was always so refined, had a particularly unique taste, finding such an ideal girlfriend. Just as she doubted that the girl walking over could be her son's girlfriend, Bennett, who had already spotted Vonda, walked over with a gentle smile on his lips. Noel. Bennett held Vonda's hand and walked up to Noel. He introduced her, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Divong. Noel looked at Vonda and tugged at the corners of her mouth. Vonda smiled warmly and politely greeted Noel, Auntie, it's nice to meet you. Despite not understanding why her son's taste was so poor, Noel maintained her poise. Hello, Fraser Ruin often mentions you. Sage stood nearby. Upon hearing the word bag, she inwardly despised the overweight woman even more. She smiled and said, Auntie, Mr. Dew, I won't disturb you any further. Recalling the embarrassing mix-up of mistaking Sage for her future daughter-in-law, Noel awkwardly nodded. She watched Sage's dignified departure and inwardly sighed in regret. Vonda didn't know about the earlier mishap but keenly sensed Noel's dislike for her. Inside the private room, Bennett had formally introduced Vonda to Bryce and Noel. Vonda greeted Bryce politely with a smile, Uncle, it's nice to meet you. She presented the gifts to Bryce and Noel. Bryce accepted them with a smile, Thank you, these are the gifts we prepared for you. He handed over the pre-prepared gifts to Vonda. Thank you, Uncle, she replied politely and sat down obediently after receiving the gifts. Noel casually placed the purple gift box on the table. Given her modest family background, what kind of good gift could they afford? This box likely contained a necklace, too cheap for her to wear. Seeing Noel's indifferent attitude toward the gift, Vonda kept a warm and gentle smile. Bryce added, Xiao Divong, feel free, just treat this like a family dinner. Relieved by Bryce's friendly demeanor, Vonda felt reassured, at least knowing one person wasn't difficult. Noel scanned Vonda's casual attire and managed a forced smile. Her coldness cast a shadow over the meal. Noticing his mother's displeasure, Bennett held Vonda's hand under the table, comforting her, Dad, Mom, Xiao Divong is the one I want to spend my life with. We've decided to get married. This was their declaration of commitment to his parents. Bryce responded gently, Since you've decided to be together, when should we arrange for both sets of parents to meet and discuss your wedding? Annoyed by this suggestion, Noel kicked her husband subtly, indicating it wasn't time to talk about marriage. They were only here to meet the girl today. Bryce winced. Vonda extricated her hand from Bennett's grasp. She didn't want to appear too affectionate in front of the elders. Supporting her, Bennett answered, Uncle, I'll ask my parents about a suitable time. Noel raised her teacup and asked, Xiao Divong, can I call you that like Fraser Ruin does? Where does your father work? Vonda smiled softly, My father has retired. Before Noel could continue, Bennett interrupted by serving her some food. Mom, try the dishes here. Noel knew her son was defending his girlfriend, which irked her. What was he afraid of? She only wanted to ask basic questions. Mom, let me help you peel the shrimp shell. Bennett wiped his hands and assisted her. He did not do the same for Vonda, knowing she disliked shrimp. Seeing her son help her instead of his girlfriend made Noel feel somewhat better. Softening her expression. For her son's sake, she decided not to press Vonda further for now. After dinner, Vonda and Bennett accompanied the Dew couple on a tour of Frasiern City. While purchasing tickets, Bryce whispered to Noel, Your face will scare away our future daughter-in-law. Noel retorted, Let her go if she wants to. Isn't that for the better? Unsure how to persuade her, Bryce knew his son needed to speak with his mother. Feeling tired, they ended their visit early. Bennett first drove his parents home before sending Vonda back. In the car, Bennett held Vonda's hand apologetically, Xiao Divong, I'm sorry for making you uncomfortable today. I'll talk to my mom. Vonda laughed, It's okay. I understand Auntie's concerns. I'll try to change her opinion of me. She didn't take her words seriously, as they wouldn't live with her in-laws post-marriage. Suddenly, Bennett pulled over. Wait here for a moment, Xiao Divong. Curious, Vonda watched him enter a bakery. Soon, he returned with a cake box in hand. Why did you buy a cake? Is it someone's birthday? She asked curiously. Bennett opened the cake box, presenting it to her. This is for you, Xiao Divong. The top layer read, I only want to marry Xiao Divong. Blushing, Vonda took the cake, appreciating her boyfriend's gesture despite not taking her mother-in-law's disapproval seriously. Let's find a place to eat the cake. Embarrassed to bring the cake home, she suggested they enjoy it somewhere else. Okay, let's go to the park, Bennett agreed. Back at home, Selena and Brogan awaited their daughter's return, eager to hear about the meeting. How long is she taking? Brogan muttered, checking the time. Selena glanced at her phone. Magnolia says she's almost home. Shortly, Vonda arrived, exhausted. I'm back, and I'm so tired. Selena urged her to sit. Tell us, how were her1's parents? Brogan listened intently. Vonda organized her thoughts. His mom isn't very satisfied with me, but his dad was quite welcoming. Selena and Brogan exchanged glances. Vonda chuckled. Mom, Dad, no need to worry for me. I haven't married yet. Also, when are you both free to meet her1's parents? Tomorrow works, Selena decided. Meanwhile, back at home, Bennett was discussing Vonda with his parents. Xiao Divong has a great personality, Mom. We shouldn't judge people just by appearances, Bennett defended. Frowning, Noel argued, Son, she has neither looks nor family background. How can she represent our family in public or accompany you out without losing face? Even if her background were decent, it's far from impressive. Translated from Chinese to English, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. Chapter 380, he was quite impressed. Bennett smiled faintly. Mom, a man's dignity doesn't depend on women. At most, they will ridicule me for having an odd taste in partners. This sort of mocking doesn't affect me at all. Marrying Xiao Divong would make her suffer even more. She might have to endure a lot of hardship when attending social events in the future. Dad, what do you think? Bryce, despite his wife's intimidating gaze, only replied, if you like her, that's enough. Xiao Divong seems very composed and mature in handling situations. Your mother's attitude today wasn't great, but Xiao Divong kept her calm throughout dinner, which is impressive. Victoria saw her husband not siding with her and angrily scolded, Fine, I'm the only bad person in this family. Just hope you don't regret it later. She stood up and stormed off into the room. Bryce helplessly looked at Bennett. Don't worry, your mom will come around after some time. Bennett nodded and checked his phone for Vonda's message. Dad, Xiao Divong's parents will meet you tomorrow. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something. He originally planned to take his girlfriend to Haizhu City today and reveal his family background to her. Dad, I need to make a call. Bennett took his phone into the room. Just as he was about to dial Vonda's number, another call came through. It was from Chairman Fraser. Bennett answered. Gail looked at the documents she had asked Bennett to investigate about Magnolia Group's cooperation with Tang Corporation. Mr. Du, are you sure about the profit-sharing agreement between Magnolia Group and President Tang? The investigation showed that Magnolia Group received 70% while Tang Corporation got only 30%. This result left Gail in disbelief. Davon Corporation only wanted 10%, yet Vinny chose Magnolia Group. Bennett confirmed, the information has been verified and is accurate. Gail pursed her lips, her eyes slightly cold. I have dinner with some shareholders tonight. Accompany me. Having failed to secure the full agency rights for the medicine, she needed to provide a satisfactory explanation to the shareholders and gain their support. Bennett agreed, then hung up and called Vonda. But the call didn't go through. Vonda wasn't carrying her phone at the moment. She was soaking in hot springs with Selena, Violet, Kaylee, and others. Mommy, are you coming home tonight? As they were leaving, her father and Arnd gave them such pitiful looks. Selena, relaxed in the hot spring, opened her eyes upon hearing her daughter's question and laughed. Magnolia, do you believe your dad and Camillo might be at the same hot spring place? Vonda exclaimed, what? Violet pinched Vonda's cheeks, smiling. Silly child, not only did your dad come here, but even your aunt's husband and cousins may have snuck in too. Selena smiled coldly. In the men's section nearby. Brogan couldn't soak due to his health, so he sat on a chair in a loose robe watching Arn splash around. Eric, who had been splashed several times by Arnie's feet, finally moved his seat. Brother Camillo, can you stop splashing water? Eric politely requested. Arn blinked innocently, turning his swimming ring and his feet towards another direction. Big brother, your skin is so white. Just as Arn turned, Aaron stepped into the pool wearing only underwear. Aaron. This kid knows how to hit hard. Eric chuckled amusedly. These three men, all well-maintained in physique and maturity, made young Aaron seem like a kid. Rarely enjoying hot springs, the three men were seriously contemplating how to bring their wives over to join them. Soaking together would be more enjoyable. Of course, they weren't thinking of anything improper in the hot spring. But being together with the other men was rather awkward. After soaking, Vonda took Aaron and Arn to the lounge. The adults went elsewhere for a while. About an hour later, they returned, looking refreshed and happy. They all headed to the restaurant for dinner and then moved to the KTV lounge. Although they had a KTV room at home, the experience outside felt different. Inside the KTV lounge, Selena and Violet were singing loudly, and Kaylee joined in with her own unique voice. The voices filled the room like magic sounds. Back in those days, Selena and Violet often sang in KTV, and remembering those moments brought nostalgia. Tears welled up in their eyes as they reminisced. Arn, as the sole audience member immune to their singing, clapped enthusiastically, "Mommy, it's beautiful. Aunt, it's beautiful. Oh yeah, Aunt Lee, it's beautiful." Who taught him how to flatter so much? Hector and Eric were speechless, their lips twitching at the sight of this little sycophant. Brogan calmly fed juice to his flattering son to shut him up. Vonda and Aaron quietly sat in the corner with earplugs, calmly playing on their phones. Vonda saw the missed call from Bennett 2 hours ago but couldn't return it right now. She planned to call back once she got home. At the same time, Bennett and Gail were also at a KTV lounge. However, the atmosphere inside was different, filled with flirtation. Several shareholders were accompanied by hostesses. "Chairman Fraser, your new transformation strategy failed, unable to compete with Magnolia Group. You want us to continue supporting you despite this loss," one shareholder remarked casually. Gail raised her eyes and saw the shareholder already groping his hostess. Her exquisite face remained composed, without any discomfort. With a smile, she said, "One failure doesn't mean always failing." The sounds of the shareholders flirting with the hostesses filled the room. Bennett glanced at Gail. Despite the uncomfortable situation, she remained calm and composed. He was quite impressed. Chapter 381, The Mind of a Woman. Gail held her glass and toasted the shareholder who had questioned her. "Uncle, we all understand that business is like a battlefield. Occasional failures are inevitable, but the key lies in how we respond and plan our next steps." The seasoned shareholder smiled. Anyone can say sweet words. Gail had always taken Selena as her role model, enduring these shareholders' provocations time and again. This time, she did not let Bennett drink for her. Fortunately, this wine wasn't as strong as the last time Denny Dong deliberately used high-proof liquor. One day, she would kick these shareholders out of the company. At 9 o'clock, Bennett helped Gail out of the KTV club. The night breeze slightly lit her up. Edit. At 9 o'clock, Bennett escorted Gail out of the KTV club. The night breeze helped to slightly sober her up. Bennett opened the car door and carefully helped Gail into the back seat before walking around to the passenger side. Driver Preston drove the car. Due to the alcohol's effect, Gail soon felt drowsy and closed her eyes, eventually falling asleep. The car arrived at the Devon family's old residence. Seeing Gail seemingly asleep in the back seat, Preston asked Bennett in a low voice, "Does CEO Fraser seem to be asleep?" Bennett turned around and called out softly, "Chairman?" No response. It seemed she was truly asleep. Bennett got out of the car, opened the back door, bent down, and called again, "Chairman, we're here. Are you okay?" Gail nodded vaguely, her eyes partially open, clearly still dazed from sleep. After calling several more times and seeing that Gail remained dazed, Bennett straightened up and asked the butler, who had just come out of the house, "Please call a maid over." Bodie, who had only been with the Devon family for 2 months, nodded and went to fetch a maid. Gail dimly sensed that they had arrived home and fumbled to get out of the car. Seeing she was trying to stand up in the car, Bennett quickly leaned in to hold her shoulders. In that moment, an accident happened. Her lips accidentally brushed against Bennett's cheek. Bennett froze for a second before quickly getting out of the car. Gail didn't realize what had happened. A second of shock later, Bennett recovered quickly. Seeing the maid approaching, he stepped aside. The maid helped Gail out of the car and into the house. "Bodie, take care of the chairman. I'll leave now." Since Gail was safely delivered, Bennett could go home. Preston drove Bennett back. Upon returning home, he saw his mother, Miss Duan, sitting in the living room with a cold expression. He looked at Bryce, puzzled. What was wrong with her? Bryce also didn't know why his wife was angry and helplessly shook his head. Seeing her son come back, Noelle initially wanted to scold him but noticed his tired face and fell silent. "Go to bed. We'll talk tomorrow." She hurriedly returned to her room. Bryce followed her into the room. Sitting beside Noelle, he asked, "Honey, what happened? Why are you so upset?" Noelle reached for a purple box on the table, still looking displeased. "Open it and see. Don't you think this is the gift Xiaoqing gave me today?" Bryce muttered to himself, wondering if the gift had caused his wife to be upset. He tried to persuade her, gifts represent the child's heart. Whether it's expensive or not, there's no need to be upset. While talking, he opened the box. Bryce knew good quality when he saw it. The emerald necklace inside looked pricey. He picked it up and admired its elegant design. So why was his wife so angry? "This necklace is quite beautiful. Why are you so upset?" Bryce couldn't understand women sometimes. Noelle scoffed, shooting an unfriendly glance at him. "The necklace is nice, but do you think Xiaoqing, coming from a modest background, could afford such an expensive necklace as a meeting gift?" Do you know how much this emerald necklace costs? At least millions. Bryce, so, what are you saying? Noelle glared at Bryce. Obviously, the son bought this necklace for her to impress us. Finally, Bryce understood why Noelle was upset. His thinking was more open-minded, so he advised, regardless of who bought it, it was meant for me. Consider it as a gesture of respect. Hearing this, Noelle's anger flared up even more. Respect? This is vanity. She lacks ability yet pretends otherwise. It's better to give something within her means. She hasn't even entered our family yet, and she's already putting on a show. That was a lot of anger. Bryce sighed in frustration, hugging Noelle's shoulders. Think about it. Fraser Ruin has always been independent. If he chose Xiaoqing, we should respect his decision. Noelle didn't want to continue speaking with Bryce. They remained silent the entire night. When dawn came, the couple left their room and found Bennett neatly dressed, sitting on the sofa. Mom, Dad, I'm taking you to meet Xiaoqing's parents. She texted me last night. Since you were asleep, I didn't disturb you. Meanwhile, Vonda's family of 4 was preparing to move back to Gangshan Garden. Yesterday, Vonda had told Selena about meeting Bennett's parents. Brogan decided to observe whether Bennett's mother was overly critical. If it was just disdain for their family background, that would be easy to resolve. But if she tended to create trouble for her daughter-in-law, it would be better not to proceed. Of course, this thought was Brogan's, and he couldn't force his daughter to make any decisions. Arn, are you ready? We need to leave. Selena turned around, not seeing Arn, and called out. Last night, she had sung so passionately that her voice was still hoarse. I'll call him. Anthea, protect your voice. Arn. Coming, Arn, carrying his caterpillar backpack, quickly ran out of the house and scrambled into the car. Once seated, he hugged Vonda's arm. Big sister, hug me. Vonda lifted Arn onto her lap. What did you go back to get, Camillo? Arn touched his backpack and whispered, steamed buns from Grandpa Lou. The car arrived at Gangshan Garden. Back home, they sat on the sofa waiting for Bennett and his parents. At 9:30 a.m., Bennett also drove to Gangshan Garden. We've arrived. He undid his seatbelt, got out, and opened the door for Ms. Duan. Bryce opened the other door himself. Noelle stepped out, dressed in designer clothes, and scrutinized the building with a discerning eye. The environment was decent but couldn't compare to the Du family's mansion. Bennett led his parents into the building, registering as visitors at the reception desk. Xiaoqing lives on the 18th floor. Bennett pressed the elevator button, allowing his parents to enter first. Vonda was about to call Bennett to check on his location when she heard the doorbell ring. Mommy, I'll get it. It might be Fraser Ruin. Vonda opened the door, smiling warmly. Uncle, Aunt, please come in. Chapter 382, I will not agree. As Vonda went to open the door, Selena had already put on a mask. They were still in the evaluation phase with Bennett and couldn't risk being recognized by him. In the past few years, Selena occasionally attended company events, so there was no guarantee that her photos hadn't been seen by the Du family. Brogan, however, had not appeared in public for over a decade, so he didn't need to wear a mask. Mom, Dad, this is Fraser Ruin, and these two are Fraser Ruin's parents, Vonda introduced. Selena smiled and stood up. Mr. Du, Alia, please have a seat. Her voice was slightly hoarse, leading the dust to believe she was ill and thus wearing a mask. Bennett was somewhat nervous. Uncle, Aunt, hello. I'm Magnolia's boyfriend, Bennett. Selena gestured for them to sit down with a smile. Shayna had already sized up Xiaoqing's parents and the home as she entered. Xiaoqing's parents seemed to have decent demeanor. Her gaze fell on the little boy sitting on the sofa, happily munching on a steamed bun. Just a simple bun, yet the child ate it as if it were a gourmet meal. The family circumstances, perhaps they weren't very good. Vonda served tea to the guests and sat beside Selena obediently. Bennett took the initiative to introduce himself. Uncle, Aunt, I'm from Haizhu City. My family mainly runs a jewelry business, and the Du family has some renown there. Vonda glanced at Bennett with a hint of confusion. Jewelry business? Noticing Vonda's puzzled look, Bennett cleared his throat and explained, Magnolia, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I planned to tell you once our relationship stabilized. Since Vonda herself had hidden her identity, she nodded understandingly, appreciating his honesty. The two young people looked at each other affectionately. Brogan cleared his throat, breaking their eye contact. His deep eyes focused on Bennett. You're from Haizhu City. Do you plan to return there for development? Bennett nodded, yes. Shayna smiled slyly. My son will inherit the Du family company and can't stay in Fraser City. If Xiaoqing marries Fraser Ruin, I hope she can focus on managing the household and learn how to entertain guests. Bennett's expression changed subtly. He didn't expect his mother to throw a spanner in the works. He turned to Shayna. Mom, whatever Xiaoqing wants to do, she can do. I never intended for her to stay at home. Xiaoqing has her career and ambitions, and I respect her choices. Selena held Brogan's hand, trying to calm him down. With a cool gaze, she addressed Shayna. Alia, my daughter won't be staying at home. She has her own career. What nonsense. Who gave her the audacity to say such things? Hardly moments into the meeting, the atmosphere was already tense between the two sets of parents. Seeing her son contradict her directly, Shayna's expression soured. Coupled with what Selena had said, it was evident she was displeased. Bryce hurried to smooth things over with a smile. Mrs. Liu. I'm not Mrs. Liu, please call me Mrs. Devon. My daughter shares my surname Liu, Selena clarified. Apologies, Bryce replied calmly. Mrs. Devon, we won't interfere in the couple's post-marriage life. Selena nodded, relieved that Bennett's father seemed sensible. Shayna had come today with the intent to sabotage her son's marriage prospects with Xiaoqing. From her bag, she pulled out a purple box. Seeing his wife pull out the box, Bryce winced. It was clear his wife had premeditated this visit to cause trouble. He was too late to stop her. Xiaoqing, thank you for giving me this expensive necklace yesterday. Where did you buy it? How much did it cost? Shayna asked Vonda sweetly. Bennett didn't expect his mother to keep pushing. He suspected Xiaoqing's parents would definitely disapprove of him. Taking a deep breath, Bennett stood up and bowed. I'm sorry, uncle, aunt. I'll take my parents away now. We've disturbed you. Shayna fixed her gaze on Vonda. Wait for Xiaoqing to answer my question before I leave. Seeing the purple box and hearing her question, Vonda looked bewildered. Aunt, this necklace was auctioned. I don't know its price, you should ask. She was cut off mid-sentence. Huh, how honest of you, asking my son to buy you a gift to present to me. Isn't that a bit too vain? One should act according to one's means. Your family isn't wealthy, why try to impress with something you can't afford? Shayna criticized. Vonda and Selena exchanged glances. What? So the misunderstanding was about this. Bennett felt his mother was getting more outrageous. He tried to remain calm. Mom, this gift wasn't bought by me. Shayna clearly didn't believe him, scoffing. If not you, then who? Did she buy it herself? Would she spend millions on a necklace for your mother? Look at her, she didn't even know the price. Don't lie to me. Though Bennett was surprised by the necklace's price, his priority now was to take his mother away. He knew she was deliberately causing trouble. He apologized again to Selena. Dad, let's go. He walked out first. Bryce sighed inwardly, apologizing to Brogan and looking at Vonda. Xiaoqing, our family was impolite today. Fraser Ruin will personally come to apologize to you another day. Seeing her husband and son leave, Shayna also followed but left a parting remark. Xiaoqing, and is giving you the necklace. Once the dust left, Brogan spoke his first words. I will not agree to you marrying into the Du family. Chapter 383, everyone thought she was dead. Just as Brogan finished saying that he disagreed with Vonda marrying into the Du family, they heard their daughter speak softly. Daddy, Fraser Yuan just messaged me. He said he wants to become a son-in-law in our family. Brogan snorted coldly and did not want to speak. He did not wish to be like Devon Daxiong, who caused his children's unhappiness because of his own preferences. Magnolia, you decide for yourself. Thank you, Daddy. Mommy, what about you? Vonda asked while holding on to Selena's arm. Selena responded, in our family, your father makes the final decision. Vonda covered her mouth and smiled. Clearly, it was Mommy who made the decisions. Mommy, please rest assured. If Fraser Yuan cannot convince Alia, I won't marry him. Bennett, still in the car downstairs at Gangsheng Garden, turned around after sending the message to Vonda and looked at the stern-faced alien sitting in the back seat. Mom, I don't plan on going back to Haizhu City anymore. I've already told Xiaoqing that I will become a son-in-law in her family. You and Dad are still young, consider having another child to inherit the company. As she listened to her son's increasingly nonsensical words, Victoria clutched her chest, hardly believing it. You would treat your parents like this for such a fat girl? What is so good about her? No beauty, no family background. She really laughed out of frustration. Bennett smiled gently. Mom, you too are still young. Make use of your time. I'll send you back to Fraser City tomorrow. Are you trying to drive me to death? Victoria never expected her proud son to change like this. Facing Alien's intense reaction, Bennett replied gently but firmly, Mom, I'm not doing this to upset you. Just consider that your son is love-struck. Victoria was so angry she couldn't speak. She had raised her son to be so excellent from a young age, only for him to make such a decision for a woman she deemed worthless. Disappointment and anger swirled inside her. Bryce remained silent, not daring to interrupt. Bennett decided, I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. This unfilial son. Victoria angrily opened the car door and got out. Bennett looked at Bryce and immediately switched to an ingratiating tone. Dad, please handle Mom for me. I won't return to Haizhu City for now. Bryce rolled his eyes, understood. Both father and son understood Victoria's personality well. Eventually, she would come around. Bryce got out of the car and slowly followed his wife. Victoria walked down the road fuming, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. She had thought that once she got out of the car, her husband and son would immediately chase after her to soothe her, but not one of them came. She felt even more wronged. She did all that for her son's sake. Walking out of the neighborhood, she realized there were very few cars on this road, making it hard to get a cab. Her anger intensified as she stopped, looking back to see Bryce finally jogging over. He had a helpless smile on his face, approaching Victoria and speaking soothingly. All right, don't be mad. We'll ignore that unfilial son and go back to Haiju City tomorrow, disowning him. Victoria turned her head away, dissatisfied. You both know how to upset me. Look at your son, he's willing to become a son-in-law for some girl, utterly useless. Bryce nodded in agreement. Yes, utterly useless. Let's disown him. After saying this, he glanced at his wife's furious yet conflicted expression, finding it amusing. The next day, the Du couple left Fraziering City. Bennett received a message from Bryce. Son, your mom and I have returned. As for Xiaoqing's family, may you have good luck. Seeing his father's gloating message, Bennett sighed helplessly. What started as a good thing had turned into a mess. From last night until now, he hadn't received a single reply from Xiaoqing. In the morning, Bennett attended a meeting with Gail and during lunchtime called Vonda directly. At this moment, Vonda, eating at Davengshan Group's cafeteria, saw the incoming call and hung up immediately. She wouldn't forgive him easily. Seeing the call being cut off, Bennett frowned slightly before smiling. He knew his girlfriend must be extremely unhappy about the recent family visit. He then sent a message to pacify her. Now, all he could do was try to win her back. Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Can we talk, please? Naturally, this message also went unanswered. That evening after work, Bennett waited outside Magnolia Group right on time. When Vonda came out of the company gates, she immediately saw Bennett standing there. She was taken aback for a moment. Bennett walked toward her. Suddenly, a red sports car pulled up beside them. A window rolled down, and a young man who looked like a spoiled heir poked his head out, calling happily, Magnolia, get in. Hurry. Vonda first looked at Bennett. Her1, I have something tonight. Gotta go. She opened the back door. Eldon called, Magnolia, why not sit in front? Vonda bent down and sat in the back, closing the door. She scolded, next time, don't pick me up in this tiny car. Don't you know I'm fat? Oh, my bad. Eldon apologized and then looked at Bennett curiously before turning away. The car drove off. Magnolia, was that Bennett you often mention? Yep, Vonda nodded, with a hint of teasing in her voice. That's him. Quite handsome, huh? Eldon proudly snorted, not as handsome as me, pretty average. Vonda was speechless. You are so narcissistic. Eldon immediately checked himself in the mirror, clicking his tongue admiringly at the handsome man in the reflection. Bennett stood where he was, watching the departing car with a serious expression. It seemed Xiaoqing was quite difficult to appease this time. And who was that man? They arrived at a club. After getting out of the car, Eldon opened the door for Vonda. Miss Liu, please. Vonda got out and deliberately acted coy, lifting her chin. Lindsay, thanks. Eldon closed the door, protesting. Did you just call me a eunuch? The two laughed and entered the club together. The luxurious interior of the club caught their attention immediately. A manager greeted them and led them to their reserved private room. Please follow me. Eldon nodded slightly and followed the manager, while Vonda leisurely observed the surroundings. This place isn't bad, Vonda commented. Eldon proudly straightened up. Well, you should know whose place it is. Yours? Vonda turned to look at the prideful Eldon. Eldon nodded, lowering his voice. I opened it with Uncle. The mentioned uncle was Josh, already in his 40s but still playful. They talked about Josh when suddenly he appeared wearing a floral shirt, hugging a young lady. Seeing Eldon, he immediately let go of the lady and quickly approached. Xiaolin, weren't you kicked out by your dad? Who's this young lady? He was merely curious. She's so fat. Eldon whispered, Vonda, my good friend, Davon uncle's and Aunt Lou's daughter. Josh scratched his ear, sensitive to the names Davon and Lou. Whose daughter did you say? Vonda smiled. Uncle, my father is Brogan. Eldon bid farewell to Josh and pulled Vonda away, leaving Josh standing there in shock. If asked who was the last person Josh wanted to see in his life, it would be Brogan and Selena. These two were nothing short of psychological shadows to him. Wait, wasn't Vonda dead? Vonda followed Eldon to the private room. The reason she had agreed to Eldon's invitation to come here today was because her father had asked her to. Vonda understood her father's meaning. She should start appearing in public again. Otherwise, everyone would think she was dead. Chapter 384, Let's have a drink. Everyone, I'm here. I've brought a new friend, so give her a round of applause. Eldon had a playful personality. As Vonda walked into the private room, she heard enthusiastic applause and confetti falling on her head. When everyone inside the room saw Vonda clearly, they gradually stopped clapping. They looked at each other, wondering about the identity of this unfamiliar girl. Someone asked with a hint of confusion, Junlin, who is she? They had never seen her before. Eldon casually smiled and introduced her. She's my best friend, Vonda. She just returned from abroad. It's normal that you don't recognize her. Magnolia, let's sit here. Such a brief introduction. It was too simple for them to figure out where she came from. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. What did you say her name is? Vonda turned to look at the source of the shrill voice. It was Sage. She had noticed Sage in a red dress as soon as she entered. Only now did Eldon see Sage, and he frowned. Damn it, who invited her? Sage stood up, approaching Vonda with an intimidating demeanor, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her voice was somewhat sharp. What did you say your name is? Vonda. Eldon glanced at Sage and said unhappily, Sage, are you in the wrong place today? You're not welcome here. How dare she cause trouble for his best friend right in front of him? Ignoring Eldon's expulsion attempt, Sage stared at Vonda with eyes filled with hatred. Please, let it be a coincidence. Fraser-Ridgewan's girlfriend couldn't possibly be Vonda. Sage glared coldly at Eldon. Shut up first. Vonda wasn't intimidated by Sage's attitude but smiled calmly, replying in a composed tone, I'm Vonda. Seeing Vonda remain so calm, Eldon felt slightly relieved. He opened a drink for her. Magnolia, ignore her. Let's enjoy ourselves. But Sage wasn't ready to back down. She fixed her gaze on Vonda and became more sarcastic. What's your father's name? All eyes in the room focused on Vonda and Sage. What was going on? Vonda smiled faintly, remaining unruffled, and replied mildly, It seems like you're quite interested in me. The sight of Vonda's composure ignited Sage's anger even more, her eyes turning ice-cold with venom. Vonda lifted her gaze and smiled lightly. You seem very interested in my background. My father's name is Brogan, and my mother's name is Selena. Upon hearing these words, Sage wanted to strike Vonda. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Eldon quickly stood up and positioned himself between Vonda and Sage. He looked at Sage coldly and spoke in an unfriendly tone, Miss Devon, that's enough. You're not welcome here. With Eldon blocking her view of Vonda, Sage was infuriated by his attitude and shot him a hateful glare. Get lost. This is between me and Vonda. Why her? She had previously mocked Fraser-Ridgewan's supposed overweight girlfriend from high above. Eldon snorted. The one who should get lost is you. Leave on your own, or do I need to call someone? Sage gave Eldon a cold look before turning to leave the room. The forceful tapping of her high heels revealed how furious she was. The people in the room were completely unaware of the gossip and didn't know what their parents' generation was involved in. Vonda remained calm amidst their inquisitive gazes. She had come here only to complete her father's mission. Brogan and Selena's daughter hadn't died. As soon as Sage left the private room, she immediately called Gail on her phone. As soon as the person on the other end answered, Sage suppressed her anger and lowered her voice. Larag, I encountered Vonda today. She's Fraser-Ridgewan's girlfriend, the fat lady in the video you remember? Gail paused typing on her keyboard instantly. Vonda? Her? Assistant's girlfriend? There was a note of disbelief in Gail's voice. Yes, exactly her. Sage's voice was full of anger. Gail was silent for a moment, thinking about how to handle the situation. Information about Vonda and Fraser-Ridgewan was not favorable for her. Thankfully, Fraser-Ridgewan had only recently joined as her assistant and didn't know much about the company. Otherwise, the consequences could have been disastrous. Alice, calm down. Gail's voice grew calm and steady. I understand the situation. Don't act impulsively. Alice, promise me, okay? Larag, I know. Sage coldly hung up the phone and got into her car. Suddenly, she thought of the man named Trenton. Trenton had just returned home after work when he received a call from an unknown number. When he answered and heard the woman's voice, he was momentarily stunned. Did you dial the wrong number? No, I didn't. I saw you and assistant drinking at a bar a while ago. Trenton quickly recalled this woman, beautiful, difficult to deal with, and nearly argued with old Du. He asked puzzledly, what do you want with me? Sage smiled and extended an invitation, Ishan, would you like to come out for a drink? Hashtag chapter 385, he will make him leave. Trenton was momentarily silent upon receiving the unexpected invitation from the lady on the other end of the phone. He then smiled, Miss, I have work tomorrow. Is there something special you need by inviting me for a drink? Sage's laugh echoed through the phone, carrying a hint of sweetness. Ishan, there's no need to be so guarded. My name is Sage. I just want to talk about Bennett with you. Have a drink, relax, what do you think? Trenton suddenly realized this was yet another admirer of old Du. He chuckled, Miss Devon, old Du already has a girlfriend. You might as well save your effort. Sage softly laughed, her tone growing gentler. I just want to know more about their relationship. I want to move on. Ishan, please don't tell them about this, give me some face. I'll be waiting for you at Bilnry Bar. She hung up before he could respond. Hello, Trenton muttered into his now blackened screen. Frowning, he decided to take a shower, initially not wanting to deal with it. But thinking about her waiting at Bilnry Bar. Seriously. Another one of old Du's love troubles. Ultimately, Trenton took the keys and drove to Bilnry Bar. Upon arriving, he scanned the room and quickly spotted Sage sitting in a corner. She wore an elegant long dress and greeted him with a smile. Trenton approached and sat opposite her, cutting straight to the chase. Miss Devon, since you're here, let's be straightforward. What do you want to know? Sage poured him a glass of wine first. Trenton pushed the glass back. Sorry, I can't drink, I drove here. Sage called a waiter and ordered a non-alcoholic beverage for Trenton. Lifting her glass, she sipped the red wine and sighed softly. Her voice, laced with complex emotions, said, Ishan, I want to know about Vonda. How did she and Bennett meet? Are they very much in love? Trenton was confused. Vonda? You mean Xiao Divong? The names didn't match. Sage nodded, a flash of sorrow crossing her eyes. Vonda is her real name. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Trenton replied. Not intending to reveal too much, he added, Miss Devon, old Du won't leave Xiao Divong easily. You're wealthy and beautiful, it wouldn't be hard to find someone better. Love can't be forced. Sage stared into her glass of wine. Ishan, I just want to know about them. That's all. Trenton recounted how Vonda and Bennett met at school. Some details he couldn't share, but others he felt were safe to discuss. Old Du once learned to knit a scarf for Xiao Divong. Trenton chose to emphasize their affectionate moments to discourage Sage. He looked quite funny knitting in the dorm with bamboo needles. As Trenton spoke more, Sage found it difficult to maintain her composure. Why was that plump woman so happy? Looking distraught, Trenton mistakenly thought Sage was sad. So, Miss Devon, do you understand? It would be best if you gave up on old Du. If nothing else, I'll take my leave. Standing up, Trenton started to leave when Sage stopped him. Can you stay for a drink? Sage could be assertive, but she also knew how to play the part of a vulnerable woman to soften a man's heart. Trenton, who was protective of women, sat back down, saying helplessly, You drink, I'll watch. Sage smiled faintly, drinking while asking, Ishan, where do you work? Of course, she already knew where Trenton worked, having had someone conduct a basic investigation. I work at Magnolia Group. Miss Devon, what about you? I'm a fashion designer. Sage continued drinking, pondering Trenton's connection to Magnolia Group and Vonda. This man could be useful. Setting down her glass, she propped her chin and sized up Trenton. Trenton wasn't bad-looking. Sage opened her lips slightly, asking softly, Ishan, care to go to a hotel room? She dated abroad and occasionally engaged in casual encounters. For her, this was natural. Trenton hesitated, scrutinizing Sage's beautiful face. Miss Devon, are you drunk? Sage shook her head, meeting his gaze. No. I haven't even finished this glass. They say, to forget one man, find another right away. Ishan, dare you? Her words were enticing. Trenton's heart raced. He wasn't a saint and didn't have a girlfriend. And Sage was attractive. He smiled. Miss Devon, I don't fear anything. Just make sure you don't regret it. Sage laughed lightly. They left the bar and went to a hotel room. Inside the room, Sage cut straight to business. 30 minutes later, disdain flashed in her eyes. Looks deceive. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes. Disappointing. Sage got up to shower, then approached Trenton post-shower, pressing her lips to his ear. I'll see myself out. Feel free to contact me anytime. Back home, Sage knocked on Gail's door. Gail opened it, letting her in. Alice, you've just returned? Sage nodded. Yes. I went to Bilnery Bar with Trenton. He went to the same university as Bennett and Vonda. Sitting down on the sofa, she asked, Has my brother been gone for 2 days? Where is he? He's sailing, Gail replied with a smile. What did you learn from Trenton? Pouring a glass of water for Sage, Gail sat beside her. Sage sipped the water, coldly stating, They're very much in love. The only gain is that Trenton works at Magnolia Group, which could be useful. Gail nodded, lowering her eyes and thought, I'll call Grandma tomorrow and tell her about Vonda. Sage set down the cup. Larag, does Bennett have ulterior motives working at Devon Corporation? Gail smiled faintly, mentioning Bennett made her uneasy. I will ensure he leaves the company tomorrow. Hashtag chapter 386, answer me. Gail and Sage were both in low spirits because Lou Devonjan was still alive. Meanwhile, Vonda returned home from the club around 11 o'clock at night. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her parents sitting in the living room. The atmosphere in the house was peaceful and warm, something she cherished. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Vonda said as she sat on the sofa. She mentioned encountering Sage at the club to her parents. Mom, I met Sage today. She briefly described the situation, saying, she was very hostile towards me. Selena and Brogan exchanged glances. It was strange that this hostility seemed so sudden and inexplicable. The couple kept this thought in mind for now, planning to discuss it later that evening. Do you need Dad's help? Brogan initially wanted his daughter to handle people herself as a form of self-training, but he now felt inclined to resolve things for her. If Sage harbored hatred towards Magnolia, perhaps it would be best to send her far away. Brogan's fleeting thought passed through his mind. Dad, no need, Vonda smiled and reassured them. Don't worry, I'll handle it. When she saw me tonight, she tried to provoke me, but I didn't give her the chance. She must be furious. Considering they hadn't met since childhood, it was odd that Sage had such intense malice towards her upon their first encounter as adults. Although Brogan was still slightly concerned, he decided to let his daughter handle the situation for now. He would step in if things got worse. As for the idea of sending Sage far away, he set it aside for the moment. Selena turned to his daughter and brought up another matter. Magnolia, tell Fraser Rewan about our family background. Uncle Bill said you are ready to take over the company. Originally, I planned to give you 2 months, but we can move it up. Vonda nodded. Okay. Selena gently patted her hand. All right, get some rest early. You have a lot to do tomorrow. Good night, Dad and Mom. Vonda stood up, waved goodbye to her parents, and turned to go back to her room. After returning to her room and taking a shower, Vonda sent a message to Bennett on her phone. Fraser her1, the necklace I gave to Auntie was auctioned by my mom. My real name is Vonda. My mom, Selena, is the head of Magnolia Group, and my dad is the head of Lizzie Group. Bennett was still awake when he received the message and was momentarily stunned. I was kidnapped as a child, so my parents have always been cautious about protecting my identity. He never imagined that his girlfriend had such a significant background. Recalling what his mother had said before, he felt even more guilty but also somewhat relieved. At least Alien wouldn't use family background as an issue against Xiaoqing. Bennett quickly replied, Xiaoqing, I'm sorry. Can I personally apologize to your parents? He waited anxiously for her response, initially expecting a text but then opting to call directly. When the call connected, Vonda heard his deep and gentle voice. Xiaoqing, will you give us another chance? I'll communicate with my mom, and I like you. Both of their ears turned red involuntarily. Vonda coughed lightly and chuckled, all right, but remember, you said you'd join my family. They had dated for a long time, and this was their first disagreement. Holding his phone, Bennett laughed softly on the other end, yes, I will. When do you plan to propose to the Du family? Vonda made a thoughtful expression and responded seriously, in 3 days, it's a good day. Bennett's eyes twinkled with amusement, I'll wait for you to propose. How much will the dowry be? 99999, Vonda replied. Bennett agreed, all right, I agree. After settling the dowry, Bennett smiled, I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. Vonda yawned, okay. They chatted for a while until Vonda, feeling extremely sleepy, bid him good night and hung up the call. The next day, Bennett had just arrived at the office when Gail called him into her office. Gail scrutinized Bennett carefully and said coldly, Special Assistant Du, you can pack up and leave the company. Bennett's handsome face remained calm despite not knowing the reason. He nodded, okay. Just as Bennett turned to leave, Gail stopped him. She asked calmly, Bennett, is your girlfriend Vonda? Her mother is Selena, correct? Bennett turned around without showing any emotion, wondering why Gail spoke about Xiaoqing so coldly. He smiled, yes. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Gail's eyes. You may leave now. Bennett already associated this with Vonda's father, Brogan. Last night, he had researched Brogan online and learned that Brogan was once the successor of the Devon family group, likely involving family disputes. Bennett packed up his personal belongings and handed over his duties to the assistant before leaving Devon Corporation. Once Bennett left, Gail's gaze turned cold. Alice was right, Vonda had a charmed life. She dialed a video call to Fiona. Grandma, we've identified who Vonda is. I suspect Selena plans to let Vonda take over the Magnolia Group. Fiona, who was stroking a cat in a rocking chair, instantly turned cold-faced upon hearing this news. She accidentally hurt the cat, causing it to cry out loudly. Fiona threw the cat to the ground, be quiet, you'll be a stray tomorrow. She stood up from the rocking chair and slowly paced. Their daughter is really alive. They must have lived happily all these years, haven't they? Larag, you know what to do, right? Fiona asked coldly. Gail nodded solemnly, I know. Fiona, with her wrinkled face, smiled, good girl, Grandma wants to see you succeed before closing her eyes. Both Alice and Jackson trust and listen to you. Gail understood the implication behind her great-grandmother's words, she could use the twins against them. All right. Since that's the case, you and Jackson should have a child. Otherwise, once he has issues, you won't be able to manage the Devon Corporation. Fiona said somberly. Gail felt repulsed at the idea of having a child. Grandma, as Jackson's legal spouse, I have the right to inherit his company shares. Why do we need a child? Larag. Do you think the Devon family branches and shareholders are paper tigers? They haven't pulled you down only because you're managing the company for Alger. With your intelligence, you should understand why, right? Fiona stared sternly at Gail. Answer me. Gail closed her eyes rimming with tears. Grandma, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I know they are holding back because they fear Brogan, so they dare not act openly against me. Those people didn't know if Brogan would support Alger, so they chose to pressure her gradually instead. Satisfied with Gail's response, Fiona smiled and ended the video call. Chapter 387, You Need to Have Some Face. Sunlight danced on the shimmering sea surface. A luxury yacht was parked in the sea. Alger lay lazily on a chair, flanked by two women in swimsuits who were laughing and feeding him fruit. Just as he was about to enjoy the melon offered by the beauties, his phone rang. Alger frowned, picked up the phone with some impatience, but when he saw it was from Latoying, his annoyed expression instantly turned into joy, and he immediately answered. Hey, Latoying, what's up? Alger's tone, though still lazy, carried a hint of happiness. Gail was usually too busy working and rarely called Alger. The voice on the other end of the phone was calm yet gentle. Jackson, when will you be back? Since they were planning to have a child, at least one of them needed to go to the hospital for a checkup. I don't know, probably a few more days, Alger replied nonchalantly. Gail continued in her soft tone, all right, I'll wait for you at home. Hearing this, Alger softened. It seemed Latoya missed him. His initial plan to stay longer on the yacht changed instantly. He sat up straight and said immediately, I'll come back tomorrow, Latoya. Has something happened at the company? Gail flipped through a document while smiling, explaining, nothing major at the company. But there is one thing that needs your attention upon return, it's good news. One of the ladies suddenly called out, Montague, shall we go swimming? Gail heard the lady calling Alger over the phone. Her eyes remained devoid of smiles, though her tone stayed cheerful. Jackson, go have fun, take care, and I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Alger's smile faded. He glanced at the woman beckoning him and coldly remarked, blind or something? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Do you even have manners? The woman was startled by Alger's cold words. Being scolded in front of everyone left her embarrassed, and she could only lower her head to apologize. Sorry, Montague, I didn't mean to. Alger waved his hand impatiently, get lost and stop bothering me. Meanwhile, Gail had returned to work after hanging up. Her assistant reminded her that the shareholders' meeting was nearly starting. She nodded and gestured for the assistant to prepare. During the entire shareholders' meeting, with Bennett absent, the newly appointed assistant struggled to gather materials. Gail noticed the meeting wasn't going smoothly and realized she needed to find a new special assistant soon. At 6 in the evening, Bennett drove to Magnolia Group's entrance to pick up Vonda for dinner. Magnolia, I need to tell you something, he said while driving. Today, I resigned from Davon Corporation. Vonda was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Is it because of me? Bennett smiled, appreciating his girlfriend's intelligence. CEO Fraser found out about your family background and might think it's inappropriate for me to stay. But it doesn't matter much to me, it's just leaving a bit earlier. Vonda nodded, so what are your plans next? I intend to set up a branch company in Frasier City. Bennett had this plan ever since learning about his girlfriend's family background. I don't want us living apart after marriage. Bennett's consideration deeply touched Vonda. Frasier, thank you. You're so good. Vonda's eyes shone with gratitude. Because of Bennett's accommodation, Vonda played the role of a doting girlfriend during dinner. She often helped herself and fed him dishes. For once, Bennett enjoyed being fed by his girlfriend. After dinner, Vonda had some work to finish, so Bennett dropped her off at home first. At the door, Vonda quickly kissed Bennett before turning around to enter the house. They then saw little Arn blinking curiously at them. Arn stood by the door, holding an ice cream stick. After a few licks, he asked, Sister, why did you kiss this uncle? Uncle. Frasier. Why, uncle? Isn't it supposed to be brother? Vonda hadn't expected her brother to open the door at this moment. Her face flushed red, and she quickly brought Arn inside, closing the door behind them. She saw their father standing there. Dad, Vonda hurriedly covered her brother's mouth. How embarrassing. Brogan stood in the living room, arms crossed, slightly frowning, his gaze moving from Vonda to Arn, then landing on the closed door. Vonda forced a laugh, trying to remain composed. Dad, I'm back from dinner. Where's Mom? Arn looked up at his sister with wide, innocent eyes, muffled speech under her hand. Sister, I want to eat. The ice cream was melting. Then eat faster, no talking, got it? Vonda threatened lightly. If you don't eat it, I will. Brogan raised an eyebrow, looking at his daughter and son. He sensed something but chose not to press it. Your mother won't be home tonight. She has plans with Violet. This sentence reeked of jealousy. Vonda chuckled inwardly at her dad's jealousy and nodded. Dad, will Auntie and them leave Frasier City tomorrow? Violet insisted on escorting Aaron to school. Eric and his son pretended ignorance and wouldn't come back either. Yes, they leave tomorrow. You don't need to see them off. Your mother and I will handle it. After giving instructions, Brogan dismissed Vonda to rest and took Arn to do his homework. Arn let himself be carried by his father like a bag of vegetables, steadily finishing his ice cream. Camillo's still a baby and doesn't want to do homework. Arn licked another bite. Eyes half closed, savoring the last bits of his ice cream. Who says babies don't do homework? Brogan huffed and carried Arn into the room, placing him down, finished that last bite properly, not by licking. It was only one last bite, yet Arn was extending its lifespan by licking slowly. Arn shook his head, firmly protesting, no eating it all in one bite. Brogan bent down, opened his lips without any disgust, and ate the remaining part directly. Arn, his mouth pouted, wanting to cry. His father, being so big, snatched his food. Arn sighed and placed his hands on his hips, strongly criticizing, Dad, can you have a little more feisty? Feisty? Feisty means face, silly dad. Brogan took a deep breath. Go wash your hands. You have 30 minutes to finish your homework, or you get a spanking. Arn hated doing homework. Translation note, the term feisty here is translated as face, which is used to convey respect and dignity in Chinese culture. Chapter 388, Little Gwillem. The Du family residence. Since returning from Frasier City, Noelle hadn't wanted to go out. She couldn't find the heart to do anything whenever she thought of her son. Madame Fraserong personally came to invite Noelle out. Alia, we're one short for mahjong, let's go. Noelle smiled and replied, sure, let me change my clothes. Once Noelle came downstairs, they left together. Madame Fraserong inquired about Bennett curiously. Did you meet her1-'s girlfriend this time? When will he bring her back to Haiju City? Noelle twitched the corners of her mouth and said, their relationship isn't stable yet, they'll bring her back when it's solid. Hearing this, Madame Fraserong laughed. Your son is just so considerate, never needing you to worry. Unlike my son who only knows how to eat, drink, and play. I'm really getting a headache. her1 is so excellent, his taste shouldn't be bad. Look at my son, last time he even brought back a divorcee, almost making me die of anger. Madame Fraserong sighed. Noelle forced a smile. Her son was willing to join another family for a woman, how could she not be concerned? If she agreed to them being together, people in their circles would laugh at her son for lacking judgment. Just imagining that scene made Noelle feel extremely irritable. Just as Noelle was feeling down, her phone rang. Seeing it was her son calling, her gloomy mood improved slightly. At least he had some conscience and finally called home. She answered coldly, what's up? Bennett gently explained, Mom, I want to explain about the necklace. The one Xiao Divong gave you wasn't bought by me. Noelle nearly hung up hearing this. With Fraserong fiki beside her, she didn't vent but said, stop making excuses. Given their financial situation, how could anyone afford to buy an expensive necklace? Bennett patiently explained, Mom, Xiao Divong's full name is Millicent. Her mother is Selena, the CEO of Kitchen Group, and her father heads Lychee Group. They are far wealthier than us. Say what? Noelle's tone turned uncertain, barely believing her ears. Kitchen Group and Lychee Group were well known, something Noelle knew very well. Hearing her son's explanation, she was caught off guard by Millicent's remarkable background. Bennett reiterated, Mom, Xiao Divong's family is indeed powerful. Her mom is Selena of Kitchen Group, and her dad leads Lychee Group. Their wealth and influence far surpass ours. Noelle was momentarily speechless. All her preconceptions about Millicent crumbled with this stunning news. In this circle, family background mattered a lot. While the Du family didn't overly emphasize it, Noelle worried her son would be mocked for finding a wife without status or good looks. Frowning, she asked, didn't you say Xiao Divong was? Bennett chuckled, back then, I also kept her background a secret. After explaining, he hung up. Seeing Noelle's changing expression, Fraserong fiki asked curiously, what happened? Noelle's emotions were mixed. She always thought Millicent was overstepping, only to realize it was completely the opposite. Her worries and dissatisfaction instantly vanished. She turned to Fraserong fiki and smiled, it was a call from my son. Deciding to discuss this matter with her husband later, she reflected on what she had previously said and done at Millicent's place, inwardly lamenting. Selena and Brogan saw off Violet's family at the airport. Violet clung to Selena's arm, suddenly hesitant to leave. Brogan, seeing her reluctance, turned to Eric, you should proceed now. Eric's lips twitched, glancing at his son Aaron. Aaron looked around but made no move, not minding staying behind. Selena hugged Violet, go ahead, we'll visit when we can. Violet nodded, okay, I'll wait for your visit. As they left, Brogan led Selena out of the airport, hand in hand. Looking at him, Selena teased, Mr. Devon, did you have trouble sleeping alone last night? Brogan nodded, raising an eyebrow, yes. Selena covered her mouth and laughed. They entered the car, and it drove away. Brogan instructed the driver to stop at a pharmacy in the city. Concerned, Selena immediately asked, are you buying medicine? Seeing her worried face, Brogan wrapped his arm around her waist, no medicine, don't worry, just condoms. Selena paused, pinching his arm, what are you thinking? Absolutely not. Brogan chuckled softly, sighing, can't I have this wish? The doctor said it's fine, just not too intense. The car fell silent. Selena quickly raised the partition. Are you thinking like this while in this state? Selena shot him a glare, embarrassed. Mr. Devon, I'm telling you, no means no. I won't cooperate unless you handle it yourself. Brogan felt wronged, can't you fulfill this one wish of mine? And the doctor said it's fine. Hearing his pitiful voice, Selena couldn't help but cover her forehead. Finally, she turned to look outside, go buy it. Brogan's expression of misery disappeared instantly. Not that he didn't cherish his life, it was just he felt there wasn't much left to cherish. He just wanted to live a normal life and depart normally. They always bought their own supplies rather than having subordinates do it. Stopping at the pharmacy entrance, Brogan went inside. Finding no other customers, he calmly picked up 5 boxes of condoms from the counter and paid. The cashier glanced at the mature man, efficiently processing the payment. Need a carrier bag? Yes. Brogan took another box to make it 6. The cashier. After settling the bill, she said, welcome back next time. Brogan returned to the car holding the newly purchased 6 boxes. Seeing the bag in his hands, Selena stared, why did you buy so many? She thought just 1 box would suffice. Brogan smiled, better safe than sorry. Selena, I'm impressed. That night was to be a blissful time for the couple. Brogan meticulously put Gwillem to bed that evening, allowing Gwillem a rare experience of his father's gentle voice. Standing beside the bed, watching his carefree son sleep, Brogan's lips curved into a warm smile. He wondered what his son would become in the future. Good night, little Gwillem. Chapter 389 Her Warning. Selina stopped Brogan's hand from reaching for the item again. Just once, she warned. Brogan squinted his eyes slightly. Really not possible? Selina nodded proudly. Not possible. Otherwise, I'll sleep in the guest room. Brogan was speechless. This was a significant threat. He had bought 6 whole boxes, and only used one tonight. Brogan sighed inwardly and pulled her closer into his embrace. All right, once it is then. Selina snuggled closer to Brogan. Daughter told me something tonight. Bennett plans to establish a branch company in Frazier City to accommodate her. Their wedding must be near. Actually, Selina understood her daughter's thoughts. She probably wanted Mr. Devon to see her getting married in a wedding gown. Brogan thought for a moment and replied, As long as they didn't live together with Bennett's mother in Haiju City, there should be fewer conflicts. For them, their daughter's wishes were quite important. Sage and the others resent us, Selina said with a cold gaze. What happened between adults back then, when the kids were still small? Why do they now harbor resentment towards us? I guess someone has been instilling these ideas in them. Mr. Devon, I somewhat regret it now. Back then, I should have been more generous and let you send the twins elsewhere after grandfather Devon passed away. Selina had always felt uncomfortable with Allie and wasn't particularly fond of those 2 children either. Brogan smiled faintly. Anthea, letting them grow up elsewhere was my decision, and it had nothing to do with you. They've always been with second madam. I suspect she has some involvement. Back then, he couldn't harm the children due to his moral principles. To him, the twins were blemishes on his sister's reputation, so he wouldn't intervene. They've been manipulated by someone else. Otherwise, what good are their heads if not for decoration? Brogan remarked coldly. Second madam, surprises me indeed. Though Selina and Brogan suspected that Hannah might be behind Sage's hatred, they weren't planning to act yet. Instead, they decided to let Vonda handle it first. Selina smiled slightly. Let's see what second madam can achieve through these children. Brogan raised an eyebrow. You believe Magnolia can handle this well? Selina lifted her head and looked at Brogan's face, her gaze soft. Mr. Devon, you'll be relieved only if our daughter can handle it, won't you? The next day. Magnolia Corporation. Employees arrived punctually for work, sat at their desks, turned on their computers, and began their day. Opening their emails, they saw a company announcement. The chairman had changed. The new chairman would be Vonda. The previous chairman assumed the position of general manager. The chairman has changed. One employee stared at the email on the screen, puzzled, muttering to himself. Why so sudden? We didn't hear anything about this yesterday, another employee said in surprise, quickly discussing with colleagues nearby. A change in leadership often made upper management uneasy. Each chairman had a different leadership style, and staff changes could follow, though it was uncertain how things would turn out this time. Is Vonda related to the real boss behind us? Speculated an employee. It's possible. As everyone wondered, Trenton stared at the name Vonda on his computer screen, lost in thought. Those 3 characters brought back memories of what Sage had mentioned before. Could Old Du's girlfriend Xiao Devong actually be related to the owner of Magnolia Corporation? Trenton thought to himself, recalling conversations with Sage at the bar, feeling his guess was increasingly plausible. If that's true, Old Du sure has good taste in women, Trenton sighed wistfully. He wished he could find a wife with such background too. Trenton sent a message to confirm with Bennett. Old Du, is your girlfriend Vonda, the newly appointed chairman of Magnolia Corporation? Bennett, busy setting up the branch, glanced at the message and replied, yes. Trenton, impressive. It was a huge revelation, lightly brushed off by Bennett with a single word. Bennett drove to Magnolia Corporation at 7 p.m. to pick up his girlfriend after work. Today was Vonda's first official day as chairman, and she spent most of it in meetings. Felix smiled while sitting on the office sofa. Magnolia, why don't you go home earlier? Oh, Vinny will be flying back from Haiju City to Frazier City tomorrow to sign the pharmaceutical agency contract. I'll personally go to the airport to welcome him. Mentioning Vinny, Vonda thought of his grandmother, the chubby old lady who always smiled. All right, thank you, Uncle Bill. Brendan knocked and entered. Time to clock out, senior. Let's have a drink at your place. Vonda shut down her computer. Uncle Chio, don't drink too much. Brendan nodded with a smile. Don't worry, we know our limits. Brendan and Felix left the company first, leaving Vonda waiting for Bennett. Bennett merely stopped to buy a bouquet of flowers but didn't expect to hit someone. He unbuckled his seatbelt and hurried to check. Gail sat on the ground, her face pale from shock, with scattered items around her. Bennett hadn't expected it to be Gail. President Frazier, are you all right? I'll call an ambulance. He called emergency services, gave the location, and then crouched down to check on Gail. Gail's heart pounded from the close encounter. After recovering, she said, I'm fine. Luckily, he braked quickly. She tried to stand but found her legs trembling, and her ankle ached. Wearing heels, she had twisted her ankle in her retreat from fright. Bennett examined her ankle. President Fraser, please don't move. Your ankle may be sprained. It's best to wait for the ambulance. Gail bit her lip, truly in pain, and nodded. Bennett picked up the scattered items for her. Seeing what he held, Gail felt a moment of embarrassment. Bennett acted nonchalantly and put the items back into the bag. It was lubricant for intimate activities. Gail was genuinely embarrassed. She planned to start trying for a baby with Alger tonight and bought this to avoid discomfort. She never expected this to happen. Between two adults, embarrassment was fleeting. Callan and a bodyguard rushed over from the opposite side of the road where they waited while Gail shopped. They breathed a sigh of relief when Bennett explained the situation. Once the ambulance arrived, paramedics loaded Gail into the vehicle. Although Callan and the bodyguard accompanied her, Bennett, nearly involved in the accident, also went to the hospital to ensure everything was okay. Driving, Bennett dialed Vonda apologetically. Xiao Divong, I almost hit President Fraser with my car. Her ankle is sprained, and I'm going to the hospital to check on her. Standing outside the company entrance, Vonda listened anxiously. Is it serious? If it were severe, Bennett would be in trouble. It looks manageable, Bennett said gently. I can't take you home tonight. Vonda looked at the sky and nodded, all right. Remember to call me once you're done. I'll ask the driver to pick me up. Translation provided based on specified guidelines, maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 390 No next time. The doctor confirmed that Gail only suffered a mild sprain on her ankle. Bennett heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Bennett said, President Fraser, I will take responsibility for the medical expenses. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. This incident did not happen on a major road but at a small crossroads, so both parties were at fault to some extent. Gail smiled faintly. It's okay, just a twisted ankle, it will be fine after some time. She turned and instructed her bodyguard to wheel her out of the hospital. Bennett watched her get into the car and then returned to his own vehicle. He drove back home and called Vonda, updating her on the situation. President Fraser injured her ankle, but there's nothing seriously wrong with her. When Vonda received the call, she was in the bathroom watching Arn take a bath. Recently, Arn had been misbehaving during baths. Hearing that there was nothing serious from Bennett, she responded with an affirmative She asked, have we finalized the address for the new company? Bennett poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and replied, yes, it's not far from Magnolia Group. Vonda chuckled on the other end. Great choice. You really know how to pick a location. Bennett's lips curled slightly, his voice carrying a distinctive masculine charm. Choosing a place nearby means we might be able to have lunch together sometimes in the future. Vonda laughed softly. I'll talk to you later, my little brother is using this opportunity to play with bubbles. She quickly hung up the phone, put it in her pocket, and stared in disbelief as Arn slathered several layers of bubbles on his tiny head. Arn hummed a tune, his bare bottom wiggling left and right. Vonda, Arn. Gail had already returned from the hospital to the Devon family residence. Alger was sitting on the sofa waiting for Gail to come back. Upon seeing her in the wheelchair, his face changed instantly. He stood up immediately from the sofa and walked quickly to her, his tone filled with concern. Larag, what happened? What happened? Gail gave a faint smile. Jackson, don't worry, it's just a twisted ankle. It's nothing serious. Alger frowned, kneeling down to inspect her ankle. How did you twist your ankle? Despite Alger's concern, Gail remained calm as she explained, there was a minor accident. The doctor said it would be fine after some rest. Alger's anxiety eased slightly. He wheeled her back to the room and carried her from the wheelchair. I'll help you bathe today. Gail wrapped her arms around his neck and chuckled. I only hurt my foot, not my hands. I can bathe myself. Alger paused as he carried Gail into the bathroom, looking down at her gently yet firmly. Larag, don't be stubborn. I'm worried you might fall in the bathroom. Listen to me today, okay? With his handsome features and gentle coaxing, Alger seemed deeply affectionate. Gail gave up her resistance. Make sure to waterproof my foot first. Alger called the housekeeper, and shortly thereafter, a servant brought waterproof bandages for her wound. He carefully wrapped her ankle to ensure it wouldn't get wet. His movements were tender and careful, fearful of causing her pain. Gail watched him intently, feeling a mix of emotions. Did you know that Vonda is Bennett's girlfriend? Lexi told me, Alger sneered. I've always thought Bennett wasn't a simple person. Joining the company as a special assistant must have been with ill intentions, likely to gather information about the company. Gail didn't refute Alger's words because it was pointless. Done, Alger carried Gail to bathe. This wasn't the first time he helped her. After helping her wash and blow-drying her hair, he guided her to the vanity table. Gail was about to apply her skincare products. I'll go downstairs and bring you some milk. Alger left the bedroom without waiting for her response. Initially, Gail wanted to tell him to let the servant bring it up, but Alger was already out of the bedroom. Alger didn't go straight for the milk when he got downstairs. He sat on the sofa and asked the guard standing before him, tell me, how did Latoiling get hurt? The guard, who was responsible for protecting Gail today, respectfully answered, Madam went shopping, didn't let me follow. She nearly got hit by Mr. Bennett's car. The living room fell into silence as the guard spoke. After a few seconds, Alger sneered. It turned out to be Bennett. He asked darkly, what did she buy? The guard handed the bag to Alger. When Alger opened it, he paused for a moment, then felt better. You're dismissed. There won't be a next time. There wouldn't be a next time. The guard nodded and left the living room. The housekeeper brought warmed milk to Alger. He carried a cup of milk and the small bag upstairs. Seeing the items Alger was holding, Gail was initially taken aback, but her expression soon returned to normal. Alger placed both items on the table, then bent down from behind to embrace her. His warm breath brushed her ear. Latoiling, next time, let me buy these things for you. He whispered another blush-inducing comment. Even Gail, usually so composed, felt embarrassed on his behalf. Stop talking nonsense. I don't need you to do it. Alger laughed heartily. Gail glared at him. Stop laughing, I want to sleep. All right, I understand. Alger first handed her the milk. After she finished drinking, he carried her to bed. Go to sleep. I'll take a shower. Good night. He didn't mention Bennett hitting her. He picked up his phone to decline an invitation to go drinking and kissed her forehead before going to shower. Translation ends here. Chapter 391, continuing to listen to the gossip. Early in the morning, a bouquet of roses appeared before Vonda. Yesterday was your first day as chairman. I had planned to give you these flowers. I'm just a day late, Bennett said with regret. Vonda took the flowers and couldn't help but smile. Are you happy? Bennett's deep eyes smiled along with her. Not at all, Vonda replied. It's your fault for bringing them a day late. Not happy? Then why are you smiling? Bennett glanced at his girlfriend who loved to speak sarcastically. Vonda very politely answered, I didn't laugh. She might have said she didn't laugh, but the joy on her face said otherwise. Who wouldn't be happy to see flowers in the morning? After teasing Bennett, they both got into the car where Bennett drove. Vonda asked him to hand over his phone. Without hesitation, Bennett handed his phone to Vonda. Devonking, are you checking up on me? After transferring $99,999 via her phone, Vonda then received the money using his phone. Not a checkup, this is a dowry. In a steady tone, she continued, I've given you the dowry. We should now decide on a wedding date. When do you want to get married? The sooner, the better. Bennett. Devonking, are you serious? He had intended to propose after the company stabilized, but now his girlfriend moved too quickly and bluntly. Vonda turned to look at him, her eyes carrying a threatening look. Of course, I am. Would I joke about such a matter? I'm not someone who jokes around. While waiting for the green light, Bennett leaned in, cupped the back of her head with one large hand, and kissed her lips. All right, as you wish. We'll find an auspicious day and get married. Feeling Bennett's sudden affection, a blush rose on Vonda's cheeks, but she maintained her composed expression. She nodded and satisfied said, that's better. Let's settle this matter soon. Seeing her serious demeanor, Bennett smiled gently and continued driving. Rest assured, I will ensure that everything is perfect for the wedding so that you won't feel wronged. He planned to start by customizing wedding rings and finding a wedding planner. First, Bennett dropped Vonda off at Magnolia Group's entrance and watched her enter the office before driving to the new company. After parking, he didn't leave the car immediately but called Alien instead. He had to tell his parents about the marriage. He waited until Alien picked up. Mom, Devonking and I are going to find a good day to get married. She already gave me the dowry. Alien was shocked. You? What did you say? Dowry? Was her son really going to live in his wife's family? Bennett's voice softened. Mom, can Dad and you come back to Beijing? This time, we'll officially go to Devonking's home to propose marriage. Instantly relieved, Alien realized her son was giving her a way out concerning Vonda's parents. Son, last time Mom was so impolite, I wondered if Mr. and Mrs. Liu. Bennett's voice remained gentle. Mom, this time when we propose, we'll sincerely apologize. All we need is sincerity. Hearing this, Alien felt slightly less nervous but still uneasy. Is it really okay? After all, I was quite impolite last time. I'm afraid they might still harbor resentment. Never mind, let's not think about it. Your dad and I will make arrangements and head to Beijing in a few days to formally ask for their approval. Bennett smiled and agreed. Sure, Mom. I'll wait for you. Curious, Alien asked, why the rush? Could it be? Certainly not, Bennett avoided mentioning Brogan's health issue. We simply want to become true spouses as soon as possible. Alien. Vonda checked the time. Vinny would arrive at the company soon. She paused her work and drank a cup of coffee to stay awake. Brendan knocked on the door and walked in. Ephraim should be here in about half an hour. His flight was delayed. Ask Uncle Bill whether we should go straight to the restaurant. Waiting for Felix might coincide with lunchtime. Brendan quickly sent a message to Felix, receiving a swift reply. CEO Tang says yes. Magnolia, let's go directly to the restaurant. Vonda nodded. All right. Brendan quickly arranged transportation. They left the office and headed for the reserved restaurant. After waiting about 30 minutes, Vinny appeared at the private room door. As usual, he exuded composure, even on a scorching day with all buttons buttoned up. He approached calmly, sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Vinny sat down. Felix and Fou Frasierngua also pulled chairs and seated themselves. They were acquainted, so the lunch atmosphere was relaxed. After the meal, Vonda left the room for the restroom. Upon returning, she stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. For some reason, Vonda managed to use her substantial figure to deftly hide behind a wall, listening intently. Facing Vinny stood a woman whose back seemed familiar. Marina lifted her beautiful face, eyes filled with anger. Keeping in mind the public place, she whispered resentfully, Ephraim, I've made it clear. Our personalities don't match. It's no use forcing us together. How could you use your power to force me to marry you? At this point, she glared fiercely at Vinny. Behind the wall, Vonda's eyes lit up. Oh my god, who knew respectable-looking Vinny was like this? What a beast. If she didn't love him, why force her? Eavesdropping made Vonda incredibly happy. Vinny raised his eyelid and caught a glimpse of a foot protruding from behind the wall but pretended not to notice, his gaze falling on the woman before him. Move aside, don't block the path. With red-rimmed eyes, Marina spread her arms again blocking Vinny's way. Ephraim, please let me go. Vinny responded coldly, we have no relationship anymore. If there's something wrong with your head, seek psychiatric help. Realizing his mistake, he thought back. Marina seemed intelligent and beautiful back then, but now he saw through her facade. Her fury intensified as Vinny's coldness made her grit her teeth, her voice trembling. Since you claim we have no relation, why do you threaten our Wang family? My parents wouldn't force me into this if not for your threats. Listening behind the wall, Vonda covered her mouth in shock. Wow. This man actually uses threats. She nudged her other foot out a bit more. It wasn't that she wanted to eavesdrop, but they were blocking the way. Continuing to listen. Translation provided as requested, adhering to the structure and style of the original text. Hashtag chapter 392, why hide? It seemed Vinny was truly head over heels for Marina. Fortunately, at this moment, Vinny had no idea that Vonda's mind was already playing a series of forced drama scenes. He lowered his eyes and spoke in a cold, distant tone, uttering words that made one want to leap off a building. Are you some celestial being? Worthy of me wasting my time to threaten the Wang family? I merely don't want to be the fool who funds your Wang family. How did that turn into threatening them? You think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, there has long been no connection between us. His string of words like celestial being and funding carried a chilling sarcasm. Marina trembled all over, her teeth grinding as she stared at him. Are you truly so heartless? Even if we have no connection now, you shouldn't be so utterly cruel. Vonda rubbed her arm, exclaiming internally, my word, goosebumps were forming, it turns out men like this? She pricked up her ears to eavesdrop further. Vinny frowned slightly, an unusual expression on his face. What heartlessness. We never had any emotional bond to begin with. Initially, it was you who begged me to save the Wang family. It was a transaction, understand? He preferred following life's plan step by step. Marina's breach of contract had disrupted his schedule. To him, marriage was just like negotiating a business deal. The obsessive-compulsive part of him had already prepared to look for the next marriage prospect, yet this woman was still here jabbering. Vonda clutched her stomach, almost laughing herself silly at the man's rigid nature. Perhaps because Vinny's harsh words were unbearable to Marina, this time when he tried to leave, she didn't dare to stop him again. As Vinny passed by the corner where she was hiding, Vonda instinctively shrunk her neck, trying to make herself less noticeable. She wanted to reduce her presence after enjoying the drama. But Vinny suddenly stopped, turning his head to glance at her with the same robotic coldness. Why hide? Vonda smiled awkwardly. Vinny didn't say anything more and walked straight out. Marina, who was still standing there, also heard what Vinny said. Someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Turning around, Marina approached the corner, her gaze locking onto Vonda. She sized Vonda up with a flash of disdain in her eyes, her voice laced with ridicule. I see someone shamelessly eavesdropping on others' conversations, truly uncouth. Having delivered her jibe, she prepared to leave. Wait. Vonda called her back. Walking up to Marina, she smiled. You two were blocking the public walkway discussing personal matters, weren't you lacking an audience? I must say, your melodramatic performance earlier was quite entertaining. Thank you. Marina's face turned ashen upon seeing Vonda's bold demeanor, about to retaliate but interrupted by the restaurant manager rushing over with 2 security guards. The manager instructed the guards, Ephraim ordered this troublemaker to be escorted out. The finger pointed at Marina. Her face flushed green with anger. Being escorted out was rather embarrassing. Vinny was indeed ruthless. This cold-hearted man, she was right to end the engagement. Marina gave Vonda a cold glare before leaving the restaurant. When Vinny emerged from the restroom, passing by a certain spectator, he heard Vonda ask, Ephraim, are you full? Vinny replied simply. Returning to the private room, both Vinny and Vonda acted as if nothing had happened, treating it like a fleeting breeze. After lunch, the group returned to Magnolia Group to discuss the contract terms in detail. Vonda quickly shifted into work mode, focusing on ensuring the clauses maximized the company's benefits. Vinny, too, proposed terms advantageous to the Tang family. Gradually, the contract terms were settled. Finally, Vinny signed the contract, nodding slightly. I hope this cooperation yields excellent results. Vonda smiled back. Let's aim for a win-win situation. They shook hands briefly and parted ways. At the end of the workday, Bennett came to pick up Vonda. Devong, you seem happy today. Yeah, successfully proposed this morning and signed a contract this afternoon. It's a good day, my parents will surely be pleased, Vonda laughed. I won't be dining with you tonight. I need to celebrate with my family at home. Bennett looked surprised. Can I join you? Vonda nodded. I'll call home first. Calling Selena to inform him they would be having dinner together marked an important step forward. Selena received the call and chuckled, agreeing. Sure, welcome her1. After hanging up, Selena notified the chef to prepare a few more dishes. Brogan casually asked, so, Magnolia's decided? Selena nodded. Seems so. Otherwise, she wouldn't invite him home. Holding hands, they intertwined fingers. Selena sighed. Time flies, our child has grown up. Brogan kissed her delicate fingers affectionately. Still got 4-year-old Arn not grown yet. Little Camillo overheard his father mention his name and turned to look, eyes shining. Dad, I've grown up. Brogan half-heartedly nodded. Yeah, no you've grown up. Just a little rascal. At 6 o'clock, Vonda brought Bennett home. Selena and Brogan were waiting in the living room, welcoming them with smiles. Seeing them, Selena greeted warmly. Welcome, her1. Bennett bowed politely. Auntie, uncle, sorry for the intrusion. Relieved, he realized Vonda's parents had magnanimously overlooked his mother's actions last time. However, he still bowed deeply to apologize. I'm truly sorry for what my mom did last time. I've explained to her and she will come to apologize in a couple of days. Brogan remained expressionless, silent but clear in his expectations. As parents, they could forgive for their daughter's sake, but those who erred must still make amends. Selena's smile faded, her tone stern. her1, I don't want another incident like this. Whatever grievances, I don't want my daughter to encounter them. Life is full of hardships, but no parent wishes their child to suffer. Bennett maintained his bow, listening carefully to Selena's words, feeling the deep maternal love behind her serious tone. Straightening up, he looked firmly at Selena and Brogan. Auntie, uncle, rest assured. I will cherish Devong deeply and ensure she never suffers. Selena's expression softened slightly, nodding. I hope you can keep your promise. Let's chat. This gesture implied her approval. Bennett was particularly respectful in front of Brogan, feeling immense pressure facing his future father-in-law. Chapter 393, Expelled from Home. After Bennett sat down, he could distinctly feel Brogan's invisible presence, making his back straighten even more. Selena quietly nudged Brogan's calf, signaling him not to be too stern. Bennett sat on the sofa, sitting upright with proper decorum. Vonda saw her boyfriend's nervous demeanor for the first time. Seeing him so tense, she couldn't help but giggle inwardly. After all, Bennett was usually calm and confident, and this was the first time she saw him appear so reserved. Unaware that his girlfriend was unethically laughing at him in her heart, Bennett tried to keep his tone as steady as possible and continued, Aunt, Uncle, in a couple of days, my parents will come over not only to apologize but also to discuss the marriage proposal. We can all sit together and discuss the wedding arrangements to see how best we can organize it. Vonda nodded obediently and chimed in, that's right. Brogan had initially intended to suggest they needn't rush into marriage since his daughter was still young. But seeing that she had already agreed, he held back the words on the tip of his tongue. He cleared his throat lightly. Selena reached out to pat Brogan's hand gently to reassure him, pouring him some water. Vonda was already accustomed to the small romantic gestures between her parents. Bennett politely lowered his gaze. Within seconds, Selena skillfully fed Brogan some water. Once Mr. Devon stopped drinking, she placed the cup back on the table and looked at Bennett warmly. Since Magnolia and her1 have made their decision, as parents, we naturally respect their choice. When your parents come over in a couple of days, we'll discuss the wedding details thoroughly. Bennett nodded, feeling slightly more relaxed. All right. At that moment, a cheerful rumbling from someone's stomach interrupted them. Arn covered his own belly, looking pitifully up. Mommy, sorry, my tummy is telling me it's hungry. He had exercised a lot today, so naturally, his stomach was quick to protest. Let's eat, Selena said with a smile, standing up and holding Brogan's hand to walk towards the dining room. She noticed Brogan's hands were cooler than usual, unlike hers which were warm. Deep down, she concealed her unease. Arn hurriedly followed, going to wash his hands first. Bennett and Vonda exchanged glances and followed to the dining room. Bennett watched Selena and Brogan hold hands while walking, feeling genuinely amazed by their affectionate relationship even over such a short distance. After dinner, Bennett bid farewell and left Vonda's home. Upon returning home, he received a call from Trenton. Old do you want to go on a picnic on Saturday? Old Lee and others are in Beijing, Trenton enthusiastically invited. His house was lively with 2 university friends over, planning an all-night gaming session. I'll ask Xiaoqing first, to see if she wants to go, Bennett replied candidly, If my girlfriend doesn't go, I won't go either. Bite me, spreading dog food here, Trenton laughed, hanging up before turning to his friends. Old Du now has a bit of wife control syndrome. Abram asked curiously. Did her1 find a girlfriend already? So soon? Lamar also looked up curiously. Hasn't he always had a girlfriend? Trenton chuckled, sitting on the sofa. It's Xiaoqing, full name Vonda. Ah. They're still together? Abram exclaimed in obvious surprise. Trenton nodded, smiling. Of course, I found out just recently. Moreover, Xiaoqing isn't just old Du's girlfriend, she's the CEO of Magnolia Group, our current boss, something none of us expected. Naturally, they had heard of Magnolia Group, it was one of the top international companies. Abram and Lamar exchanged looks. Meanwhile, Bennett texted Vonda asking about joining Trenton for the picnic on Saturday. Lying on her bed, Vonda quickly replied, sure, it'll be a good way to relax. Seeing her reply, Bennett smiled, replying affirmatively to Trenton for the picnic on Saturday. The next day, Friday, Vonda was in a meeting when she received a call from Brogan. Usually, her father wouldn't call during work hours unless it was important. She was anxious upon receiving the call, interrupting the report with, sorry, let me take this call. The business manager nodded and sat down. Vonda stepped out of the meeting room, still on the phone. Before she had fully left, her father said, Magnolia, tomorrow is Saturday. Take your brother out to play, don't let him cling to your mommy. Huh? Vonda thought it was about something serious. Was it just for this? She didn't even need to leave the room because her father ended the call after giving instructions, adding a simple, good work at the end. Vonda slipped her phone into her pocket and returned to the meeting calmly, saying, let's continue the meeting. She realized her father was just tired of them being around the house, sighing inwardly. Despite her active thoughts, she maintained a serious expression. The meeting lasted for an hour, concluding with Vonda giving instructions. Today's meeting ends here. Each department should follow the plan and provide timely feedback. Walking back to her office, Vonda asked Bennett to inform him about taking Arn to the picnic the next day. Everyone agreed that adding a child wouldn't be an issue. On Saturday morning, Brogan knocked on the door at 7 to wake up Vonda and Arn. Emerging from their rooms, both siblings, one with messy hair, the other rubbing sleepy eyes, were greeted by their father who demanded they get ready for exercise. Dad, it's Saturday. Can we sleep in? Vonda rubbed her head, her voice carrying hints of drowsiness. Brogan's expression remained strict. No, early to bed, early to rise keeps one healthy, especially you two. Arn, rubbing his eyes and yawning, added pitifully, Dad, Camillo is still sleepy. Mommy is still sleeping too. Oh, clever brother using mommy as an excuse. Vonda grinned inwardly. Next, she saw her dad pinching Arnie's ear, your mommy, of course, doesn't need to wake up this early, she's your mommy. Arn hung his head, being mommy is so great. If he could become a mommy someday, that would be perfect. Brogan was speechless at his son's envious tone. After eating a little and digesting, the three went for a run. Upon returning home and finishing breakfast, Brogan promptly urged Vonda to pack Arnie's things and get him out of the house. The brother and sister stood outside the door, turning their heads to look at the firmly closed door, and felt saddened. Chapter 394, Mommy Cuddle. Arnie's slightly pouted lips seemed to protest against father sending them out of the house so quickly. He hadn't gotten to cuddle with mommy yet. Vonda, seeing her brother's pouting face, softened. She squatted down and gently said, Camillo, today I'm taking you out to play with a few brothers. We're going for a picnic. Arn blinked his big eyes happily, okay. Sister, can you give the phone to Camillo? I want to say one sentence to mommy. Vonda handed the phone over to her brother. Thank you, sister. Arn used his index finger to tap on WeChat and found mommy's picture by himself. Vonda watched him operate it and let him proceed once she confirmed he tapped correctly. Arn pressed the voice recording button, Mommy, Camillo will come back tonight to cuddle, don't forget. After thinking, he added another sentence, Ritawu, Mommy, Dad is bad for chasing your two beloved cabbages out. Vonda squinted and smiled. After finishing, he returned the phone to Vonda, thank you, sister. Children's displeased emotions vanish very quickly. Just half an hour after Brogan sent the two kids out of the house. Selena woke up and came downstairs but didn't see the two children. She lazily asked, where are Magnolia and the others? Haven't they woken up yet? Brogan stood up from the sofa, walked towards Selena, and held her. He smiled, Magnolia is taking Camillo to a friend's picnic today. They left early this morning. Why don't we two go out for a date today? Selena knew Brogan best. She guessed without any doubt that Mr. Devon had planned it in advance, arranging for the children to leave the house. She nodded, ate breakfast, and then took her phone to check messages. She heard Arnie's lingering longing and complaint after leaving. Brogan was speechless. Bennett just got downstairs ready to drive to pick up Vonda and the others when he saw the brother and sister already sitting on the chairs downstairs. He hurriedly went over, Little Devon, when did you guys arrive? Didn't we agree for me to come and pick you up? He squatted down and greeted Arn, brother, good morning. Arn nodded and softly called, Big Brother Do, good morning. Seeing Arn finally call him Big Brother Do, Bennett couldn't help but smile. He gently patted Arnie's little head, then let's set off. He leaned close to Vonda's ear, little Devong, if you come earlier next time, come upstairs and wait. The three of them got into the car. Arn fastened his seatbelt all by himself without Vonda's help. Sister, where are we going for the picnic? Lachine Farm, there are animals, a small train, and a large lawn. Camillo can even fly kites. After driving for an hour, they finally arrived at Lachine Farm. They bought tickets and entered. On their left was a vast lawn, where many people were already having picnics. Further inside, there was an area for barbecuing, and Trenton and others were currently there. Old Dew, over here. From far away, Trenton spotted Bennett and company. Bennett carried Arn in one arm while holding Vonda's hand with the other, heading towards the barbecue area. Seeing this, Trenton and the others felt a pang of envy. Having a girlfriend is such a show-off. They had already prepared the ingredients and tools for barbecuing. Camillo, this is Uncle Lou, Uncle's son, and Preston. Bennett looked at Arn in his arms and introduced them with a gentle smile. Arn obediently greeted them, Uncle Lou, Uncle's son, Preston, hello, I'm Arn, my nickname is Camillo. The three men, seeing such a cute little bald head, felt a sudden urge to get married despite being single. Unfortunately, they still didn't have girlfriends. Bennett put Arn down, Camillo, what do you want to eat? Big brother Dew will grill it for you. Arn, a foodie, brightened at the sight of the food on the grill, thank you, Big brother Dew. Uncles Lou, son, and Lee, ? Wait, why are they called uncles, while he's called brother? Trenton realized Bennett's ulterior motives. Abram bent down and laughed, negotiating with Arn, Camillo, call me Big Brother Lee, and Big Brother Lee will take you to see the capybaras later. At that moment, Trenton's phone rang. He checked the caller display and quickly answered. Sage held her phone as she entered Lachine Farm. I've arrived, walking into the farm. Where are you? She eyed the place with disdain. At this moment, she should be enjoying herself in a high-class place, not here. She called Trenton yesterday and learned they were going for a picnic today. When she found out Vonda and Bennett would also be there, she decided to join. Trenton smiled on the phone. We're at the barbecue area. After hanging up, Trenton turned to Bennett and said, I invited a female friend. Lamar asked, girlfriend? Trenton smiled, of course not. How could Miss Devon look at someone like him from an ordinary family? He knew his limits. Not long after, Sage appeared in their view. Dressed in an elegant dress, she looked more suited for high-class venues, which contrasted oddly with the environment of Lachine Farm. As she approached, she surveyed the barbecue area with disdain. It truly was so shabby. Her eyes flashed briefly with disdain. On her way here, she even passed animal zones and smelled the stench of animal droppings, truly disgusting. Hello everyone, Sage, beautiful as she was, stood there greeting them like a scenic highlight. Trenton enthusiastically introduced Sage to Abram and the others. Vonda was initially surprised to see Sage but quickly regained her calm expression. Sage's gaze also landed on Vonda. Chapter 395, Can you arrange it? Vonda's gaze met Sage's in the air, and both were silently contending with each other. They quickly averted their eyes. Sage stood there, her slender waist and long legs drawing quite a bit of attention for being bright and captivating. Trenton introduced Sage to Abram and Lamar with great enthusiasm. After mutual introductions, Sage sat next to Trenton. Despite his outward warmth, Trenton was actually concerned that Miss Devon liked Bennett and worried about potential issues during this picnic. When Bennett saw Trenton and Sage knew each other, he was slightly surprised. Sage looked at the bald-headed boy sitting next to Vonda across from her and said, Whose child is this? He's really cute. Vonda took the drink that Bennett had just poured and handed it to Arn. Camillo, the barbecue will be ready in a moment. Drink this first. Arn took the cup with both hands and smiled sweetly, okay. He raised his head to look at his sister, thanked her, and then politely nodded at Sage across from him. Thank you, Auntie, for saying I'm cute. Sage's smile stiffened slightly when she was called Auntie, making her somewhat displeased, but she did not show it. Bennett glanced at Arn and then at Vonda, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. He would help barbecue for his girlfriend and Arn. Trenton asked Sage what she wanted to eat and offered to barbecue it for her. Sage smiled faintly, trying to appear casual. Anything you barbecue is fine. Though she appeared to be smiling, she felt very annoyed inside. This barbecue didn't look hygienic. When she glanced back at Vonda and Bennett showing affection to each other, her heart sank even further. Bennett barbecued a skewer of small sausages for Arn. Arn took the skewer, blew on it to cool it down, and took a small bite. It was delicious. While eating, he noticed the aunt across from him looking at him strangely. Arnie's mind struggled internally. Does Auntie like sausages? But this sausage is so yummy, he really didn't want to give it to her. The little guy didn't think much longer and soon buried his head to finish eating by himself. He wasn't familiar with the aunt across from him. As everyone ate and chatted casually, they were all relaxed. Trenton and the others spoke humorously, and Sage joined in the conversation, laughing several times. She deliberately joked, turning to Vonda, Miss Lou, you and Bennett seem to have a very good relationship. It's really enviable. Vonda raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Yes, we are a perfect match, both talented and beautiful. Our relationship is indeed harmonious. Sage laughed at Vonda's shameless comment about a perfect match, nodding in agreement. Yes, you two do match well. Vonda calmly ate the lamb skewer Bennett fed her and replied, Miss Devon is so beautiful, you'll definitely find someone better than my her1-. Abram, who did not understand the hidden digs between the two women, bluntly remarked, finding someone like old Dew is very rare. Vonda smiled, I believe Miss Devon will find one, so you don't need to be jealous of me. This nearly made Sage unable to maintain her smile. Who's jealous of you? Arn wiped his mouth. Sister, Camillo is full. Can we go see the animals now? Sure. Vonda had also finished eating, so she decided to take Arn around the farm. Naturally, Bennett followed them. Once they left, Trenton chuckled. They really look like a family of 3. Sage felt today's trip was a mistake, coming here to see Vonda flaunting their love. Why did she come to such a place? She asked casually, is that little boy Bennett's relative? Not exactly, he's Xiao Devong's younger brother, Trenton replied. Hearing this, Sage paused, raising her voice. You mean he's Vonda's brother? Truly? Her tone was noticeably agitated. Trenton noticed Sage's emotional response and found it strange. Of course, they're siblings. What's wrong? Sage pinched her palm and forced a smile. Just curious. After all, they have a large age gap. By the way, what's his name? Trenton didn't suspect anything, given their significant age difference. Arn. So, Brogan and Selena actually have another child. The little boy seen in the airport photos must have been Arn. Sage suppressed her inner rage, forcing a smile as she stood up and excused herself. Trenton, sorry, I suddenly remembered some urgent matters. Let's meet again some other time. Trenton watched Sage rush away, too late to say anything. Vonda and the others played with Arn and returned to the barbecue area only to find Sage was gone. The office door of the Devon Corporation chairman was pushed open forcefully. Sage stormed into Gail's office in a fury. Her assistant stood at the door, helpless. He couldn't stop Sage like Dew's assistant could and could only watch her enter. Gail, startled by Sage's sudden intrusion, put down her documents, frowning slightly. Alice, what happened? Why are you so angry? Sage slammed the door shut. LaToiling, Brogan and Selena really do have a son. Who did you send to investigate before? How did no one find out about this? Gail's calm expression froze instantly, eyebrows furrowing. How do you know? Sage, almost gritting her teeth, clenched her fists tightly. I found out today. I went to the farm with Trenton today, and Vonda was there. I saw it with my own eyes. The little boy is named Arn and is Vonda's real brother. Brogan and Selena kept this secret so well. How did we miss it? Gail's expression grew complex as she absorbed the news. Leaning back in her chair, brows still furrowed, she said slowly, this means Selena values this child immensely. We might not have found out because they protected his privacy well. Her eyes turned sharp as she asked, Alice, what do you think of Bennett? Are he and Vonda very close? The topic shifted abruptly to Bennett. Thinking of seeing them flaunt their love at the farm, Sage frowned. LaToiling, what are you thinking? Gail lowered her eyes, hiding a flash of scheming, and smiled faintly. If I send a woman to seduce Bennett, do you think it would work? Sage's eyes lit up instantly. That's a great idea. Vonda will definitely be hurt. Gail feigned concern, but seducing Bennett might be difficult. He doesn't seem easily tempted. This plan may not work. After all, once trust is broken, it's hard to mend. Gail's words planted new ideas in Sage's mind. Excitement showed on Sage's face as she came up with a new plan. LaToiling, we don't need to actually seduce Bennett. We can create false impressions to make Vonda misinterpret things, creating distrust. Their relationship will naturally develop cracks. Thinking of Vonda mistaking Bennett for having an affair, Sage knew she wouldn't be able to bear it. Gail smiled, pleased with Sage's idea. Alice, that's a good thought. Can you arrange it? Sage nodded happily. Leave it to me, LaToiling. Chapter 396, A Man. Sage left the Devon Corporation. Throughout her journey, she pondered whom to approach to seduce Bennett. She thought of a despicable woman. Picking up her phone, she dialed a number. The call connected to a soft, trembling voice on the other end. Miss Devon, is there something you need? Sage spoke coldly. I have a task for you. What kind of task? The voice on the other end sounded fearful. A glint of viciousness flashed in Sage's eyes. I want you to get close to a man, seduce him, and make him interested in you. The woman on the other end remained silent for a while before responding uneasily. Miss Devon, I don't want to do this. Sage chuckled lightly. Rest assured, this man is both handsome and talented. Moreover, I'm just informing you. I leave no room for refusal. Her voice carried a hint of chill. I know your methods. You just need to find an opportunity to approach him, create some ambiguity, and make his girlfriend misunderstand him. Got it? I understand, the woman replied softly. After hanging up, Sage sent Bennett's information to the woman. A smirk crept onto her lips. Vonda, aren't you so proud? This time, let you taste the feeling of being betrayed by your boyfriend. Selena and Brogan returned home from their date to find Vonda and Arn already at home. Mommy, hug me. Arn, dressed in a sleeveless vest, stretched out his lotus-like arms. Selena picked up Arn, smiling as she pressed foreheads with him. A satisfied smile spread across Arnie's face as he wrapped his little hands around Selina's neck and nuzzled her affectionately. Mommy, Camillo was so happy today. Brogan then took Arn into his arms and placed him on the ground. Your mommy is very tired today. She can't hold you for long. Arn knew his father was jealous again. Selina turned to her daughter. Magnolia, is there something you need to say? Vonda nodded. Today we went on a picnic, and Sage was there too. She might have found out about Camillo. Given Sage's hostility toward their family, if she learned about her brother's existence, they couldn't be sure if she would harm him or not. Selina smiled and pinched Vonda's cheek. You don't need to worry about Camillo's safety. Even if Sage finds out about him, it won't be much of a problem. They had received news while watching a movie that Sage knew about her son. Hearing her parents speak thusly, Vonda felt relieved. By the way, Bennett's parents will be coming over tomorrow. Selina nodded. Okay. The next day, Bennett brought his parents over again. This time, they came prepared with engagement gifts. Rhonda wore a dignified cheapao, while Bryce was in a neatly tailored suit, both looking exceptionally lively. Entering the house and sitting down on the sofa, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Vonda personally brewed tea to entertain the Du family. Rhonda sipped the tea and put down the cup, getting straight to the point. We've come to Beijing not only to apologize but also to discuss the wedding between the two children. Frasia Ruan and Xiaoqing have a good relationship, and we hope they can finalize their wedding soon. Last time, I wronged Xiaoqing and all of you. Since the two children are in love, I won't stand in their way anymore. Rhonda reassured them. Selina nodded, glancing at Brogan. Brogan said calmly, since they get along well, as parents, we are also relieved. Specific wedding arrangements should depend on what the children want. Bryce smiled. Indeed, that's what we think as well. Young people have their own ideas, and as parents, we will respect their opinions. Bennett looked at Vonda lovingly, then turned to Selina and Brogan respectfully. Magnolia and I have discussed it. We hope to hold the wedding in 2 weeks. Vonda also nodded in agreement, and we wish for a simple ceremony where only family and friends will witness it. These two kids really were impatient, wanting to hold the wedding in just 2 weeks. Selina looked at her daughter. Are you sure you want a simple ceremony? Vonda nodded. Yes, Mommy. Since they had decided on a simple ceremony, Selina didn't object. They continued discussing the details, and the proposal proceeded smoothly. By 11 o'clock, the dust left. Rhonda exhaled softly in the car, easing her tense mood. I thought there might be some displeasure from the in-laws when we apologized. It turns out I overthought it. Bryce smiled, comforting her. Our main goal today was to propose the marriage, and naturally, the in-laws hoped everything would go smoothly. Everyone doesn't want to make things difficult for the children, so they don't mind these minor issues. With that, the wedding plans can proceed without a hitch. Rhonda nodded. I know their intentions. Bryce smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Xiaoqing is indeed a capable child. Now she has taken over the Magnolia group, showing great potential. Upon hearing Bryce's words, Rhonda's lips slightly dipped, feeling a bit worried again. Although her daughter-in-law was strong, she probably wouldn't invest much energy into the family in the future. After the Du family left, Selina and Brogan relaxed in different ways. Selina lay on the sofa with her head resting on Brogan's thighs, yawning. She had woken up too early today. Last night, she had had a deep conversation with Mr. Devon. Brogan held his phone, organizing photos from yesterday's date. He looked down at Selina. Every photo looks good, we should print them all. Selina immediately disagreed. No way, don't print the ugly ones. Clearly, every photo looks great. Give me the phone, I'll take a look myself. The couple argued playfully over whether to delete the photos. Vonda, who had taken over the company, didn't have such leisure. She went upstairs to change clothes and then headed to work. Arn was sent to kindergarten this morning. Vonda quickly changed into her clothes and came downstairs. Mom, Dad, I'm going to work. Drive safely, Selina reminded her. Once Vonda left, Selina's expression turned cold. Mr. Devon, regarding Sage's plan to find a woman to seduce Bennett, we shouldn't interfere. If a man cannot handle such matters properly, it's not necessary for Magnolia to marry him. Chapter 397 Behind the Truth. Selina and Brogan only knew about Gail and Sage's conversation in the office. However, they did not know who Sage would find to contact Bennett. They didn't need to investigate who it was either, they would eventually find out. Selina had already selected the photos. She put her phone down and stretched out her hand, and Brogan bent his back to cooperate with her. Mr. Devon. Brogan lifted Selina from where she had been lying on his lap. Selina's head rested against Brogan's heartbeat. Once our daughter is married, we'll leave our son with Magnolia for upbringing. You and I, just the two of us, will travel around. Brogan's lips curled upward, clearly pleased with Selina's decision. He nodded. Yeah, that's a great idea. Close your eyes, I want to kiss you, Selina whispered softly, a rare tenderness underlying her voice. Brogan chuckled lowly and closed his eyes just as Selina was reconsidering. The warmth of his affection spread from his forehead downwards. At this time, Vonda was still busy working at the company, unaware of her parents' plan for her to take care of the child after marriage. She was reviewing the profiles of people attending a business banquet the day after tomorrow. At 4 in the afternoon, Vonda's phone rang. She stopped her work and checked the caller ID. It was her boyfriend calling. Vonda answered, her1-. Bennett replied, Magnolia, I can't have dinner with you tonight. My mother fell while shopping at the Global Mall, and I'm on my way to the hospital. Vonda immediately stopped going through the documents. She hurriedly said, I'll come over right away. Which hospital? Send me the room number once you arrive. Okay, no need to rush too much. Be careful on your way. The two hung up without further ado. Vonda quickly arranged her work and rushed off to the hospital. In the afternoon, Duan Luo Bamboo went to the mall to pick out jewelry to gift Vonda, intending to make amends for their previous unpleasant meeting. Though she had already apologized during her proposal, she felt more action was needed than just words. A gift might help mend their relationship. She never expected to fall while using the escalator. Fortunately, a young girl saved her. Mom, are you okay? Bennett walked quickly into the ward and glanced at her anxiously. Duan Luo Bamboo raised her hand with a smile, just a minor scratch on my palm, but Xiao Billy got injured pretty badly. This young lady, Denise, saved your mom. Relieved that it was only a scratch, Bennett looked towards the bed where Denise lay. She appeared to be in her early 20s, petite and delicate looking. Her left hand was in a cast, her face slightly pale, but she seemed otherwise fine. Miss Tim, thank you for saving my mom. No problem, I reacted instinctively, Denise said weakly. She had observed Bennett the moment he entered the ward. Miss Davon was indeed right, he certainly looked like an elite, almost unattainable. Duan Luo Bamboo regarded Denise appreciatively. The girl's gentle appearance made her hard to dislike. If not for Denise's quick actions, Duan Luo Bamboo would have been seriously injured. Seeing no sign of Bryce, Bennett asked, Mom, where's Dad? He's getting us some food. Bennett nodded and sent Vonda a text message with the room number. Knowing Vonda, he was sure she would come by despite Duan Luo Bamboo being fine. Soon enough, Vonda entered the ward. She approached Duan Luo Bamboo and softly asked, Auntie, are you alright? It's nothing serious, just a little scratch on my palm. Thanks to Xiao Billy, Duan Luo Bamboo responded with a warm smile upon seeing Vonda. Vonda was unsure who Xiao Billy was until Duan Luo Bamboo introduced them. Magnolia, meet Denise, the young lady who saved me. Xiao Billy, this is my future daughter-in-law. Denise gave a weak smile. That woman is indeed heavyset, she could confidently complete Miss Davon's task. Vonda looked at Denise on the bed and thanked her sincerely. Miss Tim, thank you for helping. Zhong Miyu had been hospitalized for some time now. She underwent dialysis 3 times a week, each session lasting 3 to 4 hours, and her health was rapidly deteriorating. Today, she felt unusually weak when she woke up. She had the nurse push her wheelchair to the garden for a walk. Suddenly, she heard a low conversation nearby. Zhong Miyu turned and saw Adli and her mother, standing in a corner, whispering. Due to the presence of a rock formation, they did not notice Zhong Miyu. Adli sounded impatient. Mom, I really don't want to visit the hospital so often. 3 times a week is exhausting. I have no time for tea and chats with friends. The mother patted Adli's shoulder gently, warning her, She, don't say that anymore. There's still 10% of the company shares in Auntie's hands. Be dutiful, she may give the shares to you if you show filial piety. Adli scowled. Mom, you always say that. Who else but us would she give the remaining shares to? We're all she has. Zhong Miyu still held 10% of the Zhong family shares. The mother nearly lost it, scolding coldly, she's your husband's aunt. If he finds out you skipped visiting her to go partying, do you think he'll be happy? Zhong Miyu, hidden behind the rocks, grew cold with anger and disappointment. She thought Adli's concern was genuine but now realized it was all about the shares. Her hands trembled, filled with sadness and despair. Could Carl and Clifford also be interested in her shares? Closing her eyes, she fought back tears. She regretted gifting them shares earlier. So much hatred. Vonda passed Zhong Miyu wiping tears in the hospital corridor, surprised but acting like she didn't recognize the Hannah. Adli and the mother entered the ward. Auntie, my mom came to see you, Adli smiled as she walked to the bedside. Xiao Tao wanted to come today but I didn't let him take leave. The mother asked Zhong Miyu, how are you feeling today, Miyu? I feel a bit better today, Zhong Miyu nodded lightly, her voice tired. She tried to suppress her anger, not wanting to reveal what she had overheard. Zhong Miyu couldn't bear dealing with these two, so she excused herself by saying she was tired and wanted to sleep, sending them away. Chapter 398, her heart felt even colder. The next morning. Camila sat in her wheelchair, looking up at the sign for Magnolia Group. Her weathered face showed a trace of absent-mindedness. She hadn't thought there would come a day when she would seek out Selena again. Without any way to contact Selena directly, she had no choice but to come to Magnolia Group in person. Push me inside, Camila instructed, having already paid off the caregiver to keep quiet about yesterday's events. A security guard stopped the old lady. I'm sorry, ma'am, we have rules and can't let anyone in without permission. Whom are you here to see? Do you have an appointment? I am Selena's mother, Camila replied calmly. Hearing this, the guard was taken aback. Although he wasn't very familiar with the company's upper management, the name, Selena, rang a bell, He was, after all, the behind-the-scenes owner. He hesitated, looking at the elderly woman in the wheelchair, then decided it would be wise to call his supervisor first. Please wait a moment, I'll call our supervisor. After making the call and explaining the situation, he waited for further instructions. In her office, Vonda was discussing new strategies with Felix when she received an internal call from Brendan. Pausing upon hearing that the old madam was downstairs, she felt puzzled. What could she possibly want? Despite her confusion, Vonda asked Brendan to go down and bring her up. Uncle Bill, let's continue later. Felix nodded, took his laptop, and left the office. Brendan, recalling how the old madam used to treat Selina, wondered what could prompt such an unexpected visit after so many years of estrangement. Minutes later, Brendan reached the building entrance and saw the frail elderly woman in the wheelchair. Her condition seemed poor, her body reduced to skin and bones. He approached politely. Madam, I'm Ms. Lu's assistant. She's asked me to escort you upstairs. Camila nodded, gesturing for the caregiver to follow Brendan into the building. At the door to Vonda's office, Brendan knocked lightly before entering and announcing, Chairman, Jacqueline is here. Vonda looked up. When Camila's eyes met hers, they conveyed a complicated mix of emotions. The girl she saw in the restaurant, it was indeed her. Once inside the office, Camila asked uncertainly, what's your relationship with Selina? Vonda smiled. Selina is my mother. My name is Vonda. Camila froze, eyes wide with disbelief. She stared at Vonda, lips trembling. What? You aren't. Vonda repeated gently, I am Selina's daughter. Camila's thoughts turned chaotic. She didn't know Vonda was alive. Finally composing herself, she said, I wish to see your mother. That's not something I can decide, Vonda responded diplomatically. Let me call her and ask if she's willing to meet you. Please, Camila implored, her voice shaky. It's important. Vonda nodded and walked aside to make the call. Selina was on the phone with Brogan when Vonda's call came through. With a sigh, Selina hung up and dialed back. Mom, Jacqueline is in the office and wants to see you for something important, Vonda explained briefly. Reluctantly, Selina, who was trying to manage Brogan's advances, replied coolly, tell her no. Old acquaintances rarely brought good news. Vonda returned to the office and told Camila, I'm sorry, Mom doesn't want to meet. Camila's face fell further. Can I at least speak to her on the phone? Just as Brogan was about to protest, Selina's phone rang again. Selina firmly turned it off. Vonda couldn't get through either, realizing humorously that her mother had probably cut off communication temporarily. Polite yet firm, she explained, Mom's phone is unreachable, she must be busy. Camila's response carried a touch of sorrow. I understand. Vonda summoned the caregiver to take Camila away. Pushed slowly from the building, Camila felt her hopes sink deeper than ever. Thinking of her late husband, Leighton, she felt an even greater chill within. Taylor received a hospital call, informing her that the old madam was missing. At that moment, she was chatting merrily with other matrons. Her mood dampened instantly. Hanging up, she apologized to the women. My aunt isn't at the hospital. Excuse me, I need to make a call. Standing up, she moved away, all smiles gone. Calling the caregiver, Taylor demanded, where are you now? To her surprise, Camila answered instead. Cece, I'm shopping for Xiao Tao's watch. Relieved, yet still worried, Taylor replied, Aunt, please don't wander around given your health. We're all concerned. Camila felt her heart grow colder at Taylor's concern. I know, don't tell Xiao Tao. It's a surprise, she replied tersely. Her heart felt even more distant. Chapter 399, such a quick slap in the face. Clifford happily put on the watch given by Viviana. Grandma, this watch is so cool, I really like it. Viviana's expression was gentle, and she smiled. It's fine as long as Xiao Tao likes it. Taylor also had a smile on her face. The watch her son received was very expensive. She deliberately said, Auntie, Xiao Tao is still in school. He shouldn't wear such an expensive watch. His father doesn't agree with letting him indulge too much while studying. Carl didn't want Clifford to develop a habit of overspending from a young age or get addicted to indulgence. Viviana pretended to glare angrily. I'm just giving Xiao Tao a watch. If Fitzroy dares to be upset, let him come see me. Upon hearing his grandmother say that, Xiao Tao proudly glanced at his mother Taylor and felt delighted. Grandma, my dad listens to you the most. Seeing this, Taylor could only laugh helplessly. Then you have to take good care of the watch Grandma gave you. Clifford immediately stood up straight, raised his hand, and solemnly promised, Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely protect this watch. Viviana couldn't help but laugh at her grandson's serious appearance. She affectionately extended her wrinkled hand and patted his head. Good boy. Xiao Tao grew up under her care, with a good character. Fitzroy was raised by her as well, so he couldn't be good to her just for company shares. Taylor must have a terrible heart. After her death, everything in her hands would go to Fitzroy. Why did Taylor still play games with her? Cece, I bought a lady's watch for you as well. Viviana opened the drawer and took out a box, handing it to Taylor. Taylor wasn't particularly fond of wearing watches, but she still accepted the box, forcing a happy smile on her face. Thank you, Auntie. You really care for us. Viviana smiled deeply. If not for you, who else would I care for? She asked Taylor to open the box and put it on now. Taylor nodded. Wearing it was fine, she would put it away after leaving the hospital room. However, when she opened the box, she saw a diamond-studded watch which looked quite beautiful. She put it on. Auntie, you really have great taste. It looks nice. These two watches were purchased by Viviana at high prices from others. I'm glad you like it, Viviana sighed. All this time, I've been sick and hospitalized, and it's always you all who've cared for me. I am very happy to buy gifts for you. Taylor smiled. Auntie, what are you talking about? You are family to us, of course we'll care for you. Viviana's smile deepened. Cece, given my health, I don't think I have much time left. Once I feel a bit better, I plan to invite a lawyer to officially gift the shares in my hands to you. Hearing this, a glint of surprise flashed in Taylor's eyes. But she quickly controlled her emotions, putting on a grateful expression, and spoke in a softer tone. Auntie, please don't say things like that. May you live 100 years. Right now, our greatest wish is for your health and longevity. The matter of the shares can wait until you're better, and you can decide anything you like then. Taylor already saw victory within reach. Clifford chimed in soothingly, Grandma, you will definitely live 100 years. Viviana smiled. Fine, 100 years. As soon as Taylor and her son left the hospital room, Viviana instantly dropped her kind and gentle demeanor. She pulled out another phone from the drawer to eavesdrop on Taylor and them. Taylor and Clifford got into the car. Clifford stroked the watch, pouting and complaining, Mom, I won't come to the hospital next week. We have to visit every week, it's so troublesome. I can't even go dancing with classmates. At that moment, Viviana inside the hospital room was listening in with her phone. When she heard Clifford's honest complaints, her heart turned cold. Xiaotao found it troublesome to come see her. Such a quick slap in the face. Not long ago, she thought Xiaotao had a good character. On the other end of the eavesdropping device, Taylor responded helplessly, if you really don't want to come every week, change it to once a month. I'll talk to your father tonight and tell him you're busy with studies. Clifford laughed. You're the best, Mom. The complaints of Clifford and the response of Taylor were like sharp knives stabbing Viviana's heart. Her tightly clenched phone shook slightly. She doted on Clifford as if he were her own grandson. After nearly half an hour, Taylor and her son returned home and went about their respective tasks. Taylor went back to her bedroom and immediately called her mother. Once connected, Taylor used a triumphant tone, Mom, the old lady mentioned today about wanting to find a lawyer to transfer the remaining shares to us. The mother perked up upon hearing this. She really said that? The mother genuinely rejoiced for her daughter. Yes, her health is getting worse. I guess she can't hold on for much longer. Once we get the shares, everything else will be simple. Satisfied, the mother replied, in these days, keep an eye on her emotions. Make sure she has no grievances. Once she transfers the shares, everything will be fine. Taylor really thanked her mother. Without her mother's strategizing, she wouldn't be able to become the madam of the Zhong group. You're amazing, Mom. At that moment, Viviana, listening in, not only overheard Taylor's phone call but recorded the entire conversation. She absolutely would not let Taylor achieve her goals. Vonda and Bennett were on their way to a business banquet when Vonda received a call from Brendan. Magnolia, old Asia came to the company looking for you. I told her you weren't there, and she left. Alright, Uncle Chio, thank you. After hanging up, Vonda felt a slight unease. It seemed old Asia really needed to see her mother urgently since she came to the company twice. Bennett turned to look at her. What's wrong? They were already planning to get married, so some non-secret matters didn't need to be hidden. Vonda pondered for a while and mentioned the Zhongs. Do you know about the Zhong group in Frazier City? Bennett nodded. Yes. The current leader of the Zhong group, Carl, is my mother's cousin. Back then, my mother gave up her shares in the Zhong group and left everything to old Asia, my mother's birth mother. Bennett was surprised. Few people could give up shares they had within reach. I know you're surprised. We've been estranged from the Zhongs for more than 10 years. Yesterday, old Asia suddenly came to the company looking for my mom, and she came again today. Bennett thought for a moment. You should mention this to your mother-in-law. Vonda nodded. I know. I'll bring it up when I get home. Do you have something on your face? She blushed when she noticed he was staring at her. Bennett reached out and pinched her cheek, frowning. Magnolia, haven't you been too tired lately? Your face looks a little thinner. His words of concern contrasted sharply with Vonda's excited ones. Really? My face has gotten skinnier? Vonda searched her bag excitedly for a mirror. This morning, when she looked in the mirror, she didn't appear thinner. When she finally looked into the mirror, she examined both sides closely. She wasn't thinner, it was due to her makeup today. Chapter 400, Two Older Men. Vonda's back was turned to Bennett. The makeup artist had done an incredible job, making her look as if her face had become slightly slimmer. Bennett clenched his fists and pressed them against his thin lips, coughing lightly. Xiao Divong, I'm sorry, my eyes must have deceived me. The car arrived at the hotel hosting the business gala. Reporters had gathered at the entrance, with flashbulbs going off incessantly. This evening's gala had attracted considerable media attention. Bennett held Vonda's hand and walked toward the hotel entrance. "Who are they?" a reporter asked a colleague upon noticing Vonda and Bennett, who were unfamiliar faces. "Don't know, but let's take pictures anyway," the colleague replied. A financial news reporter helpfully added, "The woman is the new chairman of Magnolia Group." Upon entering the hall, Vonda felt many scrutinizing gazes on her. She quickly scanned the room, spotting Vinny in deep conversation with an elder and Gail seated in a wheelchair nearby. Also present were Ainsworthy, head of the Le family, and Carl from Jean Group. Nearly all the industry titans were here. As the new chairman of Magnolia Group, Vonda naturally drew much attention. Soon enough, several business figures approached her to chat. "Hello, Kermit," Vonda greeted, having reviewed their profiles earlier. Kermit was pleased that Vonda addressed him correctly. He smiled, saying, "Indeed, you're young and capable, Miss Liu. I hear you've already led Magnolia Group through numerous strategic moves after your appointment. Truly impressive." "Thank you, Kermit," Vonda modestly replied. Kermit then glanced at the distinguished-looking man beside her. "And this gentleman is?" Bennett chuckled softly. "Hello, I'm Xiao Divong's fiancé, from the Du family in Haizhu City." Not far away, Gail overheard Bennett's words and turned her head slightly from her wheelchair. The Du family from Haizhu City, she thought. Didn't they primarily operate in the jewelry business? Despite wearing a smile, Gail felt uncomfortable inside. How could a prestigious Du family member infiltrate Davon Corporation for his girlfriend? Seeing Vonda chatting animatedly with several business figures, Gail felt a surge of envy. Carl, having finished his discussion with other CEOs, cast a complex look at Vonda before walking towards her. Daughter of Selena, Vonda didn't resemble her father much. Carl thought about his aunt now residing in the hospital and stepped closer to Vonda. After concluding her conversation with Kermit, Vonda sensed Carl's approach and smiled. "Hello, Hunt." Carl paused. "You should call me Uncle." "I don't want to make assumptions, so I'll stick with calling you Hunt," Vonda responded calmly. Her composed demeanor reminded Carl of Selena. "Ask your mother to visit Auntie in the hospital when possible," he said quietly. Carl believed Selena severed ties with the Zhong family due to Auntie's unintentional actions which resulted in Vonda being taken away. Since Vonda was alive, it was time for Selena to let go of the past and visit Auntie. Vonda gave a faint smile but remained silent. Her mother would never visit Madame Zhong. Unsuitable for discussing family matters tonight, Carl left after mentioning it. Vonda took Bennett's arm and went to greet Vinny. After all, Magnolia Group and Tang Group had business cooperation. "Hello, Ephraim," Vonda greeted smilingly. Vinny nodded, gazing deeply at both Vonda and Bennett. "Hello. Miss Liu." "Hello, Gail," seated in her wheelchair, greeted Vonda with a soft voice. "Miss Fraser, nice to meet you," Vonda politely responded. Gail nodded, shifting her gaze to Bennett. "Mr. Du, I heard you plan to start a venture after leaving Davon Corporation?" Bennett laughed softly. "Not really starting from scratch, just planning to establish a branch office in Beijing." Gail nodded. "Congratulations in advance." Vinny watched their somewhat peculiar interactions impassively. Such business pleasantries were common practice, and everyone had grown accustomed to them. They exchanged a few more formalities before Vonda and Bennett moved on to converse with others. Gail directed her assistant to push her wheelchair into a corner, where she sent a message to Sage. "Alice, I saw Vonda and Bennett together at tonight's business gala." At the party, Sage held a glass of red wine, conversing with several debutantes. When her phone vibrated, she saw Gail's message. So, Bennett and Vonda were also attending the gala. Sage frowned slightly, quickly typing a reply. Get Bennett away from there somehow. Feeling better after sending the message, Sage waited. Meanwhile, Denise lay in the hospital bed, scoffing silently at Sage's message. Though she had met Bennett after rescuing Victoria during the accident, it wasn't enough for Bennett to drop everything for her. She wasn't foolish. She hesitated whether to reply but eventually tossed the phone aside, closing her eyes to rest. She decided not to respond and pretended she hadn't seen the message. Back at the party, Sage grew annoyed at receiving no response and sent another message. Denise, if you don't get Bennett away tonight, I'll send 2 older men to keep you company. Denise's eyes widened at this threatening message, her face turning pale. She knew Sage wasn't bluffing. If she disobeyed, Sage would indeed send those men. Chapter 401, It was all a deception. Faced with Davon Lexi's threats. At this moment, young Billy felt fear and anger. She was just an ordinary woman from a common family. How could she possibly contend with a young lady from a prominent family like Davon Lexi? But how could she get Du Fraisier-Ruin to come over? The two of them had only exchanged a few words at the hospital and were not yet familiar with each other. Young Billy gritted her teeth and sent a message to Davon Lexi. Miss Davon, I don't even have his phone number. Please give me some more time. Seeing young Billy's reply, Davon Lexi cursed under her breath, calling her useless. Meanwhile, Ollie maintained her graceful smile as she mingled at the banquet while subtly observing Kelsey and Du Fraisier-Ruin from afar. The banquet was almost over, and Du Fraisier-Ruin was still there, which meant that Davon Lexi hadn't made any moves. Frankly speaking, Ollie was a bit disappointed. Returning home from the banquet, Kelsey could only describe her state in one word: exhausted. Lu Joan, seeing her daughter's weary appearance, felt heartache. Go freshen up and rest. Kelsey leaned against her mother. Mommy, dealing with all those people tonight was tiring. I realize there's so much more I need to learn. Joan lovingly stroked her daughter's hair. As the CEO of Magnolia Group, you'll face many challenges. But it's okay, we'll take it one step at a time. No one starts knowing everything, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're doing great. Kelsey smiled contentedly at her mother's praise. Thanks, Mommy. By the way, old lady Zhong visited the company again this afternoon. Joan chuckled. I know about that. Go shower and rest early. Qingchen nodded, standing up. Mommy, you and Daddy should also rest early. Good night. After watching her daughter go upstairs, Joan sighed with a touch of reflection. She turned to Devani. Mr. Devon, what does Mrs. Zhong urgently want? Devani squeezed Joan's hand, his voice cool. Your husband isn't a god. Joan rolled her eyes. They weren't children anymore, yet he was still so immature. Still, she rewarded him. After a passionate embrace, they separated. Having received his reward, Devani finally responded seriously to Joan's earlier question. If you want to know what's going on, meet her. Otherwise, she'll keep bothering Magnolia Group, which is quite annoying. Joan nodded slightly after hearing Devani's words. She knew he had a point. Alright, Joan sighed. I'll schedule a meeting with her tomorrow to see what she wants. The next morning, when Kelsey was preparing to leave for work, Joan reminded her that if old lady Zhong visited Magnolia Group again, she should call her. Got it, I know. Bye, Dad, Mom, Shirtian. Off to work. Not long after Qingchen left, it was time to send Devon Shirtian to kindergarten. However, Devon Shirtian seemed particularly lazy today. Joan watched her son cling to Devani's leg, rubbing her temples. Sometimes this child just didn't want to go to kindergarten. Devani dragged the little brat hanging onto his leg while holding the boy's backpack. Daddy, Ainsworth's son is sick today. Devon Shirtian blinked his big eyes, looking a bit pitiful. Daddy, Ainsworth's son really doesn't feel well. Devani stopped walking and looked down at the child clinging to his leg. Okay, I know. Daddy is preparing to take Shirtian for an injection. Just sweet medicine would do, no need for injections. Devon Shirtian licked his lips. Sweet medicine sounded good, but injections hurt. Joan, this silly son was so greedy that he didn't even skip out on sweets like medicine. Devani remained expressionless. Even sweet medicine won't do, you definitely need an injection. Shirtian pouted. After a few seconds, he finally released his tight grip on his father's leg, straightened his little chest. Shirtian is better now. Let's go to school. He held out his chubby hand for Devani to hold. Mommy, Shirtian is going to school. Zaya Wisey, we're leaving. Joan stood at the doorway, smiling silently as she watched the father and son leave. In the afternoon, old lady Zhong visited Magnolia Group again. Surprisingly, this time Joan agreed to meet her. Joan entered the office and saw old lady Zhong sitting in a chair. Zhong now appeared frail and lacking vitality, a stark contrast to her usual well-dressed self. Joan was taken aback by the change. Kelsey excused herself from the room. This was the first time in over a decade that the two women were meeting face to face. Old lady Zhong raised her head, carefully examining Joan. A tired smile appeared on her face. Xiao Wei, it's been a long time. Joan sat down on the sofa, her tone calm. Mrs. Zhong, why are you here? Old lady Zhong, seeing Joan's cold demeanor and hearing her indifferent tone, felt a pang of discomfort. This was one of the reasons she disliked Joan, her seemingly unfeeling attitude. But thinking about the betrayal concerning Lasisi and her son, old lady Zhong sighed. Xiao Wei, I'm here to discuss something important with you. Discuss? Joan raised an eyebrow, surprised by these words. Old lady Zhong nodded, looking somewhat helpless. Yes, discuss. I know our relationship has always been strained, but please consider my age and agree to this request. Despite hearing old lady Zhong say she was nearly in her grave, Joan's expression remained unchanged. What do you want me to do? Pain flickered in old lady Zhong's eyes. I still own 10% of Zhong Corporation shares and additional assets. After my death, I hope you will inherit these. Don't refuse this inheritance. Hearing this, Joan stayed silent, observing her carefully. Old lady Zhong clearly sensed Joan's scrutiny and explained, feeling both embarrassed and angry. I recently found out that all the kindness Lasisi and her son showed me over the years was just a deception. They wanted the shares I held and my wealth. Hashtag chapter 402, Selfishness and Self-Interest. Selena listened to old Asia's deceitful plan. She was speechless but wanted to ridicule the situation. Viviana liked it when people indulged her and went along with her whims. If she got deceived, she deserved it. Old Asia looked at Selena anxiously, waiting for her response. Ainsley, I just want you to inherit the shares and assets. You can sell the shares and donate all the wealth for charitable causes, Selena suggested calmly. Upon hearing this, old Asia felt deeply disappointed. Are you that repulsed by the Zhong family's possessions? Selena's gaze fell on old Asia's face as she replied seriously, "It's not that I'm repulsed by the Zhong family's things, but I don't want to have any entanglements with you." These words were straightforward and hurtful. Old Asia laughed bitterly, her voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. "Ainsley, when I'm dead, you won't be able to have any more ties with me anyway. Can you give me a bit of dignity to face your father?" The office remained quiet for a moment. Selena suddenly chuckled lightly. "Jacqueline, stop pretending. You're selfish. Let me guess, your reason for wanting me to inherit the shares and assets. Oh, wouldn't it be so you could make me compete with Corey and Utina?" Old Asia's expression changed slightly, her eyes revealing a mix of helplessness and desolation. "How could you think like that? I just hope these things don't fall into the wrong hands." "Then sell them," Selena responded without a flicker of emotion. "Jacqueline, no matter what your reasons are, I'm not interested. Please don't come to Magnolia Group anymore." Selena's firm rejection finally shattered old Asia's sorrowful facade. Her eyes turned cold as she stared at Selena. "Disobedient daughter. I risked my life to give birth to you, and now you refuse to inherit the estate." Selena was unbothered by old Asia's sudden change in demeanor and smiled faintly. "You've only ever loved yourself, selfish, self-serving, and presumptuous." Old Asia left the office. When Vonda returned to the office, she noticed a fleeting trace of sadness on her mother's face. "Mommy." "Magnolia, go back to work, Mommy's fine," Selena smiled. "Your father is waiting for me outside." "I'll go." Vonda nodded. Selena stood up and gently pinched her daughter's cheek. "Don't worry, Mommy's fine. Focus on your work." After saying that, she turned and walked out of the office. Brogan was waiting outside. Seeing her walk out, he approached her, holding her hand. The couple left the company together. They sat in the car and drove away. Selena leaned against Brogan, recounting what old Asia had told her. After listening, Brogan said casually, "Mr. Devon allows you to eat spicy hot pot today." Half an hour later, Brogan and Selena stood in front of a hot pot restaurant. Selena clung tightly to the man's arm, glancing sideways with a threatening look. "You've already promised me, so I can eat." Brogan, "Not too spicy, all right." Selena snorted. "Do you dare to break your word? There are still plenty of those boxes you bought." "All right, let's go in." Brogan held Selena's hand, which was pinching his waist. "Stop pinching." Selena's lips curled upward. "Let's go in." Brogan couldn't eat hot pot due to his health condition. Selena ordered a table full of vegetarian dishes. Sweating profusely from eating, she enjoyed herself thoroughly. Brogan helped Selena prepare the vegetables and wipe her reddened lips with a napkin. "Do you remember our first time eating hot pot together?" Selena nodded while eating. "Yes, when I was a billionaire, I took you to a skewer hot pot place." They exchanged amused glances. Brogan laughed. "You still remember your frugal side." Being a billionaire, she had treated him to a hot pot meal that cost less than 300 yuan. Selena suddenly stopped chewing. She looked out the window and saw a man helping a woman in a white dress get out of a car. Once the car drove away, they both turned their gazes back inside. "He's very gentlemanly," Brogan remarked. "He certainly is," Selena agreed. It was indeed good manners. Meanwhile, in the car, Denise politely thanked Bennett. "Mr. Du, thank you so much for picking me up." Bennett replied politely but kept his distance. Today, Denise was moving house, but her left hand was injured. Noelle knew about Denise's move and asked Bennett to assist. They didn't speak much further. Denise looked out the window, sensing Bennett's distant attitude. Creating a flirtatious scene with him seemed difficult. The car quickly arrived at her new home. Denise got out, and Bennett opened the trunk to take out her luggage. They went upstairs, and after Denise opened the door, Bennett placed the luggage by the door. He didn't enter the house but stayed at the doorway. "Miss Tim, I'll leave now." Denise glanced at the luggage and then at Bennett as he left. This man avoided any suspicion so much that he wouldn't even help carry the luggage inside. Denise clenched her lips, used one hand to push the luggage inside, closed the door, and called Sage to report on the day's events. "How did it go?" Sage's voice carried obvious impatience and anticipation. Denise paused and then replied, "Bennett only helped me put the luggage at the door and then left. He showed no interest in me at all, not giving me any chance." On the other end, Sage's voice was mocking. "You're useless. Didn't you always know how to win a man's sympathy?" Denise tightened at Sage's tone. "Miss Devon, he really has no interest in me. Perhaps we should try another method." Kong Alice sneered and interrupted Denise. "Another method? If there's no progress within a week, use drugs to incapacitate him, it'll save time." Denise's heart sank. If she used drugs, she'd definitely face retaliation from Bennett. She was a smart woman and wouldn't do that. Bennett appeared gentle and gentlemanly on the surface, but Denise trusted her intuition. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Sage hung up with a cold snort. After hanging up, Sage turned to Gale and complained. "Latoiling, I sent a woman to seduce Bennett, but there's been no progress." Gale glanced at Sage and comforted her with a faint smile. "Bennett isn't easily swayed. Don't waste your efforts, Alice. Sage pouted in dissatisfaction. LaToya, don't you think Vonda is just too lucky? Why does she have everything? Even being overweight, she still has such a devoted boyfriend. I refuse to believe it. I will find ways to trouble Vonda because she is Selena's daughter. ####Chapter 403, Wedding on September 2nd. Lara, have you found anything about Arn? No, they are protecting him very well, Lara replied with a somewhat complicated expression. Selena was living happily with his children. Nothing found? Sage frowned. I'll meet Trenton at a bar tonight and ask him. Lara nodded slightly but warned, Alice, be careful if you plan to ask Trenton. He's friends with Bennett, and if he senses any ulterior motives, he might deceive you. Sage gave a cold laugh. Don't worry, LaToya, I know what I'm doing. She sent a message to Trenton. How about meeting up tonight? Bilnry Bar, 8 p.m. Trenton didn't expect Sage to invite him for drinks. He simply replied, okay. Putting his phone down, Trenton glanced over at Bennett, who was discussing wedding details with the event planner. He sighed inwardly, knowing Bennett and Vonda's relationship had been steady, but never imagined they were already planning their wedding. Once the wedding planner left after finalizing the plans, Trenton teased, didn't think you'd move so fast and tie yourself down. Bennett smiled warmly, it's better to settle down when you find the right person. Trenton raised his hands in admiration and laughed, impressive. Davon Miss invited me out for drinks tonight. I'll take my leave. Upon hearing Sage's name, Bennett's brows furrowed slightly. Although he couldn't interfere with others' friendships, he had a feeling that Sage's interactions with Trenton were not purely innocent. Bilnry Bar also had private rooms. Sage booked one for the evening to facilitate her interrogation. Trenton arrived early, before 8 p.m., and soon after, Sage came as well. She sat down and ordered a drink, the most expensive one at the bar. Trenton inwardly groaned, his salary hadn't been paid yet this month. Had he known, he wouldn't have agreed to come. So why did you decide to invite me for drinks today? Trenton asked casually with a smile. Bored. Needed someone to hang out with, Sage replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I guess you don't have the same life constraints like me being just an employee. After a few rounds of drinks, Sage still hadn't figured out how to steer the conversation toward Arn when she heard Trenton say, oh right, Du and Xiaoqing are getting married. He mentioned it partly to deter Sage from pursuing any thoughts about Bennett. Hearing this, Sage almost lost her composure but quickly regained her cool, putting on a disheartened look. They're getting married so soon. When? Trenton nodded, taking a sip of his drink. Yeah, they've already started planning. The wedding is set for September 2nd. So soon. Sage forced a faint smile, feigning strength. Congratulations. At least now I can finally let go. Drink until we drop tonight. Trenton drank quite a bit with Sage, though she kept her consumption minimal. When she felt the time was right, she asked casually, I'm curious, why does Vonda's brother have the surname Davon? Are they half-siblings? Trenton was tipsy but still coherent enough to respond, they're full siblings. Xiaoqing's mother is the head of the Magnolia Group. Sage raised her wine glass, her lips curling into a mocking smile. She took a sip. Where does Arn go to kindergarten? I have a relative looking for one. Trenton shook his head, no idea. Disappointed, Sage continued drinking. She put down her glass, musing aloud, I really can't understand why men would like someone like Vonda. Don't men usually prefer women with good figures? The drunk Trenton chuckled, stuttering, you see, old dude doesn't really like that type. He only did it because. Why? Sage thought Trenton was rambling but wondered why he'd marry someone he didn't like. She scoffed, Bennett and Vonda are getting married. He must like her. He really doesn't, Trenton slurred. Sage rolled her eyes in disgust. She glanced at the thoroughly intoxicated Trenton, growing impatient. She wanted useful information but got nothing valuable except learning about the wedding date. She called in her bodyguards to take Trenton to a hotel. The guards nodded and helped the unsteady Trenton leave the bar. The next day, midday. Sage visited the Davon Corporation again. When Lara learned of Vonda and Bennett's impending wedding, she was equally surprised. Getting married on September 2nd? So soon. Sage nodded gloomily. Lara's eyes gleamed with a mix of emotions. Honestly, when Bennett was the assistant, I thought he was quite capable and considered introducing you two. You both make a handsome couple. Sage laughed dryly. LaToya, I didn't know you thought of that. His physique and looks do fit my standards, but his personality is too annoying. Lara shifted her gaze, speaking lightly, actually, there's always room for change before the wedding. Even if they get married, there's always a chance to cause trouble. Sage nodded half-heartedly. I know. By the way, brother said you two are trying for a baby now? Yep, Lara smiled, looking at the computer screen. Just saw a shocking news article about sisters fighting over a man in public. News like that happens all the time, Sage scoffed, then paused thoughtfully. If she could seduce Bennett, Vonda would suffer even more. In her view, sex was just a casual act to satisfy desires, as long as the person met her standards. Deciding to leave, she stood up. Latoya Lynn, I have something to attend to. I'll go. Fraser Lara watched Sage leave, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. Growing up together since childhood, they shared many years of camaraderie. Alice, don't blame me. Blame Selena and them. Chapter 404, Disturbing Vonda. Gail called Hannah, Grandma, Selena's daughter, Vonda, is getting married on September 2nd. I want Adley to get close to Vonda's boyfriend. This is a good idea. It can also upset Selena and Brogan. I will call Adley later to show concern. Hannah then asked Gail about her preparation for pregnancy. Are you and Jackson ready? Gail nodded, yes. You've been working hard lately. Hannah hung up the phone with reassurance and then dialed Sage's number. Alice, are all three of you doing well? The elder's voice was warm and gentle. Sage pouted upon hearing Hannah's concerned voice. Grandma, rest assured, we're all fine. When I have time, I'll visit you in Wenley. Good, I'll wait for your visit. Oh, by the way, find time to light incense for your mother and let her see you. Hannah sighed. Your mother made the wrong choice in love. Grandma hopes your relationships will go smoothly. In Sage's heart, she always believed that it was Selena and her daughter who had harmed her mother and taken away her father. She stubbornly refused to believe that Brogan wasn't her real father. So when Sage heard her grandmother mention her deceased mother Allie, the resentment within her flared up once again. Grandma, we'll choose a good day to light incense for her. Sage's voice sounded slightly melancholic. Mom was so pitiful back then. Grandma, did you know Selena's daughter Vonda is getting married? From the other end of the line, Hannah could sense Sage's low spirits. With a smile on her face, she comforted softly. Your mom chose the wrong person to love, but she bore you without regrets. Alice, don't live in hatred. Grandma, I understand. Sage suppressed her anger, but she wouldn't let them have it easy. After hanging up the phone, Sage's eyes turned cold as she gripped her phone tightly. She would not let Vonda's wedding with Bennett proceed. Sage already knew what she would do. She called Denise. When Denise heard Sage's plan, she froze. Sage decided to thoroughly disturb Vonda. Mommy, how does this wedding dress look? Vonda stood in front of the mirror. Very nice, Selena examined carefully. Looking at her daughter in the wedding dress, she smiled gently. Arn nodded in agreement. Sister looks beautiful. Vonda kissed the top of her little brother's head and covered her mouth with a laugh. Of course, with her figure, wearing a wedding dress might not be flattering, but she felt happy when her family complimented her. Arn giggled and covered his head where he had been kissed. Today was her fitting day for the wedding dress. The bridal team brought the dresses over for Vonda to try on. Their wedding schedule was tight, so they opted for a simple style. Vonda tried several styles before finally choosing 3 dresses. After the bridal team left, Vonda sighed in relief. I didn't expect trying on wedding dresses to be so tiring. Selena sighed inwardly as well. She gently stroked her daughter's hair. It's worth it even if it's tiring. Vonda laughed and checked the time, noting she still had time to work at the company. Mommy, I'm going to the office. There's still a pile of things waiting for me. Selena didn't expect her daughter to be such a workaholic, more intense than herself. Vonda went off to work while Selena took Arn downstairs. Arn quickly ran and hugged Brogan's leg with his tiny legs. Dad, Camillo loves you so much. Can you take Camillo out to play? Brogan looked down at the little one clinging to his leg. Dad, Ainsworth's son really loves you. Arnie's face was written all over with love, imploring to be taken out. Brogan's eyes sparkled briefly with amusement. Go change first. Arnie's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. Okay. Once the child went upstairs, Brogan handed his phone to Selena. This is information just sent by Tim Zhu. Drake and Adley she had a dispute. Selena read the message thoroughly after taking the phone. Jean's wife had come to her earlier. To prevent any unforeseen events, Selena had asked Brogan to have someone keep an eye on Drake. After finishing reading, Selena gave the phone back to Brogan and mocked. Vivian isn't the type to take losses easily. How could she let go of someone who approached her with ulterior motives so easily? Why did Drake argue with Adley? Because yesterday afternoon at the office, he received an anonymous audio recording. When he heard it, it felt like being struck by lightning, leaving him speechless with shock. In the recording, Adley's voice carried a sharp and venomous tone, mocking his aunt behind her back, revealing her pretensions were only for shares. Her supposedly proud son expressed impatience towards Grandma behind closed doors. He heard his son complaining about visiting Grandma at the hospital every week being such a hassle. Drake's hands trembled in disbelief. The truth hit him like a bucket of cold water, making him feel disheartened. At the Jean residence. When Adley heard Drake say he would return the shares given by Vivian previously to old Asia. Her emotions exploded. Angry, she picked up a vase and smashed it on the ground, the shattering porcelain echoing in the room. She's almost dead, why should you return the shares? For years, I've humored her and accompanied her. Giving us those shares is only right. Adley's voice was shrill, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Why have I done all this? For whom? For our family. Her words carried deep resentment and grievance. Why doesn't my husband understand me? Drake knew Adley was acting this way to become the true mistress of Jean Group and for their family, so he couldn't speak harshly to her. He kept his tone as calm as possible. She, aunt and uncle raised me and gave me shares. Without them, there wouldn't be me today. She replied coldly, I disagree. Don't you know how difficult aunt is to please? I've endured her for years. Isn't taking these rewards fair? Now that she's dead, should she still hold on to shares? I just don't want shares to return to Selena. After all, Selena is the legally recognized first-line heir. Drake massaged his temples, sighing, she, please calm down and think carefully. I'll go to the hospital to check on aunt. Old Asia sent the anonymous recording to Drake yesterday. She wanted to see how he would react knowing what his wife and son truly thought. She wondered if her nephew was also pretending for the sake of the shares she held. Sometimes, elderly people indulge in baseless thoughts. The more she thought about it, the less sleep she got last night. This led to her feeling heavy-headed and weak in the morning. The doctor examined old Asia's condition in the ward. He stood by her bed and advised, Madam, have you been under too much stress recently? No matter what happens, try to stay calm. Only then will your health improve. Chapter 405, Helping Father. The doctor hadn't been out of the ward for long when Corey arrived. Asia forced a smile. Yuan, isn't the company busy today? How do you have time to visit me? Corey pulled a chair and sat beside the bed, looking somewhat weary. I came specially to see you today and talk. Asia gazed at Corey, feeling rather nervous. Is there something wrong? Corey took Asia's hand. Auntie, I want to return the shares you gifted Xiao Tao and me some time ago. Asia was delighted in this moment. Her children raised hadn't betrayed her. It gave her comfort. Yuan, why would you return the shares to me? I know you're a filial child and that you've been good to me over these years. Corey hesitated, not wanting to reveal the anonymous recordings he had received to Asia. After all, She and Connor were his wife and son, and it was better for everyone if certain things were kept secret. Corey smiled faintly and said softly, the shares should belong to cousin Selena. Mentioning Selena instantly soured Asia's mood. She snorted, no, they can't go to her. Corey didn't expect Asia's reaction to Selena to still be so intense after all these years. Some mother-daughter relationships may indeed be devoid of familial affection from the start. He pressed his lips together and gently persuaded, Auntie, cousin is the rightful heir and is capable of managing the company well. Maybe, you could consider it. Asia clutched the blanket tightly and her expression darkened. Yuan, I know what you're thinking, but it cannot be given to her. Looking at her stubborn expression, Corey sighed helplessly. Asia glared at her nephew. Yuan, there's no room for discussion on this. I won't change my mind. If you still consider me your aunt, do as I say. Don't persuade me further. The shares are yours now, keep them. Auntie, don't be upset. I'll listen to you. Corey saw how agitated she was and decided not to continue persuading her. Rest well, I'll come back tomorrow. Asia's face softened slightly. Okay, you go back. Have Tina come to the hospital to chat with me tomorrow, I'm too bored here alone. Though she wouldn't reclaim the shares, she couldn't let She off the hook either. She needed to find a way to get Yuan divorced from that treacherous woman. All right. Corey left the ward. He glanced at the caregiver standing by the door, giving her a stern look. Take good care of the lady. Contact me directly if anything happens, understand? The caregiver nodded quickly. Yes, Hunt. Watching Corey leave, she felt relieved, recalling how his people had taken her away for questioning last night. She shuddered. She wanted to leave this place. It was too dangerous with everyone playing games. Back at home, Corey entered his car, his gaze deepening. Managing Zhong Corporation for 20 years had taken immense effort. Giving it up now was almost impossible for him. Mentioning Selena was merely a test of Auntie's stance. As expected, she decisively refused to take the shares back, even posthumously. This response reassured Corey. At this stage in life, he knew how to handle matters for everyone's best interest. He drove back to the Zhong family residence. Hearing the door open, She turned around. Seeing Corey return, she sneered. Our presence has made your aunt suffer. I thought you wouldn't come back. Corey quietly closed the door, changed shoes, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. His gaze met hers, laced with a hint of weariness. You should go to the hospital tomorrow and chat with Auntie. Adlixie's expression shifted. She stood up, arms crossed in front of Corey. You heard those recordings, knowing my sinister intentions. Now you ask me to go and accompany that old woman? Corey sighed. I didn't mention the recordings to Auntie. I only suggested returning the shares, but she refused. Tina, Auntie is old and in poor health. Humor her like before. She appreciated Corey's approach, especially since she genuinely loved him. Not returning the shares? She asked, trying to hide her satisfaction. She refused. Corey sighed again. Don't bring up the shares anymore to avoid getting caught. She finally felt at ease. Nodding, her expression softened. All right, understood. No more talk about shares. Sorry, dear, though I had ill intentions toward Auntie, I've also spent years accompanying her. She sat next to him, whispering near his ear, who recorded us? Those conversations were both in the car and at home. Should we hire someone to check for any hidden devices? Corey remained composed. He already knew who placed the listening device but chose not to disclose it, as it would complicate matters further. I've had everything checked. Everything's safe at home now. Don't worry about it. Why can't you tell me who it is? Adlixi's grip tightened on Corey's arm, her voice tinged with fear. Are you being targeted by an enemy? Don't speculate. It's resolved, Corey patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Go to the hospital tomorrow, and remember to watch what you say. I need to deal with work. Understood. Relax. You can go back to work now. She nodded. Elsewhere, Brogan had promised to take Devon Shertion out to play. Upon their return home, Selena stared in shock at the colorful ink covering father and son. What did you two do? They both looked like walking pieces of artwork, covered in vibrant colors. Mommy, we were painting. Devon Shertion lowered his head, showing the green turtle drawn on his scalp by Brogan. Selena was speechless. Drawing a turtle on someone's head was quite creative. She glanced at Mr. Devon, wondering who would draw such things on a person's head. Brogan smiled innocently. Shertion really enjoyed it. Devon Shertion opened his chubby hands wide, eyes round and bright. Mommy, did you see? I look like a tree. The trees on Daddy's body were painted by Shertion. Their clothes and exposed skin were adorned with leaves and branches. Selena rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Both of you, go take a bath right now. In the bathroom, Brogan rinsed the small turtle drawn on Devon Shertion's head. Finally, the turtle disappeared. Bright and shiny. Shertion, close your eyes. Brogan carefully washed the colored ink off Devon Shertion's face. The little boy's chubby, adorable cheeks finally showed. Daddy, Shertion will help you next. The boy's voice was soft and sweet. Daddy helps Shertion bathe, so Shertion will help Daddy. Fair. Shertion wants to help Daddy bathe? Brogan's mouth twitched, his short stature could barely reach his legs. Wait until Shertion grows taller before helping Daddy. Meanwhile. End of chapter 405. Dad, I don't need to wait until I grow up, I can do it now. Devon Shertion puffed out his little chest, making a solemn promise. His belly protruded along with the puffing. Brogan didn't want to dampen his son's confidence. Okay. In a bit, Shertion can help Dad take a bath. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Chapter 406. Dad, it's your turn. After half an hour, Brogan finally managed to clean Arn thoroughly. He wrapped the little boy in a small bath towel. Dad, it's your turn. Hurry up and take off your clothes, Arn said eagerly, holding the shower head. Brogan chuckled softly as he undid the buttons on his shirt. Today, he had left home in a white shirt, but by now it had turned into a multicolored mess. He took off the stained shirt. Arn patted his soft belly and blinked at his father's stomach. Camillo's belly is the cutest, he said narcissistically. Sure, yours is the cutest, Brogan replied, glancing at his son's soft belly. He stretched out one leg for Arn to wash. Go ahead. Dad, why aren't you taking off your pants to shower? The little rascal stared at his father's briefs and pouted. You won't get clean like that. Brogan was speechless. Of course, he wouldn't strip in front of his child, especially not with all the endless questions this little guy had. Your mommy called you to eat, he said, resorting to a tactic that always worked. Hearing about food, Arn became so excited that even his toes wriggled. He hurriedly handed the shower head back to Brogan. Dad, you wash yourself, Camillo will find mommy. Wrapped in a small towel, Arn left the bathroom, his short legs scurrying down the hallway. Brogan finished washing away the colorful ink from his body after sending him off. It started raining in the middle of the night. Bennett's phone, placed on the bedside table, began to ring. Awakened by the ringing, he reached over and picked up the phone. The caller ID showed Denise. Mr. Dew, please help me. Someone keeps knocking on my door every couple of hours. Denise's voice trembled with fear. Bennett frowned, glancing at the time. Have you called the police? Yes, the officer told me to stay temporarily at a friend's or relative's place. But I just moved to Frasier City and don't know where to go, Denise stuttered, clearly terrified. Where are you now? At the police station. Hearing her panicked voice, Bennett massaged his temples. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up. Denise quickly agreed, alright, I'll send it right now. Bennett got dressed swiftly, grabbed his car keys, and drove to the police station. When he arrived, he found Denise sitting in the lobby, looking helpless. Seeing him, Denise's eyes reflected relief. Thank you, Mr. Dew, for coming. Bennett nodded. I've booked you a secure hotel. Let's go, I'll take you there. Denise hesitated, then whispered, is the hotel really safe? I'm scared to be alone right now. Her expression looked teary. Bennett saw how anxious she was but knew he couldn't bring another woman home. His parents were also not in Frasier City, they had flown back to Haiju City to prepare for his wedding to Xiao Divong. Don't worry, the hotel has excellent security measures, Bennett reassured her calmly. Denise thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, let's go to the hotel. Thank you so much tonight. Bennett took her to the pre-booked hotel. On the way, Denise remained tense and uneasy. After arriving, he helped her check in and escorted her to her room. Call the reception if you have any issues. Denise bit her lip, nodded, and managed a weak smile. Thank you, Mr. Du, you've been so kind tonight. Bennett nodded politely, about to leave when Denise tugged at his sleeve. Embarrassed, she released her grip. Mr. Du, can you come inside to check if anyone is in the room? Her voice trailed off, showing genuine fear of finding someone else in her room. Seeing her fear, Bennett nodded. I'll come in with you. He walked ahead, opened the door, and entered, while Denise followed, leaving the door slightly ajar. Bennett checked every corner of the room, including the bathroom and closet, ensuring no one was hiding. Satisfied that everything was fine, he turned to Denise. The room is safe. There's nothing to worry about. Denise visibly relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Du, you've really helped me. She kept thanking him throughout the night. Bennett nodded again. Rest well, and contact the reception if you need anything. Just as he was about to leave, Denise fumbled with a small pepper spray from her pocket, though it contained a sedative rather than pepper spray. Without hesitation, she pretended to test it, pressing the nozzle. I wonder if this still works, I bought it long ago, she said casually. Bennett instinctively sensed something wrong and quickly covered his nose, but the strange smell had already spread in the air. Reacting swiftly, he snatched the spray and aimed it back at her. Denise looked startled, not expecting such a quick reaction. Having inhaled more of the sedative, she quickly fainted. Bennett staggered, losing consciousness almost immediately as he tried to walk away. Hours later, the door creaked open quietly, and footsteps in high heels echoed in the room. Chapter 407, I will meet them. Mr. Devon, in the middle of the night, you're not sleeping. Why are you up? Selina yawned and was about to yawn again when Brogan's words interrupted her. Bennett went out to help someone but ended up being manipulated. I didn't want to help him, but I considered my daughter's reputation, Brogan said with a blank expression. After sending the message, he immediately ordered his men to rescue Bennett. He felt frustrated inside. He couldn't believe that Bennett had been successfully manipulated without any vigilance. Already preparing for marriage, he still pitted other women. Selina listened to what Brogan said and sat up, leaning against the headboard. What happened? Brogan placed his phone on the bedside table, reached out, and embraced Selina into his arms, briefly summarizing the situation. A woman named Denise claimed she needed help at night. Bennett took her to a hotel, and soon after, Sage entered the room. Selina fell silent for a moment. She closed her eyes, trying to suppress her rising anger. At this moment, in the hotel room, Sage had already stripped Bennett and then undressed herself. With her phone in hand, she prepared to take intimate photos of them together. The man was unconscious, so it was impossible for anything real to happen between them, but taking some intimate photos was certainly possible. I wondered if Millicent would be disgusted enough to vomit upon seeing these photos. Sage laughed smugly and picked up her phone, ready to capture everything, filled with an evil sense of satisfaction. She could almost see Millicent's heart breaking because of these photos. Poor thing. Just as she pressed the shutter, the door suddenly swung open violently. Startled, Sage turned around and saw several bodyguards rushing in. Ah. Who are you people? Sage quickly covered herself with the blanket, screaming questions. The bodyguards remained calm and ignored her shouts. The lead bodyguard instructed two others to carry Bennett away along with the blanket. Sage instantly lost her covering blanket. She hugged herself, staring at these men in terror. One of the bodyguards checked Sage's phone, nodding toward the lead guard after seeing a photo that had already been taken. The entire process, from entering the room to leaving, took less than 3 minutes. Silence returned to the room once again. After calming down, Sage screamed and threw a pillow on the floor. Her screams echoed through the room. Staring at the pillow on the ground, Sage felt a surge of frustration. Who interrupted her plans? She got out of bed, quickly dressed, and kicked Denise, who was still unconscious, several times as she passed by. Bitch. Gail was woken by a phone call. Looking at the empty space beside her where Alger should have been sleeping, she realized he hadn't come home tonight. As soon as she answered the call, she heard Sage's furious and out-of-control voice. Larag, I was planning to take some intimate photos with Bennett tonight, but someone unexpectedly saved him. Upon hearing Sage's unstable tone, Gail frowned deeply. Her mind became fully alert, realizing the situation might have become complicated. Alice, calm down first. Who rescued Bennett? Gail quickly analyzed the possible scenarios in her mind. The person who could rescue Bennett at this time could be from Millicent's side or possibly one of his own men. Actually, what worried her most was whether it could be Selina or Brogan. If it were them, it would mean they knew about what Sage was trying to do. Sage scratched her hair irritably. I don't know who it was, things were going smoothly. Gail frowned, calmly advising, for now, you should avoid provoking Bennett. Do we just give up like this? Sage was very frustrated, wanting to annoy Millicent but failing to succeed. After this incident, Bennett will surely be more cautious, Gail thought regretfully. The next day, Brogan got up as usual, changed clothes, and took his daughter and son out for exercise. When they returned, Millicent noticed Bennett standing in the living room and smiled. her1-425.I, why are you here so early today? Bennett had been picking Millicent up for work every morning recently. After waking up, he learned from the bodyguards that he nearly fell victim to a trap last night. If not for Brogan's timely rescue, he could guess what might have happened. Xiao Divong, I'm sorry, he apologized. Millicent was puzzled for a moment, wondering why he was apologizing to her. Brogan gently patted his son's bottom, signaling Arn to go wash up and eat breakfast. Arn gave a thumbs up and climbed upstairs. Millicent noticed her father's cold expression and her mother's indifferent look, sensing something was amiss. Why are you apologizing? What happened? She asked, puzzled. Bennett paused for a moment before explaining clearly and concisely, last night, I was tricked. Denise called saying she was being harassed. I helped arrange a place for her to stay, but she sprayed me with a sedative. Fortunately, Uncle Davon sent someone to rescue me just in time. Millicent furrowed her brows. Denise is working for Sage, Bennett said calmly, a flash of coldness in his eyes. It seemed he would need to bring some bodyguards over from Haiju City. Hearing Sage's name, Millicent turned to Brogan. Dad, what exactly does she want? Trying to upset me? Is she crazy? Brogan's gaze deepened, looking sharply at Bennett. Millicent knew her father was angry. Bennett also sensed Brogan's displeasure. Both stood quietly. Selena poured a glass of water for Brogan, knowing he wasn't satisfied with Bennett's behavior this time. Brogan took the water from Selena, sipped it, and set the cup down. He looked up at Bennett and Millicent. her1-425.I, Brogan said calmly but sternly, while helping others, vigilance is necessary. Bennett felt embarrassed and anxious. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry. This won't happen again. In the future, I'll be more careful and won't give anyone a chance to exploit me. Remember your words today, Brogan said mildly. Chicheng, you should also get ready for breakfast. Don't you have an important meeting today? Yes, Dad. After Millicent finished getting ready and eating breakfast, she left with Bennett. Brogan turned to Selena, giving her a slightly helpless smile. Ainsley, while I'm still alive, I can't bear to let my daughter deal with such matters. Initially, they planned to let their daughter handle such underhanded tactics as experience, but now Brogan felt too protective of her. Selena smiled and kissed him. Mr. Davon, I agree with you. Brogan's expression softened, but his tone carried a hint of coldness. I'll take Camillo to school first, then send for Sage and Alger. I need to meet them. Chapter 408, They Are a Disgrace. Xiao Divong, are you angry? Bennett asked in a low, dejected voice as he drove. At this moment, Vonda felt a mixture of emotions. Sage had targeted Bennett because of their family, and she was trying hard to remain rational and not get too upset, but it still irked her. You should avoid physical contact with women in the future, and men need to protect themselves, Vonda rolled her eyes. There's friction between our family and Sage's, so you need to be cautious. Bennett nodded. Okay, I won't have physical contact with other women from now on. Vonda still glanced at him worriedly. You must understand that sometimes, once things happen, it's too late for regrets. You need to learn to protect yourself better, not just for me, but also for our future. How worrisome. Bennett couldn't help but laugh softly. All right, I'll protect myself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He would teach Denise and Sage a lesson. Alger had partied all night with his dubious friends and slept directly in one of the rooms at the club. Typically, no one dared to disturb him after an all-nighter. But today, not long after he had fallen asleep, someone knocked on the door. Annoyed, Alger walked to the door and pulled it open abruptly, his tone brimming with anger. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? The manager of the club and several men dressed in black suits stood outside. The manager looked uneasy. Montague, I'm sorry to disturb you, but they're here to see you. Who are you? Alger asked impatiently. A muscular man spoke calmly. Montague, our boss wishes to meet you. Please come with us. Alger frowned, sensing something was amiss. Who is your boss? We can talk about this after I wake up properly. He tried to close the door, but the man who spoke pushed it back open. Our boss has the surname Davon. Alger's eyes widened as he immediately thought of someone. He pursed his lips, grabbed a piece of clothing from inside, put it on, and followed the men out of the club. Several men escorted Alger into a low-profile black minivan. Sage was also brought into the same vehicle. She didn't want to go but was forcefully shoved inside. She appeared restless and anxious, her hands tightly clutching her bag as various unsettling thoughts swirled in her mind. Why did they suddenly want to see her? Had they found out about her plan against Bennett? After driving for some time, the car stopped in front of a secluded private residence. As the door opened, Sage saw Alger standing outside. Both siblings exchanged nervous glances. The bodyguards opened the door, indicating for Alger and Sage to follow them inside the residence. Sage's heart raced. Despite her growing anxiety, she reluctantly followed. Alger was equally nervous, even his legs trembled slightly. They were led into a simply furnished living room. A man hung up the phone and entered the living room. He had a steady demeanor and a stern face, which the twins immediately recognized. Brogan glanced at Alger and Sage before sitting down on the sofa. His gaze was sharp and intimidating. Do you know why I've called you here? Both shook their heads, feeling very afraid. You two have grown up, and grown-ups need to take responsibility for their actions. There are certain things and people you cannot mess with. Brogan's gaze focused on Sage, his eyes cold. Especially you. If you don't like living the carefree life of Miss Devon, I can send you somewhere else. Faced with Brogan's icy stare, Sage felt fear but retaliated defiantly. We are your children too. Why are you so harsh on us? Alger pulled on his sister's arm to calm her down, but she shook him off, glaring resentfully at Brogan. Brogan remained expressionless. Are you fools? I've already declared multiple times that you are not my children. His voice was calm and devoid of emotion, as if stating an ordinary fact. Sage gripped her bag tightly, her voice trembling with anger. You simply refuse to acknowledge us. Brogan's face remained unmoved by Sage's hateful expression. Biologically, you are my sister's children. Allie was merely a surrogate mother. You have never been my children. Brogan spoke calmly, yet his words sent chills down their spines. He pushed a file towards them. Read this. Now that you've grown up and can read, there's no need for me to explain. Hearing this, Alger and Sage's faces turned pale with shock. They hesitated to look at the documents pushed towards them. Sage gritted her teeth and eventually picked up the file. As she read through the pages, her face grew paler, and it felt as if ice water had poured over her from head to toe. The file clearly stated the reasons behind her and her brother's birth, and that Allie was merely a surrogate. Their biological parents were someone else entirely. Alger leaned in to read the file too. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white. He couldn't believe what was written in the document. Each word pierced his heart like a nail. Such an unbearable truth. How? How can this be? Sage's voice quivered, almost unable to believe it all. Brogan looked at them coldly. You should have seen these documents long ago, but back then, you were too young. Allie was just a surrogate. You should now understand who your real father is. Tears welled up in Sage's eyes. She had always believed she and her brother were Brogan's biological children, and that Selena had torn apart their family. Alger wasn't as emotionally unstable as Sage, but he felt deeply lost. Brogan's gaze was cold. Your biological father is nothing more than a despicable person who stole my sister's belongings. The reason I despise both of you is because you are a disgrace to my sister. Don't push my limits any further. Read this document carefully and understand your true identity. Unable to control her emotions, Sage dropped the file. Her entire body trembled like a leaf in the wind, and her world seemed to collapse in an instant. They were a disgrace. Sage clenched her fists tightly, struggling to suppress her anger. It's a lie. These documents are fake. You're deliberately deceiving us. I won't fall for it. Chapter 409, Old Hag. Sage and Alger were escorted out of the mansion's main gate by the bodyguards. Brogan made no attempt to hide his cold indifference towards the siblings. After being expelled, they turned back to look at the closed gate, each lost in their own thoughts. Alger believed the information about their background that Brogan had shown them, but Sage did not. He clearly gave us fake documents just for Selena, Sage sneered. Brother, you wouldn't believe him, would you? Alger lowered his voice, speaking softly. Alice, we must accept some things. The documents were very clear. He probably wouldn't use this kind of deception on us. Sage glared at him angrily. Brother, you're too gullible. I don't believe it. Documents can be fabricated. Seeing his sister's stubbornness, Alger felt helpless. Alice, whether you believe it or not, I hope you won't do anything rash to provoke him. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. He was content with his current life and didn't want any changes. Sage rolled her eyes, not wanting to talk to her useless brother. Alger looked around, realizing there was no transportation available. Call the driver to pick us up first. In a hurry, he hadn't brought his phone or wallet. Sage took out her phone and called the driver. After waiting for nearly 30 minutes, the car finally arrived. How long does it take? Sage complained impatiently. The driver politely opened the door for her, apologizing. It's quite far from the old residence. Frustrated, Sage sat in the car with a cold expression. Alger got in and closed the door, yawning several times before lazily instructing the driver, back to the old residence. He needed to catch up on sleep. First, go to Devon Corporation, Sage instructed the driver. Didn't you have plans to visit the new store today? How do you have time to come here? Fraser Zile was extremely busy, working without looking up as she asked Sage sitting on the sofa. Brogan met with my brother and me today, Sage replied. Fraser Zile stopped her work instantly, raising her head in shock. What did he say? Sage spoke dejectedly and suppressed. He showed us our birth records and warned us not to cross his boundaries. Fraser Zile stood up, leaning on her cane as she moved to sit next to Sage on the sofa. What does it say about your origins? He said we are not his children but his sister's children. And my mother was merely a surrogate, Sage continued gloomily. I don't believe these documents. He fabricated all this for Selena. Fraser Zile was surprised. How could that be? After a moment of silence, she suggested, why don't you call Grandma and ask her? Maybe she knows. That's right. Sage nodded. Latoile, you're correct. I'll call Grandma. She rummaged through her bag and quickly dialed Hannah via video call. After a while, the call connected. Grandma, I have something to ask you. Today, Brogan showed me and my brother some documents saying we aren't his children but his sisters, and that my mother was only a surrogate. Is that true? Sage anxiously watched the screen. Hannah paused for a moment, then her eyes reddened as she adopted a sympathetic expression. Unable to hold back her sadness, the Hannah cried, Alice, if he says so. Don't inquire further. You and Jackson grew up under my watch, I will always love you. As for Brogan, you needn't pay attention to him, just focus on living your lives. Unconvinced, Sage bit her lip. Grandma, is what he said true? Or is he lying to us? Wiping her tears, Hannah said, Alice, whatever Brogan says, it doesn't affect your lives. I don't want you to dwell on this. Let bygones be bygones. If he refuses to acknowledge it, let it be. Her words effectively misled Sage. Before hanging up, Hannah glanced meaningfully at Fraser Zile. Zile, take care of Alice and Jackson. Fraser Zile nodded. Yes, Grandma. Hannah ended the call. Sage pursed her lips. I told you, Brogan definitely showed us false documents. Damn it. Fraser Zile sighed softly, holding Sage's hand. Alice, let's live our lives and stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, after concluding his conversation with Sage and company, Brogan returned home. Selena moved closer to him and curiously asked, did everything go well? Thinking of Sage's defiant eyes, Brogan's expression remained calm. I said what needed to be said. Ainsley, shall we go out to dinner tonight with the family? Selena agreed. Sure, we'll eat out tonight. I'll text Magnolia to see if she's free. Your daughter has been very busy lately. Looking at Selena's smile, Brogan smiled back and hugged her lovingly. I never expected our daughter to have such potential to become a career woman, just like you. Selena gave him a sidelong glance, sending a message to Vonda first, then mentioned other matters to Brogan. Magnolia will visit relatives in Haiju City tomorrow. Before marriage, it was customary to visit the husband's side of the family and meet the relatives. Seeing Vonda's reply, Selena smiled. Magnolia said she's free tonight and can join us for dinner. Vonda was busy but would still make time for a meal with her parents. At the capital city's leading hospital, the atmosphere inside the ward was tense, contrasting sharply with the warm ambience at the Devon household. Old Asia innocently furrowed her brows. Cece, I'm old and couldn't hold the water cup steadily. It wasn't intentional. Luo Cece's hand had been scalded, stinging painfully. She forced down her anger and quickly left the room to find a doctor to treat her hand. Old Asia coldly chuckled as she watched Luo Cece rush away. Luo Cece found a doctor who swiftly treated her injury. Gritting her teeth, she thought, how did this old hag suddenly become so difficult to deal with, fussing over trivial matters? She decided not to visit the hospital anymore. After bandaging her scalded hand, Luo Cece left the hospital and called Brian. As soon as the call connected, she hurriedly reported, Honey, Auntie dropped the hot water cup, scalding my hand. I won't visit the hospital for the time being. Scalded? How severe? Hearing Brian's concerned tone, Luo Cece smiled slightly. Fortunately, it was treated promptly, but recently Auntie's temper has been peculiar and often makes requests to harass people. Brian could guess why old Asia's temperament had been odd lately. He calmly said, Go home and rest. I'll arrange for others to handle Auntie. No need for you to visit the hospital. Luo Cece sighed in relief, sweetly thanking him. Thank you, honey. I'll hang up now. You carry on with your work. After ending the call, she muttered angrily, Dead old hag, why don't you just die already instead of making people miserable? Note, the term dead old hag used here is a direct translation and may sound harsh. Depending on context and tone adjustments, it might be softened. Chapter 410, Little Baldy watches the drama. In Haiju City, at the Du family residence. Today, Bennett would be bringing his fiancée home, and the family had invited close relatives and friends over. They were chatting warmly. The bride-to-be is the daughter of Magnolia Group from Frazier City? There was a hint of envy in the relatives' eyes. Du Corporation couldn't compare to Magnolia Group at all. Magnolia Group in Frazier City is an internationally renowned giant. How is her personality? This question came from Mrs. Frazier, directed at Noelle. Noelle smiled. She has a great personality. Please continue your conversation. I'll call Frazier to check where they are. Once Noelle left, Mrs. Frazier turned to a young woman and spoke in a low voice. This young woman was Bennett's cousin. Bennett's cousin whispered, Auntie Frazier, the family background is excellent, but I heard that she's somewhat curvaceous. No one is perfect, as long as she has a good family background and personality, it's fine. Bennett held Vonda's hand as they walked into the living room together. Frazier, let go first. Vonda still felt shy about holding hands with Bennett in front of everyone. Not letting go, for moral support, he replied firmly. Noelle saw that her son and his fiancée had returned, so she walked up to them with a smile and took Vonda's hand. You're finally here, I was just about to call you. Vonda smiled back. Hello, Auntie. Everyone seated on the living room sofa was inwardly surprised when they saw Vonda. Bennett was exceptionally handsome. Why did he choose a girlfriend who was so round? Of course, in such a setting, no one would say anything tactless. Several people exchanged meaningful glances but maintained polite and warm expressions on the surface. Bennett introduced Vonda to the relatives, and she greeted them accordingly. Given her family background, no one dared to cause trouble for her. The meeting with relatives went smoothly today. Later that evening, Bennett took Vonda out for a walk. Little girl? Mrs. Tang squinted her eyes to examine closely and recognized the girl they had encountered earlier. Vonda greeted with a smile. Hello, Laura. The Hannah looked up at the man beside Vonda. Vonda introduced him with a smile. This is my boyfriend, Bennett. Fraser her1, this is President Tang's grandmother. The Hannah sighed inwardly. What a fortunate girl she was, yet not for her own family. Bennett greeted the Hannah politely. Hello, Laura. I'm Bennett. Nice to meet you. The Hannah looked at both of them kindly. Nice to meet you too. The three chatted for a while, during which the Hannah found out that Vonda was getting married. With a kind smile, the Hannah wished them well. Congratulations. May your life be as sweet as sugar. Vonda nodded. Thank you. Noticing the time, the Hannah waved goodbye with a smile. Well, you young people continue your walk. Grandma will head back. After seeing off the Hannah, Vonda and Bennett continued their evening stroll down the street. Along the way, they encountered a flower vendor, and Bennett bought a flower for Vonda. As he looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Upon returning home, the Hannah put on her reading glasses and dialed Vinny's number. Vinny, sitting in his car, pinched the bridge of his nose as he heard his phone ringing. It was the Hannah calling. Worried something might be wrong, Vinny answered quickly. Laura? Who are you calling grandmother? Oh dear, my heart hurts, I'm dying, the Hannah exclaimed, clutching her chest. Her loud voice suggested nothing serious was happening. Vinny stated coldly, you don't have a heart condition. The Hannah felt even more aggrieved by this response. That's why you have no women in your life, you speak too harshly. The little girl is getting married, and my heart is breaking. Vinny remained silent. Not hearing a reply, the Hannah continued, Yun, today I met Magnolia. She told me she's getting married, and her fiancé is really handsome, handsomer than you. Vinny raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She's getting married? The Hannah responded, yes, good cabbages get taken away by others. The Hannah shook her head regretfully. Vinny commented indifferently, oh. It's not like she's his type anyway. Feeling frustrated that the conversation wasn't going anywhere, the Hannah huffed angrily and hung up. Vinny. So the Hannah called just to mention that Vonda was getting married. Just then, the car arrived at the hotel. His bodyguard opened the door, and as Vinny got out, he heard a clear yet plaintive female voice. Vinny, please help the Wong family. Marina stood before him, looking noticeably thinner and more gaunt than before. Vinny frowned slightly and kept walking straight ahead without looking at her. With bodyguards and Fu Frasier by his side, Marina couldn't get any closer to him. She watched him with despair and longing in her eyes. Vinny, the Wong family can't survive anymore. My parents are old and already hospitalized due to stress. I beg you, please help us. Vinny showed no sign of wavering. Marina's tears welled up, and she followed him into the hotel, pleading desperately. Vinny, I beg you. I'm willing to do anything if you can help our family one more time. Vinny's cold back made her feel terrified. Suddenly, Marina pulled out a knife and placed it against her fragile neck. Do you believe I'll die here tonight? Fu Frasier glanced back at Marina and then looked away. Boss, she's threatening suicide with a knife. Vinny's gaze darkened even more as he stopped and turned around. Marina looked at him with tearful eyes. She never imagined that refusing the marriage arrangement would lead to the withdrawal of investments from Tang Corporation, nearly driving the Wong family into bankruptcy and hospitalizing her parents. Vinny remained indifferent. Marina, this is someone else's hotel. If you want to die, find another place. Life and death are choices you make. Hearing this, Marina couldn't believe it. She was utterly devastated. Her body swayed slightly, but she clenched her teeth, stubbornly lifting her head. Vinny, you. Vinny didn't listen any further. He had no interest in letting people see such a spectacle in public. As he turned to leave, he noticed a small child with a shaved head standing near the reception desk. The child wore suspenders, held a baby bottle in one hand, and sucked on a pacifier while curiously watching them. Does a kid also love watching drama? End of chapter. Hashtag chapter 411, father and son apologize. Vinny initially didn't want to deal with Marina, but his gaze fell on the small bald head in front of him. It seemed that ignoring the little brat might not be a good influence. He turned his head toward Fu Frasier and lowered his voice. Pack her up and send her back to the Wong family. Tell them not to let her appear in front of me again. Fu Frasier responded affirmatively. Vinny then turned back and personally reduced Marina's vigilance, swiftly and accurately grabbing the knife from her hand. He handed her over to the bodyguard with some whispered instructions. Arn watched in stunned silence, sucking on his bottle to calm himself down. He was terrified. Once Vinny left, the people in the hotel lobby finally heaved a sigh of relief. They almost witnessed a self-inflicted tragedy. A bald-headed guest around 4 years old came to the hotel. The guest was Arn. That night, Arn ran away from home. Since a young child couldn't just wander around aimlessly, he came to the hotel intending to book a luxurious room to sleep in. The receptionist at the front desk could not possibly check in a small child. Little brother, where are your parents? Arn stood on tiptoe, one hand gripping the counter while the other held the baby bottle firmly. Sister, Camillo has money, can I pay for a room? He saved every New Year's red envelope every year. The receptionist wanted to pat the small bald head. It was too cute how this little brother was so serious about having money. However, the most important thing right now was to find the child's parents. Little brother, do you know your parents' phone numbers? Can you tell sister? I know, but Camillo can't say. Why can't you say? I'm running away from home. The little guy pitifully sucked on his bottle. Poor you, she sighed. The receptionist suddenly felt sympathetic towards the parents of this kid, who had learned to run away from home at such a young age. Child, running away like this will make your parents sad. Dad doesn't love me anymore, he won't be sad. Sister, can I really not get a room? Surprised, the receptionist wondered how there could be such a heartless father. She mustered all her sincerity. If you give me your parents' phone numbers, I'll help you get a room, okay? Arn thought about it, then nodded. Finally, the receptionist breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she saw the little guy put his bottle on the counter, take the backpack from his back, and pull out a phone from inside. The receptionist. Excuse me, you have a phone too? Brogan received a call from the hotel's receptionist and wasn't surprised at all. Arn had a bodyguard following him, so he knew where the little rascal was. He replied to the receptionist on the other end of the phone, thank you. Someone will handle it. After hanging up, Brogan called the bodyguard to book a room for Arn. Selena laughed. Still angry? Brogan coldly huffed. Not angry. This brat is so young but has such a temper. Who knows what he'll be like when he grows up. However, 10 minutes later, despite his stubbornness, Brogan changed clothes to go to the hotel to pick up the child. Selena laughed without restraint. Mr. Devon, what are you going to do now? While being his father, what can I do? Brogan buttoned his cuffs and said calmly. Selena laughed even harder, her eyes full of affection. You criticize him outwardly, but you spoil him more than anyone else. Brogan hummed and didn't reply. After quickly dressing, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, he walked up to Selena, bent down, and kissed her. Wei, don't wait for me, rest early. Selena nodded and smiled warmly. Okay, be careful on the way. Brogan arrived at the hotel and went directly to Arnie's room. The bodyguard guarding the door opened it for him. There were bodyguards inside as well. Seeing Brogan, the bodyguard inside left, giving the father and son some space. Brogan silently walked to the bed and looked at the small figure hugging the blanket, already asleep. He saw the milk bottle on the bedside table, his lips twitching slightly. This little guy even made sure someone prepared his formula before running away. His eyes landed on the small boy's red nose. It was obvious he had cried himself to sleep. Brogan sighed inwardly and sent a message to Selena saying he wouldn't be coming home tonight. In the morning, Arn rubbed his sleepy eyes and turned to see his dad sleeping beside him. Happy, he moved closer to his dad for a hug. Brogan opened his eyes and saw his son smiling foolishly. His face softened. Morning, Dad. Arnie's soft voice echoed. Brogan pinched his son's ear. Camillo, I was wrong last night. Dad is sorry. Sometimes Brogan would get angry when educating Arn. Last night, Brogan asked Arn to bathe and sleep early, but Arn insisted on finishing his toy car first. After several reminders, Arn still didn't listen. In anger, Brogan took away the half-built toy car and threw it in the trash. That caused an argument between father and son. Arn rubbed against his father's chest and said softly, Dad, I'm sorry. It was my fault. Brogan stroked his son's head. We both made mistakes. No, Dad didn't make a mistake. I was disobedient and didn't listen. Arn sniffled, trying not to cry. He sat up from Brogan's embrace, crawled out of bed, stood straight, and bowed deeply to apologize. Brogan, sitting by the bed, watched his son seriously bow and felt warmth in his heart. A slight smile formed on his lips. After clearing the air, they went to wash up and then headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Brogan carried Arn out of the room. Vinny hadn't expected to see the small bald head again. When he saw the man carrying the child, he recognized Brogan and immediately stopped to greet him respectfully. Mr. Devon, hello. 3 years ago, Vinny's father asked him to deliver a specially developed drug to Brogan in Frazier City. They met briefly back then. Brogan smiled faintly. Catherine, how is your father doing recently? He is well, eating and sleeping fine, Vinny replied respectfully. Brogan smiled and looked down at Arn. Camillo, greet Brother Tang. Arn looked at Vinny with big eyes. Good morning, Brother Tang. I'm Arn. Vinny managed a smile despite his usual cold demeanor. Good morning. Arn beamed and glanced at Fu Frazier, giving him a friendly nod. He liked the brother who could fight. Fu Frazier also smiled gently at Arn. When the elevator arrived, Vinny politely let Brogan and his party enter first. Once the elevator doors closed and they left, Fu Frasier quietly asked, "Boss, who was that?" "Lizzie Group's mastermind," Vinny replied. Fu Frasier was surprised. "Isn't that Miss Lou's father?" Meanwhile, Arn was telling Brogan about the scary incident last night. "Dad, last night a sister held a knife to her neck while talking to Brother Tang." A child's understanding only went so far. Brogan turned to the bodyguard for details. After hearing the account of what happened in the hotel lobby, he nodded. It had nothing to do with them. ####Chapter 412, taking you flying tonight. Vonda and Bennett had just returned to Frasier City from Haiju City when she received a call from Eldon. "Magnolia, I'm taking you flying tonight," Eldon's wavering voice came through the phone. "Speak plainly," Vonda rubbed her ear. "All right, honey, I've arranged a bachelor party for you tonight." Surprised? Happy? "You can't say no, otherwise, we'll absolutely end our friendship," Eldon playfully threatened in his childish tone. Vonda couldn't help but laugh at Eldon's silly threat. "A bachelor party? I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful." "Thank you." Bennett turned to look at his girlfriend, who was speaking with such ease, and smiled faintly. On the other end of the phone, Eldon said smugly, "We're best friends, of course I have to be thoughtful. This party is specially prepared for you, you can't miss it. You must come. The time is already set, 8 o'clock tonight, at Tiandu Club. Guaranteed fun." Hearing Eldon's excitement, Vonda didn't want to refuse this kindness and laughed. "All right, since you've put in so much effort, I'll come. But don't let me down, or I'll hold it against you." After agreeing, they hung up the phone. Vonda turned to Bennett with a playful smile. "My good friend has arranged a party for me. Do you want to join me at my bachelor party tonight?" Bennett raised an eyebrow. "Your friend seems quite considerate." "I haven't met your friends before." Vonda replied with a smile. "You've seen him. Remember that time you came to pick me up at Magnolia Group and a sports car suddenly stopped next to me? That man is my good friend Eldon." Bennett recalled the scene, the flamboyant man he saw that day. He smiled faintly. "I'll accompany you to the party tonight." The car pulled up in front of Vonda's house. She told him to see her later before getting out of the car. Selena and Brogan were already waiting for her in the living room. Since their daughter had visited her boyfriend's family, they naturally wanted to know how it went. Selena asked, "Ainsworth's son, how did it go?" Vonda sat next to her mother and leaned against her shoulder. "It went smoothly. We even looked at the wedding venue." The wedding venue was chosen in Haiju City. As the wedding day approached, Brogan and Selena were more nervous than the soon-to-be bride herself. At 8 o'clock that evening, seeing Vonda bring Bennett along, Eldon gave her a sorrowful look, thinking of the special program he had planned. Vonda took the juice Bennett handed her and looked at her melancholic friend, puzzled. "What's that look about?" He had the air of a resentful wife shut away in a mansion. Eldon leaned close to Vonda and whispered, "I arranged a special program for you, but it's difficult now that he's here." Though Eldon spoke quietly, Bennett, standing beside Vonda, heard every word. Bennett smiled, glad he came. Vonda sensed Eldon's worry and regretted inviting her fiancé. Miscalculated. She turned to Bennett. "Don't you have a lot of work at the company? You can go back if you're busy. No need to stay with me." Bennett calmly glanced at his watch. "It's late. I won't be working overtime." "No, you should work overtime," Vonda argued unreasonably to ensure the special program could proceed. They exchanged glances. Finally, Bennett relented. "Call me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up." "Lighten up, I can take her home," Eldon smiled. Bennett shot a warning glance at Eldon. Eldon quickly hid behind Vonda. "Magnolia, his eyes are scary." Bennett was speechless at seeing Eldon hide behind a woman like a coward. Eldon provocatively stared back. He really needed some disciplining. Vonda turned to see Eldon's innocent expression and couldn't help but laugh. "You two really have enough. Stop acting like kids throwing tantrums." Eldon immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Du, rest assured, Magnolia is completely safe with me. As soon as the party ends, I'll contact you to come pick her up." Bennett smiled slightly but kept his warning gaze. "Let's hope so." Eldon nodded hurriedly. Once Bennett left, Eldon rushed onto the stage and grabbed the microphone. "Now, please welcome Miss Vonda to the stage to receive her farewell blessings from singlehood." Eldon only invited about a dozen people to the party. Vonda walked on stage gracefully, unsure what kind of blessing ceremony Eldon had arranged. As she stood on stage, Eldon clapped, and confetti rained down from above. Vonda looked up at the falling ribbons and couldn't help but laugh. "Eldon, you are really childish." Friends below cheered and clapped, shouting, "Congratulations, Magnolia. Ending singlehood and stepping into a blissful marriage." Eldon proudly walked up to Vonda with the microphone. "Everyone, quiet down. Today is Miss Vonda's farewell from singlehood. Let's celebrate properly. Next, each person will come up to give her a blessing." Vonda smiled, feeling genuinely happy. She wasn't very familiar with most of these people. One by one, about a dozen people came up to offer their wishes. Some gave sincere blessings, others wished her to bear a noble child soon, and someone even wished her a sexually fulfilling married life. Vonda tried not to laugh. When it was Eldon's turn, he stood before Vonda and said with a smile, Magnolia, no matter what happens in the future, we'll always be friends. If he treats you badly, you can find me to marry. Vonda chuckled, thank you, Junlin. No matter what, you'll always be my best friend. She had very few close friends. Then came the special program Eldon had arranged. Vonda blushed when she realized why she shouldn't have let Mr. Bennett stay to watch. The special program included a male fashion show and pole dancing performances. Very well planned. Translation continues as necessary. Chapter 413, Go and Mess with Trenton. After the end of the bachelor party, Vonda was about to call Bennett. Eldon sat casually on the sofa and said, I can just send you home, why are you really calling him? Vonda tilted her head with a smile, you wouldn't understand, this is what we call fun between two people. Eldon hummed twice. He's a single dog, so he doesn't understand these kinds of things. Vonda called Bennett, and it connected very quickly. Before she started speaking, she heard his gentle voice. Magnolia, I'm right at the entrance. Ah. You didn't go back. Vonda felt inexplicably hot in the face for some reason. I didn't return. Worried that you would wait too long, so I waited for you in the car, Bennett smiled. Hearing this, Vonda's lips involuntarily curled up, then I'll come out right away. She hung up, greeted Eldon, and walked quickly toward the door. Eldon watched her friend run happily out of the club. TSK TSK. Just as Vonda stepped out of the club's gate, she saw Bennett standing beside the car. Seeing her come out, he smiled, opened the car door for her, and took the bag from her hand. They both got into the car. Did you have fun tonight? Bennett asked. Thinking about Eldon's special arrangements, Vonda held back a laugh and faintly smiled, it was okay. Bennett extended his hand unceremoniously, pinching Vonda's upturned corner of her mouth, okay? I don't think so, your corners are almost splitting from smiling. Caught lying, Vonda stopped pretending, it was quite fun. Eldon is very good at this kind of thing. The car arrived at the Devon residence. Bennett watched Vonda walk into the house before driving off. Everyone was in the same social circle. Eldon organizing a bachelor party for Vonda was also known by Alger. However, even if he knew, he had no particular thoughts about it. He just casually mentioned it to Gail while hugging her to sleep at night. Gail didn't particularly like chatting with Alger. She talked about company matters, which he couldn't understand. And he mostly chatted about food, drinks, and entertainment with her. But tonight, when Alger mentioned the party, she actually listened. Envy and admiration were mixed together. She had few friends. Alger's hand slipped under her nightgown, resting his palm on her belly. Latoiling, after all these efforts over these few days, is there a baby here yet? Gail pursed her lips, smiling faintly, not so fast. Oh right, Latoiling, Adley listens to you the most. If possible, remind her not to provoke Brogan. Alger was genuinely worried that his sister might do something rash against Selena. Gail's smile faded further, nodding gently with a soft tone, don't worry, I'll try my best to dissuade her from provoking Selena. After all, Brogan and Selena are people we can't afford to offend now. Hearing this, Alger felt slightly relieved. He hugged Gail tighter, whispering softly, with you talking to her, I feel much better. Hope Adley will listen and not cause any trouble. He lifted her nightgown after saying this. Gail knew he wanted more again but didn't stop him. Be gentle, I'm wearing a skirt tomorrow. Sure. The next day, during her lunch break, Gail still remembered Alger's reminder to warn Sage last night. She lowered her gaze, eyes darkening. She called Sage. Sage had just woken up, preparing to go downstairs to eat something to fill her stomach when she answered the phone, Latoiling? Gail gently asked, Alice, did you just wake up? Yep, just now. Your brother is very worried about you. He's afraid you might do something to provoke Brogan, and I'm worried about you too. Sage frowned upon hearing this, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction, Latoiling, I know. My brother is just a coward. Gail laughed lightly, admonishing her, he cares about you too. Sage pouted, her tone still filled with displeasure, he's just scared of Brogan. How is that caring? He's only worried it might affect his future enjoyment. Gail smiled, alright, we're all worried about you. After all, whether it's Brogan or Selena, we can't afford to oppose them right now. Oh, by the way, I have something to give you. I'll bring it to you tonight. Thinking about Brogan's cold attitude, Sage grumbled, fine, I got it. After they hung up. Gail looked at her phone with a gentle smile. Sage would never heed the advice. After lunch, Sage tidied up and prepared to leave. Thinking of Gail's words earlier, she still felt reluctant but knew she couldn't do anything now. Sage went to check on her newly opened fashion brand store, whose designs all came from her studio. The shop was located in a bustling area of Frazierne City, prime real estate. The interior decoration style was trendy and grand. When Sage entered the store manager immediately approached respectfully, Miss Devon. Sage surveyed the surroundings, seeing many customers trying on clothes designed by her, making her feel proud. Her lips curved slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Readjust the placement here, Sage said calmly, always striving for perfection in details. Yes, Miss Devon, I'll arrange it right away, the store manager responded hurriedly, directing the staff to make adjustments. After confirming everything was fine, Sage was about to leave the store. But then she saw Vonda and Bennett walking side by side down the corridor nearby, laughing and chatting. Seeing this, Sage's good mood instantly plummeted, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Truly meeting enemies unexpectedly. She sneered inwardly, feigning indifference as she continued walking forward. Vonda and Bennett also noticed Sage. Vonda merely glanced at her indifferently before looking away. Due to Gail's reminder in the afternoon, Sage refrained from causing trouble for Vonda. At this moment, Sage's phone rang. Seeing it was Trenton, she wasn't eager to answer but thought it was perfect given her foul mood. She decided to mess with Trenton. Trenton invited her to go out tonight, and Sage agreed. After hanging up, she glanced back at Vonda and Bennett, sneering. She dialed another number, find me a woman with an STD. She was going to mess with Trenton. Blame him for being good friends with Bennett. Chapter 414, Not Doing Anything. Old Du, can you help me pick up my car from the 4S repair shop tonight? I have a date with a lady this evening and won't be able to go. Trenton was sitting in a chair waiting for his haircut. Bennett, walking while holding Lou Devongen's shoulders, replied to Trenton, sure, send me the address. Who are you going on a date with? Trenton had a rather colorful private life. Just Miss Devon, he said. Bennett had been outsmarted by Sage recently and had been busy with wedding preparations without time to settle accounts with her. Upon hearing that Trenton was meeting Sage, he warned him, I advise you to stay away from her. That woman harbors grudges against both me and Xiao Devong. Her intentions might not be pure. Trenton paused, really? Because of love turning into hate? Didn't she say she gave up on loving you? Bennett was speechless. What do you mean by love turning into hate? Just stay away from her. This woman is very malicious. Trenton frowned slightly after hearing Bennett's warning. Old Du, I know there may have been some unpleasantness between you two, but Sage has always been nice to me. She wouldn't target me, right? I've slept with her. For a moment, Bennett didn't know what to say. He could only reply, she's someone you shouldn't provoke. Be careful. Trenton laughed, alright, I won't meet her next time. I need to get a haircut now. Let me hang up and send you the 4S store address later. Bennett nodded without further words, be careful. He hung up and furrowed his brows. Lou Devongen asked, what's wrong with Trenton? Bennett glanced at her, he's getting too close to Sage. I always feel Trenton should keep away from her. Lou Devongen nodded in agreement, her brow furrowing slightly, you know Trenton's character. Remind him again if necessary. It will be troublesome if something goes wrong. Bennett nodded, yeah, I'll remind him again. Xiao Devong, I'm thirsty. His eyes landed on her milk tea, unspoken. Lou Devongen looked at her drink, raising an eyebrow, I've already drunk from it. Bennett smiled, I don't mind. Do you? Lou Devongen chuckled, fine, here you go. I'm generous. Bennett saw her flushed ears and barely suppressed his laughter. Trenton woke up, rubbing his temples. Awake? Sage was fully dressed, sitting on the sofa. Sitting up in bed, Trenton's voice was hoarse, you got up so early. Sage curled her red lips, couldn't sleep. By the way, do you remember what you said last night? Trenton asked instinctively, what did I say? Sage casually reminded him, you mentioned that Bennett didn't actually like Lou Devongen. They were together because... Trenton suddenly recalled it. He wanted to hit himself for accidentally revealing that information. Sage looked at him seductively, what you said about Bennett not liking Lou Devongen, is it true? Trenton laughed awkwardly, aren't you still clinging to him? That was in the past. Now old Du really cares about Xiao Devong. Sage's eyes narrowed slightly, you're overthinking. I've let go of him. I was just surprised and glad when you said that. Trenton scratched his nose uncomfortably and smiled, Alice, I was drunk last night. Don't take what I said seriously. You've seen that they're planning to get married. Sage examined her freshly painted nails, her tone lighthearted, don't worry, I won't spread it around. I won't ruin their wedding, I was just surprised to hear it. She continued in admiration, that girl was brave. Trenton sighed as he remembered it. But what worried him most was whether his slip-up would cause trouble for Bennett. However, he dared not say more, only managing to mutter, just consider what I said last night nonsense. Sage smirked deeply, okay, I'll treat it as nonsense. Her eyes showed cunning thoughts. This was an unexpected bonus. Trenton got out of bed and examined the scratches on his chest, you were quite rough last night. My skin was scratched by your nails. Sage glanced at Trenton's chest, quickly hiding her disgust. Those scratches weren't hers but from the diseased woman she had arranged for him last night. Casually, she said, you were too restless all night. Was it wrong for me to scratch you a bit? Trenton laughed dismissively, alright. It's no big deal. Men are tough. Sage smiled slyly. Hope you can still smile in the future. When Trenton went to shower, Sage left the room, feeling disgusted. After Trenton came out of the shower and found Sage gone, He picked up his phone from the bedside table, hesitating whether to call Bennett to tell him Sage knew about the matter. While he was thinking how to bring it up, a colleague called, asking him to come to the company urgently. Once at work, Trenton temporarily forgot about calling Bennett. Meanwhile, Sage, leaving the hotel, thought about how to use that girl to disrupt Lou Devanjan and Bennett's relationship. She couldn't think of any method until Gail returned home in the evening, then Sage hurriedly sought her advice. "Larrick sister, I learned something from Trenton about Lou Devanjan and Bennett." "What?" Gail was tired after working all day and leaned back on the sofa, looking at Sage. Bennett initially approached Lou Devanjan because of another girl who died 2 years ago while saving him during a mountain climb, Sage said, mocking that girl's foolishness. Gail grew interested. Why did Bennett want to approach Lou Devanjan? Sage expressed regret. Trenton was drunk and spoke brokenly. Apparently, that girl signed an organ donation agreement while alive. Gail nodded, seeing the potential to exploit this. However, she wouldn't meddle and suggested Sage handle it. Sage blinked, moving closer to Gail. "Larrick sister, you're smarter than me. Any ideas on how to use this?" Gail playfully tapped her head with a finger. "Stay honest or you'll anger Brogan and Selena. No one can save you then." Sage pouted. "I wasn't planning anything." Gail replied coolly, "The family of that girl must be heartbroken, white hair sending off black hair." Inspired by this, Sage suddenly thought of using that girl's family members to create chaos. But first, she needed to find out where the girl was from and look into the incident 2 years ago. #### Chapter 415, to Haiju City. "Regina, we have already arrived in Haiju City. Are you arriving in the afternoon?" Violet was on the phone, holding her mobile device while Eric pulled the luggage several times to shield her as they walked out. Tomorrow was Vonda and Bennett's wedding day, and they had returned to attend the ceremony. Selena was directing Brogan and Arn to pack their belongings. She held the phone between her ear and shoulder, helping Arn with his clothes. "Sherry, we will arrive in Haiju City this afternoon. You guys can go ahead and rest at the hotel." Violet smiled. "All right, then we'll wait for you all at the hotel." After hanging up, Selena asked Arn, "Ainsworth's son, where is your sister?" Arn carefully folded his clothes into neat squares. He tilted his head and looked at Selena. "Sister seems to be in the study." Selena glanced at Brogan and sighed. "Your daughter is still focused on work even now. Camillo, go call your sister to get ready." Hearing his mother's order, Arn immediately put down his clothes and skipped out of the room. He went to the study, knocked on the door first before pushing it open. He poked his little head in. "Sister, Mommy called you to get ready." Vonda was handling company matters. Hearing her brother's voice, she lifted her head and smiled. "Okay, I'm coming right away." She stood up, massaged her tired neck, and walked out of the study. By noon, the family had packed up and set off for the airport. Just as their car was about to head to the airport, Brogan received a call from Hector. "Boss, there's been an incident with old Asia." Brogan turned on the speaker so Selena could hear too. Selena frowned slightly. "What happened to her?" Hector spoke respectfully from the other end. "Old Asia was stabbed by Elisa. Elisa has been apprehended by the police, and doctors confirmed that old Asia's condition is stable with no danger to her life." Upon hearing Hector's report, both Selena and Brogan were surprised. Why would Elisa stab her? Selena wondered. Could it be because of the Jean Corporation shares? Hector affirmed it. "We've gathered some information. Elisa became emotionally unstable when old Asia wanted to sell the Jean Corporation shares to someone else. There was an argument in the hospital room." Selena raised an eyebrow. Brogan turned to look at her. "Should we visit her at the hospital?" Selena shook her head. "Since she's not in any mortal danger, let's hold off for now. It feels a bit strange." Selena's instincts were indeed accurate. This was all part of old Asia's plan to frame Elisa. Brogan instructed Hector over the phone, continue monitoring the situation there. Meanwhile, in the hospital. Old Asia lay in bed, her voice weak and trembling as she spoke to Carl. "Fitzroy, you must divorce Elisa." Carl's expression turned complicated upon hearing her words. Looking at his aunt lying in the hospital bed, he felt conflicted. "Aunt, Elisa did act impulsively, but divorce, it's such a big decision." He hesitated, unsure how to continue. Old Asia's tone was firm yet pleading. "Fitzroy, I know you two have been married for many years and you've developed feelings for each other. But someone who can stab me like this? Someone so malicious, why do you still defend her?" The ward fell silent. Carl whispered softly, "Aunt, I'll consider what you said. Your health needs rest. We can discuss the divorce later." Old Asia's eyes bore into Carl, her mood sour. She had been stabbed by Elisa, and yet her nephew chose Elisa's side. "Fine, I'll give you time to think." Carl nodded, holding his aunt's hand and trying to stay calm. "Aunt, rest well. I'll handle this matter." Tears welled up in old Asia's eyes. "Fitzroy, I'm scared. She stabbed me. Isn't it too much just asking for a divorce?" Zhong Xiao Tao stood outside the ward, overhearing his grandmother's demand for his parents to divorce. His anger flared instantly. He barged into the room, rushing to his grandmother's bedside, his eyes blazing with fury. "Grandma, how can you say such things? My mom would never intentionally hurt you. She has always been good to you. Grandma, please don't force them to divorce. Old Asia, seeing Zhong Xiaotao's enraged expression, almost choked with anger. Her voice grew sharp. I've been so good to you all these years. Is this how you repay me? Your mother stabbed me with a knife. Zhong Xiaotao shook his head. Grandma, my mom absolutely wouldn't hurt you intentionally. Old Asia sneered in disdain. For the sake of my shares and assets, she'd do anything. Carl shot his son a stern look. Xiaotao, this is adult business. Don't upset your grandmother here, leave. Dad. Leave. Zhong Xiaotao remained rooted to the spot, then, seeing his father's stern gaze, angrily turned and left the ward. Aunt, rest well. I'll come see you later. I'll think about the divorce. Carl turned and walked out, his expression heavy. On the other side, at the airport, Selena and her family had headed to the VIP lounge to wait for their flight. In the lounge, Vonda met Vinny. Vonda greeted him with a polite smile. President Tang, are you also heading to Haizhu City? Yes, Vinny, upon spotting Brogan and Selena behind Vonda, immediately stood up and greeted them politely. Mr. Devon, Ms. Liu, hello. Brogan nodded, a faint smile on his face. Selena smiled. Hello. Vinny was returning to Moban next week and wouldn't be back in the country for a long time, so he planned to spend a few days in Haizhu City with his grandmother. Their meeting today was purely coincidental. Mr. Devon, are you traveling to Haizhu City for tourism? This time, we're here for Magnolia's wedding, Brogan replied with a casual smile. Vinny looked surprised. Ah, I see. He turned to Vonda. Congratulations. If you're free, I'd like to invite you and Fracierua to attend my wedding with Fracieruan, Vonda offered, taking out 2 invitation cards from her bag, one for Vinny and one for Fu Frasiengua. Vinny and Fu Frasiengua accepted the invitations, thanking her. I'll definitely attend if I can. It was boarding time, and the group boarded the plane. After an hour's flight, the plane landed in Haizhu City. Vinny glanced at Bennett, who was waiting to pick up Vonda and her party. He and Fu Frasiengua left the airport. Prepare a wedding gift, Vinny instructed. Sure, I need to prepare one too, Fu Frasiengua smiled. The Wang family matter is settled. Marina has been sent abroad. ####end of chapter. Chapter 416, Wedding Disruption. Uncle, Aunt, please rest assured. Everything has been arranged. You can rest now, we've almost finished preparing for the wedding. Bennett stood beside Lu Devonqing, respectfully updating Brogan and the others about the wedding arrangements. Selena nodded, that's good. Bennett escorted Lu Devonqing and the others to the hotel before leaving to double-check the wedding details. Although they weren't having a grand ceremony, there were still many preparations. Kasia received a call from Selena saying she had arrived at the hotel. Excitedly, she grabbed her luggage and prepared to find Selena. Eric reached out, pressing down on the suitcase with a particularly helpless expression. Sherry, where are you going? Kasia gave him a look as if he were being foolish, completely sure of herself. Of course I'm going to stay with Davina. I want to chat with Davina and Devonqing. Let go, don't hold my luggage down. Eric knew he couldn't persuade her, so he sighed and helped her pull her luggage. All right, I'll take you there. Selena's room was just next door. She opened the door, greeted Kasia, and welcomed them in. Not long after, Brogan, Arn, and Eric were all kicked out of the room. You can fly back on the day of the wedding, Brogan said coldly. Arn hadn't reacted yet when he too was shooed out by his mother. Dad, I want to sleep with Mom tonight. No, you're already a big boy, Brogan carried Arn off to open another room. Dad, I'm not 5 yet, I'm still a baby, I want to sleep with Mom. No, your mom can only sleep with Dad, Brogan replied. Eric watched the father-son duo bicker and scoffed inwardly, calling them childish. At this moment, inside the room. After Selena had sent the 3 men out, Kasia opened her luggage and took out a wedding gift for Lu Devonqing, looking mysteriously secretive. Devonqing, this is your wedding gift from your aunt. You can take it out and study it tonight. Lu Devonqing couldn't help but laugh at Kasia's mysterious demeanor as she took the gift with both hands. Aunt, did you send something strange? Kasia winked enigmatically. You can open it now, and see for yourself. Lu Devonqing laughed and opened the box to find a lace nightgown and a bottle of fragrance oil inside. Her face immediately turned warm, and she smiled awkwardly. Aunt, you really know how to pick gifts. Kasia laughed loudly, lightly patting Lu Devonqing's shoulder. It's the wedding night, after all. Always prepare something special. This was carefully selected for you, so use it confidently, guaranteed satisfaction. Selena was also amused, jokingly teasing, accept your aunt's kindness and use it well. Lu Devonqing blushed and covered her face, feeling shy under their banter. She was still an unmarried girl. Kasia and Selena exchanged smiles. Lightness had grown up and was ready to get married. It felt like a blink of an eye, and all the children had grown up. Today, the sun was shining brightly, with blue skies and white clouds. Lu Devonqing and Bennett held their wedding on September 2nd. Guests were arriving one after another. Lu Devonqing waited in the dressing room while Arn kept changing angles to take photos of his sister with his phone. Camillo, are you tired? Do you want to sit and rest? Not at all. Just as the wedding proceeded smoothly, suddenly, a commotion arose outside as a group of people tried to break into the venue. Fortunately, security guards were stationed outside the wedding venue, preventing them from entering. However, the festive atmosphere was disrupted. An elderly woman with white hair, tears streaming down her face, led several people with similarly mournful expressions. The woman attempted to break in while wailing through a megaphone, "Bennett, my daughter saved your life and died. She's only been dead for 2 years, and you're already getting married without any guilt." This unexpected event stunned all the guests. Bennett, who was chatting with guests, heard the voice and stepped out of the venue with a cold look. The woman became more agitated, her voice rising, "Bennett, do you have any conscience toward my daughter? How could you get married so soon?" Brogan's face darkened ominously. Bryce was speaking with Brogan and froze at the sudden turn of events. Seeing Brogan's terrifying expression, he cursed inwardly and apologized, "Mr. Devon, there might be some misunderstanding here." Brogan curled his lips in a cold smile. Embarrassed, Bryce added, "I'll go see what's happening." Selena and Kasia were with Lou Devonching in the dressing room and didn't know what was happening outside. Selena received a call from Brogan. "Ainsley, come out, and don't let the daughter know." "Okay." Selena hung up, put away her phone, and said, "Sherry, stay here with Devonching, I need to step out." Kasia nodded, "Okay." Selena left the dressing room and saw Brogan waiting by the entrance. "What happened?" She extended her hand and walked out with Brogan, holding hands. "Someone is causing a scene," Brogan said calmly. Selena instantly grew cold-faced. Such a joyous day, how unlucky. As they stepped outside the venue, they saw Bennett confronting the protesting woman. "Bennett, if it wasn't for my daughter saving you, she wouldn't have died. How can you marry now?" The woman continued emotionally, her voice filled with deep resentment. She only had one daughter, a clever and loving girl who died saving this man. Bennett's eyes turned cold, looking at the woman calmly, "Auntie, today is my happiest day. Please don't cause a scene here. We can discuss this privately." The woman ignored her, continuing her lament, "Without my daughter, you wouldn't even have the chance to marry. How dare you get married today? Do you have any conscience?" Seeing Brogan and Selena, Bryce ordered the security guards to send the troublemakers to the police station. "Let me go. Don't touch us. Bennett, may you never have descendants. Don't touch me, or I'll sue for harassment." The security guards loaded them into a vehicle, creating a chaotic scene for a moment. When Bennett saw Brogan and Selena appear, he felt an ominous premonition. Selena watched the drama coldly, her sharp gaze focusing on Bennett. Brogan said calmly, "The wedding is paused for today." He tightly held Selena's hand. Selena sensed something wrong with Brogan. She looked up at him and saw him slightly shake his head. She stretched out her hand and wrapped around his waist. Mr. Devon could not collapse today. Chapter 417, Conclusion, Part 1. Bennett watched Brogan and Selena's cold expressions, his heart sinking. "Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not handling this matter well, and Xiao Devon was wrong today." Bennett's voice was low and sincere. "Can the wedding still proceed?" Bryce quickly intervened on his son's behalf. "In-laws, let's sit down and discuss this properly. The ceremony hasn't started yet." Selena replied calmly, "Let's go inside and talk first." Bennett breathed a sigh of relief. The makeup room was spacious, and both families sitting inside didn't feel crowded. Vonda looked at Bennett and her parents, puzzled. Her heart sank. Bennett's eyes were apologetic. "Uncle, Auntie, Magnolia, I truly apologize. I didn't expect Alina's family to come here and cause trouble today. 2 years ago, 6 of us went mountain climbing, 2 of whom were girls. They were friends brought by my roommate Abram, one of them being Alina." Bennett smiled bitterly. Alina was taking photos on a step when a small snake suddenly appeared. Startled, she jumped back, lost her balance, and almost fell off the mountain. I was close to her and tried to pull her, but I stepped on a moss-covered stone. Noelle was in disbelief. She nearly lost her son 2 years ago. I slipped on the moss, and while falling, I grabbed a protruding rock, which couldn't support my weight. As it loosened, Alina offered me her trekking pole. Facing death, I instinctively grabbed the pole and held onto a tree root with my other hand. Bennett continued helplessly. Due to the weight, Alina fell directly off the cliff. By the time we reached her, she was barely alive. Before dying, she confessed her love for me, leading everyone to believe she sacrificed herself to save me. The whole ordeal made him feel incredibly unlucky. But to everyone else, Alina had saved him out of love. After listening to Bennett, Vonda roughly guessed what happened at the wedding today. Selena looked at her daughter, Magnolia. "Considering Alina's family disrupted the wedding, do you want it to continue?" Brogan frowned, recalling something when Bennett mentioned Alina. Despite his physical pain, he said sternly, "Cancel the wedding." Selena turned to Brogan in surprise, but as they were a united couple, she wouldn't oppose his decision. Brogan stood up. "Magnolia, let's go home." Selena joined him, and they prepared to leave the makeup room. Vonda glanced at Bennett, then bowed apologetically to Noelle and Bryce before following her parents, her mind in turmoil, sensing her father's anger. Bennett's family hadn't expected Brogan to cancel the wedding so abruptly. Noelle and Bryce's faces turned unusually grim. Noel tried to persuade, Mr. Devon, from what you've said, this isn't really my son's fault. Mostly, it was the other family's misunderstanding. Isn't canceling the wedding too? This ends here. Brogan's voice was calm, leaving no room for argument. Brogan wasn't one to lose his temper easily, but something had clearly crossed his line. Selinishan didn't say more. Since he decided to cancel the wedding, she supported him. Sherry, please take care of Sidian for me. After saying this to Violet, Selinishan left the room, holding Brogan's hand. They got into the car. Selinishan took out a bottle of medicine, gave Brogan 3 pills, opened a bottle of water, and fed him. She didn't speak because she knew Mr. Devon was uncomfortable. She called Hector, arrange a plane and get Ebenezer. Brogan held her phone, his expression softening, shaking his head, no need, don't worry the children. Selinishan looked at Brogan, feeling heartache, gripping his hand gently, all right, let's go back to the hotel first, she added to Hector on the phone, no need to prepare the plane for now. Hector was still concerned and contacted Ebenezer. Brogan leaned back, closing his eyes, adjusting his breathing. Selinishan knew he was enduring to avoid looking too distressed. The car drove smoothly, and she held Brogan's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Vinny glanced at Vonda getting into the car in her wedding dress, then turned away, let's go back. Fu Fraserngwa nodded, opening the door for Vinny. What should have been a perfect day ended unexpectedly. Back in the makeup room, Bennett made several calls, trying to figure out who leaked his marriage plans to the Lin family. Bryce and his wife endured their embarrassment as they bid farewell to guests. As the car neared the hotel, Brogan opened his eyes, speaking softly, Little Wei, remember the surgery Magnolia had 2 years ago? The donor was Alina. Selinishan furrowed her brows slightly, you're worried that Bennett approached Magnolia for ulterior motives? Brogan's lips were pale, lacking color, yes. At the hotel, Selinishan told Brogan to rest, I'll talk to Magnolia, you rest now. The 3 pills contained sedative and pain-relieving effects. Brogan agreed, closing his eyes and soon falling asleep. Selinishan kissed him gently on the lips before going to see Vonda. In the next room. Vonda had changed out of her wedding dress, with Violet by her side. Arn, sensing something was wrong, sat obediently beside her. Eric served them water. Vonda thanked him, thank you, uncle-in-law. Selinishan entered the room. Not seeing Brogan, Vonda asked worriedly, Mommy, where's Daddy? He has some matters to handle. Violet asked Eric to take Arn out to play. Once alone, Vonda asked, Mommy, why did you cancel the wedding? If it were just about Alina's family disrupting the wedding, her father wouldn't have insisted on canceling it. Selinishan decided not to hide it from her daughter. 2 years ago, you had an organ transplant, and the donor was Alina. Vonda paled. Selinishan hugged her daughter, her eyes tearing up. Her daughter had suffered so much. Kidnapped at birth by Roman, returned to them only to be taken again, undergoing numerous surgeries to recover her face and dealing with drug-induced health issues. Yet, Vonda remained optimistic, always comforting them. Mommy, there are many people who die without the money for treatment. I can still be treated, and that's a blessing. Vonda cried softly into Selinishan's arms. She wiped her tears and said, Mommy, I will talk to Bennett myself. I'm sorry for making you and Daddy worry this time. Chapter 418, Main Content Conclusion, Part 2. Selina felt proud that her daughter could regain her calmness so quickly. She smiled with satisfaction, Magnolia, you've grown up and can make your own judgments. Your father and I both believe you can handle everything well. We will always be your support. Vonda took a deep breath and mustered up her strength. Thank you, Mom. I'll call Bennett first. Bennett had already called her several times and sent numerous text messages. Selina nodded, gently patting her shoulder. Good, talk to Bennett properly. Vonda went into the room to make the call. Magnolia will handle this matter, Violet comforted. Selina responded, but what she was most worried about right now was Brogan's health condition. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was deeply concerned inside. These past 2 days, Gwillem will stay with you. I'll pack his luggage for you. Violet nodded in agreement. We'll take good care of Gwillem. Selina packed Arnie's luggage and handed it over to Violet after organizing some daily essentials. Thank you. Don't worry, Eric is great with kids, Violet said as she pulled the luggage back into the room. After arranging these matters, Selina went to stay with Brogan in the room. She sat by the bed, her gaze fixed on Brogan's face. Beijing City. Ever since Sage received a call from Haizhu City, she has been in high spirits. The cancellation of Vonda's wedding was truly delightful news. She didn't do much except have someone kindly inform the Lin family about Bennett's wedding plans, yet the unexpected outcome was beyond her expectations. Fraser Lara saw Sage's uncontainable smile after receiving a call. Setting down her teacup, she asked curiously, Alice, what made you so happy? Sage smiled and, after dismissing the servants, shared with Fraser Lara, Vonda and Bennett's wedding was cancelled. Fraser Lara was taken aback for a moment before a faint smile appeared. Why was their wedding cancelled? Sage laughed smugly. I merely let the Lin family know the time and location of their wedding, and who would have thought it would actually spoil the wedding? Fraser Lara smirked lightly. Won't you be discovered for doing this? Sage sniffed. No need to worry. No one will find out. I'm not that stupid. I arranged this through another phone number. Fraser Lara didn't say anything more but simply nodded. As Sage thought. Bennett sent people to investigate who told the Lin family about his wedding, and they only found a paid stranger. It was clear that this person wasn't the mastermind. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I've brought shame to you. Bennett massaged his temples as he apologized to his parents sitting on the sofa. Duan Luojiu and Bryce sat on the sofa, both looking displeased. Duan Luojiu's voice carried a hint of blame. Fraser Yuan, it's not your fault. You didn't expect the Lin family to cause trouble today, but the Devon family canceling the wedding just for this makes me feel very embarrassed. Bennett whispered, Mom, I understand you're embarrassed, but it's not Xiaoqing's or my fault. Uncle Devon also cares deeply for his daughter. Whatever it is, the responsibility falls on me. Duan Luojiu's expression turned even uglier. Bryce frowned, his tone carrying a touch of helplessness. Fraser Yuan, what did the Devon family say? Are both families canceling the marriage? Bennett replied, tomorrow, I will talk to Xiaoqing. No matter what, I want to try and continue the wedding. Xiaoqing is the one I want to spend my life with. Duan Luojiu had already been unsatisfied with Vonda as a daughter-in-law, but seeing her son so determined, she could only concede. The next morning at 8 o'clock. Vonda went to inform her parents that she was going out to meet Bennett. Brogan had woken up earlier that morning, thus hiding from Vonda the fact that he had health issues yesterday. Once Vonda left, Selena looked at Brogan firmly. I've already arranged a private plane with Hector. We are leaving this afternoon. There are no medical facilities here that can save you. She was afraid he might suddenly pass out again. Brogan smiled mildly. All right, as you wish. Selena glanced at him coldly, snorting. You're still smiling. Brogan immediately showed a pained look, trying to cheer Selena up. Selena was speechless. Meanwhile, Vonda had just walked to the hotel entrance when she saw Bennett. He seemed exhausted, clearly having not slept well last night, much like Vonda herself. Vonda got into the car. Let's talk in the car. I only want to ask you one question. Did you approach me because of Alina? She stared at Bennett seriously. Don't lie to me. Bennett's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. He paused for a moment, then turned to Vonda, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Xiaoqing, he spoke low and sincerely. Initially, yes, I did approach you because of Alina. But please don't misunderstand, it wasn't because I loved or liked her. I couldn't sleep at night due to her death, which is why I began interacting with you. He paused, his tone gentle. As we spent more time together, I genuinely fell in love with you. I admit, I had selfish motives at first, but later on, my intentions were entirely driven by my love for you, not anyone else. Vonda listened silently, pressing her lips together and nodding lightly. I see. Bennett felt a weight lifted off his shoulders after explaining. Magnolia, aside from this, I haven't hidden anything from you. Vonda looked at him, her eyes gradually regaining warmth, but her words stabbed into Bennett's heart like a knife. Fraser Yuan, I think we shouldn't continue being together. Bennett's relaxed expression froze instantly, staring blankly at Vonda. He asked incredulously, Xiaoqing, what are you saying? Why? Vonda gave a light laugh. Fraser Yuan, it feels uncomfortable inside me, and I despise myself for what you did for another woman. I hate your charitable acts done for others. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 419, Epilogue 3. Bennett instinctively reached out to hold Vonda's hand, but she gently pulled away. Vonda opened the car door and got out. Don't get out to chase after me. Instead of returning to the hotel immediately, she wandered around aimlessly. Bennett watched as Vonda walked away, rubbing his temples. Magnolia, what are you doing here? The Hannah placed her hands behind her back and slowly approached Vonda. Vonda turned her head and saw Vinny and his grandmother. She smiled, Grandma, hello. The Hannah nudged Vinny with her elbow. Vinny winced from the jab in his ribs and stepped back. The Hannah looked up at her grandson who clearly didn't understand her hint. Get some tissues. He was so dense. Vonda had clearly been crying, her eyelashes were still wet with tears. This child looked so pitiful. Vonda sniffled lightly, forcing a smile, Grandma, I'm fine. Just, lost control of my emotions for a moment. Seeing her like this, the Hannah sighed sympathetically. She took a tissue from Vinny and handed it to Vonda. Crying is okay, dear. Crying can also be a sign of courage. Vinny, where did that logic come from? Crying as a symbol of bravery? That's a hallmark of weakness. Vonda took the tissue and thanked her softly, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. The Hannah nudged Vinny again, you go on now, standing here blocking the view. Vinny. Once Vinny was far enough away, the Hannah sat beside Vonda. Are you hungry? Want to have beef noodles with Grandma? Vonda pursed her lips. Though she was still feeling down, the Hannah's gentle concern brought a small smile to her face. Thank you, Grandma. I am a little hungry. Let me treat you. The Hannah smiled kindly, patting her hand gently. Good girl, don't cry anymore. Let's go eat beef noodles. The one just ahead has an excellent flavor. The Hannah stood up and held Vonda's hand. Come on, let's enjoy a bowl of hot beef noodles and forget all our worries. The two of them walked hand in hand, their similar build making them look like a true grandmother and granddaughter. Standing not too far away, Vinny watched the two of them leave. His grandmother had always been eccentric and seldom accepted people easily. Yet today, seeing how caring she was towards Vonda made him raise an eyebrow. Vonda simply explained why she had been crying to the Hannah. In short, she had broken up with her boyfriend, and the wedding was cancelled. The Hannah patted her hand reassuringly. Silly child, it's no big deal. There are plenty of fish in the sea, and good men aren't limited to just one. You're young, you'll have many opportunities in the future. Entering the noodle shop, steaming bowls of beef noodles were quickly served, wafting with an inviting aroma. The Hannah urged Vonda to eat. Eat while it's hot. This broth has been simmered for a full day and night. Vonda picked up her chopsticks, a warm look in her eyes. Thank you. After finishing their meal, Vonda prepared to return to the hotel to avoid worrying her parents. As Vonda was about to pay, the Hannah beat her to it, scanning the code to make the payment. Vonda squinted her eyes, unable to stop smiling. Why don't you marry my grandson? The Hannah laughed. You look so beautiful when you smile. Thinking of Vinny's cold expression, Vonda shook her head quickly. I don't deserve him. She linked arms with the Hannah as they walked out of the noodle shop. The Hannah patted Vonda's hand warmly yet firmly. Don't say that. You have your own worth. Anyone who gets to be with you is lucky. Vonda felt warmth in her heart. Thank you. The Hannah asked Vinny to escort Vonda back to the hotel, but Vonda declined. It's only a 20-minute walk back to the hotel. Really, there's no need to send me. Vonda waved goodbye to the Hannah and Vinny. Unexpectedly, Vinny followed her. Vinny glanced down at her and said indifferently, if I don't see you back safely, my grandmother will kick me out of the house. Vonda nodded awkwardly. Sorry for the trouble. Vinny, no trouble, just walking. Vonda, this statement made the conversation even more awkward, leaving nothing else to talk about. They walked silently to the hotel entrance. Vonda thanked him before entering the hotel. Her phone beeped with a message. She pulled it out from her pocket and read it. Bennett, just now, Trenton told me that Sage found out about the accident from him a couple of days ago. I suspect that the Lin family chose to create problems on the wedding day because of her. Vonda's gaze turned cold as she read the message. Understood. Thanks. Bennett's lips curved into a bitter smile upon reading her polite, distant reply. Vonda then went to find Selena and Brogan, showing them the message from Bennett. After reading it, Brogan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Gazing at his daughter tenderly, he said, leave this to Dad. He had given them time to grow up. He wouldn't hesitate to deal with adults if needed. Chapter 420, The Conclusion, Part 4. In the afternoon, due to Selena's firm attitude, the entire family returned from Haiju City to Fraziering City. Violet also followed them back, planning to stay in Fraziering City for some time before returning. That evening, Selena saw Brogan intending to take Arn to bathe. She frowned and whispered, I'll supervise Camillo while he bathes. You rest well. Brogan looked down at her, not speaking, but his deep eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Selena pressed her red lips together, feeling a pang for him. All right, you take Camillo to bathe. Brogan raised an eyebrow, knowing that Little Wei enjoyed it when he appeared weak. Camillo, let's go, it's time for a bath. Okay, Dad. Arn put down the toy in his hands and directly held his father's hand. Brogan, however, squatted down, picked him up, and carried him on his shoulders. Selena's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled despite herself. Let them have their fun. Arn giggled, clinging to his dad's head, suddenly feeling much taller. Dad, I want to grow this tall someday. Impressive. Arn raised his chin. Yes, he was that good. Selena couldn't bear watching her son be so proud. In the bathroom. The large bathtub was filled with water. Father and son were soaking in the water. Arn stood on his father's thighs, wiping Brogan's face with a towel. His small strength meant the towel wasn't properly wrung out, so it slapped against Brogan's face as he wiped. Brogan wiped the water off his face. This child's filial piety was too much for him to handle. He handed over a swimming ring. Camillo, go play by yourself. Okay. Arn placed the towel down, lay on the swimming ring, and kicked his legs in the water. Selena, worried that Brogan might faint, checked on them every 5 minutes. Mr. Devon? Here. Selena relaxed and sat on the sofa waiting. After about 10 minutes, they got up, both drying themselves with towels. Arn twisted left and right, rubbing himself dry. Left twist, wipe, right twist, wipe, lift leg, wipe, upper wipe, lower wipe, wipe wipe wipe. Brogan froze mid-action, speechless at Arnie's buttocks peeking out as he dried himself. Brogan quickly wrapped him in a small bathrobe to stop the singing. Dad, my head feels prickly. Arn felt the little hairs growing on his shaved head. I'll take you to get a haircut tomorrow. Okay. They walked out of the bathroom, meeting Selena sitting on the sofa waiting. Brogan sighed inwardly, seeing Selena's worry and anxiety. He smiled gently. Son, go change into your pajamas and go to bed. Dad needs to spend some time with Mom. Arn nodded and opened the drawer to pick out his pajamas and underwear. Brogan sat next to Selena, holding her hand, as they watched Arn fumble around. Tomorrow we will have a guest, Brogan mentioned. Selena replied without asking who it was, figuring she'd find out tomorrow. The nightlife in Frasier's city was bustling, illuminated by neon lights. Devon Lee, having disrupted Vonda's wedding, felt elated and had been invited to a party by colleagues. Her activities kept her busy until 2 in the morning when she finally left, climbed into her car, and fell asleep in the driver's seat. When she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room, empty except for her. Her heart sank, she realized she had been kidnapped. Her face turned pale with fear. Panicking, she rushed to the door, pounding on it. Help. Open the door. Open it now. But only silence greeted her cries. Fear spread through her heart. Who could have taken her? All she could do was pray silently that her brother Nzailang would soon realize she was missing. In the morning, Brogan received a message from Hector, which he deleted. He accompanied his son and daughter for breakfast, saw Vonda off to work, and then took Arn to kindergarten as usual. Returning home, he saw Violet and Selena folding paper cranes. Why are they folding so many paper cranes? Brogan asked Eric, sitting on the sofa and pouring himself some water. Eric shook his head, don't know. At noon, a guest was expected, so Eric and Violet left the Devon household early. Eric held Violet's hand, offering silent comfort at her worried expression. Brogan's complexion was pale, visibly unwell, though everyone maintained a united front not to mention it aloud. Shortly after they left, a bodyguard wheeled an elderly woman into the living room. This 80-year-old lady was Hannah. Hannah, sitting in her wheelchair, with graying hair, glared at Brogan. What do you mean by this? I was perfectly fine in Wenley, and last night you sent someone to bring me back here. Brogan glanced at her coolly. Second lady, it's been a long time since we met. You raised the twins with great care over these years. Hannah grew wary upon hearing about the twins, unsure what he was up to. What are you trying to say? Brogan picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Today, Devon Corporation will hold an emergency shareholders meeting, Brogan said, making Hannah feel a wave of unease. On screen, the company's key shareholders were seated in the boardroom. Fraser Zile looked coldly at them all, uncles and elders. Why have we convened an emergency meeting? To re-elect the chairman of Devon Corporation, one shareholder answered steadily. It was Devon Dong. Hannah looked puzzled at Brogan, but she wasn't worried about Fraser Zile losing her position as chairman. Alger and Devon Lee collectively owned 50% of the shares, meaning Fraser Zile's chairmanship was secure unless all shareholders voted otherwise. Brogan smiled faintly. Our late patriarch really doted on the twins. Meanwhile, I, as his son, gained nothing. Hannah sighed helplessly. Yes, the old man was very angry then. She looked at Selena. If it weren't for Miss Liu, the old man wouldn't have been so upset. Selena smiled faintly. Brogan gazed at the TV screen. Second lady, you may have forgotten, but I once served as general manager at Devon Corporation. Hannah frowned, not quite understanding his point. She was getting old and her mind wasn't as sharp. Back in the meeting. Fraser Zile said coldly, since you all want to re-elect, let's start now. As long as one shareholder abstained or supported her, she could remain chairman comfortably. Yet, today's sudden developments intrigued her. She planned to investigate after the meeting. Thus, when all votes went to elect Devon Dong as chairman, Fraser Zile was momentarily stunned. Impossible. Fraser Zile's voice trembled slightly as her eyes swept over the shareholders in the boardroom, finally settling on Chairman Denny. Why did you choose Devon Dong? She had believed that Chairman Denny was a steadfast ally. However, Chairman Denny only offered a faint smile. Little girl, you're still too young. Those words struck Fraser Zile like a heavy hammer, landing squarely on her heart. She couldn't accept this outcome. Behind this seemingly simple vote, there was clearly something she had missed, and various possibilities raced through her mind. Devon Dong stood up and walked out of the meeting room first. The other shareholders also rose one by one and left the meeting room in succession. This shareholders' meeting ended in less than 10 minutes. Fraser Zile clenched her lips tightly, her calmness replaced by anger. She suddenly stood up, slamming both hands heavily on the table with a loud bang. Chairman Denny, can you tell me why? She had done everything so well, how could it end like this? Chairman Denny stopped walking, turning to look at her with a trace of pity in his eyes. Mr. Devon doesn't want you to continue being the chairman. His words were slow and deliberate, each word piercing Fraser Zile's heart like a needle. Fraser Zile was stunned. She couldn't believe that Brogan was the mastermind behind all this. He didn't have shares in Devon Corporation, so how could he command these shareholders to obey him? It was like an adult deciding whether or not to hit a child. It depended entirely on the adult's will. Meanwhile, far away at the Devon residence, Hannah watched this unfold with an extremely ugly expression, her lips trembling. She had invested years of effort into grooming Fraser Zile, hoping for her to take control of Devon Corporation. But now, everything had been casually overturned by Brogan. She turned to look at Brogan, barely suppressing her hatred. What do you mean by this? Her voice was icy, filled with suppressed fury and disbelief. Chapter 421, Conclusion. Second lady, do you really need me to explain what I mean? I assumed you knew. The tone was tinged with irony. Hannah could not bear too much shock at her age, and Brogan worried she might die here, which would be inauspicious. He reined in his sarcastic words. He kept his gentle smile. Actually, I'm quite curious. When Sage and the others left Beijing at around 6 years old, why do they still harbor such deep resentment against us as adults? After all, who remembers grudges from their childhood unless they're a prodigy? Hearing this, Hannah felt as if she were hitting herself with the very stone she had thrown. Are you mistaken? Alice and Jackson are good children. How could they possibly resent you? She believed she had everything under control. Unexpectedly, her cleverness led to her downfall. A child's lingering resentment into adulthood must have been cultivated by someone nearby. In those days, my old man was in perfect health. Yet after visiting Wenli, he met with an accident. Brogan expressed concern sincerely. Second lady, you're getting on in years. Be careful when walking. You wouldn't want to follow in the old man's footsteps, would you? Hannah detected a threatening undertone. Unable to contain her fury, she demanded, Brogan, what do you want to do? The master's death was clearly an accident. Though 80, she still feared death. And she was unwilling to accept that her plans had not yet come to fruition. Brogan sneered, while I don't have proof linking your involvement in the old man's death, I have always suspected you. Do you know why I let you live this long? Brogan didn't mind Selena hearing his next words. He held Selena's hand. I didn't want to avenge the old man prematurely. If it weren't for his licentiousness, he wouldn't have died, and I also have issues with him. Moreover, certain events wouldn't have happened if the old man hadn't been so obstinate. Brogan cast a faint glance at Hannah. You've spent all these years diligently cultivating Gale, and I didn't want to interrupt your dreams. He glanced at the TV screen, where Gale sat in the meeting room, looking tormented. Hannah looked between the screen and Brogan's smile, feeling utterly deranged. What was he talking about? Oh, right, Gale is pregnant, Brogan informed Hannah kindly, then added matter-of-factly, unfortunately, Alger won't let this child be born. Instantly, Hannah felt dizzy, her eyes wide with shock, staring at Brogan as if she'd seen a ghost. She finally realized the danger. Gale was her granddaughter, her hope, whom she loved dearly. Shocked speechless, she glared at Brogan with eyes filled with rage. Elderly people can't handle shock well. Brogan watched Hannah calmly, still smiling gently, as if none of this affected him. He sighed lightly, you probably will die unfulfilled. Over the years, I've always had someone watching over your life. Moments before, she felt hope stirring, only for Brogan to crush it effortlessly. Despair took hold. She thought Brogan hadn't been monitoring them all these years. Brogan waved casually, summoning the bodyguards. Escort second lady back to the Devon family residence, he instructed calmly. The bodyguards immediately escorted Hannah away. As she was being pushed out, a strong premonition rose in her heart, she wouldn't live much longer. Facing death, dark emotions often arise, and Hannah was no exception. Brogan, do you know why Roman hates you so much? It's me, ha ha ha. Hannah slapped the wheelchair armrests, her voice tinged with madness. I guess Devon Anan was pregnant back then but deliberately didn't tell you. And it was me who killed the master, ha ha ha. Brogan remained calm, so, his voice low and cold, you think confessing these truths on your deathbed will get revenge on me? After all your scheming, what have you achieved? Hannah's laughter abruptly stopped. Staring hard at Brogan, she saw no trace of hesitation or pain, only cold indifference. The bodyguards wasted no time pushing Hannah towards the door. Little way. Selena nestled into Brogan's embrace. Hannah, once back at the Devon family residence, dared not eat anything nor let anyone approach her. She called Gale, hoping she would return quickly. Sadly, Gale did not answer the call. At that moment, Gale was in a car driven by Alger. Jackson, what are you doing? I have important business today. Why are you taking me out? Quickly drive me back to the company. Gale was nearly furious, having planned to seize power in the company, only to be taken out by Alger. Larag, I'm taking you to abort the baby first, Alger said grimly, recalling Hector's warning, cursing under his breath, fuck. Are you crazy? Why abort it? Gale couldn't believe her ears. She froze, then looked at Alger in shock, this is our child. Seeing his gloomy expression, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Jackson, stop the car or I'll really get mad. Alger remained silent, continuing to drive. Gale rubbed her temples, feeling helpless. She asked softly, can you tell me why we need to abort? As they approached the hospital. Finally, Alger spoke with a grim face, in 2 days, we'll go to Wenli and never return. Gale was thoroughly stunned. Why? Finding a parking spot, Alger parked the car and turned to Gale. Leaving here gives us a chance to survive. Larag, never mind, let's get out. He already knew from Hector that Gale and Hannah had plotted against them, even her sudden desire for a child was part of a scheme. He loved her and didn't want to confront her. Gale guessed from Alger's words who was targeting them. Is it Brogan? Why such a thorough attack suddenly? Gale remembered Vonda's ruined wedding. Her cool eyes held a hint of confusion. Because they crossed a line? She couldn't accept it. Everything seemed perfectly planned, yet Brogan easily dismantled it. Alger opened the car door and walked around to open hers. Larag, get out. Gail was a determined person, young and with opportunities. A fall now wasn't scary, she could stand up again. Since the baby served little purpose, removing it wasn't a big deal. She cooperated, got out of the car, and followed Alger into the hospital. Alger registered and then looked at Gail's composed face, pursing his lips. He actually cherished their first child. Sorry, I'm useless and can't protect you. Gail had no mood to console Alger. He was indeed useless. She checked her phone, avoiding Alger's gaze. Seeing missed calls from the Devon family residence, she dialed back. Hannah waited anxiously by the phone, picking it up the moment it rang. Larag? Hearing her great-grandmother's voice, Gail tensed. Great Laura, when did you return? Her anxiety made her forget formalities like Grandma. The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to Hannah, sounding old and somewhat disoriented. Larag, Brogan found out about our plans. He brought me back from Wenley. Larag, listen to your great-grandmother. I may not live much longer. You must live on well and don't think about taking revenge anymore. All these years, it's been my fault that you suffered. Gail spoke on the phone while running out of the hospital. Great Laura, wait for me at home. I'll be right back. Alger noticed Gail running out of the hospital and hurried after her. Latoya Ling. Hey. You. This is a hospital. A patient's family member who nearly got knocked over angrily scolded Gail as she ran away. Latoya Ling, wait. Finally catching up with her at the hospital entrance, Alger anxiously grabbed her wrist. Let go. I need to go back to see Great Laura. Gail glared at Alger with resentment in her eyes. The hatred in her gaze startled him. Stunned by her look, Alger hesitated for a moment before releasing her hand. Once freed, Gail didn't hesitate any longer. She immediately opened the door of a taxi and climbed in. Alger also followed her into the car. Ignoring him, Gail quickly gave the driver the address of the Devon family residence. Unfortunately, the taxi headed in a direction that was not towards the Devon family residence. While Sage was still waiting expectantly for rescue, she saw her brother and Latoya Ling being carried in. Sage rushed forward madly and grabbed one of the people entering. Who are you? Let us go. We have money to pay you. Hannah waited at home until nightfall but did not see Gail return. She looked around the empty living room. Someone, where is the butler? Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered and went out completely. The power had cut off, plunging the Devon family residence into darkness so complete that she couldn't see her fingers in front of her face. Hannah seemed to have bumped into something, causing her to fall to the ground. Selena was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, with a few strands of hair sticking to her lips. Kissing her lips, Brogan gently pushed aside the hair. His breathing was heavy. Selena patted his shoulder. You're crazy. He pinned both her wrists above her head with one hand. Little way, let's go on a long trip tomorrow. Brogan stared intently at her face, demanding her agreement. I've already made all the arrangements. Every year, we will send a photo to Magnolia and Camillo. Selena traced his eyebrows and eyes with her fingers, her gaze softening as she smiled. Okay. His thin lips touched her ear, laughing softly, his voice intimate. Thank you, treasure. The end. Translation note, the names used in the story, e.g., Hannah, Gail, Alger, are transliterated according to their pinyin form to maintain consistency with previous translations. Chapter 422, Interlude 1, They. Arn, you're already 20 years old, not a child anymore. Come back immediately. In the Magnolia Group office, a woman with short, neatly cut hair furrowed her brow. She glared at the young man on the other side of the video call with a stern look. Sis, I want to find Mommy. Until I find her, I won't come back, Arn said while driving. He tossed his phone to his nephew in the passenger seat. Bede, you talk to your mom. The 14-year-old Bede had an expressionless face as he prepared to clean up after his uncle. Mom, with me here, no one will be able to kidnap Uncle and sell him. Arn couldn't help but interrupt, speaking with a hint of defiance. I'm the adult here. If anyone's going to be kidnapped, it's you. Bede glanced coldly at the finely featured Arn as though looking at a child who didn't understand anything. Then zip your mouth shut. He was perfectly fine studying at school but was coerced by his uncle to skip class and accompany him to Lassaw to find his grandmother. Was this fair to him? Vonda, seeing this from the video call, began yelling at her own son. Bede, if your uncle doesn't know better, do you also lack sense? Why did you go with him? When your dad comes to Frazierne City, you're dead for sure. Make your uncle turn the car around and come back. Vonda was really about to lose it. Why were they both so disobedient? Bede spoke calmly. Mom, don't get angry. Anger can cause wrinkles. Let Uncle go find Grandma. He's 20 now, not a kid anymore. Vonda fell silent for a moment before saying in a hoarse voice, I'll freeze all the cards linked to you too. She ended the call with red-rimmed eyes. Once they ran out of money, they'd return. Bede looked at the call that had been disconnected, then turned to Arn. Uncle, I don't have any cash on me. What about you? Arn replied straightforwardly, neither do I. If worst comes to worst, we'll sell my watch. Bede checked their current location on the highway. Selling the watch would require them to reach the city center first, which was quite far. Vonda sent a text message to Selena. Mommy, Camillo is coming to find you. Sometimes due to poor signal in certain areas, messages wouldn't be received. Vonda didn't know if her mother would receive this message. She put her phone away and took her laptop to a meeting. After the meeting, she called Fu Frazier. Assistant Fu, tell President Tang that his son skipped class. Having said that, she hung up. Fu Frazier looked at the mature man sipping coffee on the sofa, wondering silently. They'd been married over 10 years, with a 14-year-old son, yet they still treated each other so respectfully. Truly strange. The year after Selena and Brogan left for distant travel, Vonda married Vinny. Their decision to marry wasn't based on love but rather fate. Vonda herself hadn't expected to marry Vinny. Vinny gave a cold glance towards Fu Frazier. Speak. Madam says young Master Tang skipped class. Why? From childhood, Bede had always been like Vinny, very planned and organized. Skipping class was not something he would do. Fu Frazier relayed what he heard from the bodyguard to Vinny. Young Mr. Devon brought young Master Tang to skip class to find Miss Selena. Vinny nodded, not responding further. Fu Frazier saw his reaction and knew the boss had no intention of sending anyone to retrieve these two troublemakers. On the highway. After driving for half a day, Arn wanted to quit. He sighed, Bede, let's take a plane instead. If only he hadn't chosen to drive. Driving for too long made his body very uncomfortable. He simply couldn't bear this hardship. Arn was self-aware enough to admit this to himself. Bede was not surprised at all. He had already checked the nearest airport. With an open book on Olympiad mathematics in hand, without taking his eyes off it, he responded calmly, fine. I thought you liked driving. We're an hour away from the next service area. If you want to get to the nearest airport, we'll need to drive for at least 2 more days. Arnie's eyes widened. 2 days. That long. Drive well, uncle. Bede continued reading his book after giving this reminder. Arn felt like crying. Once they reached the service area, they went to the restroom, washed their faces, and then bought water and food at a convenience store. Just as Arn placed his hand on a packet of instant noodles, he heard his nephew's ominous voice, Uncle, our cards have been frozen. Arn froze, turning to look at Bede in disbelief. What? My sister was so ruthless as to freeze the card this quickly? He had thought his sister would give them some time. But this happened so fast. Arn reluctantly put down the noodles. There was no way to sell the watch here. Wait, I'll borrow some from friends. Arn messaged a friend to ask for money. Camillo, no can do. Your sister has already called us. No financial support. Arn. This kind of friend seemed useless indeed. Still, he didn't give up and scrolled through his contact list. He opened a non-friend list and randomly chose someone. Brother, can you lend me 500 yuan? 10 times the amount later. A short-haired woman eating in the canteen heard her phone vibrate and raised her handsome eyebrows. Seeing an unfamiliar contact send a loan request, she wondered who this person was. Kirsten was about to block the number when the other party sent a selfie. Brother, even 100 is fine. I'll pay back with a photo guarantee. The boy in the photo was exquisitely beautiful, blurring the lines between genders. Kirsten hesitated, considering the beauty in the photo, and sent a 100 yuan red envelope. Recalling when she added this stranger, she found no memory of it. After sending the money, she blocked the sender. Arn received the 100 yuan red envelope, thanked the benefactor, but then saw the chat interface become. The sender had already blocked him. At 7 p.m. Brendan knocked on the office door to remind her, Magnolia, it's getting late. Time to finish work. Vonda looked up at the time and realized it was already 7. She nodded. All right. She packed her things and left with Brendan. Brendan waved goodbye to her as she drove away, then left in his own car. Sitting in the car, Vonda closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to her brother and son. Where had those two gone now? She sent a message to Bede, where are the two of you? Bede replied, car parked by the roadside. Uncle is sleeping. Seeing this, Vonda felt pained. Her carefully nurtured younger brother was forced to sleep in a car. Late evening is cool. Give your uncle a blanket. Mom, I know. Vonda's car stopped at the entrance of the Tang family residence. This was the house she and Vinny had bought for their wedding. Vinny mostly lived outside of Frazier City, as his company's headquarters were in Mobin. Vinny could manage to spend 1 or 2 days each month with his son, which was commendable. Both Vonda and Vinny were extremely busy with work. Vonda had long adapted to this distant marriage relationship. Everyone led their own lives without interfering with each other. As soon as she entered the living room, she heard laughter. Our bet from back then is still in the group. Years have passed, and the Vinnies haven't divorced, but I have. Such a sarcastic voice, Vonda instantly recognized it as belonging to Asa Frazier, one of Vinny's good friends. Xiao1 was the first to see Vonda walk into the living room. He cleared his throat lightly, stopping his friend from continuing the topic of the bet. Brother's wife is back. Xiao1 greeted Vonda. Vonda smiled and nodded. Asa Frazier felt awkward. Hello, sister-in-law. Vinny sat on the sofa, holding documents, dressed in a suit. Vonda was somewhat surprised he was in Fraziering City today. President Tang, weren't you supposed to come back in a couple of days? Your son isn't at home, you won't be able to see him this time. Vinny looked up, his gaze briefly meeting hers, with little expression on his face. There were matters here that required me to return early. Oh. Vonda nodded, exchanged a few polite words with Xiao1, then went upstairs. After Vonda went upstairs, Vinny turned to look at Asa Frazier, his eyes carrying a warning. This should not happen again. You can leave now. Asa Frazier raised his hand as if swearing. I understand, I just talked too much. He made a motion as if slapping his own mouth. Xiaowen also thought Asa Frazier deserved it for talking too much. He stood up. It's very late, we'll go. After finishing the documents, Vinny went upstairs. Though they treated each other with respect like guests after marriage, they didn't respect each other to the point of sleeping in separate rooms. After all, they weren't fighting or having conflicts. After Vinny came out of the shower and finished handling official business, Vonda was also preparing for bed when he returned to the bedroom. They both lay down properly in bed. At such times, Vinny's voice wasn't as cold as during the day but carried a hint of laziness. The news that was reported inaccurately the other day, I've already instructed the legal team to handle it. Vonda turned her head to look at him, puzzled. What news? Vinny responded indifferently. Boring news. Vonda rolled her eyes. She picked up her phone from the bedside table and started searching herself. While searching the news, she directly searched for Magnolia Group. The recent news was mostly about the company's development. She then searched for Tang Group and finally found a piece of entertainment gossip. A female celebrity was photographed standing next to Vinny. Gossip was always gossip. The news reported that a certain female celebrity had an engaging conversation with the president of Tang Group. Seeing the phrase, engaging conversation, Vonda couldn't help but laugh. With Vinny being so cold and sharp-tongued, how could he possibly have an engaging conversation with any woman? Vinny's face remained stern, speechless. Funny? Vonda put down her phone. Not really. Vinny continued, tomorrow, I will accompany you to attend the banquet hosted by the Lu family. Alright, thank you. The two exchanged polite words and prepared to sleep. Asterisk, note, the translation keeps the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while maintaining fluency and coherence. Asterisk. Chapter 423, Extra Chapter 2, The Flow of Time. When Vonda woke up in the morning, she found herself snuggling against a big warm furnace. She wasn't surprised. She had gotten used to this kind of thing. She reached out and casually felt the surface, hard as a rock but with a nicely built chest. It seemed that President Tang always kept up with his fitness routines. By the time she was feeling adventurous, Vinny had already woken up. He let her feel enough while wearing a stern face, then he hoarsely said, Need me to bring your brother-in-law back? Vonda had been tossing and turning last night, clearly worried about Arn and Bede. No need, I'm just a little concerned Camillo might get into trouble. She wasn't joking. Her younger brother, who was undeniably cute as a child, grew to become surprisingly handsome. Vinny recalled Arnie's popularity from high school through college and winced. He, being Uncle Z, naturally exuded an aura of nobility. Fortunately, Arn learned various forms of boxing for self-protection. Vonda sat up and first checked her phone. Bede had sent her a safe message, so she got up to wash up feeling reassured. By the time she finished washing up, she saw Vinny on the balcony making a call. She went downstairs for breakfast. When she got downstairs and saw the dining table laden with red roses, she was momentarily stunned. Just as she was taken aback, Vinny came downstairs. He walked into the dining room and stood beside Vonda. The man's face bore no extra expression, only calmly saying, Happy birthday, my dear. Vonda had forgotten it was her birthday today. Although the scene was romantic with flowers, it matched Vinny's indifferent tone perfectly. Vonda couldn't help but inwardly tease herself, only she could put up with President Tang's personality. People thought their relationship looked plain on the outside, but they both enjoyed living this way. Every year, he remembered her birthday. Whenever she needed him, he would come back. And around him, there were never any women trying to approach him, he handled them on his own. Their relationship started from scratch, gradually developing into what it was now. After breakfast, Vonda proactively called Brendan, Uncle Cho, I won't be coming to the company today. If there's any emergency, please call me. Brendan smiled, alright, happy birthday, Magnolia. Your Uncle Bill and I have already prepared your gifts. Vonda replied happily, thank you. Every year on her birthday, she and Vinny would go out for a leisurely stroll. After hanging up, not long after, she received happy birthday songs from Arn and Bede. Vinny changed out of his suit into casual wear, and Vonda did the same. The couple headed out in the car. Let's go to the zoo today, Vonda suggested. You're not a kid anymore, Vinny pointed out bluntly. These words, you're not a kid anymore, were what Vonda had just said to Arn yesterday, and she didn't expect it to be echoed back at her now. Who says only kids can visit the zoo? Vonda coldly sniffed, today is my birthday, we do things my way. Vinny stopped arguing. Today she was the birthday girl, and her word was final. They drove to the zoo, got off the car, and queued up to buy tickets. At the beginning of the queue, Vonda didn't notice familiar faces ahead. Upon hearing voices, she instinctively looked up and recognized Noel, her husband, Bennett's wife, and son. Bennett had also married and had a child 7 years ago. Noel held her 6-year-old grandson's hand, smiling warmly at Li Divong. This time I'll take the child to live in Haizhu City for a while. Li Divong gave a polite smile but hinted at reluctance. Mom, if you miss him, stay longer in Fraziering City. Clearly, Li Divong did not want her in-laws to take her child away to Haizhu City. Hearing this, Noel's face instantly fell. She initially planned to only take her grandson back to Haizhu City for a while, but unexpectedly, her daughter-in-law objected. Standing behind, Vonda silently watched this interaction and glanced at Vinny holding her son's umbrella. Vinny's mother was a career woman who never meddled in their lives. Vinny lowered his eyes at her. Do you want to wait in the shade while I get the tickets? Vonda shook her head. No need. Noel noticed Vonda and Vinny too. She frowned, turned to Li Divong, and said, call her1, no need for him to come. We'll play elsewhere. Li Divong, upset by Noel's sudden change of plan, still obediently called Bennett. Vonda and Vinny bought their tickets and entered the zoo. Inside the zoo, there were many kinds of animals. Walking to the gorilla exhibit, Vonda took out her phone and purposely snapped a photo of Vinny with a gorilla. President Tang, I find the angry look of this gorilla very much like yours. Vinny glanced at her coldly. How do you know this beast is angry? Are you its relative or something? A young couple nearby couldn't help but laugh but quickly ran away, embarrassed. Vonda was speechless. From now on, she didn't want to talk to Vinny. Seeing her irritation, Vinny remarked, you look just like a gorilla when you're angry. Vonda's face stiffened. Shut up. You're not its kin. A flicker of amusement flashed in Vinny's eyes. The couple proceeded to see other animals. Vonda took photos and sent them to Arn. When Arn saw the various animal photos his sister sent, he and Bede were standing by the highway trying to hitch a ride. Their car broke down unluckily. They tried hailing several cars, but none stopped to help. Arn didn't intend to tell Vonda about the breakdown, fearing she'd worry. He texted her, Sis, are you going to the zoo for your birthday? Did brother-in-law agree to accompany you? Vonda replied, your brother-in-law suggested it. Continuing to pass the buck, she added, your brother-in-law is childish, insisted on dragging me here. Here's a big red envelope for your birthday. Seeing the generous red envelope transferred over, Arn couldn't help but chuckle. His sister had given generously again. Bede wiped his sweat. Why are you laughing, uncle? Arn showed his phone screen. Your mom sent me a large red envelope. Bede's lips twitched. His mother was only harsh one day. Then he read about the zoo incident. Anyone would know that was a lie. Uncle, hailing cars like this isn't going to work. People are wary of strangers. If we call a taxi, I'm worried about encountering a bad driver. The two exchanged looks and knew what to do. Bede, being 14, made the best call. He directly dialed 110 and spoke to the police officer. Hello, sir. They smartly asked the police for help. The police finally understood why these two needed help. They were evidently children from wealthy families. Seemed like trouble magnets. Especially the other boy, whose mask-free face was strikingly beautiful and handsome. When the police knew they were heading to Lhasa, they instructed earnestly, be careful traveling. Try to dress normally. Arn nodded, thank you, sir. The police dropped them off in a lively small town. They first bought cheap, rustic clothes from street vendors and asked the vendor about accommodation for the night. The police officer kindly helped them contact someone to tow their car to town for repairs. Vonda was unaware of what had happened to Arn. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the mood to attend the banquet hosted by the Lu family tonight. No one at the banquet would dare offend Vonda without thinking. During the event, Vonda and Vinny attended as a couple, and everyone engaged in typical business flattery. Taylor stood beside Carl, her gaze briefly landing on Vonda before quickly moving away. Previously, she had been anxious about Jacqueline leaving her fortune to Selena. She had tried all means to please Jacqueline. Ultimately, this led to a rift between her and Carl's marriage. Though they weren't divorced, they had been sleeping separately for a long time. Taylor felt that all her efforts were futile. Selena simply didn't care. How could anyone so easily give up such a massive inheritance? Taylor couldn't wrap her head around it. After the banquet ended, Vonda bent down to get into the car, saying, I'm exhausted. Vinny leaned over to help remove her high heels. Don't wear heels to future events. These already have quite a low heel. Vonda wiggled her toes and finally had the chance to check her phone. When she saw the message from Mommy, she immediately sat up straight. Selena, Light Dust Ainsworth's son, happy birthday. I've heard Camillo wants to find me. Ainsworth's son, you've done great these past years. Vonda smiled goofily holding her phone. Only Vinny ever saw this side of her. Vinny had witnessed Vonda at her most vulnerable, so there was nothing wrong with her being silly now and then. He secretly sent a red envelope to his brother-in-law, celebrating your sister's birthday. He knew his wife had suspended their credit cards. At that moment, in a small inn, Arn laughed at receiving the same reason for the red envelopes from both his sister and her husband. Brother-in-law, thank you. Bede washed the clothes they bought that day and temporarily hung them to dry in the bathroom. He walked out of the bathroom. Uncle, get some rest early, stop playing with your phone. You still have to drive tomorrow. Okay. Arn put down his phone and lay on the bed. Bede also climbed into bed, lying flatly and honestly. Both uncle and nephew were extremely tired today and fell asleep soon after lying down. In the middle of the night, Bede woke up groggily, rubbed his eyes, and quietly got out of bed to cover his uncle with a blanket. Arn had a smile on his lips but didn't open his eyes. Living in a strange hotel, Arn couldn't allow himself to sleep too deeply. Chapter 424, bonus chapter 3, Daddy's Princess. That evening, Vinny ordered a small cake and inserted a candle shaped like a question mark. When celebrating birthdays, one should at least make a wish. Every year, Vonda had only one wish, to bless her family with good health. She made her sincere wish and blew out the candle. It was quite late, so Vinny wouldn't let her eat the cake right away. After she blew out the candle, he put it in the fridge. Tang General Manager, can't I just have a bite of the cream? Are you not already fat enough? Vonda gave him a glare. That kind of remark could start a quarrel between the two. Vinny poured 2 glasses of milk, giving one to Vonda and drinking the other himself. It was hard to imagine that such a cold man would drink milk. Vonda clinked her glass of milk against Vinny's with a smile. Cheers, Tang General Manager. You must have felt very sorry for yourself when you agreed to marry me back then. I know you prefer women with curvy figures. Vinny responded dryly. Why bring this up now? That was so many years ago. Vonda licked the milk from her lips. I'm just saying, if you want to find another woman who meets your standards while you're still young, we can divorce. Vinny endured his frustration without getting angry. I gave you milk, not wine. Don't talk nonsense, alright? Vonda raised an eyebrow, oblivious to how she had provoked him. Fine, let's not talk about it. I've heard some men can still find young beauties even in their 70s or 80s. Vinny stared at her with dark, heavy eyes. Vonda shifted uncomfortably. Why do you look so scary? Vinny replied coolly, fortunately, our son inherited my intelligence, not your brain full of holes. After finishing her milk, Vonda handed the empty cup to him. She truly felt guilty. Marrying Vinny was an impulsive decision on her part. A month after her parents went on a long trip, neither she nor Bennett expected Sage to take such extreme measures. Sage had a person with a sexually transmitted disease sleep with Trenton. Vonda received a message from Bennett informing her about Trenton's condition. He urged her to visit Haiju City as soon as possible. Due to his illness, Trenton was admitted to the hospital, where his temper was extremely unstable. The cause of his illness was linked to the grudge between Sage and Vonda. Bennett had already advised Trenton not to get too close to Sage, but Trenton didn't heed the warning. Vonda went to the hospital in Haiju City after receiving the message. Upon arrival, she discovered that it wasn't Bennett who sent the message but Trenton using Bennett's phone. When Trenton saw her in the ward, he immediately flew into a rage. He jumped off the bed and charged at Vonda, knocking her down. With a manic tone, he yelled, "This is all because of you." Caught off guard, Vonda was pinned to the ground by Trenton's strength. The bodyguards outside the ward rushed in and pulled Trenton off her. That day, Vonda gave Trenton compensation money and had a serious conversation with Bennett. Instead of returning to Frazier City, she secretly flew to Mobin and went to the Tang Family Corporation, asking Vinny's father about medication for her father's illness. Vonda cried red-eyed as she asked Vinny if he would register their marriage. Without hesitation, Vinny agreed. They went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau and got married in a simple ceremony. Vonda then took a picture of the marriage certificate and sent it to Selena and Brogan. Reflecting on it now, Vinny probably felt sorry for her because she was crying so much. Seeing Vonda seemingly lost in thought, Vinny pinched her cheek. What are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said just now? Vonda blinked. What did you say? Vinny scoffed. I'm leaving Frazier City tomorrow. The company has been very busy lately. Oh, Vonda cleared her throat and asked the question she had wanted to ask for years. Tang General Manager, why did you agree to register our marriage back then? Do you want to hear the truth? Of course, I want to hear the truth. Vinny gave her a meaningful look. Vonda knew that look, his sharp tongue would be unleashed. Never mind, forget it. Vinny said coolly, alright, go to bed. At the time, he felt a bit sorry for her, and registering marriage to him was no big deal since they could always divorce if necessary. The couple returned to the bedroom. Vonda hesitated before asking shyly, Tang General Manager, did you come back specifically for my birthday? Vinny unbuttoned his shirt and simply answered with a hum. The benefit of not seeing each other often was that whenever they met, they had plenty of affection to share. Vinny gently touched Vonda's soft skin. She had delicate and tender flesh. In bed, Tang General Manager lost some of his usual coldness, his expression mesmerizing. He carried her to the bathroom for a shower, noticing she seemed lighter than last month. He frowned. Vonda, have you been taking weight loss pills again? In the past, Vonda had taken weight loss pills, but after being scolded by Vinny, she stopped. She touched her face. No, I still feel plump. Actually, she was slimmer than she had been over a decade ago, but she wasn't slim. She now had a figure similar to those healthy, plump Western women. Vonda was content with her physique. If she ever fell ill, she would have room to lose weight. The next day, in a small town. After fixing the car, Arn and Bede set off for the airport. Arn was an excellent driver, but he hadn't expected anyone else to drive so poorly. As they were about to park, an accident occurred. Another car brushed against theirs. Frowning, Arn unbuckled his seatbelt and got out to check. Bede, however, instinctively checked his calendar on his phone for any warnings about travel. After finding nothing amiss, he murmured that it was supposed to be a good day for travel and followed suit to see what happened. The driver of the car that bumped into them was a woman in a sleeveless top and green casual pants, her tan skin exuding a healthy glow. Kirsten was in a rush for her flight and had driven faster than usual. She apologized sincerely, taking responsibility. "I'm so sorry. How much compensation do you need?" "I'll pay." Seeing her sincerity and given his own urgency, Arn replied, "Sure, we can discuss the details later." Kirsten breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the masked man before her, though she couldn't see his face, his eyes and profile suggested he was attractive. She swiftly took out her phone. "Let's add each other on WeChat for convenience. Also, please save my phone number." Given their urgency, there was no unnecessary chatter. Arn returned to the driver's seat, grabbed his phone, and walked over to scan her QR code. "I'll scan your QR code. What should I call you?" "My surname is Devon." "My surname is Lin," she replied. Arn quickly scanned her QR code and found out it belonged to the person who had lent him $100 yesterday and then blocked him. He glanced at Kirsten. "I've added you." Kirsten accepted the friend request and realized this was the same person who had randomly asked her for money the day before. To be continued, they both felt a bit awkward for a second, then resumed their natural demeanor. Arn returned the $100 to Kirsten. "Miss Lin, thanks for your help yesterday. I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave now." Sometimes people just have a connection. Arn hadn't expected to encounter Miss Lin, the female driver, again on the plane. Coincidentally, the three of them were seated right next to each other. Bede sat in the aisle seat, Arn in the middle, and Kirsten by the window. Kirsten had a cheerful personality. Seeing them, she couldn't help but smile. Her short hair made her look especially energetic. "I didn't expect you guys to be going to Lhasa too," she asked with a grin. "Are you traveling there for tourism?" Arn smiled. "No, we're going to find someone." "What about you? Are you traveling?" Kirsten nodded and laughed. "Yes." When she accidentally saw the name on Arnie's boarding pass, she hesitated and recalled that name carefully. "Your name is Arn?" "I had a classmate named Arn in kindergarten." "Oh, by the way, I'm Kirsten." Their kindergarten teacher used to take photos of the children's activities for parents as keepsakes. They also took graduation photos at the end of the year. Kirsten occasionally flipped through these photos, and the name Arn was very memorable to her, especially because the bald little boy stood out. Arn was taken aback by this coincidence. That's quite a coincidence. Back in kindergarten, he had labeled Kirsten as crybaby in the graduation photo notes. Both had grown up, and their memories of kindergarten had become vague. After graduating from kindergarten, Kirsten moved away from Frasiering City with her father to the city where she currently lived. Bede turned to glance at the two chatting. Although her uncle appeared to have a good temper and seemed easy to get along with, he actually kept others at a distance. Bede withdrew her gaze and, before the plane took off, sent a message to Vonda. "Mom, we're on the plane and preparing to fly to Lhasa." Vonda replied quickly, "Okay, be careful on the road. I'll send you Grandma's address." She looked at the two birthday gifts that had arrived that morning. One was from Mom, and the other was from Dad. Her beloved father had already prepared birthday gifts for her and her brother every year in advance. Vonda put down her phone, rubbed her hands together, and eagerly checked what gift her father had prepared for her this year. With excitement, she opened the gift box and found a pink princess crown studded with diamonds. Tears instantly rolled down Vonda's cheeks. Though she was already in her 30s, it seemed she was still a princess in her father's eyes. Chapter 425, Epilogue. This is their end, and the children's beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, our plane has begun its descent. Please fasten your seatbelts. Hearing this announcement, Arn looked out of the window with a smile. The uncle and nephew bid farewell to Kirsten after getting off the plane. Halfway through her walk, Kirsten turned around and glanced at Arn, her lips curling into a smile, unsure if they would meet again. "Uncle, my mom has already sent me Grandma's address." Bede followed Arn out of the airport, looking around at Lhasa's airport. Arn patted Bede's head and suddenly said, "Let's take a photo for memories." Without giving it much thought, they posed together and took a picture. After finishing the photo, they took an airport bus into the city. About an hour later, they got off the bus. Bede looked up at the sign of a barbershop, puzzled, and turned to ask, "Uncle, do you want a haircut?" "Not just me, you also need one." "Let's go in," replied Arn, wearing a mask which concealed his mischievous expression from Bede. Bede touched his hair. "My hair is still quite short. I don't need a haircut." Arn hooked Bede's neck as they entered the shop. He then instructed the barber, "Please give us both a complete shave, thank you." Bede, bewildered, asked, "Wait, what?" "No way, I don't want a shaved head." "You do it yourself." He couldn't imagine being teased by classmates back at school with a bald head. Arn gave a sweet smile. Bede, be good. Grandma will be very happy seeing us with shaved heads. Bede eyed him suspiciously. Uncle, are you sure? Arn nodded. I'm sure. After about 10 minutes, the uncle and nephew emerged from the barbershop with newly shaved heads. The sunlight reflected brightly off their smooth scalps, drawing many curious glances from passers-by. Bede, feeling somewhat helpless, touched his bald head. He shouldn't have trusted his uncle. How foolish of him. Next, let's go to the hotel to shower and change, Arn suggested methodically. Bede nodded repeatedly, deciding that as long as uncle was happy, all was well. After booking a room, showering, and changing clothes, they felt fresh and clean. All right, let's buy some flowers and chocolate, Arn said once again. Bede nodded repeatedly, though now he felt incredibly nervous. After all, this was his first time meeting his grandmother. They bought chocolates and flowers, hailed a taxi, and set off. Driver, to here. Yes, sir. As they rode, uncle and nephew exchanged glances. Uncle, are you nervous? Not at all. What about you? Oh, I'm not nervous either. In reality, both were extremely nervous. If Vonda had been there, she would have laughed uncontrollably at her son and silly brother's antics. In a small courtyard, a woman dressed in light blue stood beside a fish pond, gently scattering fish food onto the water. Fish swam over eagerly, rippling the surface. Though time had left its mark on her face, her demeanor remained serene and composed. This woman was Selina. Her eyes softened. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Selina placed the fish food on a small stone table and went to answer the door. Opening it, she was greeted by two bald heads, one large, one small. Selina blinked, her eyes brimming with tears as she smiled warmly, finding these children truly precious. Mom, here are the flowers, Arn scratched his head shyly and smiled. Grandma, I'm Bede, here's some chocolate for you, Bede blushed and spoke shyly. Selina received the gifts from the two with a full heart, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mr. Devon, did you see? Did you see how Camillo has grown? And you have a grandson now. The children are doing well. This is where they end, and where the children begin. The end.